the middle forces could not be won over if the progressive forces insisted on socialism as the immediate goal. More basic still, the objective conditions required for a transition to socialism, for the abolition of private ownership in the means of production in all fields, did not exist in China. Mao therefore proposed as the goal of the Civil War an intervening stage of society to be characterized by a mixed economy and a multi-class government. He outlined in 3 sentences how such an economy should be created: confiscate the land of the feudal classes and turn it over to the peasants. Confiscate monopoly capital, headed by Chiang Kai-shek, T.V. Soong, H. Kung, and Chen Lifu, and turn it over to the new democratic state. Protect the commerce and industry of the national bourgeoisie. Upon the threefold foundation of this proposed public, cooperative, and private enterprise economy, Mao called on the Chinese people to erect a coalition government in which many groups and parties would share power with the communists. Such was the basic program of the Chinese Revolution put forth by Mao Zedong on the eve of 1948. Develop the progressive forces, win over the middle forces, isolate the die-hard forces. The whole of this political line, and not some single aspect, was vital to success. Yet warping pressures constantly arose. Reports from widely scattered areas indicated that tendencies toward left extremism in land reform and commandism in leadership were all too common. From below came the impulse for an all-out struggle which would ignore the middle forces, destroy private commerce and industry, expropriate middle peasants, and reorder the world in the interest of the poor peasants and workers alone. At the same time, the reports showed a strong right tendency on the part of certain middle-level cadres and some key leaders in the villages. They were thwarting the just demands of the poor peasants and workers and advocating compromise with the gentry because they feared the Kuomintang offensive and hesitated before the prospect of massive U.S. aid to Chiang Kai-shek. Mao and the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party waged an unending battle against both these impulses, either of which could lead to disaster. The emphasis, however, at least at the beginning, was against rightism, for rightism undermined the very will to fight. In the countryside, the middle forces were predominantly the middle peasants. These independent smallholders numbered close to 100 million in the nation as a whole and comprised 20 to 40% of the peasants in any given community. Their support was absolutely essential to any realistic program of social change. In his Christmas speech, Mao outlined a balanced peasant policy very concisely. First, the demands of the poor peasants and farm laborers must be satisfied. This is the most fundamental task in the land reform. Second, there must be firm unity with the middle peasants and their interest must not be damaged. As long as we grasp these two basic principles, we can certainly carry out our task in the land reform successfully. To make sure that these policies were not only understood but also faithfully carried out, Mao further called for a drastic overhaul of the whole Communist Party organization. In the party's local organizations, especially the organizations at the primary level in the countryside, the problem of impurities in the class composition in our ranks and in the style of work is still unsolved. During the 11 years, 1937 to 1947, the membership of our party has grown from several tens of thousands to 2,700,000, and this is a very big leap forward. This has made our party a more powerful party than any in Chinese history. It has enabled us to defeat Japanese imperialism, beat back Chiang Kai-shek's offensives, lead the liberated areas with a population of more than 100 million, and lead a People's Liberation Army 2 million strong. But shortcomings have also cropped up. Many landlords, rich peasants, and riffraff have seized the opportunity to sneak into our party. In the rural areas, they control a number of party, government, and people's organizations, tyrannically abuse their power, ride roughshod over the people, distort the party's policies and alienate these organizations from the masses and prevent the land reform from being thorough. This grave situation sets us the task of educating and reorganizing the ranks of our party. 3 days after the speech, the draft agrarian law, which clearly defined the content of the Communist Party's new agrarian policy, was announced to the whole nation. The road ahead was as precisely marked as law and verbal declaration could make it. but to define a policy and to carry it out in practice in tens of thousands of isolated villages are two different things. This is especially so when that policy contains within itself some elements of conflict. Mao's two basic principles on the peasant question seemed clear enough, yet they were difficult to carry out in practice because, to a certain extent, they embodied a contradiction. As has been demonstrated in the case of Longbao village, poverty in North China was so all-embracing that the demands of the poor peasants and farm laborers could hardly be satisfied by distributing the property of the gentry alone. The expropriation of at least a part of the property of the less onerous exploiters was necessary if the poor peasants were to gain the minimum worldly goods they needed. In many communities even major inroads into the possessions of such middle families could not guarantee FANSHEN to all the poor. Yet even the slightest inroads invariably threatened the middle peasants if it did not, in fact, actually dispossess them. To protect the interests of the middle peasants and not harm them in any way apparently meant to disappoint many poor peasants and leave them without such essentials as a share in a donkey, a cart, or a plough. Here was the hard kernel of the problem, the issue around which, once the landlords had been overpowered and stripped, the storm of the land revolution continued to swirl. On the antagonisms thus engendered, commandism, hedonism, and opportunism fed. If this contradiction was not properly resolved, democracy could hardly be expected to flourish. A major clash between poor and middle peasants might well do away with peasant self-rule before it had a chance to establish itself. From such a denouement only the Kuomintang and its American backers stood to gain. That is why, in the winter of 1948, the Communist Party organized work teams in all the old liberated areas and sent them to representative villages to check on the status of the land reform movement. By concentrating strong forces in a few places, the Communist Party and the border region government hoped to obtain an accurate estimate of differing conditions and to work out a program of action suited to the peculiar problems of each area. The guiding strategy here was the point-and-area method by which China's revolutionary leaders approached all serious problems, investigating and solving them first on a small scale in individual communities, then applying the lessons learned on a large scale to whole districts and counties. In Lukang County the Communist Party picked 11 communities. Longbao village was chosen as one of these not because it was typical but because it had so many special problems, and these problems had created an extremely complicated, difficult, and potentially dangerous political situation. If the knot in Longbao could be untied, there were few tangles in the whole region that could not be unraveled. All this, of course, my interpreter Chyun and I were quite unaware of when we went to Longbao to see what the land reform movement was all about. We chose Longbao simply because it was the village closest to the university where we were teaching, a village to which we could easily walk each day and return before dark. 26. To the village. The only way to know conditions is to make an investigation of society, to investigate the life and activities of each social class. To do this, we should first cast our eyes down and not hold our heads high and gaze skywards. If a person does not care, or does not make up his mind, to cast his eyes down, he can never really learn anything about China. Mao Zedong. On the March day in 1948 that Chyun and I first set off for Longbao, the weather was far from auspicious. 2 inches of snow had fallen in the night, completely obliterating the promise of spring which had so stirred me during the New Year celebrations of the previous week. Instead of puffs of white in an azure sky, an unbroken overcast pressed down on all the visible world. So dark was the underlining of this cloud mass that the new snow seemed to have lost all its whiteness and to have absorbed the dark, near black of the sky. A cold wind gathered chill as it swept the frozen land. Even the heavy wool-lined greatcoat that was my most valuable possession failed to keep me warm, while Chyun, who wore only a single woolen scarf about her neck to supplement her worn padded suit, actually shivered as she walked. Chyun was not quite 5 feet tall. In order to see her face I had to stoop. Even then I couldn't see much of it as her head was bent forward to avoid the wind and she had pulled her soft visor cap so far down over her forehead that only her lips, now drawn and grey, were still exposed. She warmed her hands by shoving each of them into the ample sleeve opposite so that her arms formed an unbroken roll against her chest. Head down, elbows pressed against her ribs, body thrust forward into the wind, she was a lumpy bundle of faded blue that might have been woman, child, or walking panda. I almost laughed, but the cold was no laughing matter. It had, however, one advantage. It kept the snow dry so that our feet, clad in cloth-soled shoes, were not immediately soaked through. In such weather one expected the countryside to be deserted, but that day it seemed abnormally desolate. Not one human being, nor for that matter any other living thing, stirred on the surface of the land. The village we were approaching seemed like some ruin long abandoned to the rats, the field mice, and the wolves. Nor was our first encounter in the village any more reassuring than the weather. We found no one on the main street. Quick glances through the gates we passed revealed courtyards just as empty. Then suddenly, from a side alley, stepped a young man clad in a dark blue cotter's jacket. In his hand he held a revolver, cocked and ready to fire. "Comrade," said Chyun calmly, "we are looking for the district magistrate." As she spoke she handed the armed man a letter stamped with the Great Seal of Northern University. Her black eyes, under heavy lashes, liberated from under the visor of her cap at last, looked boldly at him. "I'll take you to him," said the man, holding his revolver in his right hand while he turned the letter awkwardly around with his left. Then, seeing us both staring at the gun, he added, "Pardon the armament. We had some trouble here yesterday." He turned and led us down the street, glancing into each courtyard and alley as he went, obviously on edge, ready for anything. We passed a high brick wall that cut the large grounds of the former Catholic mission off from the street and turned into one of the outer courts of this extensive compound. This court turned out to be the seat of the district government. In a low-ceilinged, earth-floored room 2 more blue-clad cotters were seated at a low table. As they stood up to greet us, we could see their breath on the air. Both were armed, as was our guide, with German Lugers. One of the men who rose from the table was District Magistrate Lee. He took our letter of introduction, read it, welcomed us, and then he too apologized for the guns. "We don't usually carry them," he said. "But conditions here are exceptional. Someone tried to kill one of us yesterday." "Don't you know who it was?" asked Chyun. "We've arrested 4 suspects, all of them leading cotters in this village. But who knows? The attacker may still be at large. We can't take any chances." This Lee was a short man with a friendly smile and a gift for lively talk. The second man, taller by a head than Lee, was Comrade Ho Pao-pei, leader of the land reform work team. Magistrate Lee turned over to him our letter with the suggestion that he arrange for us to visit 1 or 2 poor peasant families as an introduction to the village. "That is what we are doing now," said Ho, speaking slowly, as if his every word were weighted. "We have been in the village a week and we have done nothing but visit the homes of poor peasants. We have already found a number of basic elements. If you'd like to talk to some of them, I can arrange it." By basic element Ho meant an honest-to-goodness poor peasant. Chyun and I were as anxious to meet some real poor peasants as Comrade Ho was to introduce us to them, even though under the circumstances I felt very much like a visitor at a gallery being led to a hall of living exhibits. Team leader Ho strode ahead of us out the door and through the compound gate to the street. He did not bother to draw his gun as he went, nor did he glance nervously around as had our first guide. Although apparently aware of great danger, he faced it stoically. He was obviously not a man to panic easily. We turned southward down the main street and then eastward up a narrow lane. It lay so deep in shadow that I wondered for a moment if night had fallen. Comrade Ho led us directly to a mud hut that was miserable, dark, almost bare of possessions. Its furnishings consisted of 1 tall wooden cabinet set against the wall, a low kayang, and a mud brick stove. The only utensils in sight were 1 large earthen jar, 3 cracked bowls, and 1 round-bottomed iron pot. This was the dwelling place and these the worldly goods of the poor peasant, Wang Wenping. Inside the hut the still air was as cold as the north wind that blew down the open alley outside. Wang's iron pot sat on the stove, but there was no fire burning there, nor was there anywhere inside any fuel from which a fire could be made. That fire was not a complete stranger to this dwelling was indicated by the paper on the single window. This had not been renewed for many years and had been stained dark brown by smoke. In 2 or 3 places the paper was badly torn, but these breaks did not add chill to the interior because there was no door across the entrance in any case. Once our eyes got used to the darkness we saw also that all 4 walls and the wattled ceiling overhead were black with layered creosote. On entering this hut our nostrils were assailed by an indescribable odor, organic, sharp, yet not foul. This was an odor that we were to become familiar with as time went on, the odor of raw garlic from the throats of the occupants of the house. When one came close enough to catch the air that one of the garlic eaters had just exhaled, the stench was overwhelming, stinging, rank, but diffused as it was in this cold room, it hung like some memory of decay and puzzled us both. We sat down on the edge of the kayang. Wang's wife huddled into a corner and covered herself with the only ragged quilt that the family possessed. Wang himself squatted by the doorway, his back to the wall opposite us, and used the sill as a convenient obstacle against which to knock his pipe to remove the ashes. This pipe he constantly filled, lit, puffed, and filled again, thus infusing into the garlic-tainted air an acrid tinge of tobacco smoke. Wang's broad face was heavily accented by 2 full eyebrows and a ragged mustache. His skin was rendered abnormally dark by a patina of grime that nothing short of an afternoon in the bathhouse at Changchi could remove. His clothes, hanging loose as a lizard's skin over his gaunt frame, were patched at the arms and worn through in many places so that they revealed, as through a lattice, the soiled cotton padding beneath. This padding had been so mauled and compacted by years of wear that it hardly seemed capable of insulating him any longer from the cold. Yet he appeared to be quite comfortable as he squatted in front of us. The room was so gloomy that it was hard even to make out the features of Mother Wang. I recall only a few wisps of graying hair, a toothless grin, heavy lines on a leathery face, and a black tunic spotted with grease. Slowly, haltingly, in response to persistent questioning, old Wang began to tell Chi-Yun about his life, and she relayed everything he told her to me. Wang and his wife had once owned land in Longbao but lost it to a landlord through default on a small debt. Famine drove them from the village and they wandered many years as beggars. When they finally came home after the war, they brought with them enough money to buy half an acre and received 2.5 more as their share of the fruits, but since they owned no draft animal and since Wang could no longer work hard, life was still very difficult for them. I belong to a mutual aid team, the old peasant said dolefully. But it seems as if I am always working for others and they never work for me. There are 4 poor families in the group, and all the work for soldiers' dependents is done by the 4 of us. We get no return for that. As for the distribution, I didn't get much. The cotters said I was an obstinate old man and didn't give me any part of an ox or a donkey. Others got them all right. I didn't even get a cart. They didn't even let me buy a chest that I liked. It was given to someone else. But the cotters got what they wanted. Didn't you get anything useful? Chi-Yun asked. I did get a long table, a little wooden box, an old pair of trousers, the felt mat on the kayang, and 2 ragged suits for the boy. What about the wooden cabinet? Asked Chi-Yun, pointing to the tall chest. Oh no, that is not mine. That belongs to the neighbors. They needed room for their loom and had to get it out of the way. Didn't you get a house? What about this house? This is the house I used to live in. It was mine years ago. I lost it when I lost the land. Now I have it back again, said Wang without the slightest trace of enthusiasm. What do you think about your class? Do you think you are still a poor peasant? I think I have really FANSHEN, said Wang, because now I have 3.5 acres, a house, food to eat, no debts. But still I am a poor peasant. Everybody says I am poor because I have no draft animal. I have to pay for plowing, and when I grind grain I have to push the stone around by myself. My land is poor. None of the land around here is any good. Also I am old. I have no capital for handicraft production, though the old lady does do some spinning. But she can only spin 2 ounces a day. If she does any more her arms ache. For a caddy of thread she can get a caddy and a half of cotton at the co-op. But that's a poor rate. Old Wang blamed many of these difficulties on the bad cotters and suggested that all the poor peasants should organize strongly together to protect themselves, because there may still be some bad elements in the village. Just as we were about to take our leave, a second peasant pushed his way through the door. He was in a loquacious mood and extremely anxious to contact the foreigner. A sprightly man of 54, well-muscled and energetic, he sported a combed and clipped grey beard that gave his face the distinguished look of some gentleman in a London club. To add to this effect, his padded pants were made of white undyed homespun in a village where most men wore dark blue or black. This was actually a sign of poverty, an indication that he could not afford dye, but to me the white recalled the cricket club affluence of the colonialists in Shanghai and Hong Kong. His jacket was light blue and very clean. On his head he wore a felt skull cap. Instead of the usual wood and brass tobacco pipe, he carried in his hand a pipe made of silver. This peasant introduced himself. His name, he said, was Shen Chunte, and he was a basic element. Then he launched into a rambling story that seemed to have no end. There was no need to ask him questions, for the words poured from his lips in a torrent. The hardships of his early life closely paralleled those suffered by old Wang, but he did not dwell on them. What he wanted to tell us had to do with events that followed the liberation of the village after the Japanese occupation. The new cotters, he swore, were worse than the old. He listed them all in order of merit, beginning with Hsin Fa, the secretary of the branch, who was tolerable, and ending with Wen Te, the captain of the police, and Hung Er, the captain of the militia, who were both tyrants. Exactly what the cotters had done to our informant was not clear. He spoke up, he said, and they called him an agent. Then they denied him his share of the fruits of struggle. Almost in the same breath he boasted that he had received 3 acres of land, some grain, and some clothes. All he had ever done to arouse the cotters' wrath was to go to Horse Square to pray in the church there. For that they clapped an agent's cap on his head. Though he still went to meetings, he did not dare say anything and only sat in a dark corner afraid. Mao Zedong, said Shen, should not be like this. This poor peasant with the silver pipe and the white cotton pants would have kept us the rest of the day and half the night as well if we had been able to sit and hear him out. Unfortunately, we could not do so. We had to get back to Cow Settlement before dark, and so broke off the interview and took our leave of Wang and Shen while the latter was still detailing the grievances so long pent up in his breast. As we walked back across the flat at nightfall, I asked Chi-Yun what she thought of the men we had met. Old Wang seemed honest enough to me, Chi said. But he doesn't understand much. As for that Shen, he likes to blow the cow boast. I don't believe half of what he said. One thing is certain, she added after taking a few quick steps in silence. There are plenty of problems in that village. One immediate problem overshadowed all others. This was the need to investigate the attempt to murder a work team member which had occurred the day before. Undisputed facts about the attempt were few. They had been summarized for us by the team leader Ho as follows. Chang Chir, the youngest member of the team, was returning to the district office from Shen Chunte's home after dark when an unknown assailant leaped on his back, pulled him to the ground, choked him into unconsciousness, and dragged him toward a nearby well. Hu Shuechen, the leader of the Women's Association, heard Chir cry out. She jumped up from her kayang and ran out into the street, but by the time she got there Chir's assailant was gone. She found a young cotter lying gagged and senseless a few feet from the deep well. who barely had time to take a close look at what she assumed to be a corpse before her Catholic neighbors, Shen Chuan-te and Li Hojian, came out of their homes. These two immediately ran for help in the direction of the district office. They returned with several work team cotters, put Chir's limp body on a stretcher, and carried him off to the hospital in Lukang. There the county's sole doctor found him badly bruised and suffering from shock due to partial suffocation but not seriously hurt. He was expected to live, perhaps even to return to work within a few days. Who could have made this attack? Both Shen and Li, the peasants who had arrived so promptly on the scene, insisted that Yulai and his son Wen-te must be responsible. Were they not former bandits? Had they not made threats against the whole village? Surely none but these two could have attempted a deed so foul. Of course, it was admitted, these two might not have done it themselves. They might have persuaded Vice Chairman Shi Yu or Militia Captain Hung Er to carry out their plans. They were all in the same clique, after all, but whether or not they had done it with their own hands, they were surely behind the crime. This opinion was shared by a large number of people. Wherever the cotters of the work team asked, they got the same answer: Yulai. And so, on that same night Yulai, his son Wen-te, and the two village leaders most closely associated with the father and son pair were arrested and taken to jail. Faced with what appeared to be a flagrant counter-revolutionary act, team leader Ho made some rapid-fire decisions. He distributed sidearms to all his team. He asked them to sleep and eat together in the district office, and he arranged for them to drop all other work until they succeeded in tracking down enough evidence to convict the arrested men. Ho followed these steps with a drastic reorganization of the village administration. All village cotters, both party and non-party, were suspended. All mass organizations such as the Peasants' Association and the Women's Association were dissolved. All members of the Communist Party branch were called into secret session for a critical review of their past work. This effectively removed them from all normal activity and responsibility. These moves left the village without a government, without any village-wide organizations, and without any guidance from the party branch which, for better or worse, had decided upon and led every action since midwinter of 1946. The only group in a position to fill the vacuum thus created was the work team itself. Of necessity, team leader Ho and his assistants had to assume the powers of the village government and take responsibility for all day-to-day affairs, all this, of course, in addition to the investigation and reorganization of the FANSHEN situation for which they had originally come and the detective work required by a serious crime. The latter task continued to absorb the attention of the entire village. Morning, noon, and night the peasants met in gatherings large and small to assemble concrete evidence, to review the circumstances surrounding the mysterious assault, and to reassure one another that counter-revolution could never challenge their new power. Many bits and pieces of circumstantial evidence supported the prevailing opinion that Yulai and Wen-te must be responsible for the crime. Li Hojian carefully examined the towel that he had removed from Chir's mouth and found that it was exactly the same as 6 other towels found in Yulai's home. Wen-te's wife, Xianyi, confirmed the identity of the towels. Shen Chuan-te said that Yulai and his notorious son had been seen plotting together near the scene of the crime only a few hours before it took place. He even claimed that he had heard one of them say, "Never mind, as long as I am cotter, we can always take revenge." None of this information, however, could be called conclusive. Most of it was offered by people who had reason to hate the men they implicated. It would not make very convincing evidence in the county court. Everyone knew, for instance, that almost all the towels in the village came from the same supplier, a Hinton cooperative that embroidered "Good Morning" in English on its wares. On March 11, the party bureau of the Taihang subregion ordered team leader Ho to turn the investigation over to the police department of Lukang County, where it belonged, and put his team back to work on the land reform problems which they had come to solve. This Ho did, but with a heavy heart. He felt that he had failed in a very important job and that the days spent on the abortive investigation had been days completely wasted. The other team members shared Ho's frustration, but Chyun and I, who walked the long mile to Longbao each day as observers, felt differently. For us, each visit had widened our acquaintance with the village, had introduced us to new and colorful inhabitants, and most important of all, had familiarized us with the work team in whose hands the destiny of the community now lay. 27. The work team. The Chinese Revolution at the present stage is in its character a revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism waged by the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. By broad masses of people is meant all those who are oppressed, injured, or fettered by imperialism, feudalism and bureaucratic capitalism, namely, workers, peasants, soldiers, intellectuals, businessmen and other patriots. Mao Zedong, 1948. There were no higher cotters, no leading communists, no persons with long revolutionary experience as organizers and propagandists among the people sent to Longbao to help put the draft agrarian law into effect. The team consisted in part of peasant leaders from Luqing County who had only recently been promoted to full-time work outside their own villages. The other part of the team was composed of students and teachers from Northern University, many of whom were getting their first experience of village life. Altogether some 15 people joined in the work. However, the number actively engaged on the team varied from time to time due to the fact that some of those originally assigned to the task were later transferred to urgent work elsewhere, while others occasionally took leave to straighten out personal affairs at home, recuperate from illness, or harvest their crops. The local cotters who were assigned to Longbao were the equivalent of such peasant activists as Tian Ming, Kitsai, and Fu Yuan. After leaving Longbao to become district cotters, those three were assigned to just such work teams in other basic villages. It was their counterparts from other districts of the county who were appointed to the Longbao team. In the interest of objectivity, people who grew up and became leaders in one village went to another village to help reorganize and vice versa. Such nuclei of local cotters on every team were then leavened and strengthened by the addition of intellectuals and students from distant places, many of them city-bred. The team which Chyun and I found in Longbao reflected in microcosm the Chinese society from which it was formed. Almost every one of the social classes in the country was represented on it, including the gentry. Although the landlords as a class were a main target of attack, the coalition had always found room in its ranks for what were known as enlightened gentry. As individuals, therefore, even landlords, or to be more accurate, sons and daughters of landlords, found their way to the revolution and onto the team. This heterogeneous makeup of the land reform team was neither an accident nor a coincidence. It was the result of policy, the policy of the Communist Party of China, which viewed the revolution as one vast action of many classes and strata against imperialism and feudalism and tried, even on the lowest level, to give life to that coalition. Ho Paopei, the leader of the Longbao team, came from Sand Market, a village in the 5th district of Luqing County only a few miles northwest of Longbao. He was 29 years old, tall, strong, and dour. What one noticed first about Ho were his hands. They were large, powerful, calloused, more suited to grasping the handle of a hoe than to wielding a writing brush. These hands were attached to a pair of solid arms and these in turn to a raw-boned, rugged frame that rested on two ample feet always firmly planted on the ground. Despite his size and solidity, Ho moved gracefully and with vigor, though never quickly. Every move he made was careful and deliberate. He thought slowly and talked slowly, but he was no fool. He was absolutely honest, painfully shy, very much weighed down by his responsibility for the work of the team, and not at all sure about how to proceed. Though he felt himself poorly qualified to lead, it was easy to see why the county leaders had made him team captain. Ho was so thoroughly steeped in peasant ways and peasant culture that he hardly needed to ask what other peasants were thinking. He knew it already, as if by instinct. His speech was down to earth and full of popular proverbs, trite, pedestrian, yet when he opened his mouth people listened because what he said made sense. From childhood I was always very steady and firm, he told us when we asked him about his life. Our relatives despised my family because we had nothing, but I would not humiliate myself before them. From the beginning I had the idea that if you fall on the ground you should get up by yourself. As the saying goes, judge one's youth at 3, judge one's manhood at 7. When I was still a little child all my relatives and the villagers decided that I would either be a very able man or a very bad fellow. Though my family was poor we always said, we are poor but our will is not poor, so I always tried my best to work and never asked help from anybody. Ho, like so many of the active young men already described, had labored many years as a wage worker. At an early age he left home for a job as a room boy, later clerk, in a large, market town inn. He returned to his village as a hired laborer, went into the hills as a coal miner, picked up seasonal jobs at harvest time, was conscripted into the labor gang that built the railroad to Changchi, escaped from this gang to become a rickshaw puller in the county seat, and ended up working in a large flour mill as a mechanic. He had thus seen a good deal of the country, had traveled to cities large and small, and worked with men from many places. Though the sophistication of the towns had not rubbed off on him, a lot of worldly knowledge had. Throughout his wanderings Ho maintained close ties with the anti-Japanese resistance movement. His elder brother led the underground organization in Sand Market and was killed shortly before VJ Day by soldiers of the puppet 4th Column. When the village was freed from Japanese control, Ho returned home immediately and joined the drive against the puppets and collaborators. He showed such courage and ability in this campaign that his neighbors elected him village head, chairman of the Peasants' Association and director of military affairs. By the time the settling of accounts movement began, Ho had become the leading figure in his home community. He led it so well that he was elected FANSHEN hero not only for Sand Market but also for the whole 5th district. In the county-wide elections that followed he won the 4th highest number of votes as a model land reform worker. For the prize I won a new plow, Ho said. After the election we heroes were invited to a grand festival in the county seat. We saw plays and operas, both old style and new. Flowers were pinned to our tunics and we rode on horseback through the city. When we returned home we were welcomed by every village along the route. The people met us with parades and music and marched us through the fields to the border of the next village. Ho was obviously not a man completely unknown to the people of Longbao. Ho's assistant on the work team was Lee Sung-lin, known to all as Little Lee because of his short stature. He was a plump jolly man of 26 who came from a middle peasant family of Bone Village, a community far back in the mountains that had never been occupied by the Japanese but had been repeatedly raided in an effort to destroy the guerrilla forces based there. In the course of the raids the Japanese killed the Lee family ox and seized the Lee family donkey, but all the people of the village escaped harm by hiding in mountain caves which the Japanese never found. Lee went to school until he was 15. Then he worked for 2 years on his father's land. When the war began he joined the guerrilla government of the county as an orderly, but because he was literate soon won promotion to the post of stencil cutter, then to the position of secretary to the 3rd district, and finally to the post of assistant judge of the county court. All of this work was carried out under conditions of guerrilla war, with the government constantly on the move and its personnel never knowing from which direction the next attack might come. 3 times Little Lee was surrounded by Japanese squads and each time he barely escaped with his life. Once the whole county staff climbed over the back wall of a compound as the Japanese broke down the front gate. The enemy caught and killed the county clerk and shot the magistrate's personal guard. Lee had time enough only to pull on his pants and run. He lost his coat, his bedroll, and his precious fountain pen. When the war ended Lee was appointed to various important jobs such as editor of the local gazette, cotter in the organization department of the Communist Party, and vice magistrate of the 4th district. The other 4 local members of the team who stayed in Longbao until the work was completed were Han Chinming, 30, Chang Chir, 23, Li Wencheng, 25, and Liang Chihu, 26. All of them had impressive records as guerrilla fighters and peasant organizers in their home villages. The background of Li Wencheng, a good-looking man with enough energy and spirit for two, who had started life with no hope at all, was typical. Li began his story by saying, "I was born in the village of West Snake River. My own family owned neither land nor house nor anything else. When I was 2 years old I was bought by a poor peasant who had no children of his own and was brought to Horse Square. This man, you could call him a stepfather, worked as a hired laborer, but because he smoked opium he never had any money. As for me, as far back as I can remember I worked for others or begged for food. Thus I lived until I was 14. At 14 Li ran away from home and joined the Shangtang Guerrilla Corps, a detachment of Yan Xishan's provincial army. Soon after he joined this force it was surrounded by the 8th Route Army and went over to the revolutionary side. The young recruit found a place as a bugler with the famous 8th Routers, but a few months later he was left behind because the detachment moved on to Shantung and he was considered too young to serve as a soldier. Li then worked 2 years in a factory, served 6 months in a conscript labor corps, farmed at home, saw his stepfather die of starvation after trying to live too long on bean cake, and barely crawled away alive himself to find work as a rickshaw coolie in Taiyuan. There he was shanghaied onto a construction gang, escaped, worked as a coal coolie, and finally returned home a few months before his native Horse Square was liberated by the same massed attack of militia and regulars that reduced the Longbao fort. The former beggar immediately plunged into the anti-trader and land division movements. He won a post of leadership in the community by helping to solve an inter-village fight over who should divide the property of one very rich landlord who had hoarded more than 37,000 silver dollars. Soon thereafter he was elected secretary of his local party branch and then called to the 5th district office for full-time work. When the work in Longbao began, Li Wencheng was still single, a rare thing for a male over 18 years of age in Lekeng County. Such were the local men who came to Longbao to carry out the draft agrarian law, all native sons, blood of the blood, flesh of the flesh of Lekeng County's people. They had all been through the searing catastrophes of war and famine, and all had taken a leading part in transforming village life after the liberation. To carry on this work came as naturally to them as breathing. But to succeed in this work was something else again. Success depended on many factors, on one's grasp of a complex situation, on one's ability to analyze and organize, on the validity of the policies to be carried out. The key to all but the last of these was training. Training for land reform work had started at the very highest levels of the Communist Party and the border region government as early as October 1947. Long before the draft agrarian law was made public it had been circulated to all leading personnel in the vast Shanxi Hopi Honan Shantung border region and had then been formally considered at a gigantic marathon conference. This conference, held at Yetao, in the heart of the Taihang Range, was attended by 1,700 leaders of county magistrate or regimental commander rank. The deliberations, which centered on the ideological examination of every participant, lasted 85 days. Out of the Yetao conference had come an estimate that the land reform in the border region as a whole was still far from adequate. At Yetao the idea that the revolution might have gone too far in some places tended to be overlooked. Plain warnings that middle peasants must never be made the objects of struggle, that landlords and rich peasants must not be left without means of livelihood, and that commercial and industrial holdings must not be touched, though often repeated, in the main went unheeded. Emphasis was placed on the first of Mao's two principles: satisfy the demands of the poor peasants and hired laborers. We must start from the class outlook, the method, the stand of the poor and hired peasants. We must stand firmly at their side, we must refer all things to them and do everything starting from their interest. These words of Regional Party Secretary Po Yipo, words which represented only a part of his position, were raised aloft as the banner under which the revolution should march. As a result, when the members of the Lekeng Party Committee returned home from the Border Region Conference, they came intent on a shake-up. They immediately set about to study anew all pertinent data concerning the FANSHEN in Lekeng County. When statistics showed that thousands of poor peasants had not yet truly stood up, they assumed that this was because landlordism had not yet been thoroughly uprooted. And if, after 3 years of thunder and lightning, drum and cymbal campaigning, landlordism had not yet been uprooted in Luqing County, could anyone but the Communist Party be blamed? A quick and superficial check on the background of the comrades in the village branches convinced the county committee that at least 40% of the local communists were of landlord or rich peasant origin. The failure of the poor to FANSHEN, the commandism, the hedonism, the nepotism, and the favoritism so common everywhere they attributed to the counter-revolutionary class origin and disruptive activity of this large group. As a result of this survey, the optimistic estimate that had been made by the county leaders in 1946 was reversed. In 1948, the Communist Party Committee of Luqing County declared that land reform in the area under its jurisdiction had been seriously compromised, if not aborted. A conference of all full-time political workers in Luqing was immediately called. It convened at a village called Lu Family Settlement and lasted the entire month of February. Secretary CHN presented the county committee's new estimate of the situation to the assembled cadres in great detail. He blamed himself and the party members before him for the sorry picture and demanded and received from each participant a statement of class origin and a searching self-criticism of past behavior. Those who admitted serious errors received discipline in the form of warnings and suspensions. A few who stubbornly refused to criticize themselves or justified their past wrongdoing were expelled from the party. At the conclusion of the meeting, the majority went back to their work in the field prepared to lead a drastic redistribution of the land and wealth of their county and a drastic reorganization of village administrations, party branches, and mass organizations. In the minds of these men and women as they took up their new tasks there lingered a vivid phrase from Secretary CHN's final report: "He who cannot find poor peasants in the villages doesn't deserve to eat." The students and young teachers from Northern University who joined this nucleus of peasant cadres were from an entirely different world. Either directly or indirectly they were tied to the landlord class whose overthrow was the object of all their work. There was, for instance, the lean, sharp-nosed Professor HSU, an intellectual from Peking. He had never known physical labor in any form, not to mention hunger or hardship. His experience of the actual life of the Chinese people was thus one-sided, to say the least. His academic qualifications, on the other hand, were impressive. As an economist he had read a large number of books, was an enthusiastic student of Marxism, and could debate the fine points of value theory with anyone. He looked upon his assignment in Longbao as an opportunity for research, as a chance to collect first-hand material about Chinese rural life which would add to the theoretical insight which he had already stored up. He came to the village well supplied with books and writing materials, but was at a loss when face to face with the peasants. He found their accent hard to understand, their motives strange, and their manners uncouth. Professor HSU, for all his good intentions, was like a fish out of water in the countryside. He made one mistake after the other. Much better adapted to work in the village was my assistant and interpreter, Chi Yun. She was typical of the 3 women who came from the university. Although officially assigned only to help me, she soon became an important and lively addition to the team and was allocated as much work as any other member. Unfortunately, we were so busy attending meetings, interviewing peasants, taking down verbatim notes, and translating charts and papers that I never formally requested her life story, and she, on her part, volunteered very little about herself. Even her name was an assumed one that she had adopted in order to protect those members of her family who still lived in nationalist-controlled regions. About Chi Yun I learned only that she was a college graduate from a large coastal city who, very soon after the Japanese invasion of North China, went to Yan'an. There she married a revolutionary of similar background and bore 2 children. She rarely mentioned her husband, but I gained the impression that he and she were separated, not only temporarily by their work but permanently by choice. Because Chi Yun's own work took her away on long trips through the liberated areas, her 2 children were brought up in the nursery school for cadres children in Yan'an. After the Japanese surrender in 1945, Trained people were urgently needed all over North China. A great exodus by foot, donkey, and ox cart took place from Yan'an. Yun joined this exodus, worked as an interpreter for the truce negotiation team set up by General Marshall's mission, and then was transferred to the Liberated Areas Relief Administration for similar duties. Her children, left behind in Yan'an, moved eastward with their school when the Kuomintang attack on the northwest began. In 1948 they were located somewhere in the mountains to the east of Changchi, close enough so that she was able to see them occasionally, make clothes for them, and tend their other special wants, but not close enough so that she could visit them every day or every week. Yun's round friendly face was not beautiful in any particular detail, but, taken together, her features were attractive and feminine. By dress and coiffure she did nothing to enhance them, however. Her fine long hair was rolled up each morning and tucked under a visor cap in such a way that only a few wisps ever strayed to lend a touch of charm to an otherwise austere appearance. Her bulky padded suit completely concealed her figure. Only from the small size of her feet, encased in dainty, self-made cotton slippers, could one guess that her limbs might be graceful and well-proportioned. I often thought what a hardship it must be for such a woman to live the life of a Spartan revolutionary cotter in the bleak North China countryside after a childhood of relative luxury and comfort in the city. Yet she seemed to pay no attention whatsoever to cold, fatigue, lice, fleas, coarse food, or the hard wooden planks that served as her bed. For her this was all a part of going to the people who alone, once they were mobilized, could build the new China of which she dreamed. Yun's high spirits in the face of extreme physical hardship pointed up a curious fact which we discovered on our very first day in the village. This was that the morale of the intellectuals, for whom land reform represented a complete change in way of life, was far higher than that of the local cotters. The local cotters worked steadily but without enthusiasm. When they met in the evening to discuss what had been done or to make plans for the future, they often sat for minutes at a time without saying a word. It was as if some heavy burden weighed upon their thoughts and inhibited their tongues. Not so the students and teachers from Northern University. They plunged into the heart of village affairs with eagerness and enthusiasm, made discovery after discovery about the life of their own countrymen, developed new and interesting friendships with people whom they would never have met in a lifetime of academic pursuits, and looked on the hardships involved partly as adventure and partly as steeling for future revolutionary activity, a test they hoped to pass without flinching. That is not to say that village life was much harder than life at the guerrilla university. In some ways it was less Spartan. In Longbao the food, at least, had some variety, and occasionally a peasant's kayang was warmed by fire. The same could never be said of the university, where neither wheat nor corn ever broke the monotony of boiled millet in the students' mess, and fire never warmed the clammy stone corridors, the high-ceilinged rooms, or the backyard adobe sheds that served as dormitories for staff and students alike. What made village life a challenge was the dirt and the squalor which surrounded the poorest peasants and the unbearable suffering that was the lot of so many victims of disease. While the itch of lice and the welts left by bedbugs were passed off jokingly as the revolutionary heat, the suppurating head sores, malarial fevers, slow deaths from tuberculosis and venereal disease were not joking matters. Land reform workers slept on the same kayangs, ate from the same bowls, and shared lice and fleas with people diseased beyond hope of recovery. Yet I never saw anyone complain. They came prepared for this and for much worse. Their training had no more been left to chance, to spontaneous revolutionary enthusiasm, than had that of the local cotters. The outlook of the intellectuals had been consciously developed during an extended period of education and discussion, criticism and self-criticism, that preceded the departure of all team members for the countryside. During the weeks of small meetings which occupied the time of all teachers and students after the promulgation of the new draft law, every person in the university, regardless of status, made a survey of his or her own past and examined his or her own class origin. In the freezing quarters where the students lived, they met day after day in small groups of 15 to 20 to study the class nature of Chinese society and to discuss where each one fit as landlord, peasant, bourgeois merchant, or free professional. In order to join the revolution, persons with upper-class backgrounds had to give up all attachment to their pasts and take a firm stand with the workers and peasants. They had to resolve to apply in life the revolutionary principles which had so easily caught their imaginations in theoretical form and to bring their everyday behavior into line with their professed opinions. For many individuals, taking a new stand was no abstract question to be decided by cool reasoning simply on its economic or political merit. Their own families had been or soon would be under attack. Some of their parents had already been beaten to death by angry peasants. Some of them were apt to end up in charge of land division in areas where their own property lay. They had to face the possibility of accusations and actions leading to the destruction of their homes and families. The new draft law opposed all beating and torture, opposed any treasure hunt for buried wealth, opposed all sweep the floor out the door solutions. Nevertheless, peasants and cotters had been carried beyond policy in the past and, if the battle became heated, might well be carried beyond it again. It would be naive to think that everything would be peaceful in the future. Many participants found that they could not sleep at night. They lost their appetites and burst into tears when they faced this choice, or confronted past mistakes. Even the students from less privileged families found this educational process painful. They had to rethink their lives from the very beginning, re-examine all their values, and rededicate themselves to a cause that gave them no personal advantage whatsoever. Yet those intellectuals who were changed by the process seemed to be grateful. The Spartan life, the intellectual ferment, the group companionship, and the physical and mental well-being that developed as a result of remolding their ideology moved most of them deeply. They were exhilarated by the knowledge that they were drawing closer to the heart of the revolution and were themselves undergoing an awakening, a metamorphosis from I and my wants to we and our needs. They could feel the great thrust of this awakening both subjectively and objectively. When the call came to go to the villages, they went eagerly to do battle with all of the past that was rotten, corrupt, and painful. 28. Those with merit will get some, those without merit will get some. Why should the poor and hired peasants lead? The poor and hired peasants should lead because they make up from 50 to 70% of the population, are the most numerous, and work the hardest all year long. They plant the land, they build the buildings, they weave the cloth, but they never have enough food to eat, a roof to sleep under, or clothes to wear. Their life is most bitter, they are oppressed and exploited and pushed around. Hence they are the most revolutionary. From birth they are a revolutionary class. Inevitably they are the leaders of the FANSHEN movement. This is determined by life itself. Proclamation to the Peasants, March 1948. Shinsi Hopi I Honanshan Tung. Border Region Government. A new starting point for the work of the team was provided by an announcement explaining the meaning of the draft agrarian law, which was sent out by the Party Bureau of the Shinsi Hopi I Honanshan Tung border region and printed simultaneously in all the newspapers of that vast area. The announcement was couched in simple terms and outlined, in a few short paragraphs, just what the new law meant for peasants who, in spite of years of effort, had not yet FANSHENed. Little Lee, vice leader of the work team and a surprisingly accomplished orator, introduced the document to Longbao village by reading it aloud. As he read, he stood at the end of a long loft that made up the second story of the foreign-style house that had once belonged to the absentee landlord and militarist, Chief of Staff HSU. The building was now held as surplus property by the village office. Scattered about the loft, seated on bricks, chunks of wood, and an occasional folding stool, all of which had been carried up the steep ladder on the outside wall, sat about 50 or 60 peasants especially selected by the work team as the poorest in the whole community. The men sat in clusters, lit their pipes, smoked, or simply listened with rapt attention. The women, grouped in their own coteries, worked busily at domestic chores. Some sewed shoe soles, some spun hemp, others wound cotton thread from large reels into balls. The mothers among them kept a watchful eye on their young children, ragged urchins with smudged faces and bare bottoms exposed from behind, who tumbled about among the assembled people, laughed, chased each other, and cried. Small babies, not yet able to walk, sucked at deliciously exposed, milk-swollen breasts or fell asleep in maternal arms blissfully unaware of the historic words that rang through the loft, claiming the power to change their whole lives. Brothers and sisters, peasants of the border region, read Littlely with genuine theatrical flourish. In the course of the past 2 years our border region has carried on a powerful, enthusiastic land reform movement. Already over 10 million people have thoroughly FANSHENed, but there are still areas with a population of 20 million who have only partially FANSHENed or not FANSHENed at all. From the nodding heads, the whispered asides, it was obvious that the peasants in the loft counted themselves among the 20 million whose FANSHEN was still incomplete. Now everyone must FANSHEN. There were some mistakes in the past. Some of our village cotters were landlords, others, even though they weren't landlords, listened to the landlords. Some soldiers and cotters' relatives were landlords. These were not thoroughly settled with. Without stopping to analyze whether this was actually true in Longbow, the peasants accepted the statement with enthusiasm. It implied that there would be further struggles and further fruits, and that they, as the organized poor peasants, would get these fruits. They nodded and waited for more. Some families got more in the distribution because they were soldiers' relatives, or cotters' relatives. The fruits were distributed according to many systems, according to need, according to membership in the Peasants' Association, according to one's activities in the struggle. This was not fair. Because of this some got a lot, and others got very little. Here indeed was something to savor. The peasants remembered the early struggles well. Politics rather than class had decided the outcome then. It was traitors and collaborators who had been attacked and those who beat them down who received the wealth. Later movements corrected but never entirely overcame these inequities. Religious prejudice, political suspicion, and a measure of favoritism continued to distort the results. "That's exactly right," said an old woman who sat close to Chyun, never for an instant ceasing to wind thread. "You had to be on the inside to get anything. The draft agrarian law is designed to correct all such mistakes," declared Littlely, still reading from the document. Articles 1 and 3 call for destruction of the feudal system and the creation of a system of land to the tiller. What does this mean? It means that no matter who you are, whether you are a county magistrate, a commander-in-chief, or an official of whatever level, if you are a feudal exploiter your property will be confiscated. Nothing will or can protect you. Hear that now? That's the way it should be. Nobody can escape this time. These comments and many others in the same vein emerged at random, like corn popping in a pan. Article 6 says that property will be distributed according to the number of people in the family. It is very simple. Those who are politically suspect will get some, and those who are not politically suspect will get some. Those with merit will get some and those without merit will get some. Landlords will get a share and rich peasants will get a share also. Some middle peasants will give up a little, some will get a little, most will not be touched at all. That which was not equally divided in the past is to be divided. Those who got too little in the past will get more. Those who got too much will give it up. The surplus will be used to fill the holes. Everything will be divided so that everyone will have a fair share. If the previous paragraphs had aroused enthusiasm, this paragraph sent it bubbling and rippling through the loft. The peasants were beside themselves with delight. Among them were at least a dozen who had been called agents, had received less than equal treatment because of it, and lived in the shadow of further attacks. For them the announcement cleared the sky. Politics, religion, furtive trips to Horse Square, collaboration, past mistakes, quarrels, personal vendettas, the weighing and balancing of thoughts and activities, merits and demerits, all these were declared irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was poverty. If you were poor you would get property, land, tools, livestock, houses. "Do you understand what I have read?" asked Littlely over the hubbub engendered by his words. "We understand it very well," said the old woman next to Chyun. We only wish we could remember every word of it. It couldn't be better, said a man in a ragged jacket. I myself never FANSHENed. Understand it? Of course we do, declared many voices from all over the loft. Little Lee went on to declare that the poor peasants themselves must right the wrongs and unite with the middle peasants to elect a democratic village congress which could then supervise the work of all cotters and recall all those who abused their power. But the main point, the point that impressed the people most, had already been made: those with merit will get some and those without merit will get some. Everything will be divided so that everyone will get an equal share. The statement read by Comrade Lee, which outlined the coming campaign for the mass of the peasantry, was supplemented by a far more detailed directive which explained to the cotters of the work team just how they were to go about accomplishing their major objectives. According to this directive, which was issued by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party on February 22, 1948, the villages of the liberated areas fell into three basic types. Included in the first type were those in which land reform had been successfully carried out and only minor readjustments and corrections were needed to complete the movement. The second type comprised the villages where equal distribution was more ragged. Landlords and rich peasants still owned more and better land than the average, and many cotters had received more than their fair share of the fruits. In the third type were those villages where, in spite of certain efforts at equal distribution, land reform had not been effectively carried out and feudal relations of production still remained dominant. The first task of the work team was to determine which of these types best characterized the village of Longbao. In case of doubt, a complete class analysis of the community had to be made and the holdings of the various classes compared. Villages of the first type had to contain not only a majority of FANSHEN peasants, 50 to 80% of the population, but the per capita holdings of the remaining poor had to be at least equal to 2/3 of the per capita holdings of the middle peasants. To determine the type of any village meant to determine the course of action which must subsequently follow. If the village were of the first or second type, the necessary economic adjustments were to be made as quickly as possible so as not to disrupt the year's production work, and the work team must then concentrate on the democratic reforms which were to usher in a new political life for the whole community. If the village proved to be of the third type, then the whole draft agrarian law had to be applied from the beginning. A poor peasants' league had to be organized, a campaign against the remaining gentry mounted, confiscation of gentry holdings completed, and equal distribution of all confiscated property effected. Only after all this was finished could the democratic reforms be undertaken. Whether the situation in the village was good or bad, whether the land reform had been carried out well or poorly, future progress depended upon the quality of the political leadership inside the village and consequently on the quality of the members of the Communist Party branch. It was necessary therefore not only to classify the villages as outlined above but also to classify them according to the kind of Communist Party branch that existed in each. If a nucleus of communists with reasonably good records existed, then the branch was called kind I. Such a branch need only be re-educated by means of criticism and self-criticism meetings and encouraged to take a leading role in all future work. If the branch was dominated by landlord or opportunist elements, then it was declared kind 2 or 3. Such a branch must certainly be reorganized, perhaps even dissolved. Political direction of the village must temporarily be turned over to the Committee of the Poor Peasants' League or the Peasants' Association and a new branch constituted only during the course of the reforms. The democratic reforms which were to accompany or follow the completion of the land reform program were to consist of 1. A re-examination of and reorganization of the Communist Party branch and a critical re-evaluation of the records of all village officials, whether party or non-party. 2. The establishment of a sound peasants' association made up of the vast majority of poor and middle peasant families and led by democratically elected officers. 3. The eventual establishment of a new village government composed of an elected village congress, representative of all social strata, and the appointment by this Congress of all village officers, such as the village chairman, the village clerk, the militia captain, the police captain, and the man in charge of public service. Such in brief was the task that faced the work team in Longbao. The members had to decide which type the village fell into and what kind of Communist Party branch it contained. On the basis of these estimates, suitable organizational steps had to be taken and suitable reforms carried out. Simply to make an accurate estimate of the true state of affairs was a major project. No outsider could hope to possess enough detailed information to decide who were middle peasants, who were poor peasants, and how much each actually held. To gather such information required the active support of all the peasants. First, it was necessary that they acquire standards of judgment, and then they must collectively undertake the work of classification and evaluation. In their haste to get started on more fundamental problems, the work team cotters in Longbao did not wait until they had completed this arduous task of investigation before they made up their minds about the basic situation in the village. Without consultation among themselves, without taking any formal decision, they assumed that land reform in Longbao had been stillborn. It followed that the village must be Type 3 and its party branch Kind 3. All mass organizations remained dissolved, all village cotters remained suspended, all Communist Party members continued to meet in secret session. Longbao was treated as a village where the whole slate had to be wiped clean and the peasant movement had to be reorganized from the ground up. The first step in any such reorganization had to be the creation of a new Poor and Hired Peasants League. But before such a league could even be started, some determination had to be made concerning who were the poor and who the hired. A detailed classification of the whole community therefore became mandatory, and the thoroughgoing investigation which the cotters had earlier bypassed crowded all other matters off the agenda after all. 29. Self-report, public appraisal. For those whose duty it is to give guidance and direction, the most essential method of knowing conditions is that they should, proceeding according to plan, devote their attention to a number of cities and villages and make a comprehensive survey of each of them from the basic viewpoint of Marxism, i.e., by means of class analysis. Mao Zedong, 1941. There are 7 in my family. Last year, before the marriage of my son, I had 6. So spoke Wang Kai-pao. He was a heavy-set man, perhaps 40 years old. Crow's feet spread from the corners of his eyes. On his weathered face grew a ragged stubble of hair that had never matured into a beard. Why speak of last year? Speak of the way it is now. Soon you will have a grandson, and that will make 8, said a wit from across the room. He was pressed against the side wall of the hut by the crush of people at the meeting, and I could not even see who had spoken, as I myself was pressed against the opposite wall. Wang, the expectant grandfather, continued his report unperturbed. I have 3.5 acres. I reap about 10 bushels to the acre. My son is a teacher in another village. I have no draft animal. No doubt you are a poor peasant, said a third voice. That's easy. He's a poor peasant. He hasn't even FANSHEN. Your family has increased, but your land remains the same. In the future you'll have even more mouths to feed. The speakers supported one another. Well, said Wang, with a bravado based on the security he felt in being poor. Go ahead and classify me. Call me a rich peasant if you want to. It doesn't bother me at all. But everyone agreed. There was not the slightest doubt. Wang Kai-pao had been a poor peasant all his life, and a poor peasant he remained. A man named Ting Fu followed Wang. He reported 3.5 acres for 3 people, no livestock, no implements, a broken-down house of 3 sections, and a shared privy. Ting Fu has toiled his whole life through, said one of his neighbors. He is the hardest worker in the whole village, said another. Ting Fu was classed as a poor peasant without further ado. Thus classification of the classes began in Longbao. The handful of peasants who listened to Wang Kai-pao and Ting Fu were basic elements chosen by the work team as the nucleus of the new Poor Peasants League, a league which was to remain provisional until it assumed its final form. Their primary objective was to find others as poor as themselves who could swell the ranks until the new organization became capable of exerting leverage on the whole community. In the process they would also make a preliminary estimate of the potential allies, middle peasants, among their neighbors, and of the objects of struggle, rich peasants and landlords, who still lived among them. The classification method used was called Zupaukonyi, or self-report, public appraisal. The self-report meant that every family head must appear in person and report his sources of income and his economic position prior to the liberation of the village. Public appraisal meant that all members of the Provisional League must discuss each report and decide, by sense of the meeting, on the family's class status. Everyone knew that these classification proceedings could transform the draft agrarian law from a general declaration of purpose into a concrete reality. Decisions concerning class status would eventually determine the future of every family. Those classed as poor peasants could expect to gain prestige as members of the new Poor Peasants' League and to acquire prosperity by coming into enough worldly goods to make them new middle peasants. Those classed as rich peasants could expect expropriation of all their surplus property, leaving them with only enough to earn a living like any other FANSHEN peasant. Anyone classified as a landlord faced complete expropriation and then the return of enough property to live on. The classification, in other words, could not be regarded as an academic matter, as a mere nose count, as a census. It laid the basis for economic and social action that affected every family and every individual in the most fundamental way. Because this was so, the peasants took an extraordinary interest in the classification meetings and gathered without complaint, day after day, to listen, report, discuss, and judge. It soon became obvious that every family wanted to be classed as far down the scale as possible. To be called a middle peasant meant to receive nothing. Only those classed as poor peasants could expect to gain. Therefore every family wanted to be classed as poor, and every family head, no matter how poor, tried to minimize what his family had possessed prior to liberation and deprecate what the family had received since. For the minority at the upper end of the scale, downgrading was even more vital. All the prosperous peasants were fearful lest they be shoved over the line into the rich peasant category and lose out. Even the middle peasant category included an upper group, the well-to-do, who could legitimately be asked to give up something. Those who feared that they owned enough to be called well-to-do wanted no part of any such condition and fought hard to convince their neighbors that they really had no surplus, that they were simply average middle peasants. Since everyone wanted to be downgraded, since poverty was best, I expected the final result of the classification to be a general shift downward. But this was not the case, and the reason for it was quite simple. The preliminary classification was undertaken by a group of families already designated by the work team as poor. It was in their interest to place others in higher brackets for two obvious reasons. In the first place, unless some families were classed as landlords, rich peasants, or well-to-do middle peasants, there would be no property to distribute. In the second place, if there were large numbers of families classed as poor, whatever struggle fruits materialized would have to be spread thin. Clearly, the fewer families there were on the sharing end, the more each family would be likely to get. The two contradictory trends, the desire on the part of all those being classed to be downgraded, and the desire on the part of those doing the classing to upgrade everyone else, tended to cancel each other out. In the course of the reports and appraisals, the true situation of each family tended to be revealed. For this happy result, credit must also be given to the method of discussion employed, a method that enabled every individual to talk over each case. This method was known as KTSAO, a word that literally means ferment and finds its American equivalent in the buzz session. After each family presented its report, the chairman called out, "KTSAO, KTSAO." Then all those who were sitting together in those natural clusters formed as people came to the meeting fell to discussing the case. They continued to discuss it until they more or less agreed. As agreement was reached in various parts of the room, the hum of voices gradually died down. Then the chairman called out, "Pow cow, pow cow. Report, report." A spokesman for each group, designated on the spur of the moment by those who sat around him, then expressed the consensus arrived at by his companions in the course of their ferment. If the opinions of the scattered groups did not coincide, the chairman tried to clarify the differences, review the facts in the case, and asked the family under consideration to report in greater detail. Then he called for another KTSAO and repeated this process until a real sense of the meeting was reached. No votes were taken. To decide such matters by a vote meant to impose the will of the majority on the will of the minority, with all the hard feeling that such an imposition was sure to cause. Objectively, the work team felt, any family must stand somewhere in the scale. A real understanding of the family's condition should enable the peasant judges to place the family in its proper niche. To vote meant to admit defeat, to make a subjective rather than an objective decision. When no sense of the meeting could be reached, the Cotters advised putting off the classification until further study of the standards and further investigation of the facts clarified the whole picture. The complete lack of facilities for any form of large gathering established ideal conditions for the informal KTSAO discussions that characterized Longbao meetings. Instead of coming together in a room equipped with rows of chairs, such as would be found in any Western meeting hall, the peasants had to gather in some empty loft, some abandoned room, some quiet portion of the street, or in the largest of their private homes. Each had of necessity to bring his or her own private seat, usually a brick, a block, or a little stool made of wood and string, and sit down wherever the company proved most congenial. The groups that crystallized in this way formed natural discussion circles that made it possible for any meeting to switch to a buzz session without the least rearrangement or disturbance. Thus everyone had a chance to participate and express opinions whether or not he or she actually spoke to the gathering as a whole. This system enabled shy people to speak first in small groups and gradually build up confidence to the point where they were willing to stand up and talk before the multitude. Truth was well served by such an arrangement because what one person forgot another was sure to remember. The collective proved wiser than any individual, and in the end a consensus of the participants emerged. For Chyun and myself, these meetings served as a window opening on the inner life of the village. The peasants, who had seemed on first acquaintance to constitute a fairly homogeneous mass, poverty-stricken yet energetic, ignorant yet shrewd, quarrelsome yet good-humored, suspicious yet hospitable, turned out to be a most varied collection of individuals. Each possessed marked originality, and each faced problems peculiar to his or her situation that often obscured the general problem of livelihood, the overriding necessity to FANSHEN. With a well-bottom view of the world still limiting their vision, most peasants found it hard to separate their personal problems from the basic economic situation that was the root of their misery. They tended to concentrate on traits of character, unresolved feuds, past insults, and other peripheral issues to the neglect of the true criterion for determining class status, their own relation to the means of production. The audience, also made up of peasants, was equally subjective. Time and again, Little Lee, Chyun, and the other work team Cotters who sat in on the meetings had to bring the discussion around to objective economic facts and warn against classifying some family in the upper brackets because the family head had collaborated with the Japanese, habitually beat his wife, or sided with his wife against his mother. Yet so strong ran the feeling against exploitation, collaboration, and criminal behavior that sometimes the team Cotters themselves were carried away. When this happened, their prestige and eloquence were such that they easily swayed the whole meeting. 30. Rich man, poor man, beggarman, thief. The class status of most of the population in the rural areas is clear and can be easily differentiated without much divergence of view. Their class status should first be ascertained. In the case of a small proportion of the people whose class status is unclear and difficult to ascertain, and where there is a divergence of view, they should be dealt with later and classified after thorough study and after obtaining instruction from the higher authorities. Impatience in determining the class status of these people must be avoided lest errors should be made which lead to their dissatisfaction. If any mistake is made, it must be corrected. Lu Xiao Chi. Chang Chitsai, one of the poorest individuals in the whole village, provided the first stumbling block to that nucleus of poor peasants who set out to classify the whole village in March. The group had little trouble just so long as they dealt with typical cases. Heads of families had only to make the briefest kind of report before they were unanimously declared to be poor peasants or middle peasants. Consequently, during the first 2 or 3 days of the proceedings some 40 families were classed without controversy, and most of those who were declared to be poor were invited to participate in classifying those who followed them. When they got to CHITSAI, however, the peasants disagreed sharply. The difficulty stemmed from the fact that he had never owned even a fraction of an acre of land. Furthermore, he had never worked on the land for others. All his life he had labored as a builder of houses. On the wages thus earned he had raised 2 sons and a daughter. A second daughter he had given away as a child bride during the famine year. After the birth of his 4th child his wife had died. In the distributions of 1945 to 1946, CHITSAI had received almost 5 acres of land, a donkey, 1/3 of a cart, and many hundredweight of grain. This was enough to make him a middle peasant in 1948. His neighbors all agreed on that. What they found hard to decide was, what had been his class before liberation. His class was bare poor, volunteered several peasants after hearing Chang's report. But there is no such class as bare poor, protested Little Lee, the work team cotter sitting in on the meeting. There are hired laborers who own no land and work for wages on the land of others. There are village workers who also own no land but have skills such as carpentry, masonry, blacksmithing, and weaving, but there is no such thing as a class of bare poor. The peasants, however, could not conceive of a way of life without land. To live without land was to live in a state of perpetual disaster. Anyone who had no land was bare poor, and the sooner he acquired land the better. To set up a separate class of people who owned nothing and call them workers did not make sense. The specific skill possessed by CHITSAI also confused the issue. The peasants found it difficult to separate the man from his trade and arrive at the common category worker. If he was not simply bare poor, he was a house builder. But house builders could hardly constitute a class. Could his wife be called a house builder too? Could his children be called house builders? It seemed that only the person who practiced the trade could be classed according to that trade and hence be called a worker, if worker he had to be. The rest of his family should be something else. When Little Lee repeated his argument, the peasants gave up the gun and agreed to call CHITSAI a village worker, but it was quite clear that very few understood what this meant. Another worker, Chang Huan Chao, the blacksmith, posed an even greater puzzle. Some peasants wanted to call this hot-tempered, swarthy-complexioned man an exploiter because he did such poor work and charged so much for it. "He's a middle peasant," said one neatly dressed woman with a reputation as an amorous widow. She spat out the words middle peasant as if they bore some sort of stigma. "He's a middle peasant because he earns good money as a blacksmith, and besides his work is no good. Last year he cheated me. He charged me an awful price but the work was no good and even the iron was poor. He exploited me. He's not skillful, we all know that," said a gray-bearded elder. "But if you don't want to be exploited by him you can always call in others to do the work. It's different with the landlords. With them you have no choice. You pay rent or you starve. But with Huan Chao, if you don't like his work you can always take your job elsewhere." "Go ahead, say what you think," said Chang himself, scowling darkly. "Your opinions are very good and I would be the last to get angry." "Truth is," said a second widow, "the tools you make are no good. You really should improve your workmanship." "I accept your criticism," said Huan Chao, desperately trying to hold back his rising temper. He knew that to explode now would land him in the middle peasant category for sure. "He's never been a skillful blacksmith," the gray-bearded man said again. "But if you say that for this reason he exploits you, then all blacksmiths must become very gloomy indeed." Finally Yuan Lung, a young neighbor of Huan Chao's, proposed a solution. "He's a poor peasant," he said with an air of finality. Several pipe-smoking cronies of the speaker hastened to back up this idea, but the women still looked doubtful. "If you can't decide now, we'll discuss it later," suggested Little Lee, but this suggestion won no more support than the other. The League members finally agreed that since Huan Chao had always owned a little land, he should be called a poor peasant. This solution had one added advantage. It avoided the mysterious category of worker. In the case posed by Huan Chao, the peasants confronted a basic problem of economic theory. Their dispute arose from the obvious fact that the work done by different individuals, whether judged by the quantity or by the quality of the output, is not equal. In spite of this, wages and prices tend to standardize, a reflection of the socially necessary labor time required to turn out any given piece of goods. But to arrive at the concept of socially necessary labor time required a breadth of experience and a level of abstract reasoning that could hardly be expected of the peasants of Longbao at this time. What they saw was a poor craftsman asking for the same return on his labor as a good craftsman, and this smacked to them of exploitation. Yun could hardly restrain her chuckles as she explained to me the give and take over Huan Chao, the blacksmith. That a skilled worker could exploit the people who hired him was a startling idea to anyone with a Marxist outlook, and she marveled at the ingenuity of those peasants who had thought it up. She grossly underestimated their inventiveness, however, for on the very next day they found exploitation in an even more unlikely place, in the relation between a widow and her lover. There lived in the village a lean old peasant named Wang who had long been in love with, or at least was wont to make love to, a rich peasant's widow named Yu Ho. What little of value he possessed or produced, Wang sooner or later brought to his prosperous and beloved mistress. While his own son and daughter-in-law hired out in order to eat, he schemed everything edible from his homestead and sacrificed it on the altar of love. If his hen laid an egg, he offered it up. If the eggplant in his dooryard garden produced a firm purple fruit, he brought it around. He even neglected his own land to work long hours on that of the passionate widow. When Wang's paramour came before the Provisional League, the spokesman for one group of women took the floor at once. "We think she is a double landlord. She exploits hired labor and she exploits her lover. She exploits everything he has, even the eggs from his hens." At this everyone laughed except the prim black-clad widow herself and old Wang. The latter, expecting the worst, looked anxiously around the room for some sign of disagreement. Wang need not have been so concerned. The men did not agree with the women. "If he's exploited, that's his lookout," shouted a well-groomed youngster from the warmest spot on the Kayang. "He wants it that way. What can we do about it?" The double landlord classification was withdrawn. Some peasants found still a third form of exploitation in the behavior of certain scoundrels or lumpen elements. Just as every Western city has its déclassé people, its professional beggars, its small-time racketeers, and skid row derelicts, so every Chinese village once had its U-men or rascals, men and women without legitimate means of support, gamblers, broken shoes, prostitutes, narcotics peddlers, and drifters. In political tracts and mobilization speeches they rated only occasional mention, but in real life they were very much a part of every village scene. In Longbao the most notorious of these U-men was Wang Taoyuan. Of him people said, "Shangyan pu li kou, Xiao tian pu li xiao." The cigarette never leaves his lips, the flashlight never leaves his hand. He had survived the lean years of the occupation on profits from heroin peddling, on brokerage fees earned selling other people's wives, and on the proceeds of the sale of his own wife, a record unsavory enough to have made him an object of universal scorn and hate. Wang had reformed somewhat after receiving land in the distribution, but he still shrank from hard work. Only a few weeks before he appeared to be classified he sent his nephew on a coal-hauling expedition instead of going himself. The temperature that week hovered around 0. The nephew did not know how to care for an animal in such a frost. As a result, the one donkey owned by the family caught a chill, fell ill, and died. In spite of all this, the peasants were curiously lenient with Wang Taoyuan. His broad comic face and genial disposition seemed to charm them. If nothing else, he had always been a good companion. Because he knew how to laugh at himself and to make others laugh too, people found it difficult to stay angry at him for long. But Cotter Liang, who passionately hated dope and purveyors of dope, was not willing to see Taoyuan get off so easily. Ignoring the economic criteria for judging the man's class, he slashed at the criminal nature of his past. Perhaps there are some who want to save face for Taoyuan, suggested Liang. They had better think it over. Who led the entire family in smoking poison? If Longbao had not been liberated, they would all have died of starvation. And why did he sell the stuff? Why, in this whole village did no one else sell heroin but he? Let's ask why many an honest laborer among you has not yet FANSHENed. Then compare your condition with his. In the past, there were those who stood higher than the poor peasants. Now, after liberation, they still have the upper hand. Why are such people always able to take advantage of every situation? Why? Taoyuan should be forced to explain his past. Responding with alacrity to Liang's suggestion, Taoyuan said, I began smoking heroin in the famine year and everything I had went to pay for it. There was a suggestion of languid sensuality in his stance and a puckish grin came and went on his face as he revealed his amoral past. When I had nothing left, I took my wife to Taiyuan. We were half dead from hunger before I finally found a buyer for her. He gave me 6 bags of millet. That sealed the deal. Even to Taoyuan this sounded a little brutal, so he added a twist to the tale that put the blame where it obviously belonged, on his wife. While I was out looking for work, I had to leave my wife alone at the inn. She took up with another man. The master of the inn tipped me off and suggested that I get rid of her. He also found a buyer. I helped Wang Xinan sell his wife too, continued Taoyuan, but once again he cleverly absolved himself. Xinan suggested it and even sought me out. He came over and over again. His wife was white, bright, and lovely, but she was an idiot. She couldn't cook or sew. She couldn't even wipe her own behind. He got stuck with her and he wanted to get rid of her. He wouldn't stop pestering me, so finally I undertook to sell her. I got nothing for my pains. Even after she was delivered, I didn't have enough left over to buy heroin. I was in terrible shape. But Xinan played square. He at least found me some heroin. I know it is a bad thing to sell heroin. I exploited others. I preyed on the addicts. But now I have FANSHENed. I received land and property, but I do not deserve any such thing. I know my FANSHEN was due to my poor brothers and I must thank them. I wish you would criticize me more. How do you feel about the death of your donkey? Asked a neighbor. I borrowed BRC 200,000 to buy the little bastard. Now it is dead. You can imagine yourself how I feel, said Wang, and he began to weep right there in front of the whole group. How do you feel about selling your wife? Asked several women. Wang Taoyuan made no answer. He only wept more despondently. Well, you sold her, and now you weep about it. No, said Wang. I am not weeping for my bartered wife. I am weeping for my dead donkey. To punish him they classed him as a middle peasant, but even this did not satisfy the women. He ought to be classed as a landlord's running dog, said several. But they said it in a whisper because the men, on the whole, sympathized with Wang. Disagreements over the class status of various Longbao residents pointed up the need for accurate standards of comparison. In preparatory conferences the work team cadres had studied such standards. Now, as the problems of differentiation grew more and more complicated, they introduced them to the peasants of the Provisional League. The standards they introduced were roughly the same as those adopted by the Communist Party of China in 1933 when the first land-to-the-tiller policy was carried out in the old revolutionary base at Juakan, Jiangxi. Most of the poor peasants, after 2 years of campaigning, understood the standards fairly well, but as they applied them the deficiencies of the relatively simple concepts of 1933 became more and more apparent. The Juakan standards, it turned out, were strong in defining the center of gravity of each rural class, that pole which determined the special nature of its typical members and their special relationship to the means of production. The standards were weak, however, in defining exact boundary lines between the classes. They lacked the precision necessary to distinguish between the many borderline, atypical cases that showed up so frequently in real life. By far the most important dividing line was that between the middle peasants and the rich peasants. The draft agrarian law of 1947 had made this the great divide between friend and enemy, between the people and their oppressors, between revolution and counter-revolution. It was absolutely essential that this line be clear and unequivocal. Yet here the Juakan documents were most ambiguous. In describing middle peasants, the document said, "Some of the middle peasants practice a small amount of exploitation, but such exploitation is not of a constant character and the income therefrom does not constitute their main means of livelihood." Anyone using these standards would have to know exactly what small, constant, and main meant in order to carry out the intent of the law. In regard to the difference between poor peasants and middle peasants, the same kind of difficulty arose. On this dividing line the Juakan document stated, "In general middle peasants need not sell their labor power, but poor peasants have to sell their labor power for limited periods." Another sentence indicated that even middle peasants sometimes did sell their labor power. In order to make a precise determination, one would have to know what was meant by in general and limited periods. As classification progressed, both the cottars and the peasants in Longbao keenly felt the need for something more precise. This need was met, in part at least, by a set of supplementary regulations issued by the Central Committee in the fall of 1947. On the dividing line between middle and rich peasants, these regulations stated that an income received from exploitation that was less than 15% of the gross was small and hence permissible for a middle peasant. Anything over that was considered large and enough to put the family over the line into the rich peasant category. On the dividing line between middle and poor peasants, the regulations made clear that the labor power sold by middle peasants was mainly surplus labor power or the labor power of the children and old folks. Any family that consistently sold the labor power of its able-bodied adult members must ordinarily be classed as poor. Another keenly felt need was for some definite base period. Was one to consider the present status of the family, the status several years back, or the status in the light of several generations? When left to themselves, the peasants of Longbao tended to go back 2 and even 3 generations. This was in accord with habits deeply ingrained in the Chinese people, habits which had much precedent in the culture of the past. Under the old imperial examination system, for example, candidates had to prove not only that they themselves were not representatives of some barred category, boatman, actor, prostitute, or other wandering type, but also that their parents and grandparents were free of any such taint. Settlers in Shantung whose parents or grandparents had migrated from Hopi still regarded themselves as Hopi people. This concept of hereditary social status helped to explain the wide support given to the campaign against feudal tales which had so sharpened the struggle and broadened the revolutionary target in 1946. Yet such a concept could hardly be said to conform to conditions of modern life. The disintegration of traditional Chinese society under the impact of foreign conquest, commercial dumping, dynastic decline, civil war and famine had introduced such a mobility into social relations, most of it downward, that it was no longer realistic to think of tracing back even 5 years, not to mention a few generations. In view of these facts, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party added to the supplementary regulations a section which strictly defined the base period to be used in making a determination of class status. In areas liberated after 1945 it was to be the 3 years prior to the liberation of the village. For the 5th district of Lekeng County this meant the years 1943 to 1945. Each family was to be judged according to its economic position during those 3 years alone. The fact that a family had once been very wealthy, rented out land, or hired many laborers, made no difference to its class status if, during the 3 years of the base period, its able-bodied members earned their own living or a major portion of it by their own labor. Likewise, the fact that a man had once been a poor peasant made no difference at all if, during the base period, he had collected rents, hired laborers, or loaned out money at usurious interest rates. By the same token, inherited wealth possessed by families who labored for a living during the base period could not be touched. It mattered not in the least what the source of any family's wealth might be. If the able-bodied members of that family earned their living by the sweat of their brow during the 3 years prior to the liberation of their village, they themselves were not rich peasants or landlords and could not legally be attacked or deprived of any property. In brief, the reforms called for in the draft agrarian law were to be based on class status, not class origin, on current means of livelihood, not on past privilege or past penury. 31. The revolutionary heat. I began as a student and acquired at school the habits of a student. In the presence of a crowd of students who could neither fetch nor carry for themselves, I used to feel it undignified to do any manual labor, such as shouldering my own luggage. At that time it seemed to me that the intellectuals were the only clean persons in the world, and the workers and peasants seemed rather dirty beside them. I could put on the clothes of other intellectuals because I thought they were clean, but I would not put on clothes belonging to a worker or peasant because I felt they were dirty. Having become a revolutionary, I found myself in the same ranks as the workers, peasants, and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, and gradually I became familiar with them and they with me too. It was then and only then that a fundamental change occurred in the bourgeois and petty bourgeois feelings implanted in me by the bourgeois schools. I came to feel that it was those unremolded intellectuals who were unclean as compared to the workers and peasants, while the workers and peasants are after all the cleanest persons even though their hands are soiled and their feet are smeared with cow dung. This is what is meant by having one's feelings transformed, changed from those of one class to those of another. Mao Zedong. The classification meetings continued for days. Hour after hour we sat in the ice-cold adobe dwellings of the poor and listened as discussion followed report and report followed discussion. We were glad when the press of people was such that padded limbs and torsos leaned against us from all sides. In such close quarters the heat generated by each participant helped to keep his neighbor warm. When the crush was great enough, body heat even took the chill off the air in the room. Unknown to me, this close contact made inevitable a form of heat that continued to warm all participants long after the meeting was over. One cold night as Chyun and I walked homeward across the flat toward cow settlement, I began to notice an uncomfortable burning sensation on the skin of my shoulders and up both sides of my neck. This soon spread to the small of my back and to those areas of my stomach where a worn leather belt held my padded trousers tight against my flesh. As soon as I got home I took off my jacket, turned it inside out, held it close to the burning wick of the single bean oil lamp allotted to me, and took a close look. The lining was alive with flat, crawling mites, some of them transparently white, others already dark with engorged blood. Lice. So that was it. The ubiquitous vermin had found me already. Having examined my jacket, I took off my pants. They were as alive with lice as the jacket. My padded outfit could not be washed, nor could I in good conscience ask for another. There was only one thing to do: pick off the lice, crush them, and start over. I knew well enough how lice were hunted. How many times had I watched peasants sitting in the warm sun with their jackets over their knees pursuing the slow-crawling vermin, catching them between their thumbnails and squeezing them until they burst. But that night, holding my jacket close to the flame, I could not bring myself to begin. I pictured to myself how the lice would snap and crumble, how the blood would spurt. I had no stomach for it. Finally I laid the jacket on the floor, found a pair of chopsticks, and picked the lice out of the lining as if I were picking delicacies off a banquet table. One by one I dropped them on a smooth brick and crushed them with a stone. By this aseptic but laborious method I gradually cut down the voracious army in my garments. While I was in the midst of the hunt, one of my English students came to the door. Shamefaced, I dropped the chopsticks and threw the jacket over a chair. It was too late. The student had seen what I was up to and began to laugh. Through him word soon spread to the whole university and into the village beyond that old Han, the American, was catching lice with chopsticks and crushing them with bricks and stones. Such was my baptism of fire, such my introduction to the notorious revolutionary heat that several generations of Chinese students and intellectuals had learned to bear without complaint because they felt that their country needed them among the people. When the time came to search my clothes the second time, I found that I was far less squeamish than at first. Soon I was hunting lice like a veteran and exhibiting the blood stains on my thumbnails to anyone rash enough to tease me about chopsticks and bricks. Just as I became accustomed to the lice, I also became accustomed to other aspects of village life that had at first upset me. Shaves from an itinerant barber whose hot but far from sterile towel made no distinction between eyes half closed with trachoma and eyes as yet unharmed. Once-a-month baths in the public bathhouse at Changchi, where the flotsam washed from countless earlier patrons floated in an oily film on the steaming pools, where men relieved their bladders in one corner of the room and spat wherever they found it convenient. Meals taken in the hovels of the poor, where one shared chopsticks with people suffering from incurable disease and swallowed down, day after day, the dreary boiled corn dumplings called keita, daily encounters with privies in which night's oil accumulated the year round and gave off such fumes of ammonia that tears started in one's eyes and the stomach churned. Eating out was the real test. When we first arrived in the village, the attack on Little Chir had caused a general retreat. Team leader Ho, fearing for our safety, had asked us to take our meals with the rest of the cotters in the district office. But as the days went by, tension abated. After a couple of weeks, Ho decided that we could eat out as the rest of the team members had already begun to do. Each day we took millet tickets issued to us by the university and gave them to a poor peasant's wife in return for our noon meal. In this way we gradually became acquainted not only with the most active poor peasants in the village, but with their homes, their wives, their children, and their less active relatives as well. Some of these homes were as spotlessly clean as a dirt-floored, earthen-walled, paper-windowed North China hut could be made. The floors were swept, the kyangs dusted, the bright-colored quilts neatly folded back against the wall of the sleeping quarters, and the round-bottomed cooking pot, the bowls, and the chopsticks scoured until they shone. In other homes we found the opposite condition. The dwelling of Tseng Changshi, former puppet policeman and a peasant who had lost both house and land in the anti-traitor movement, may serve as an example. Tseng was the informer who had betrayed Sozi, Lipao, and Fuyuan to the puppet captain in the Longbao fort, and so was blamed by the entire village for the deaths of the two resistance heroes. That he was still alive seemed incongruous, especially when one recalled the violence of the post-liberation reaction against puppets and collaborators. However, we found him not only alive but in possession of land and housing handed out to make up for that which he had lost. That the new equaled the old was doubtful. Tseng's whole family lived in a cramped shed that was divided into two equal parts. On one side were housed the farming implements and carpenter's tools that enabled him to make a living. Several chickens roosted on these implements and spread their droppings at random on the floor. On the other side 6 people ate and slept: Tseng, his wife, 2 daughters, aged 1 and 13, and 2 sons, aged 3 and 7. The room was a shambles, smoke-blackened and cluttered with scraps, wheat roots, broken tools, crocks, and rags. On the narrow kyang that filled the south end of the living space lay the eldest daughter. She lay under a grime-covered quilt, through its holes portions of her emaciated limbs protruded. She coughed, spat blood, and coughed interminably. For a year she had been immobilized there, near death from tuberculosis. The rest of the family slept beside her, shared food and utensils with her, and breathed the same air she breathed in that stagnant, smoke-filled hell. The odor of decay all but overpowered us as we came through the door. In addition to the strong aroma of baby urine that rose from the floor, the pungent scent of chicken dung wafting in from the adjacent room, and the swirling smoke from the wheat root fire, the air was saturated with the rotten smell of the girl's lacerated lungs. Tseng's 30-year-old wife, thin, careworn, her face already wrinkled like that of a woman twice her age, served us lukewarm corn dumplings in bowls caked with the dried leavings of many a previous meal. For lack of any other resting place, we sat on the kyang beside the dying girl and ate. I knew that the bowls, the chopsticks, the very air that we were breathing was infected with tuberculosis, but I had to carry on as if nothing were amiss. This was a test of stamina such as every land reform worker went through. Unless one were willing to share the trials of other people, one did not deserve their trust. I thought to myself, if Chyun can take this, I can too. One glance in her direction indicated that she was completely oblivious to her surroundings. She was eating her dumpling as if it were a sugar bun, and talking to Tseng's wife. She soon learned the woman's maiden name, where she came from, how much Tseng had paid for her, whether she had ever been to a village meeting, and what she thought of the Women's Association. Chyun was magnificent. She was doing her job. The least I could do was to eat the corn in front of me. Eating out brought us into touch with people in a way that 1,000 meetings never could, and soon we became fast friends with a score of peasants who looked forward to our coming and vied with each other in issuing invitations. Prominent among these was the old woman whom we had noticed winding cotton so intently as Little read the announcement to the peasants in Chief of Staff HSU's loft. At every subsequent meeting she sought us out, filled us in on the background of the people who appeared before the Provisional League for classification, and related to us all the latest gossip from the southwest sector of the village. At the same time she took an active part in the meetings herself. Chyun decided that this woman was a genuine active element who could play an important role in the events to come and asked the district office to arrange a meal in her home. This old lady's married name was Wang. She was known to most of the villagers as Old Lady Wang, but because her husband was very old and no longer able to work, some ignored him altogether and called her Zhenpao's mother, as if she were already a widow. Zhenpao was the 18-year-old son whom she was sending through high school at the county seat on the proceeds of her spinning and weaving. When we showed up for our first meal, Old Lady Wang never stopped working and never stopped talking. "Every day that I work," she said, "I can earn 10 caddies of millet. Why should I waste time at all these meetings? Well, I want to know more, and I think all poor peasants must FANSHEN. One can't just worry about oneself anymore. If we don't unite, none of us is safe." That she wasted time at meetings was something of an exaggeration. We knew that she never came to a meeting without some work in hand and spent her time furiously reeling, stitching, or spinning. But we did not challenge her statement. No doubt at home she accomplished twice as much. She proudly showed us her loom which she was threading in preparation for a new bolt of homespun cloth, and boasted of all the skills she possessed, such as spinning, weaving, fluffing cotton with a taut-stringed bow, and making shoes. She was one of the few women in the village who still knew how to weave at a time when that ancient art had suffered almost total extinction due to the cheap imported and coastal manufactured textiles. The old lady told us how she had come from Shantung province more than 20 years before, after her first husband had died. She, her mother, her brother, and her daughter ran out of money on the road. They tried to sell the little girl for enough cash to continue. A buyer was found, but when the time came to leave the child behind, both the grandmother and the child cried so bitterly that the man thought better of the deal. He returned the child and gave the family enough wheat flour to last them a few more days. But tragedy trod the heels of luck. Even before the wheat had been consumed, the little girl fell ill and died. The surviving wanderers from Shantung finally arrived in the mountains of Shanxi as outright beggars. A distant relative arranged for Old Lady Wang to marry the laborer, Wang Shen, a man 20 years her senior. It was either marry or starve to death, so the handsome young widow consented. The match was ill-starred from the beginning. She was so badly treated by Wang's brother that her own mother and brother walked out one day in protest and were never heard from again. "I did not hate him," Old Lady Wang said of the brother, who had long since died. "It was the old society that made him cruel. In the old society everyone oppressed others. During the famine year I peddled bean cake. My pants were so thin that people could see my piku, buttocks, through the holes and made fun of me," she said. "Now things are much better. We got 1.5 acres at the time of the distribution and 30 bushels of corn and millet. We also bought half a donkey, and I got an old felt mat for the kayang for 5 ounces of grain. The cotters didn't want me to have it, but I got it anyway. In spite of her improved condition, old lady Wang thought that she had not really FANSHENed. With only 2 sections of house, how could she take in a daughter-in-law when her son married in the fall? There would be no place for the girl and the land would hardly yield enough to support them. And what would happen when she had grandchildren? The only other thing that worries me is the fate of my mother and brother, she said, wiping away involuntary tears. They left so long ago. I often weep when I think of them. But the tears soon dried on her cheeks as she got out her bow and began to prepare some raw cotton for the lining of a padded suit. Old Lady Wang's home, though small, was often used for meetings. It was centrally located. It contained no small children underfoot who might disrupt the proceedings, and it was always neat and clean. It was in this house that the poor peasant Chang Laopao clashed with his estranged wife over his class status and exposed another of those domestic tragedies left over from the old society, tragedies that corroded the very roots of Longbao's social life and made a mockery of the vaunted Chinese family system so celebrated in the West. One might suppose that the relations between a man and his wife should have very little to do with his class status, but in this case the relationship became central because the per capita holdings of Chang's family varied greatly depending on whether one included his wife and daughter or not. On March 20, Laopao came before the Provisional League to make his self-report. He was a tall man with a leathery face and deeply wrinkled skin. It was hard to judge how old he was because the wrinkles made him look 50, whereas the vigor of his movements and the fullness of his muscles indicated that he might be still in his 30s. Laopao said that in 1942 he owned 3 acres and supported 4 people. They got along well enough until the famine year. Then he took his family to Taiyuan. He brought them back in 1946. He had never owned livestock or farming implements. He said he was a poor peasant. But his wife always earned her own living, protested old Lady Wang, well aware of what that meant in terms of sweat and pain. Before 1942 she worked in another village as a servant. After that she hired out as a seasonal laborer and supported herself and her daughter. We can't count them in the family. Can you get along with your wife? They asked Laopao. If not, you are a middle peasant. At this Laopao lost his temper. Call me any class you like. Call me a landlord if you want to. Let's call his wife and ask her, suggested old Lady Wang. She's nothing but an old bitch, said Laopao. Why should you ask her? You're here to class me. Why not do it according to my condition? If you don't believe what I say, do as you like. He was just like a stone. Everyone agreed on that. The fact is, he can't get on with anyone but his mother. She's the root of the whole trouble, said several of his neighbors. In spite of Laopao's objections, they called in his wife. She turned out to be a thin brown woman, prematurely aged and clad in garments that were dirty, ragged, and many years old. They barely concealed 2 breasts which hung down like flaps of old leather over her stomach. Her hair tumbled in tangled knots before her face, some strands of it already gray. She talked rapidly, bitterly, but with spirit. She brought with her a wan little girl, about 7 years old, but so small she might have been 4. The youngster was also clad in rags. She stared silently at the crowd of peasants with her large black eyes and kept her mouth tightly shut. I have no opinion about his class myself, said Laopao's old lady. I've always been walked over by him and his mother. He's not such a bad man himself, but his temper is short. As for my mother-in-law, I can say nothing good for her. She never spoke rudely to my face, but only clawed me when my back was turned and ran me down to her son so that we quarreled. As for me, I worked as a servant in Horse Square, Yellow Mill, and many other places. Though they never gave me any cloth, still I made clothes for him and supported myself with my own hands. All my neighbors know that. I only speak true words. What about your class? Do you want to be classed as one family or separately? It's all the same to me, she said, shrugging her lean shoulders. I have no opinion. A sharp edge of bitterness was clearly discernible in her voice. When they asked Lao Pao, he said the same thing. I have no opinion. His wife disputed this. He doesn't want me to return home. We separated the year before last. I was out working. When I got back they had already moved into a new house and locked the door. I wanted to pack up and move there, but my big box was too heavy for me to lift, so I went to his mother to ask for help. She said, if you want you can move it yourself. Otherwise stay where you are. We have no place for your big box or you either. I knew what she meant. But since the kayang was so big enough for 10 boxes of mine, I asked her why she said that. 2 people can hardly use one end of that kayang. This started a quarrel. The neighbors came then. They tried to get Lao Pao to carry my box over, but he refused. Since then I have lived in the old place by myself. He doesn't speak to me when we meet in the street. Lao Pao is always in a squeeze, said one peasant. He dares not say anything to offend his mother, nor can he make peace with his wife. He's just like a hand towel, always in the middle and both sides lay the blame on him. But really, he only cares for his mother and abuses and beats his wife. Don't waste your time on this case, said Lao Pao to the meeting in general. I know I'm just the dirty towel. Don't force him into anything, countered his wife. I can live on by myself. A reprimand from Cotter Liang and a sympathetic suggestion from Chi Yun that Lao Pao at least try to reunite his family had no effect. If I had such a good wife, I would kneel down before God, said an old bachelor. He was the same man who had tried to smooth the way for the blacksmith, who on Chao. You don't know how painful is the life of a single man. You had better look at it from all sides. How will you get on after your mother's death? You'd better take this chance to get off the stage. But Lao Pao only shrugged at this too. They finally classed him as a poor peasant anyway, but as one who had now FANSHEN. He strode off cursing. His wife stayed on and, as the meeting broke up, talked to the group of women that formed sympathetically around her. You can do nothing to help my family, she said. My neighbors have already tried many times. It is no use. It's better this way. I live by my own work and my life is better than before. Then it was one quarrel after another. Once I asked him to get some water from the well. But he was too lazy to go. Later he got out some beans and started building a fire. I said, you're too lazy to get any water. How do you think you will cook those beans? He hit me so hard I fell to the floor, but I pulled him down with me and only the neighbors finally separated us. If they hadn't, one of us would be dead. Another time he cut my left arm with a spade. Once we cut wheat in the field. His mother brought food and we quarreled. When she left he cut me across the forehead with his sickle. After listening to these stories the women all said it was better for Lao Pao's wife to live alone. Then she could bring up her daughter in peace. If you return, you will only suffer oppression. Only after your mother-in-law dies can you be reconciled. That there was another side to this story we heard only later. Some of the young women, less sympathetic to Lao Pao's wife, told Chi Yun that the sharp-tongued woman earned money in other ways than labor, that she had conceived a child by another man, and that she had killed it with a needle after it was born. If this was true, the tragedy was only compounded. 32. Brothers. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not, am I my brother's keeper? Genesis. To thresh the wheat from the chaff, to separate the kernel of truth from the husk of falsehood sometimes taxed the collective wisdom of the whole provisional league. This was particularly so when families prosperous enough to hire labor came up for review. From below came tremendous pressure to push them over the line into the rich peasant category. From the more prosperous came intense counter-pressure. The cotters of the work team, whose role it was to guard the objectivity of the proceedings and to see to it that the law was followed both in letter and spirit, were pushed now one way, now another. More often than was wise they allowed their weight to fall on the side of extremism among the poor. This was exactly what happened in the case of Li Paoyu, a man who owned 6 acres of land, 5 sections of housing, and a courtyard with 27 fruit trees. On these better-than-average holdings lived a family of 4, Li, his wife, an adopted son, and a daughter-in-law. On the surface there seemed nothing out of the ordinary about the family, but once the work team cotters began to probe more deeply, all manner of curious facts came to light. Li Paoyu, some said, was not a peasant at all, but a merchant who had made enough buying and selling in distant parts to purchase land in Longbao. So unaccustomed was he to hard work on the land that 6 acres were more than he could handle, even with the help of a teen-aged son. He hired as much as 50 days seasonal labor each year to plant and gather his crops. While the hired laborers sweated in the fields, Li and his wife ran a gambling table in their home. Sometimes they joined the game, sometimes they simply acted as bankers or croupiers. And this was not all. Another rumor had it that Li's wife had been mistress to the landlord Sheng Qingho. It was the many gifts which the latter bestowed upon his favorite, not peddling profits, that made it possible for the Li family to purchase land. Evidently, all of landlord Sheng's gifts had not bought the loyalty of his mistress. It was well known that she had carried on an affair with the lusty peasant Xiaoxeng for years. Everyone remembered with amusement how she had ended up hanging by her wrists from the gable of the village office when Paoyu complained to the puppet authorities. Li himself came before the Provisional League clad in garments faded and frayed from much washing. He said he thought he was a middle peasant. He might have convinced the majority of this, but someone asked him about his brother. Was it not true that his brother had lived with him and worked for 2 years as an unpaid hand on his land and that his brother's wife had done all the work in their home? Li did not deny that his brother, Li Laosu, had lived with him, but his view of the relationship between him and Laosu was just the opposite of that suggested by his questioner. I saved Laosu from starvation, he said. I gave him and his whole family a home when they had no place to go. Many times I suggested that they leave, but they were dependent upon me and were afraid to move out. Of course, he added with an embarrassed laugh, it was nothing. Who wouldn't help a brother? Laosu, when called, had a very different story to relate. His long sorrowful face well suited the tale he had to tell. When I came from Linxin with my family, I gave my brother everything I had. I even gave him one of my sons, for he had none of his own. But he treated us like slaves. We worked day and night in the fields and in his house, but we got nothing, absolutely nothing for it. When I tried to leave, Paoyu swore at me. Told me I was ungrateful. I finally ran away without telling him. I reclaimed some land on the western mountain and came back for my family afterwards. After hearing this side of the story, some of the poor peasants called Paoyu a rich peasant, others said he was certainly a landlord. Paoyu went home pale and shaking with fear. He was afraid to tell his wife what had happened. When she nagged him, he lost his temper. It's your fault, he shouted. You couldn't even treat my own brother decently, and now look at the mess you've landed us in. What mess? They're calling us landlords, he screamed. That's the mess. But Paoyu's wife did not panic. She remembered that Laosu had left their home the year after their adopted son was married. The base period had not even begun at the time. Laosu's labor, whether exploited or not, could hardly count. The next day Paoyu appeared before the Provisional League again. Confident and cocky, he announced the discrepancy in dates. But the announcement did not have the effect foreseen. Most of the peasants were ready to accept his argument, but little Li, the work team cotter, suddenly arose and passionately denounced him as an exploiter so mean that he lived off his own brother's labor and then tried to wriggle out of it on a technicality. Not only did they labor for you, they even gave you a son. Where is your conscience? Are you so afraid of your wife that you forget the feelings of a brother? Little Lee trembled as he spoke. Why did you give your brother a whole acre after liberation? Was that not a crumb to stop his mouth? If I were you I would weep for shame. Lee's appeal put Pao Yu in a worse position than before. Clutching at any straw that might relieve the pressure, Pao Yu pleaded with them concerning his fruit trees. They're really worthless, he said. Last year I got only BRC 10,000 from the lot. Perhaps we had better ask the man who planted them about that, said Shen Chuante, the Catholic. This was no problem. Old Ho, the man who had sold the courtyard to Pao Yu, was sitting with the group. When you shake those trees the money falls down, he said. What fine trees they are. I planted them myself, but I had nothing to live on. When my son died of starvation, I sold the court to Pao Yu. What can I say if no one believes me? Pao Yu protested, more to the walls than to his audience. Tears were already starting in his eyes. The next day Yun and I ate in Pao Yu's home. The courtyard did not look very prosperous. The ex-merchant and his notorious wife lived in a low adobe shed built along the north wall. The west wall had crumbled in the middle and a neighbor's pig had scaled it. The pig was rooting among the controversial trees. They were thorn dates. Some of them were already dead. Others carried as many dead branches as live ones. It seemed to me that if anyone shook them, dry twigs instead of money would fall down. In order to impress us with her poverty, Pao Yu's wife fed us the leanest corn dumplings we had ever eaten. Her son, the boy given her by Lao Su, looked as if he had never had anything else to eat. He was stunted, almost dwarfed, with a head that seemed to sit on his chest. At 12 he had been married to a girl of 20 so that Pao Yu's wife might have a servant to replace the sister-in-law who had run away. Early marriage had certainly done him no good. The lady of the house was dressed in the plainest of tunics. Her black hair was drawn straight back from her forehead and tied in a severe knot behind. Wrinkles showed around her eyes and mouth. It was hard to imagine that she had once been a successful courtesan. With tears in her eyes she told us of the sacrifices she had made to keep her brother-in-law happy, to give him the best of everything. Now I can't think it through. In my family there are only two. This child is theirs. After we die who will inherit the property? We save and work, not for our own sakes, but for the son of another. But he says we have ill-treated him. It is so painful. That afternoon Pao Yu came once more before the meeting. Cotterley, having thought better of his outburst of the day before, apologized for having intervened. He read from the book that passage which told how to differentiate a well-to-do middle peasant from a rich peasant. The main point was not the existence of exploitation but the extent of it. In the gross income of a rich peasant, at least 15% had to come from rent, interest, or profit on hired labor. On that basis, Pao Yu was clearly no rich peasant. Yesterday, said old lady Wang, you got angry and interrupted us. Then we got angry and called you a landlord. But really you are not. I was so frightened, said Pao Yu. How could I suddenly have become a landlord? When I went home I dared not tell my wife. I did not sleep all night. Even well-to-do middle peasant seemed too high. But now I think that is right. Everyone else seems to think so. What can I do? I have thought it through. Since his words carried no ring of conviction, Cotterley tried to reassure him. We don't mind spending time. If you still disagree you can wait until after the mass meeting. Even after that you can appeal to the higher authorities. But Lee had apparently decided that he could not do better. I'm a well-to-do middle peasant, he said. As the meeting broke up someone whispered, his wife ought to be called to the meeting. Maybe she could learn something. She. Never, came the whispered reply. Between classification meetings Yun and I often went out to visit individual peasants, especially those whom Yun thought should be admitted to the Provisional League. One day we were talking to Old Cow, a demobilized army veteran who lived in the foreign-style house expropriated from Chief of Staff HSU. Suddenly, Lhsinai, the girl who had eloped with her cousin from Central Hopi, burst into the room. "Oh," she said when she saw Chyun and myself. "I thought Comrade Liang was here." "Why Comrade Liang? I need help. My chimney just fell down. All my pots and bowls are smashed to powder. The roof is ready to follow the chimney down. What will happen to my child?" When I asked the carpenters to repair it for me, they said, "Where will you get all that money? It will take several days' work. With my husband off in the army, I have to do everything myself. This morning I went out to find fuel, then I had to carry water. Now I have left my baby on the Kayang, but I am afraid. The mutual aid group gives me some help, but I have to do so many things by myself, and the baby takes so much time that I can only spin an ounce a day in exchange for the help." Here she broke down weeping, but wiped away her tears and went on between sobs, "I don't want to move. I have many friends in my courtyard, but I don't know what to do." She was a very beautiful girl, not the delicate willow wand type, but full-bodied, almost voluptuous, especially with her breasts distended and ready to nurse. Concealment of the upper body was not a part of modesty in Longbao, and the girl stood before us now with her tunic unfastened so that both her breasts and her soft stomach were exposed to view. Cao, overcome by her presence, gallantly offered her the pick of the rooms in his foreign house. "You can have this section. I'll move on down a few doors if you like." When the young mother hesitated, Chyun told her not to worry. Something would surely be done to resettle her. After all, her man was in the army. Lhsinai left us smiling. Only 2 streaks of dirt down her cheeks indicated that she had been weeping desolately a few moments before. When we took leave of Cao, we decided to have a look at the house where the chimney had fallen down. Chyun wanted to get better acquainted with its occupant, the unusual young woman who had defied convention and threats of death to marry the man she loved. In Longbao, men made fun of Lhsinai. The middle peasant Chin Hung, a former puppet soldier himself, was fond of telling the story of her rascal affair to anyone who would listen. Then he laughed as if it would kill him. Young women took a different attitude. None of them said it aloud, but in their hearts they admired and even envied the girl for her courage. The older women, on the other hand, tended to side with the men. It was their veto that blocked Lhsinai from membership in the Provisional Poor Peasants League. We found Li sitting on her kayang nursing her handsome baby. One whole corner of the adobe building had collapsed to form a heap of rubble at her feet. As she had already made up her mind to move, the house no longer weighed on her mind. What she wanted to talk about was Chin Hung and his ridicule. "He should not laugh at me like that," she said, pouting. "My parents would not agree to our marriage, so we had to run away. But as for the child, it is my husband's." Chin Hung laughs as if his pot were clean, but everyone knows about his doings. He ought to speak out in the village meeting if he has so many opinions. Let's hear what the others have to say. Just because my husband is away in the army, he oppresses me. With that she broke down and began to weep again. Chyun asked about her husband and his life in the army. Immediately she brightened up once more. She had recently been invited to stay at the army camp where her husband was stationed. She had lived with him there 9 days. "The life of the soldiers is very good," she said. "They live much better than we do here in the village. They eat noodles and meat. Now he has gone across the Yellow River and I don't know where he is. I want to make a pair of shoes for him, but I don't know where to send them. When the reactionaries are beaten down, then he will return and we can lead a peaceful life together." Remembering the bargain which Fu Yuan, the former village head, had struck with her husband when the latter's Hopi relatives came to take him away, we asked her if he really wanted to join the army and if she herself really wanted him to go. She said, "Sure, I wanted him to go. If no one went, how could the reactionaries be defeated?" But later she complained that the Qatars gave him no choice. He left her with nothing to live on, no house, No tools, nothing. The cottars promised to help her with everything, so she did not object, but her husband worried about her and their child. How could he help it? Thus she vacillated between pride in her soldier husband and pity for herself, a mother still in her teens, left behind in a community that mocked her, in a home where she had no family or childhood friends. 33. A curved road. The purity of the leadership of the peasants' associations at all levels should be safeguarded. The masses should be mobilized to re-elect the leadership where there is impurity. Here, the term purity does not mean the adoption of a closed-door attitude towards such farm laborers, poor peasants, or middle peasants who have committed certain errors. Nor does it mean their exclusion from the peasants' associations. On the contrary, they should be welcomed into the associations, educated and brought into unity. The term purity here means to prevent landlords, rich peasants, and their agents from joining the peasants' associations and, still more important, from holding leading positions in the peasants' associations. Lu Xiao Chi. By the end of March, all the families in the village had been classified. Many difficult cases had come up, and with each case a story: a trader who had been expropriated even though he was bare poor, a 9-year-old orphan who held twice the average land holding in the village but had nothing else to his name, not even a bowl or a pair of chopsticks, a spendthrift who had sold all his land before the liberation to buy food, had squandered his share of the fruits since, and then contracted a debt that already amounted to 300 weight of millet and several silver dollars, a cook who made so much money that he bought up land in the famine year and married a landlord's widow, a professional castrator of pigs who had so prospered on high fees that he was able to hire others to work his land, a Longbao-born laborer who, returning home penniless after 30 years' employment in another county, arrived after everything had been divided and received nothing, an old man who had given his share of the family land to a brother and then gone to live with and work for a neighboring widow. Now his brother wanted him to demand back wages from the widow and share the bonanza with him, but the old man refused to break with his benefactress. An almost endless succession of tragedies, incidents full of pathos, greed, rollicking humor, cruelty, and kindness unfolded as the people reported their condition. But what the peasants were really looking for didn't turn up. There just did not seem to be any landlords or rich peasants left in the village, and that meant that there would be very little to distribute when all was said and done. As the peasants themselves admitted, they could find no more oil. The only family still in possession of any surplus property which might make them rich peasants was that of the lusty old widow, Pu Ho, mistress to poor peasant Wang and mother of the exquisite Puchao. Because her status was still obscure, she was called before the Provisional League several times. Everybody had to admit that the widow was clever. She had always carefully observed which way the wind was blowing and tacked accordingly. When the puppet troops held power in the county, she married her daughter off to a squad leader in the headquarters battalion. Although a poor peasant by birth, this soldier's rank was exalted enough to provide his relatives with some protection against looting and rape. The widow also persuaded her son to enlist. Later, when the puppet troops surrendered to the 8th Route Army, she persuaded both men to volunteer for service with the revolutionary forces and brought her daughter home to Longbao as cotter bait. Thus she shifted course without getting hurt, won the right to aid as a soldier's dependent, and even received her share of the fruits. So intimate did her daughter become with the village cotters that she bore one of them a son. No one knew who the father was, but he apparently had influence, for the fact remained that no attack was ever launched against the widow. The publication of the draft agrarian law and the arrival of the work team plunged Pu Ho into renewed danger. This time it looked as if she would not be able to find a way out. Nevertheless, she was determined not to give up without a fight. When she appeared to answer questions, she wore several layers of thickly padded clothing. Up to her old tricks again, confided old lady Wang to Chiun in a loud whisper. When the struggle movement first began, she put on all the padding she could find. She thought she wouldn't feel so much pain when we beat her. But she was never even attacked. Her daughter saw to that. The widow reviewed her sources of income with a slight nervous stutter. She listed 5 people, 8 acres, 8 sections of house, a donkey, a cart, all necessary implements. She said that her husband had died long ago. Since then, because her son was young, she had employed hired labor. What she forgot to mention was the fact that while her husband lived he never worked, and after her sons grew up they never worked either. They had always employed hired hands while they themselves followed the 5 don't go policy: don't go to work if it rains, don't go if it is cold, don't go if the wind blows, don't go if the sun is hot, don't go if you are tired. After liberation the widow held onto all her land but sold her donkey and her cart. "How come you no longer have the cart and donkey?" she was asked. "One day my son took a trip and sold them." "But why?" "How should I know? He sold them without asking me." This seemed very unlikely. The peasants did not believe a word of it. They felt sure the donkey had been sold to avoid confiscation. "In any case, she later bought another donkey," said one. "Yes, when she thought she was safe. But this new donkey is old and torn," protested Wang, her lover, rushing to her defense. At this all the women burst out laughing. "How can a donkey be torn?" they asked. This upset old Wang very much. "Of course a donkey can be torn," he said. "Why do you want to make out that the donkey is sound when he is really falling apart?" His words fell on deaf ears. The peasants knew that old Wang would defend his beloved to the end. They did not deign to argue the case. Instead they held a KTSAO and there decided that the widow was a rich peasant. The discovery of one rich peasant still in possession of some wealth was small solace to the members of the Provisional League. In the course of their investigations they had unearthed a total of 174 families who had been poor peasants during the base period, only 72 of whom had as yet FANSHEN. This meant that there were over 100 families in the village who still faced great difficulty in making a living. The problem was not primarily a shortage of land, for there was enough land to give every man, woman, and child almost a full acre. The problem was the shortage of livestock, carts, implements, housing, and manpower. For even though most of the draft animals had already been shared among 4 or more families each, there were still dozens of households that did not even own one leg of a donkey, not to mention a spoke in the wheel of a cart. There were also large numbers of widows and old people who had no one to help them in the fields. How to make middle peasants of all these people was the problem that faced the Provisional Poor and Hired Peasants League. On the face of it, the problem seemed insoluble. The work team had no more idea than the peasants of what to do about this discrepancy, but proposed, as a first step, that the Provisional League be enlarged to include all honest poor peasants. At the same time the work team launched an examination of the village accounts in order to determine where all the fruits had gone. This idea came from a newspaper story that described just such an accounts examination in another village. Perhaps in that way enough property could be unearthed to fill some of the gaping holes. In the absence of landlords and rich peasants, this examination tended to focus attention on the cotters as possible objects of struggle. The enlargement of the Provisional League proved to be a slow process. The standards used for classing a family were, by their nature, objective. One had only to look at the per capita holdings and measure the proportion of the family income derived from exploitation to arrive at a decision. But the standards for deciding who should or should not be members of the League included the words honest and hard-working. About such concepts there was plenty of room for argument. Some of the women, and especially old Lady Wang, were sticklers for moral purity. They had vetoed Li Hsinai because she had eloped, and they had vetoed Xiao Lao Chang, a lifelong laborer, because he lived with a widow as if she were his wife. Now in the interest of expanded membership the women finally decided to offer Xiao a big concession. If he would only break with the widow, he could join the Provisional League. A message was sent to him to that effect. Old Xiao turned the tables on them. He was too honest to promise to do better, which was the attitude that many others took. He said instead, "Unless I can marry the woman, I'll never join the League." What's the use of your old league if it can't help me get what is good for me? For this alone they might not have rejected Shio, but he went on to attack all the rest of the membership. Everyone's face has a smudge on it, he said. All pots are black, in and out of the league it makes no difference. Help me marry the widow and I'll join up with you. How can we possibly do that? They asked one another. They took it for granted that Xiao Laochang must remain a widower and his paramour, Zuming, a widow. The fact that the lovers were fond of each other, faithful to each other, and wanted to marry had nothing to do with the case. By tradition a wife was supposed to remain loyal to her dead husband until her own demise. That this was impossible for most people made no difference. A widow who married brought disgrace on her husband's whole family and lost all claim to her children into the bargain. All children were considered to be the heirs of the male parent alone. On them devolved the duty of caring for ancestral tablets and maintaining the family line. Their mother was only a convenience, a chattel, a servant brought in to provide male heirs. If she chose to leave, she left alone and in disgrace. That is why, instead of second marriages, there were so many illicit liaisons between widows and bachelors in Longbao. Only if the male partner agreed to take the woman's married name did the situation change. Such a couple were allowed to marry because the alliance constituted no threat to the in-laws, gave the husband no right to the children, and posed no threat to the ancestral tablets. There were several such matches in Longbao. One of them was the alliance entered into by Qin Chu, the irascible, oft-cuckolded shepherd whose difficulties with militiaman Shen Yuxing have already been described. But poor Qin Chu was long denied membership in the Provisional Poor Peasants League even though legally wed. Men regarded the surrender of his family name as a crack in the solid front of male supremacy, a crack that threatened the status of all males. Women looked down on him for dancing to his wife's tune. If she says a few sweet words to him, he forgets his own birthday, they gossiped. They also disliked his wife. Rumor had it that she frequented market day fairs in order to solicit business as a prostitute. And she not only slept with strangers for money, she regaled them with stories. Anything that happened in Longbao would sooner or later be relayed by her to villages far and wide. Men like Lao Pao, who mistreated their wives, men like Taoyuan, who had a reputation as rascals, all notorious former puppets and their relatives were also barred from the league. The only people about whom questions formerly had been raised but who were now admitted with alacrity were those dissident Catholics who had once been called agents. Most of them lived in the southwest corner. A few had been included in the league from the very beginning. They saw to it that the rest were invited. As a result of exclusion for the above-mentioned reasons, almost half of the poor peasants in the village were not invited to join the Provisional Poor and Hired Peasants League. A full month after the work team arrived, nothing lasting could be said to have been accomplished in this direction. The meetings set up to examine the village accounts also bogged down. Comrade HSU, the intellectual from the university, undertook to head up this work because he had a good head for figures. He selected a committee of poor peasants to help him. Among them was Shen Chyun Te, the talkative Catholic whom Chyun and I had interviewed on our first day in Longbao. Shen and the others selected by HSU were convinced that the village cotters had misappropriated vast quantities of fruits, but all their efforts to gather facts bogged down in confusion. They went at the problem like a board of judges. They called one cotter after another and bombarded each with questions. When the answers led to contradictions or indicated that someone else was responsible, they threatened their witnesses with dire punishment, swore at them, and put them under house arrest. Chen Kayuan, former head of the Peasants' Association, became so distraught by this treatment and by his inability to provide the committee with satisfactory answers that he tried to commit suicide by jumping in the well behind his house. Fortunately, he was discovered before he took the plunge. When it became clear that the local cotters could not answer all questions concerning the FANSHEN accounts, the committee decided to interrogate those who had already left for work in the district and the county. Kitsai, former revolutionary vice head of the village, came home to visit his wife and was detained. Ming, former public security officer and founder of the party branch, returned to Longbao for a production meeting of the 5th District and was also detained. Fu Yuan, former village head, who was working on a land reform team in another village, was ordered home by mail. All were asked to stay in one courtyard until their interrogation was completed. But neither Kitsai nor Fu Yuan nor Ming helped clear up the accounts. Although they were able to answer many questions, they would admit to no large amount of graft and gave reasonable explanations for the disappearance of such valuables as the church candlesticks. Old Shen took the lead in suggesting that they go to the ex-landlords for information concerning the wealth that had been taken from their homes. Comrade HSU supported him, but team leader Ho recognized the move for what it was: an attempt to convict revolutionary cotters with information solicited from their class enemies. Ho called in both HSU and Shen and sharply reprimanded them. Such a move could only open wide the door to chaos. It would give the landlords a heaven-sent opportunity to split the peasants' ranks with false charges. Old Shen was stunned by the criticism. He insisted that his only aim had been to get at the facts and that he had completely forgotten how the landlords had falsely fingered people in the past. But the more he denied it, the more the suspicion took root and grew that he was not entirely innocent in the affair. Crestfallen, he took a back seat on the committee. With the impasse at the accounts examination, the work of the Longbao team reached a stalemate on all fronts. The morale of the team members, including that of the intellectuals from the university, dropped sharply, and so did that of the villagers. Many people began to suspect, though no one said it openly, that there simply was no oil, either in the form of surplus property remaining in the hands of the prosperous or in the form of misappropriated fruits in the hands of the leading cotters. Continued FANSHEN on any significant scale was therefore out of the question. Meetings were still held to enlarge the Provisional League and to survey cases of extreme hardship resulting from the depletion of grain stocks as spring approached, but they were poorly attended and indifferently conducted. Nobody seemed to know what was wrong or what to do. The party secretary of the 3rd Administrative District of the Taihang subregion arrived unexpectedly in the midst of the stalemate. I was favorably impressed by the man who wore that exalted title. Secretary Wang was obviously well educated, yet he had none of the arrogance so typical of many Chinese intellectuals and so amply demonstrated by Comrade HSU. Nor did he put on any of the airs of the old-style Chinese bureaucrats. He projected instead the warm extroversion of a hard-working peasant. He wore a faded blue-gray cotton jacket, arrived in the village on foot, and departed on foot when his work was done. He made it easy for the team cotters to tell him their problems because he listened patiently and questioned calmly. As he listened, his broad face took on a serious but never severe demeanor. He nodded often but did not interrupt. He smiled often, spoke slowly, and emphasized his meaning with expressive motions of his hands. All morning and most of the afternoon he listened. In the evening he suggested what amounted to a completely new approach. He advised the team to drop the accounts examination meeting immediately. It was not going well, he said, because it was premature. The Poor and Hired Peasants League had not been consolidated, there was no mass base, no democratic platform from which to examine the past work of the cotters. To set up an accounts examination off in one corner could never bring good results. Only the active participation of the whole village could ever straighten out the record of the past. This could become possible only when the people became well organized and themselves took the work in hand as a major task. Nor were the accounts the heart of the problem, they were only one aspect of the old cotters' life and work. At the proper time the whole of the cotters' existence, their style of work, their willingness to serve, their outlook, their honesty, everything, not just how many items of property they received, must be examined. Secretary Wang also advised greatly intensified efforts to enlarge the Provisional League. He estimated that not more than 20 poor peasant families would be found unfit to join. All the rest should be informer collaborators, cotters' relatives, immoral widows and all. He pointed out that it was the conditions of the past, the buy and sell marriages, the ban on divorce, the the restriction against the remarriage of widows that made illicit sex relations common throughout rural China. To set high standards in this regard would not be realistic. Those peasants who continue to object to others on moral grounds should be convinced that the strength of the whole poor peasant community was needed to carry through reform, and that in most cases the behavior that shocked them was not an individual matter but the inevitable result of the society in which they were all born. What must be stressed is class, said Secretary Wang. The class origin of people and nothing else. Only on the basis of the growth of class consciousness can any of the problems be solved. This includes the religious problem. By uniting on a class basis, the most diverse religious elements can be brought together. This brought Secretary Wang to the question of the counter-revolutionary suspects, most of whom were Catholics. Here also he advised leniency. As long as the people involved were poor peasants they could be won over, he said. But they could never be won over if they were isolated and discriminated against. They had to be drawn into full participation politically, economically, and socially. In order to make a dramatic progress on this question, he suggested that the work team send for Qinming, the young man who had fled in 1946 when charged with aiding father's son. If Qinming agreed to return home, he should be given a full complement of land, housing, and implements. This would dispel the fears that still lingered in the minds of so many other Catholics and would immensely strengthen the League. Finally, Secretary Wang suggested that the dissolution of all the old organizations and the suspension of all the old cadres as if they were all bad, corrupt, or even class enemies, was a mistake. He felt certain that Longbao village would turn out to be, not a Type 3 but a Type 2 community, a place where much good work had been done and most of the cadres were basically sound politically. If this proved to be so, then the work team was on the wrong track entirely. The whole course of its work would have to be re-examined. Comrade Ho immediately carried into practice Secretary Wang's three main suggestions. HSU's Accounts Examination Committee was dissolved. The cadres held under house arrest were released and allowed to return to work, but only after each had appeared before the Provisional League and promised to heed any call for future questioning. The new lenient standards for League membership were explained to the existing League groups, and within a few days more than 100 families were admitted. The new members included Li Hsinai, the girl who had eloped, Lao Pao, the wife beater, and Wang Taoyun, the former dope peddler. Even Kuo Fukai, village head under the puppet regime and the most hated collaborator in Longbao, was accepted. In addition, one of Ho Qinming's cousins was dispatched on foot to Hungtung to explain the new situation to that involuntary exile. It was obvious to everyone that a new wind was blowing. As if to emphasize the change, a whole platoon of students from Cow Settlement suddenly appeared the next day and replaced all the slogans on the village walls. The new slogans, which they painted in huge white characters, dealt more directly with land reform and mentioned the Civil War less. A random sampling translated for me by Chyun read. All power to the Peasant Congress. The Communist Party is the people's hired laborer. Level the tops, fill the holes, equalize good land and bad. Criticize and correct the cadres' mistakes. Elect good cadres, remove bad ones. Protect and develop commerce and industry. Establish a democratic, free, peaceful, and prosperous new China. Graft and corruption is forbidden. Seized fruits must be returned. On one wing of the village school, the slogan writers painted a line of characters which said, "Raise our cultural level, strengthen our political consciousness." On the other was Blazwund, combine teaching, learning, and labor. 34. Drama in the fields. Since our art and literature are basically intended for the workers, peasants, and soldiers, popularization means extending art and literature among these people, while elevation means raising their level of artistic and literary appreciation. What should we popularize among them? The stuff that is needed and can readily be accepted by the feudal landlord class. Or that which is needed and can readily be accepted by the bourgeoisie. Or that which is needed and can readily be accepted by the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. No, none of these will do. We must popularize what is needed and can readily be accepted by the workers, peasants, and soldiers themselves. Mao Zedong. Toward the end of March, Chyun and I received permission to move to the village to live. Thereafter, instead of staying at the university to teach and visiting Longbao daily, we stayed in Longbao and visited the university 2 or 3 times a week for classes. The move to the village made us a more integral part of its life. By spending our leisure as well as our working hours there, we soon became much more widely acquainted and genuinely accepted than before. Although for our own safety we were not allowed to board out in peasant homes, the quarters assigned to us were in no way barred to the public. We each had a room in the old rectory behind the church. Peasants came and went there as freely as they did in their own courtyards. Chyun soon became the trusted confidant of many poor peasant women, and I established a reputation as king of the children. This reputation came about because, besides roughhousing with the youngsters, an activity which most Chinese never indulged in, I fixed all their school slates so that the wooden frames did not come apart at the corners. The trick was to cut strips of metal from old tin cans and tack them across the corners of each frame. Someone else might have done this long before if there had been any tin cans lying about, but tin cans were about as scarce in those mountains as river bottom land. I had some old ones left over from my UNRWA rations and so set up shop. As a result, the children came to me to solve all kinds of problems, to play games, and to relay exciting news. One morning 3 ragged little girls, black eyes shining, long braids dancing in the wind behind them, ran up to take me by the hand. They half dragged, half pushed me to the eastern edge of the village shouting, "The play has come." Sure enough, there in the middle of a large field a stage was rising, a stage of long pine poles bound together with rice straw rope and overlaid with boards. This mushroom-like apparition turned out to be the creation of the Lekeng County Drama Corps, now on tour. The corps was composed of 50 members, most of whom had been poor professional actors until they received land in the Great Distribution of 1946. Now they worked their land half the year and gave plays the other half from harvest time in the fall until spring planting came around again. They received no pay for their work but did get millet tickets from the county government for room and board. They carried on because they enjoyed acting and wanted to tell the story of the revolution to as many peasants as possible. They moved to a new village each day and performed every afternoon and evening. They ate in village homes, as we did, and lodged with their mealtime hosts. Props, travel expenses, and incidentals were all paid for by the county government. Performances were free. In contrast to the traditional Chinese opera, which was performed on a bare stage, this traveling troupe went in for realism. They provided a curtain, props, colorful scenery, and sound effects that included singing birds, croaking frogs, chirping crickets, pattering rain, and howling wind. These radical innovations, even though they sometimes shattered the illusion of reality which it was their purpose to create, were extremely popular. So was the modern content of the plays. People traveled for miles to see the performances and often followed the company through 2 or 3 villages. With this exciting attraction in town for the day, all other activities ceased. 3 one-act presentations in the afternoon followed by a full-length modern opera in the evening kept both cotters and people from whatever work had been planned. The afternoon plays were comedies. In the first one a young Liberation Army soldier, home on leave, pretended to be a deserter. This so upset his wife that she tried to commit suicide. Only after the neighbors arrived to honor her husband's battlefront heroism with a large red carnation did she realize that he had been fooling her in order to test her revolutionary ardor. The second play portrayed an army cook who overslept and did not have time to steam the bread which was his unit's staple fare. Calamity was averted by an old peasant woman who stayed up all night to prepare the much-needed rations. In the interval between plays a troupe of brightly costumed boys and girls performed lively kui bar or singing rhymes spoken to the accompaniment of bamboo clacks. These rhymes dramatized themes of current interests such as the draft agrarian law, the production drive, and the impending party purification. All this was only a build-up however, for the evening's piece de resistance, a 4-hour-long modern opera entitled Red Leaf River. As night fell, thousands of peasants moved onto the level ground before the stage, each one carrying a brick or a stool to sit on. By the time the curtain rose, the whole area was solidly packed with people sitting knee to back and shoulder to shoulder in animated yet orderly expectation. Red Leaf River, the name of a village as well as a stream, told the story of Old Wang and his neighbors, poor peasants who had gone to the mountains to reclaim wasteland just as Li Laosu of Longbao had done. After years of root grubbing and terrace building, they created a habitable settlement only to learn that their wild mountain was now claimed by a landlord. He demanded heavy rents and feudal exactions, but very cleverly allowed his agent to pressure the tenants for payment while he himself played the charitable gentleman. This landlord wore a long, fleece-lined gown, smoked a water pipe, washed his mouth out with boiled water which he spat on the floor to settle the dust. Whenever anyone offered him a cup of tea, he carefully wiped off the rim that his lips were about to touch. After eating his fill of delicacies, he picked his teeth with grotesque disregard for the sensibilities of others and belched contentedly. Each of these gestures created a commotion in the audience, for the peasants recognized in this man an uncanny likeness to Longbao's only Tung Sheng. Old Wang, desperately in debt, thought if he could only get past the agent and speak to the landlord, he might win some relief. He shed these illusions quickly enough when the landlord raped his daughter-in-law, outlawed his son for throwing a rock through the mansion window, and destroyed Wang's hut. The grief-stricken daughter-in-law committed suicide. Wang's son ran further into the mountains to join the Red partisans. Old Wang himself, now a landless beggar, stoically waited for the wheel of fortune to turn. As the tragedy of this poor peasant's family unfolded, the women around me wept openly and unashamedly. On every side, as I turned to look, tears were coursing down their faces. No one sobbed, no one cried out, but all wept together in silence. The agony on the stage seemed to have unlocked 1,000 painful memories, a bottomless reservoir of suffering that no one could control. It was a scene not easily forgotten, a makeshift stage of pine poles set under an enormous vaulted sky, a night so dark that even the brightest stars seemed faint and far away, and below the stars nothing but utter blackness, not a flicker of flame visible anywhere except on the stage. There a single kerosene lamp cast a pale yellow glow on actors and scenery alike. It was as if the attention of the whole universe were focused on that small space. And, in the very center, a young girl, her song more a wail, more a sob than a song, spread her arms wide in despair and asked, "Why? Why? Why?" As that cry carried out across the field, the women, huddled one against the other in their dark padded jackets, shuddered as if stirred by a gust of wind, and something like a sigh moved in a wave from the front to the back of the multitude. The girl flung herself into Red Leaf River. Abruptly the music stopped. The silence on the stage was broken only by the chirping of a cricket. At that moment I became aware of a new quality in the reaction of the audience. Men were weeping, and I along with them. The second act brought a complete change of mood and a theme so up to date that one wondered how the company had found the time to write and stage it. 3 years had passed since the suicide. The Liberation Army had come to Red Leaf River. An attempt at land reform had already been made, but the landlord was still alive, still belching contentedly, and still in control of the village. He talked now in a very progressive vein, praised Mao Zedong, offered to give up 4 acres, and fraternized openly with the village head, an opportunist who considered the landlord to be a very enlightened man. Into the plot at this point walked a county cotter of poor peasant origin. His mission was to organize a poor and hired peasants' league. When he asked the landless people if they had any problems, they all said, no. This negative response caused uproarious laughter in the audience. "That's the way we treated you when you first arrived," said the peasants sitting around us. In time the county cotter gained the people's confidence, organized a strong league, exposed the landlord's machinations, and took the lead in expropriating his holdings. The second act reached its climax at a rousing mass meeting where a group of angry peasants led by Old Wang's son, rushed forward to beat the landlord. He would have been killed on the spot but for the cotter who stopped the attack and suggested that the tyrant be turned over to the people's court. A grand, hope-filled finale, in which the entire cast burst into a song of joy for the future, ended the performance. As the crowd broke up, I listened to the excited comment of the people. They were unanimous in proclaiming the second part of the play more to their liking than the first, although, from a dramatic point of view, the first part seemed to me undoubtedly superior. In fact, we had seen two plays, with the second and positive one falling far behind the earlier tragedy in emotional appeal. But the people did not enjoy the tragedy. The pain it recreated was too acute, too close to their own bitter lives of such a short time ago. They preferred the optimistic final half, the battle and the victory. The only fault they found with the final part was that no one beat the landlord. He was turned over to the people's court instead of punished on the spot as the son of a turtle deserved. Part 4. Who will educate the educators? Why are there such bad things in the splendid organization of our party? The reason, I think, is very simple. It is that our party is not a party that has fallen from the heavens, it is a party that has grown out of the existing Chinese society. Although in general our party members are relatively the best Chinese men and women, the vanguard of the Chinese proletariat, they come, however, from every stratum of Chinese society and are still living in this society which is replete with the influences of the exploiter's selfishness, intrigues, bureaucracy and every kind of filthy thing. Is it anything strange that there are muddy stains on a person who crawls out of the mud and who constantly dabbles in the mud? Lu Xiao Chi. 35. Confrontation at the gate. In areas of the first and second category, feudal forces have in general been eliminated and the dissatisfaction of the peasants is focused on a group of party members and cotters who utilize their political position to commit evil deeds and usurp the fruits of agrarian reform. Hence the work of adjusting land ownership in such areas must be combined with the work of reorganizing and purifying the ranks of the party. At times it is even necessary to begin the reorganization and purification of the ranks of the party before the initiative of the masses can be aroused. Directive of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. February 22, 1948. On April 10, 1948, under a morning sky that stretched gray and unbroken from horizon to horizon, a group of delegates elected by the poor and hired peasants gathered in Longbao's gully-like main street. They had come together to launch the campaign for the reorganization and purification of the ranks of the Communist Party that had so long been promised by the work team. Sensing the importance of this campaign, a large part of the population of the village turned out to give moral support. As the crowd milled about, a conclave of middle peasants, hastily called together, elected 3 of their number to join the delegation. Later, amidst a welter of excited talk, laughter, and cheers, the representatives of both classes formed loose ranks and began to march to the meeting place. Zhou Chengfu, having been rejected as a delegate, now characteristically sought the limelight. He fell in beside the marching delegates and began to shout slogans. Support our representatives. Work hard for the poor and hired peasants. Let the party members become good hired hands. These words, chosen by Zhou in the enthusiasm of the moment, were taken up not only by the marchers themselves but by many in the crowd that still filled the street. The delegates, some 30 in number, and carrying along in their wake an equal number of laughing, shouting people, not all of whom were children, passed through the outer court which housed the district office, circled the brick rectory that extended eastward from the massive rear wall of the church itself, and went on to a third courtyard where a long barracks-like building that had once housed the mission school provided an austere meeting place. This was a narrow room some 40 feet in length, paved in undulating gray brick and completely open to the outside air since all 5 of the windows, frames, and all, had long since been removed for firewood. In this room rows of benches had been placed. Some of these were already occupied by the 26 party members whose fate was now to be decided. They all stood up at their places and warmly welcomed the new arrivals. As the delegates, With much bustle and confusion, settled on the remaining seats. That variegated crowd of curious children and adults which had followed them through the gate crowded the open apertures in the south wall. Throughout the proceedings which followed, these onlookers engaged in a continuous tumult as they shoved and pushed one another for a better view and added their own gratuitous comments to those of the official participants. Chyun and I, along with several members of the work team who had been on the street to watch the procession, squeezed into the room behind the peasant delegates and managed to sandwich our bodies into the meager spaces still available. We had no sooner settled into place than all the people in the room rose to their feet and bowed their heads 3 times before a large poster-style portrait of Chairman Mao. This traditional chukung, which once served to honor the emperor, later the memory of Sun Yat-sen, and now at party meetings the ideas of the revolution itself as exemplified by the party chairman, was followed by a very unexpected event. Suddenly the communists began to sing. Standing erect in their places they launched, without warning, into what seemed to be some poorly remembered Christian hymn. 1 or 2 of the comrades sang loudly, a dozen more somewhat hesitantly, while the remainder added a note only now and then. The various sounds produced in this fashion did not fall into any one key nor did they congeal into any easily recognizable tune. Nevertheless, after a few bars of this strange and halting disharmony, I realized that they were singing the Internationale and that only Tziun, who had spent 8 years in the 8th Route Army, and Ho Pao-pei, leader of the work team, knew both the words and the tune. The rest of the members of the branch chimed in as best they could, now singing a few words, now waiting for Ho and Tzi to give them the lead, until at last they came to the finale, which, because it was more familiar to all, rang out loud and clear. Those last words, "The international party shall be the human race," might well have shaken the windows in their frames had there been windows or frames left in the wall. The song, despite the grave defects of rendition, made a powerful impression upon us all. It revealed in an unexpected and dramatic way the existence, hitherto only conjectured, of a strong, organized center at the heart of village life, a center which followed a well-established tradition however new or strange that tradition might be and obviously commanded great loyalty from its adherents. Certainly no coercion could have caused these stolid peasants to attempt in public a song only half learned. With this revelation any tendency that one might have to view the village as a pile of loose sand could hardly help but crumble. Here stood in solid if somewhat ragged phalanx the vertebrae of the community's backbone. The drama of this confrontation between the assembled members of the Communist Party branch and the people of Longbao jarred me into acute awareness of the boldness of the method chosen for the reorganization of the party. The method was simple enough. The party had declared open its own traditional self and mutual criticism meetings. But to declare these meetings open meant to make public figures of all the village communists, to break with decades of war-enforced security measures, to take a step that could never be undone. With Kuomintang assassins still roaming the countryside, with the Civil War battlefront still only 100 miles away, with a massive counterattack still under preparation by nationalist generals, who could guarantee the life of a communist? If Governor Yen's troops ever returned, every active revolutionary in the village would most certainly be hunted down and killed. Fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers, sons and daughters, would also become objects for extermination. Yet here stood 26 peasants, raised in this valley, tied by 1,000 threads to its people and its culture, who dared proclaim before the world their militant revolutionary purpose. True, this was not the first moment that their identity had become known. Team leader Ho had read off their names several days before. But at the time the names, to me at least, were abstractions. Here stood in flesh and blood the people whose lives were placed in jeopardy by the reading of the list. Just as I suddenly became aware of them as living human beings, so the jeopardy in which they were placed emerged as agonizing fact. The decision to make grassroots party membership lists public in the base areas came directly from the Central Committee, now in hiding somewhere in the Loess Hills of North Shenzi. It was a measure of the party leaders' confidence in the success of the Revolutionary War. It was also a measure of the seriousness with which they regarded the weaknesses so apparent in the rural party branches, weaknesses which, if not overcome, could themselves undermine the revolution more thoroughly than defeat in battle. By declaring in favor of open membership, they had assumed a great risk in order to take a giant step forward. The timing was crucial. Such a decision could not have been made a year earlier because at that time the People's Liberation Army was fighting a war of strategic defense in which it was often necessary to trade space for time. The victories of the second half of 1947 had made a fundamental change in the military situation. The revolutionary forces were now on the strategic offensive. The necessity to trade space for time had shifted onto the shoulders of the counter-revolution. The relative security thus won made it possible for the Communist Party to operate publicly throughout the base areas, to place its personnel under the supervision of the people and thus to strengthen the strategic offensive itself, by making these old base areas more unified, more democratic, and hence much stronger than before. Having discounted the risks and staked the future of the party and the revolution on the gains, the Central Committee now boldly declared, all meetings of all party branches to discuss problems concerning the interests of the masses, including party meetings for criticism and review, should be participated in by the non-party masses. Secret meetings are not allowed so that feelings of mystery toward the party organization and party activities can be removed and all the good and bad phenomena within the party can thus be exposed before the people for supervision and criticism or for support. But what if the strategic estimate of the situation turned out to be wrong? I found it hard to suppress a shiver of apprehension for the future of the village communists, and in this I was by no means alone. When the last strains of the song had died away and everyone had once again found a place to sit, Comrade Ho, dour and serious as always, briefly outlined the purpose of the meeting. He then called on Hinton, secretary of the branch, to speak for the local members. As we had not seen Hinton or any other leading party member before, Chyun and I looked at him with intense interest. The secretary was tall, lean, graceful, a man in the very prime of life. His well-proportioned face was burned a deep bronze by the spring sun. It contrasted sharply with his scalp, which, because it was ordinarily covered by a hand towel, remained light, almost white. The skin of his scalp was so closely shaven that it shone like the pate of a bald man and added a touch of military severity to an otherwise genial countenance. As Hinton spoke, a prominent Adam's apple moved up and down in his throat. His hands, long and supple, inscribed wide arcs in the air to emphasize his words. He obviously had some skill as a public speaker, but at this moment his words did not come easily. Comrades, honorable delegates, he began, then stopped, uncertain as to how to proceed. He swallowed and his Adam's apple jumped above the tight collar of his padded tunic. Hinton was nervous, we realized, because he did not know how this day was going to turn out. For weeks the party had been meeting to prepare for the ordeal at the gate, yet now that the proceedings were about to begin it seemed as if all the preparations had been inadequate. Comrade Ho had assured them all that the spirit of the reorganization was one of kill the disease and save the patient, but how well was this understood by the peasants? Had not Comrade Ho himself, the border region press, the drama Red Leaf River, and certain angry poor peasants, not only in Longbao but in the market towns as well, all said that large numbers of the poor and hired had not FANSHEN, and that this was the fault of the local Communist Party members. Did not the peasants now believe that most communists were actually landlords and rich peasants who only posed as revolutionaries or were opportunists who had sold out to such impostors? Was it not repeated 100 times a day that these unscrupulous people had seized property and land that by rights belonged to the peasants? And had all this not long since moved from the realm of talk to the realm of action? Had not all cotters been removed from their posts, ostracized completely, and denied admission to the Poor Peasants' League or any other organization of the people? Had not this discrimination already reached their relatives and those neighbors who still remained friendly to them? Had not loose talk of beatings an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth run through the village and helped to fan an atmosphere of struggle against the party members, a struggle in which they could be as harshly attacked as collaborators and gentry had earlier been? Faced with such a prospect, it was easy to let fear take over. Doubts and fears HSINFA had certainly known in the last few weeks. When Tien Shi, a leading militiaman, had lamented, "If we had never joined the party, we could now be members of the Poor Peasants' League and basic members at that," HSINFA had agreed with him. When Chen Kayuan, suspended chairman of the Peasants' Association, threatened to throw himself into his well, HSINFA had not tried to dissuade him but had returned home to survey his own well. When Siumei lost her appetite, vomited everything she tried to swallow, and became so weak that she could not rise unaided from her kayang, HSINFA had expressed his sympathy. He knew that it was no common dysentery that had brought her low, but fear of this gate manned by the people which each communist had to pass. "Even if I die the very next day I must pass this gate," said Siumei as she was carried to one of the preparatory meetings. Inadvertently she expressed the feelings of all the members of the branch. The attack on the young work team cadre, Chang Chir, had only heightened the communists' fears. While many peasants blamed dishonest cadres for the attack, the party members felt certain that it was meant as a blow against the party and had been organized by the Catholic minority. They were afraid that once their names were read aloud, dissident villagers would take whatever means for revenge came to hand. Those who had committed serious crimes dared not walk out on the street alone. Such had been the situation inside the party when Kader Ho first met with its members. He blamed them for the inadequate FANSHEN. He then outlined for them the basic principles of the coming movement to examine impurities in class composition, impurities in ideology, and impurities in working style within the Communist Party. He impressed upon them the fact that they must objectively review their class background, their motives, and their past acts. They must listen to the people's delegates, accept all valid criticism, and overcome weaknesses. Those who did not could be punished, even expelled from the party. Those with a record of serious crime who refused to reform could be sent to the People's Court for trial. Ho stressed again and again the glorious future that lay before those who spoke out frankly, corrected their mistakes, and resolved to serve the people well. But though Comrade Ho stressed both aspects of the gate, the main thing that registered in the minds of the party members was the demand that they accept responsibility for the FANSHEN situation, receive criticism, and bow their heads. Most of them felt even if they spoke frankly, they could never expect to pass. The people so clearly wanted revenge, and what was more important, were demanding oil to fill the numerous gaps in the peasants' inventory of necessities. Since the landlords had long since been dispossessed, some new source of fruits had to be found. Now it looked as if the revolutionary cadres would be that source. Under the circumstances, how could mere recognition of past mistakes ward off the blow? Here was the root of the problem, and HSINFA, as he stood before the delegates that morning looking anxiously into their faces, had quite obviously found no solution. In conversations with team leader Ho, he had already admitted that many poor peasants had not FANSHENed. But, he had asked himself again and again, was that his fault? Was it the fault of his comrades in the party or of the non-party cadres? Had they really seized large amounts of property? Had any of them become rich? As for himself, he had one wooden bowl and one basket that could still be said to be public property since no committee had ever allocated them to him. But could any peasant complete his FANSHEN with a wooden bowl and a basket? And what about all the work the party members and cadres had done? The endless meetings, the guard duty at night, the searches, the arrests, the interrogations. Could anyone in the village have feigned half a shen without all that effort so freely given? The very thought of the traitors and puppets now flocking into the Poor Peasants' League to sit in judgment on the party had made him flush with anger. But when HSINFA looked out over the crowd in the room in front of him that day, he saw not one collaborator's face. Ho Chinming's wife was there, but whatever her husband might have done to help the priest escape, she herself was but a young girl, sold right out of the Catholic orphanage. How could she be held responsible for her husband's politics? Having no object on which to fasten, Anger was out of the question. Hinton stood alone, face to face with that hard necessity, the party's demand that all its members publicly examine their records, expose their own mistakes, and accept the correct opinions of the people. "Comrades," said Hinton, starting over again, "on behalf of the party I welcome you, the delegates of the people, and I hope you will all speak out clearly and fearlessly what you think. Certainly you need not fear any reprisal. As for me, in the past you made me a cotter, but I forgot my poor friends after I myself had FANSHEN." This was short and to the point. The delegates were impressed and showed it by halting most of their private conversations to listen. As Hinton sat down, the middle-aged poor peasant from the Northwest group, Yang Yuso, rose to speak for the delegates. Yang, looking neither to the right nor to the left, spoke out loudly but much too rapidly. Like a small boy running through the Confucian classics in shouting school, he gave every syllable of his memorized talk the same emphasis. "I am a poor peasant chosen as a delegate to help purify the party," recited Yang. "I hope every party member will examine his past honestly. I cannot speak much. We are here because the poor peasants want us to help the party so that we can all FANSHEN thoroughly." As he sat down, his forehead was covered with bright beads of sweat. He turned to a friend in the row behind him and said, "I was so worried I couldn't sleep last night. I felt as if I had bought something I couldn't sell. I wanted someone else to be spokesman, but it was too late. You did fine. You said what was on our minds. If you sweat, that's only because you aren't used to speaking." These and other remarks came from the peasants on the benches all around him. They seemed to spring from a genial, confident mood that belied all of Hinton's fears. There was certainly no hint of revenge, no current of violence lurking beneath the surface of the emotions that swayed the delegates that day. The reasonable tone that prevailed was the result of many days of detailed preparation. If the party members had practiced for this confrontation, so too had the poor peasants of the League. Mass meetings of the whole organization, meetings of the 3 sectional groups, and meetings of activists especially chosen by the work team for intensive education had all preceded the final election of the delegates. Night after night, dozens of people had crowded into meeting places that were often too small for a single family to live in with comfort. Kayaks, benches, stools, door sills, and the earth floors of these peasant dwellings had been packed with men and women made bulky by extra layers of heavily padded winter clothing. The air they breathed was soon saturated with the now familiar odor of garlic and tobacco smoke. The smoke added its own peculiar haze to the atmosphere and so subdued the flame of the single, wick-in oil lamp that only those faces nearest the light could be seen at all. Voices from other parts of the room came disembodied out of the darkness. Under conditions such as these, 4 major questions had been discussed. What is the Communist Party? Is the Communist Party good or bad? If it is good, how can it contain bad members? What should be done with the bad members? As for the Communist Party itself, most of the peasants had come to understand that the party was not Chairman Mao in Yan'an, but hundreds of thousands of peasants and workers in every village and town in the liberated areas. More difficult to grasp was the fact that not every village, district, or county cadre was a Communist Party member. Everyone said that the Communist Party led. If it led, its members must be the leaders and the leaders must be its members. Such was the logic of the peasants. It was very hard to clear up this question as long as the names of the party members remained secret. That there were women members in the party also had to be stated again and again. Women did not find this strange, but men shook their heads and said, "Ah." They obviously did not believe that women could lead anyone to FANSHEN. Nobody had argued that the Communist Party was bad. The fact that so many people had FANSHEN very little or had FANSHEN only halfway could not erase what was obvious, that the general conditions of life had improved for everybody and that this would not have been possible without the Communist Party. But if nobody had attacked the party as such, some people had attacked all of its members, which amounted to almost the same thing. The Catholics, still smarting under the agents' caps imposed by Uli, made up the core of this group. Old Shen, in his artless way, was their most vocal spokesman. Every time he opened his mouth he condemned the village communists. He said, the party ordered its members to serve the people and lead them to FANSHEN. But only the members really FANSHENed. They became officials just like the feudal ones. They climbed onto our heads and did everything they wished. So we must throw them down. We are the masters now. Old Lady Wang, who was no Catholic, had adopted a different, but equally severe approach. She worried tenaciously about the fruits. As far as she was concerned, the communists had them all. During the struggle we fought together, she complained. But after the victory they got the fruits and some of them just stayed home and did nothing and lived a luxurious life. And some smoked cigarettes and just wandered about. They sold the grain from the struggle and bought delicious things to eat. Objectively her position reinforced that of Old Shen, and when it came to what must be done about it the two saw eye to eye. All the grafters must be put in prison, declaimed Shen with the mien of a judge. All the fruits which they grafted must be immediately given up, said Old Lady Wang. If they die of starvation that's not our problem. When they took everything to their own homes, did they care one little bit for us? This Chi Shemi Huan Shemi or return as good as you got attitude had found considerable support. Remembering the Wash the Face movement of 1947, many peasants had little faith in the possibility of human reform and still less faith in public self-criticism as a means to that end. Bad practices soon became habitual, they said, and quoted the old proverb, can one stop one's mouth from eating or one's two legs from running? Their conclusion was, we must beat the bad ones. This had been one pole of opinion, the tough pole. At the other pole were peasants like Yuan Lung, who took a moderate position despite the fact that he too was a Catholic and had suffered severe beatings at the hands of Manshi. Fluent of speech and at least partly literate, he had constantly defended the party and the majority of its membership. He liked to use the poetic images popularized by Mao Zedong. Comparing the party members to swimming fish, he said, the people are the water. Without water the fish immediately die. Now some of the fish have left the pool and we must help them to return home. Comparing the Communist Party to a pine tree, he said, we want the tree to grow high and straight, so whenever we find an ugly branch we must find a way to straighten it or prune it in order to help the tree. Of course there are bad elements in the party, but we must distinguish between the good and the bad, and in my opinion the majority of them are good. Otherwise, how could they lead us to FANSHEN? Though we have not FANSHEN thoroughly, still every one of us can live with enough food and clothes. Yuan Lung had been supported in this by Tai Shan's mother, a prematurely aged, work-worn widow whose unkempt hair kept falling in front of her face as she sewed. Shall we force the cotters to jump in the well? She asked, pushing an offending strand of hair from in front of her eyes. Then we ourselves would be futile. We want the fruits but not the cotters' lives. What good would that do? Chung Lai's wife, whose flesh had been cut with scissors when the peasants suspected her of aiding a landlord, felt the same way. After all, she said, we shall find out the truth in the end. As for beating and swearing, that is the feudal method. We must not use it. Haven't we all suffered from feudal blows in the past? How can we think of treating others that way? This had been the other pole of opinion, the reasonable pole. In between were many peasants who wavered or were inconsistent, first speaking of punishment, then of reform. The public announcement on April 8 of the names of the party members had strengthened the reasonable trend. This was because the list contained two surprises. The first of these was that several of the most feared and hated cotters were not communists at all. Neither Yu Lai nor Shi Yu nor San Chiang had ever been members of the branch. The second surprise was that many rank-and-file peasants, people who had never been cotters, were communists. The stolid hard-working Nku found it hard to believe that his rosy-cheeked bride, 18-year-old Xiaomer, could be a comrade. Others felt the same way about Meng Fulu and Zhou Chenglo. To be sure these two had been active members of the militia, but so had 50 or 60 other men, certainly no less devoted to the core and no less able than they. Then there were the young wives such as Wang Manying and Zhen Hochue, women who almost never left their own courtyards. Where did they fit in? The publication of the list had thus quite destroyed the common assumption that cotters and communists were one and the same. Much popular thunder was diverted when it was recognized that several of the worst cotters were not members of the party. The peasants began to think of the communists as individuals, and certain leaders whose very real prestige had been smothered in the general condemnation began to gather support. Among these were the 8th Route Army veteran who owned the store on the square, Tzayun, the suspended head of the Peasants' Association, Chen Kayuan, and the suspended head of the Women's Association, Hu Shuechen. Reading the list had accomplished another important service. It had stripped away that veil of mystery that obscured the party. The people of Longbao came face to face with a group of their own kind peasants so typical of the village that they seemed almost a caricature of it. This caused a sharp readjustment in attitudes. People who had for so long associated the word communist with Chairman Mao, a godlike figure in distant Yan'an, now found it hard to apply the same designation to Little Mayor, quarrelsome old Mengfu Lu, or the muscular but slow-wit Manshi. Here certainly were no deities. Yet neither were they devils, and none of them could by any stretch of the imagination be called rich. The very poverty and humanity of the party had undercut vindictiveness. In the North China countryside, poverty had for so long been so universal and so chronic that a glazed china bowl counted as an important possession. Many peasants ate out of the same bowl from cradle to grave and passed it on to their offspring. If a bowl broke, the pieces were taken to one of the itinerant bowl menders who followed the market day fairs around the county. These craftsmen cleverly drilled pottery fragments and stapled them together with bits of brass. Like the proverbial cat, these oft-resurrected bowls came to have 9 lives and through long-continued usage became closely identified with their possessors. This close personal relationship between each peasant and his bowl had made possible the electoral procedure by which the largely illiterate members of the Provisional Poor Peasants' League finally elected their delegates to the gate. These were the first formal elections to take place after the arrival of the work team in the village, and probably only the 3rd or 4th elections ever to be held there. As such, they aroused great interest. In each Poor Peasants' League group 12 men had first been nominated from the floor for the 7 male delegate seats. Each of these nominees then set his bowl on a long bench that had been placed in the center of one of the larger courtyards. One at a time left the area. The voters, each of whom held 7 black beans and 5 white ones in hand, then filed past the bowls and dropped a bean, black or white, in the bowl of whichever candidate was absent. A black bean meant a vote for the man, a white bean a vote against him. After this process had been repeated 12 times, the beans in the bowls were counted by a committee of 3. In order to ensure that the women won more than token representation among the delegates, 6 women had been separately nominated, and 3 voted in by the same method. The work team cotters, who had found in the village more resentment than they had expected and had underestimated the results of 2 weeks of education, had been surprised when the elections produced a clear-cut defeat for the tough line, and especially for the dissidents of the Catholic clique. In the southwest group of the League, Li Hozhen, the real leader of the dissidents, got but 1 vote. Old Shen, with his goatee and his silver pipe, was not even nominated. Kuo Yuan Lung, helped no doubt by the fact that Li had opposed him, won by far the largest vote. 5 of the 6 men elected with him turned out to be like-minded reasonable young peasants, known, if at all, for their reticence. The 6th, Old Pao, whose quarrel with his wife has already been described, could be called a maverick who transformed every issue into a personal challenge and was therefore unpredictable. In the election, for example, he cast a lone bean for Li Hozhen out of spite simply because Li Hozhen had opposed his own nomination. In the elaborate code of face to which he adhered, this return of good for evil meant a loss of face for Li and a gain in face for Pao. Thereafter, the latter lost no opportunity to inform all and sundry just whose vote Li got and why. Among the women the tough line had fared a little better. Although the very open-minded widow, Tai Shan's mother, got the most votes, Old Lady Wang came in second, and Qin Ming's wife third. The northern and eastern groups did not follow suit, however. All their women delegates, like their men, adhered to the reasonable position. Outstanding among them were Chung Lai's wife and Wu Kei's wife, two women who intuitively identified their interests as poor peasants with the interest and vitality of the Communist Party. After the delegates had been provisionally elected in the village's 3 sections, the League groups met together in a great mass meeting to pass on one another's selections. At this meeting the proponents of the tough line made one last effort to change the composition of the delegation. Li Hozhen himself challenged the right of party members' relatives to act as gatekeepers, a challenge aimed at the northern group which had elected both the wife and the cousin of Zhou Chengluo, a communist member of the militia corps, and the brother of Xiao Wen Hsu, another communist militiaman. The northern group countered this challenge by pointing out that the poor peasants of the southwest corner had themselves elected a communist's husband to serve at the gate. This was Nku, husband of Little Mare, whose party membership still seemed so incongruous as to be disregarded by her neighbors. The question of party members' relatives was finally settled by majority vote. Chengluo's wife and cousin were voted down. Nku, a very diffident but honest peasant, was approved 81 to 31, as was Xiao Ching Hsu, a teenager. The northern group members, for their part, were not too pleased with the election of Old Lady Wang and Old Pao. Old Lady Wang is too selfish, they said. Her temper is so short, if you cross her she jumps 3 feet in the air. And as for Old Pao, he can't even get on with his wife. How can he represent the rest of us? These 2 controversial figures were asked to stand up and speak before the meeting. Old Lady Wang outdid her critics. I am so selfish, she said, that when I am paid a quart of grain I want a quart and a half. Old Pao merely agreed with his. I can't solve my family affairs, how can I solve the problems of this village? This was equivalent to saying, we don't want to run. But the peasants decided to put them in office anyway and passed them both by a big majority vote. That same evening the sectional groups had met singly once again to gather opinions and grievances against those communists who were to come before them the next day. Now, with the meeting already underway, they appeared confident and ready. When the stir occasioned by delegate spokesman Yang's aside subsided, Comrade Ho asked if anyone else wanted to speak. Nobody volunteered. Ho waited a long interval to make sure, then called on Chang Chunshi, suspended village head and one of the best-known village cotters in the whole 5th district, to begin his self-examination. 36. The village leader bows his head. The adoption of the open meeting method for reorganizing and purifying the ranks of the party, will, on one hand, enable participating non-party masses unreservedly to criticize and examine the party members and cotters whom they oppose or approve, and enable them to feel that they have linked up with the party of Mao Zedong. On the other hand, the leaders of the party can, according to the opinions of the masses and the situation within the party, consider questions from all sides and distinguish right from wrong, the degrees of seriousness, and mete out justly due punishment and reward so that both party and non-party masses will feel satisfied. Directive of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. February 22, 1948. As Chang Chunshi stood up, a hush settled over the room and soon spread even to the rowdy crowd outside. The formalities, the speeches, the explanations were now over. The actual struggle to purify the party had begun. Nobody wanted to miss a single word. Chunshi helped to extend the silence by speaking very softly, so softly that we had to strain to hear him. As he spoke, wrinkles furrowed his forehead and he looked somewhere over our heads toward a spot on the wall behind us. I was struck by his youth and his good looks. Like Hsin Fa, the secretary of the party branch, he was tall and lean and moved with a grace that belied his rustic origin. Like Hsin Fa also, his head was closely shaven, but here the resemblance ended, for this did not lend him an air of severity but on the contrary seemed to accentuate the gentle features of his face and to exaggerate the pallor of his complexion. If Hsin Fa looked like a man of action, Chun Shi struck one as more of an intellectual, a student, perhaps even a poet. The manner in which he spoke heightened this impression, for he took his past seriously, examined his motives as well as his actions, and judged himself very harshly, much more harshly, in fact, than his record warranted. His very first words set the tone. "I hope the delegates will help me to correct my bad behavior," he said. He then began a brief review of his life history that was suffused with diffident self-criticism. "My family are natives of Chijo, but I was born here. My grandfather was a middle peasant, but my own father was a poor peasant. I studied 2 years in primary school. Then I became a hired laborer and worked for others until liberation. Under the leadership of the party my whole family FANSHEN, but I took advantage of the people's struggle, and I will say later how much I got from the movement. At the time of liberation I was working as a hired laborer in cow settlement. The landlord there offered me money and tried to buy me off. I was tempted. I took the money and stayed with him. Afterwards many friends talked with me. They persuaded me to leave the old money bags. Then I got almost an acre of land. Later I was offered land in Longbao and came home. But my thought was still wrong. I was afraid the Kuomintang would come back. I was not active. Later I learned more about the politics of the Communist Party and joined the militia. Because I could read a little, the Cotters asked me to take charge of financial work in the village. Then I became proud. During the first distribution I was selfish. I chose the best piece of land for myself. The year before last, when the government ordered tax grain, we Cotters did not talk it over with the masses or discuss with them how to collect it. We just consulted among ourselves and then ordered the people to hand out the grain. It was very unfair. The delegates, impressed by the speaker's manner, remained silent. Chun Shi, on his part, gained confidence with practice, and as his confidence grew, his voice became louder. His audience was able to relax a little. After I took charge of the financial work I became proud, continued Chun Shi. I looked down on others. I made false reports. I behaved badly, grafted money, and beat people. It was hard to imagine this slender quiet man doing all these things, but nobody contradicted him. Last May I was chosen as leader of this village. Everyone wanted me to serve the masses, but I only became more arrogant. I thought I had become an official, just like a leader in the old society. I could order anyone in the village about. Because Yuxing was a struggle object, I ordered him out of his house and occupied it myself. I borrowed BRC 10,000 from the co-op and paid back BRC 5,000 with grain tickets that weren't mine. I grafted 5 pairs of shoes that the women made for the soldiers at the front. Last year 3 Cotters went with me to the storehouse. We wanted cloth to make flags for the village school. But while we were there, we each took a pair of pants. I struck old Pao when I found some of the grain in the storehouse missing. He was supposed to be in charge. During the Enlarge the Army movement last year I helped send older people, all former puppets, to the recruiting station. This was worse than the Kuomintang. Of course they were sent back. The army had no use for them. At this point one of the party members who was sitting in the front row interrupted. "Don't give us every little detail. Just review the high points, the important things." "Yes," chimed in old lady Wang, to whom the forced recruitment of overaged men was obviously a minor matter. "Tell us how you yourself FANSHENed. Tell us what you grafted." "In the FANSHEN I got more than the masses," said Chun Shi, glad of some hint as to what the delegates regarded as important. "I got 10 hundredweight plus 1 peck of millet. Also some wheat. As for clothes, I got 10 pieces of good quality and 2 short bolts of silk. Last year when I went to Huaquan on village business, I spent BRC 600 for cigarettes and collected this money from the district office as expenses." "What were you thinking of when you grafted it?" asked a party member, trying to bring to light the motive behind the deed. My thought was very bad. Because my family was a soldier's family and I a full-time cotter, I didn't want to labor but only to sit down, eat delicious food, and have others work for me. Because there was a meeting every night, I got up late every morning. That was my excuse. Once someone called me early in the morning and I swore at him. As Chun-shi told one incident after another, I began to think that he must be one of the worst cotters in Longbao and leaned over to ask Chi-yun if this were so. No, she whispered in reply. He is one of the best. He is very well liked. That's why Ho chose him to go first. I tried to keep this in mind as the village head continued his catalogue of transgressions but found it hard to balance such an estimate against the unrelieved picture of wrongdoing which he painted. After I joined the party last February, my thought became even worse, said Chun-shi. I thought I had found a place that could protect me and lead to higher positions, and I thought I could do anything. No one dared punish me, I thought. Every day I worked hard. What for? If I don't spend money and live a little better, what is the use of working so hard? With this frank admission Chun-shi ended his presentation. There remained only the question as to what he proposed to do about it. I will give up all the fruits and land and housing that I got extra. As for the grain, I really want to give it up but I have no surplus grain because I bought half a donkey this spring. I want to pay back the grain after the harvest is in. Here he paused, thought hard, then added, I have done so many bad things, I can't remember them all now. Please give me criticism. The critical moment had arrived. I saw Comrade Ho glance anxiously at Little Li. The meaning behind that glance was clear. Numerous discussions held by the work team had made clear that unless a very delicate balance was maintained, this campaign could easily fail. In work review meetings during the past week, Comrade Ho had stressed the need to keep the movement from developing into a struggle against the party and cotters as individuals. The work team must keep in mind the real virtues of those whose records were under review. It must sustain their morale, preserve their sanity, and keep alive in them that spark of courage, energy, and ability which had made them leaders in the past and had made possible the transformation of the village up to this point. On the other hand, Ho had stressed the need to expose the real abuses of the local administration. The work team must make the village communists aware of the real dangers of commandism, loose morals, self-indulgence, dishonesty, and petty corruption. It must help them root out these dangers completely, irrevocably. That was one side, the side of the communists and the cotters. The other side was the side of the people. This the work team had also discussed again and again. Could the people actually overcome their fear of reprisal? Could they be led to speak out without any reservations? To speak out even if their sentiments were wrong, even if their attacks were completely misguided? Could the mistakes of the Wash the Face movement, when the people took a step forward only to be pushed back again, be avoided? Ho knew that the Communist Party must show that it intended to carry through, must show that the movement really meant what the party said it meant, and that no favoritism would be shown to anyone just because he or she was a party member. The history of other political movements in China certainly provided scant precedent for such a thing. Was it any wonder then that many peasants still hesitated and talked of beatings? What was required here was a leap to a new way of handling problems. The trouble was that those who leapt couldn't always be sure they would land on their feet. Ho's problem was made even more difficult by the fact that the work team was not united in its outlook. There was, at least to a certain extent, a split between the cotters from the university and the peasant cotters from Lekeng County. From the beginning the intellectuals had tended to downgrade the past contributions of the village leaders and exaggerate their mistakes. They had tended to regard the village communists essentially as opportunists, corrupt, and wrong-headed. Thus they had lent an especially sympathetic ear to the dissidents who were full of vindictive criticism and eager for revenge. The work team cotters of peasant origin tended to be much more sympathetic to the village leaders. They themselves were, after all, but recently promoted village cotters. They could not downgrade the achievements of the Longbao men without at the same time slighting their own past. Having lived in this area throughout the Japanese occupation, they were also much more involved emotionally than were the university personnel when it came to former puppets, collaborators, and dissident Catholics, all of whom seethed with resentment against the repressions which they had later suffered. Now 2 months of effort on the part of this variegated team, which Ho captained but had not yet been able to unite, hung in the balance. Action began in an unexpected quarter. Thin-faced Li Lao Su, one of the most timid peasants, a man who had never found the courage to stand up to his own sister-in-law, stood up and urged each delegate to voice the opinions that he or she had collected from the people the night before. He himself led off with a question about the public money and grain that Chun-shi had spent while on his trip to deliver tax grain more than a year earlier. Chun-shi, contrite as before, tried to explain this matter. I transported grain together with an Ho and we stayed away more than 10 days because it rained without stopping all that time. We spent a lot of money but really only BRC 2,600 of this was public money. This explanation did not satisfy old lady Wang, who went right on sewing as she fired questions, like mortar shells, one after another. You spent 100 weight and a half of grain just for traveling expenses. When ordinary people transport grain they dare not spend a cent. What were you thinking of? Fu Yuan said I could take out my expenses. Why blame it on Fu Yuan? Speak for yourself, jibed the old lady, punching her all through the shoe sole on which she was working as if it were graft and corruption personified. This grain belonged to everyone, but you spent it for yourself, added Qinming's wife, anxious to give old lady Wang some support. I have thought it over for days, said Chun-shi, badly shaken by the sharp attack. The only thing to do is to give up an equal amount of millet. Say everything definitely and clearly. How much, what, when, how will you pay? This advice came from team leader Ho, who interrupted now for the first time. But Chun-shi was unable to think in concrete terms. Surely I will repay the millet, and I beg your pardon, he said in a voice choked with distress. What about the money then? I spent the villagers' blood, so I must give it up. This well-intentioned offer turned out to be a mistake. You say that 2 of you spent the money. Why promise to pay all of it back by yourself? You aren't sincere. This time the speaker was a woman from the party members' ranks. She sat very straight on the bench in front of us. The black hair that showed beneath the white towel on her head was bobbed, a very unusual style in Longbao. Chiu nudged me. That's Hu Shuechen, leader of the Women's Association. Chun-shi, taken by surprise by the reverse twist in Shuechen's question, admitted, 4 of us spent the money. Well then, say so. We only want the truth from you. We don't want you to take the blame for what 4 people did. Having led himself into a corner by his eagerness to admit all charges and make good all wrongs, Chun-shi had only himself to blame when the pressure against him increased. Once Shuechen had exposed the fact that he bowed with the wind and did not always answer questions objectively, new questions came thick and fast. They ranged from the disposal of the tax grain to the accounts of the village consumer co-op, from a grindstone which Chun-shi jointly owned with the co-op to the management of the Western Inn, that Mecca where cotters were wont to get a free meal. From the Western Inn, the barrage shifted to the Enlarge the Army movement, in the course of which several sour and slippery dissidents were sent off to war and twice as much grain was collected for the send-off banquet as was spent on the affair. From the Enlarge the Army movement the questioning jumped to the distribution of church property and especially the disposal of such valuable things as candlesticks, white robes, and one enormous wool blanket that no one could ever forget. When the sun reached its zenith, the meeting finally adjourned for lunch, but it reconvened as soon as everyone had eaten and continued as intensely as before. Why did you beat me? Why did you collect 7% on the government seed loan? Did the party tell you to oppress us? Do you know anything about Fu Kei's donkey? Why was Li Hojian sent off to join the army? Are you speaking fine words now only to take revenge on us in the future? These and a score of other questions cascaded down upon the helpless Hinton, who, because he was the first to come before the gate and because he had been village head, was expected to know everything and clear up everything, even matters in which he was not directly involved. He patiently answered every question, apologetically assumed responsibility, and methodically promised to make amends. The more the delegates pressed him, the more he admitted and the more he promised. Late in the afternoon, the emphasis finally swung back to Hinton's personal record. The delegates asked him to tally up the total amount of the goods and property he had illegally taken. The list that he then ran through was pitifully small. Altogether I took BRC 9,000, 8 pecks of millet, some shoes, a few clothes, 4 feet of cloth. Nobody questioned the amount or disputed the items. Will you be happy to give all this up? Asked Lao Su. Yes, said Hinton. Because in the past I had nothing to eat, and now since liberation I have everything. In the past I was a bad laborer for the people. In the future, if you still want me, I will double my effort and become a good servant of the people. Because the sun was already bumping the rim of the hills in the west, Team Leader Ho intervened to conclude the session. It is late, he said. Let us consider what we should do about this man. The delegates filed outdoors in order to be able to discuss their conclusions freely and immediately entered into hot debate among themselves. 2 or 3 pieces of clothing. That's not enough, snorted old lady Wang, all primed for further battle. But old Tui Chin, the bachelor peasant, who was more and more emerging, by virtue of his extreme objectivity, as spokesman for the northern group, disagreed. We don't want the things. Our aim is to get him to admit his mistakes and speak the truth. At this, old lady Wang spat furiously on the ground. Who can eat self-criticism? She asked. Delegate spokesman Yang skillfully sidetracked a quarrel by proposing that they set a date on which Hinton must give back all that he had illegally taken, and ask him to name what article of the agrarian reform law he should be punished under. The delegates quickly assented to this, more perhaps as a way to get home to supper than as a just solution to the problem, and filed noisily back into the room. There, with a hint of newly acquired pomposity, Yang announced the collective decision. As for the gate, we must report back to the people and ask their opinion before it can be decided, but now we want you to say something about your future. You yourself can decide your punishment. Hinton's eyebrows almost met over his nose as he considered his sentence. According to the rules inside the Communist Party, I should be suspended for 5 months. If I should fail to correct my mistakes, I should be thrown out by the party and sent to the People's Court for punishment. If the masses pardon me for my past crimes, I shall do my best to turn over a new leaf. I am ready to receive your criticism. I wait patiently for the decision of the masses. With that the session ended, but not the day's work. He himself suggested 5-month suspension. That's no concern of ours, that's inside the party. He should be punished according to law and sent to build the highway. Send him to the People's Court. Make him give back everything he grafted. So argued members of the Southwest group of the Poor Peasants League as they gathered after dark in Taishan's mother's sagging hut. Elated by their delegates' report on the confrontation with Hinton and dizzy with their newfound power, they had already persuaded each other to impose a vindictive punishment on the village head. They only disagreed as to the precise nature of that punishment. Work team Cotter Liang was disturbed by the rising spirit of revenge. He decided to temper enthusiasm with reason. In his quiet, persuasive way he took the floor. The People's Court is for serious cases that we cannot solve ourselves. As for Hinton, his case is big, but not, in my opinion, big enough for that. Suppose you punish him severely? Are his crimes as big as those of others? Then what will you do with the others? Their punishment must be even more severe. I think it would be better to compare records. Let's balance his crimes against those of others. Let's consider his attitude. Did he speak frankly? Part of the problem was the assumption by most of the peasants that punishment within the party had no meaning. In order to clear this up, Liang summarized the 4 grades of discipline inside the party. These were, 1. Personal warning, 2. Warning before the masses, 3. Suspension, 4. Expulsion. To be expelled is the most serious punishment the party can impose, Liang explained. It is just as serious as execution, for every party member leads 2 lives, his social life and his political life. To kick him out of the party is to kill 1 life. Liang's explanation swayed the group. A more realistic discussion of Chunxi's role followed. The peasants finally agreed that suspension from the party would be a serious blow to the village head and recommended 5 months. They also decided that outside the party he must pay back what he owed the public after the autumn harvest. His future, whether he would ever again be eligible to hold public office, would be determined by the way in which he behaved in the next few weeks. This last point was most bitterly argued. Old Lady Wang joined the Catholic dissidents in the conviction that Chunxi should never again be allowed to be a cotter, but there were at least a dozen peasants who thought he had a good record on the whole and should be allowed to continue. The very idea that the Poor Peasants' League might actually allow Chunxi to serve as village head once more caused several Catholic peasants to lapse into moody silence. Liang sensed what was on their minds and tried to bring it out. In the past, many members of our group wanted to beat the bad cotters. But now it seems they have changed their minds and lean too far the other way. They think even to criticize is no use at all. I have just such a thought now, said Chou Har's wife, a white-haired woman who lived next door to Yulai. Her husband had been beaten by him, and she was both bitter and fearful. The reason you feel that way is because you have been beaten, said Liang. Now we oppose beatings and this makes people gloomy. They think it is no use. They think, it will be just like last year, the men will speak out but everything will continue as before. That is quite natural. He beat you. You want to beat him. But that is feudal behavior. We are now in a new society. We must investigate facts and examine behavior. If the crimes are big enough, people will be sent to the court. But some were still not convinced. Only those who have been stung know the pain, said a voice from the back of the room. 37. I dare not say I have finished. It is inevitable in the course of inter-party struggle for everyone to meet with correct or incorrect criticisms, attacks, or even injustice and humiliation. This must be undergone by every comrade. It is not because our party is merciless but because this is an inevitable phenomenon of the party in the course of the class struggle. However, some comrades fail to take this into account, therefore, the moment they come across such phenomena they are surprised and feel exceptionally miserable and disheartened. Lu Xiao Chi. Travel passes abolished, Luoyang liberated again. Read the headlines in the People's Daily of April 11th. Before the second day's proceedings began, Comrade Ho read both announcements and postponed his opening remarks long enough to give everyone a chance to discuss them. The first news item concerned a step as important to the development of democracy in the villages of this area as was open party membership. It was living proof, if proof were still needed, that the Communist Party and the border region government really meant business. The right to withhold or grant permission to travel had put enormous social leverage into the hands of local cotters. Although security in wartime could not have been maintained without this leverage and without the cooperation of hundreds of thousands of children who enforced the pass system on the highways and byways, there was no question but that the regulations had often been abused. If the incursions of counter-revolutionary agents had been restricted, so too had the legitimate movements of normal dissidents and many honest peasants who, for one reason or another, had fallen out with the leaders of their village. To deny a travel permit had meant de facto denial of the right to appeal decisions made in the village. This was because all appeals had to be carried to the district or county seat, and if the injured party was prevented from going there, there was no assurance that his appeal would ever see the light of day. Now if any person felt that he had been wronged, he could himself take his case to the county party secretary or the county magistrate or the people's court. He need not ask anyone's permission, and nobody could stop him on the road. This was a great gain. Like other gains, it entailed a risk, the risk of uncontrolled counter-revolutionary activity. Many peasants immediately asked, "What's to stop agents and disruptors now that everybody can come and go as he pleases?" Ho told them that suspicious persons could still be legally detained and interrogated. The whole people must now be on the alert to help maintain security. They could not simply depend on the pass system, as before. The second news item also stirred discussion. Luoyang City, a former capital of ancient China, had been taken once in 1947 when Lupo Xiang's armies crossed the Yellow River on their way to the Yangtze Valley, but it was relinquished a few days later because the People's Liberation Army did not have sufficient forces to hold it. Now it had been liberated once more, and for good. Jiang's armies had retreated westward in disorder and would hardly be able to launch a successful offensive in the same area again. Since Luoyang was only a few days' journey to the south, its liberation heartened the people of the whole area. The good news in the paper, coupled with the successful confrontation at the gate the day before, had raised morale noticeably in the village. People talked more, moved faster, ate more quickly, and got more done than they had a few days earlier. The rising morale was a lucky break for Man Shi, who faced the delegates as soon as the discussion ceased. He was a very different type of man from the suspended village head, Chun Shi. He had none of the natural poise or sophistication possessed by that leading cadre. On the contrary, he was a stolid, one might almost say dull-witted, peasant but strong as a Taihang mountain ox. Even the thick cotton quilting of his black jacket could not conceal the bulging muscles in his arms or the enormous expansion of his chest. The padded winter clothes of North China made people look chunky whether they had any flesh on their bones or not. But Man Shi's powerful physique shaped his clothes and threatened to burst them. One look at him confirmed his reputation as the strongest man in the village. Yet he was by no means a giant. He stood a good 3 inches shorter than Chun Shi and just reached my shoulder. They say he was very brave in the struggle. Yun said to me as we both made the most of our first real chance to study this king of the devils. Change of sky thought never bothered him. He always took the lead in every attack. But this confrontation at the gate was something different. Now Man Shi was called upon for introspection, and he was perplexed. A man of action, unaccustomed to speaking even at home, he looked at the rows of party comrades in front of him and at the delegates in solid ranks behind and found it hard to begin. He stepped back, as if to sit down, glanced around for a word or sign of encouragement, but met only several score of eyes, most of them hostile, all of them stern, waiting for him to say something. This was surely the most difficult trial of his life. What he revealed at that moment was youthfulness. He was, after all, only 23. My grandfather had 6 acres, 8 sections of house, he said, beginning on neutral ground. My father had 2.5 acres and 4 sections of house. He was a hired laborer and a poor peasant. He had to sell 1 acre in the famine year. After the liberation I got land, and now we have 5 acres and 5 sections. Since that time I have been a new upper-middle peasant. The delegates stirred uneasily. They knew his history as well, if not better, than he did himself. Why waste time with that? But no one spoke out, and Man Shi went on, fumbling for words. When I was 9 I studied 2 years in school. When I was young I stole a quilt from Kaixing's shop. After the liberation. He was already lost, rambling from one thing to another. When you speak out wrongs you must also criticize your behavior, said one of the party members in an effort to encourage him. At that time I had no quilt and took one, said Man Shi, grasping at this early straw which really had very little to do with the case. Later I was afraid I would be caught so I returned it. Now I know it was wrong to take the quilt. The village leader fined me. You must confess honestly the behavior of your whole life, all the things you stole. You often stole things, suggested another party member. You can't hope to conceal anything before the masses. We know what you did, added a delegate in a tone designed more to intimidate than to encourage. Today is not your day. We are the masters now. I'll tell you everything I stole, said Manshi. His large black eyes set wide apart in a round, surprisingly honest face, cast desperately around the room for help. Even if you want to conceal something you can't. You must admit all your crimes, not only the stealing. I stole a pair of pants, said Manshi. And I stole more than 2 packs of hemp seed from Li Paochin's house. Paochin's wife found it out and went to Fuyuan. I had to own up then and I returned the hemp. I saw you steal that, said Lao Pao. If it hadn't been for that, you would never have given it up. Let him talk, let him say it himself, admonished several other delegates, impatient with all the interruptions. I stole fruit from FANSHEN at night, 4 or 5 times. I stole the fruit because I had no money. I ate Paochin's mother's fruit also. I said I would pay for it but I never gave her any money. I also stole garlic from Hui Lao Po's mother's garden. Was it garlic or leeks you took? I took both. That's because I was a militiaman. I thought I could take anything I wanted. I took fruit from Yuxian many times. Once I went to Chang's home to make a nighttime checkup. I climbed a tree to pick some fruit and broke off a whole branch. He's always eating other people's things, said a delegate. That's right, he's just like a bear, responded another. I must pay for all that now. Once, I can't remember when, I went with Hu Li to open the door of the storehouse. As soon as we went in someone came. We ran out and each of us took a mirror. Whoever it was told Fuyuan we had been there, and he accused us of stealing 80 caddies of salt. Hung Er backed him up, but we didn't know anything about the salt. Once I kept watch on the storehouse while Kunhsin went to take a letter to the county office. Someone came and took a small box. I didn't know about it, but later it was found under Kunhsin's quilt. At this a number of delegates swore out loud. What in your mothers do you talk like that for? This is your self-criticism. Don't drag others into it. Much taken aback, Manshi started on something else. I took some corn from Tung Li's field. I can't remember any more. By this time the whole audience was angry. You're just wasting our time. Go on. Own up. And I took Liu's corn. More than 2 baskets full. The corn was not fit to eat. He said this as if the rottenness of the corn made the theft reasonable. This loosed a storm of comment. Maybe the corn was bad, remonstrated Hu Shuanshan. But the owner paid taxes on it. That's no excuse for you to take it. Now I'll talk about other things, said Manshi mechanically. Having started down his list of crimes he would follow it to the end, throwing in big things and small without any sense of proportion. It was this aspect of his self-examination that alienated the delegates more than anything else. Manshi had some concept of what was wrong, but he made no distinction between big wrongs and little wrongs. After the liberation I beat many people. When they heard this, his audience quieted down and began to pay more attention. It was the beatings for which Manshi was notorious, and it was the beatings for which he was hated by so many. The first time I beat someone, it was my uncle. He tried to protect Ching Ho, the landlord, so I beat him up. Others began to beat him so I joined in. My uncle was a poor hired laborer. Another poor peasant, Chang, also tried to help Ching Ho, so I joined in beating him too. I myself felt sorry for the landlords, but I forgot my poor brothers of my own class. This is nonsense, said a voice from the back benches. In the third case I beat Lin Yu, continued Manshi, ignoring the voice. I beat him twice because they said he was a rascal. He and his wife were both fined. Yulai and Wen Te hated Shi Li, the father of Wen Te's bride, Xianyi, and wanted to call him an agent. They consulted with Te Ming and decided to arrest him. I was ordered to bring him in, and it was I that beat him. I intended to win support from Yuli. This is also nonsense, said old Tui Chin. What has Yuli got to do with your confession? Manshi ignored Tui Chin just as he had the others. He was afraid that he would forget what came next. At that time it was very hard to get people to come to meetings. I was worried. I decided to pick out some leaders among the rank and file and teach them a lesson with a stick if need be. After that they came promptly to meetings. Chow Chun was a landlord. He gave a new quilt to his hired laborer, and Ho, because he feared the man would accuse him. When I heard about it, I whipped and Ho for taking the quilt. Hu Shen, Qinming, and Qian Pao were all called agents. They themselves confessed. But I don't know whether it was out of fear or not. I helped beat them seriously several times. Have you proved that they were agents? Asked Qinming's wife, for whom this was the most crucial question of all. It was Fan Mingshi, the leader of the agents, who spoke out their names. Tian Ming was responsible for such cases because he was in charge of security during the anti-traitor movement. I did what he asked. Chih Chuan's wife hid some valuable things for a landlord and I tied her up. I struck Xiaoxen because he carried on with Pao Yu's wife and I thrashed Yuan Lung because Yu Lai told me to. I went to call Qin Ming's wife to a meeting. She said I just got back from the mill. I asked, where is your husband, and I threatened her with my gun. You should speak out all your bad behavior, not just the beatings. Let's hear about beatings, corruption, and seized fruits, scolded delegate spokesman Yang, expressing the sentiments of the whole audience. Manshi quickly changed the subject. I grafted a foreign lock and a rope. Once when the militia divided some things I got a belt. And I asked Fu Yuan to choose a pair of red trousers and a green coat for my bride. And I have been a tyrant and a rascal. When a woman doesn't obey me, I beat her and force her. One night I went with other militiamen on a search, and we threw stones to frighten people. It was all in fun. When I went to Li Village Gulch to attend meetings, I spent a lot of money that belonged to the village office. Once I went to Tunliu to catch a landlord who had run away. I spent more than BRC 10,000. When I went to Lekeng I took BRC 200. I will give it all back now. Once I knocked a person down and took away his shirt. You're only telling trifles now, complained Hu Shuachen. Let him finish. Then we can begin our criticism, said team leader Ho, anticipating trouble ahead. But Manshi's self-criticism was not soon finished. The delegates were just as hostile after an hour as they had been at the beginning and the party comrades, who had been tolerant at first, were now thoroughly disgusted with him. Manshi was afraid he would forget something and so continued down his list, a list that he had committed to memory since he could neither read nor write. The trouble was that like any memorized list it had been badly mauled by interruptions. Manshi was not quite sure where he was. People call me Shan Chiao Quan, the king of the hill, a figure from hell. It is a good name. For really I have been a tyrant up to now. As for my working style I have been a tyrant and a rascal. Once the village office asked me to transport grain. I didn't want to go. I said my ox was sick. They had to find somebody to go in my place. They asked Lao Tsun and I went and swore at him because he didn't want to go either. With this Manshi's memory seemed to have exhausted itself. He turned to what he would do to make amends. I offered to give up an acre and a half and 3 sections of house. I got 2,100 weight in the distribution, and I will give up 100 weight immediately after the harvest. As for the 3 acres of wheat that the militia divided, I got 2 pecks. I will give it up. There are 2 things from the public stores that are still in my house, a fodder chopping knife and an embroidered singlet for an official gown. There is also a big sack of grain. Are you finished? Have you said everything? The delegates were anxious to start in with their own questions. Year before last during the Hide the Grain movement I intended to leave for the old liberated area because I was afraid to stay home when the enemy came. I can't remember. Have you finished or not? But Manshi dared not say that he had finished. He knew that the treatment meted out to him would depend on the quality of this review of his past, whether or not it was thoroughgoing, and though he could not think of anything more to say, he still did not dare to stop for fear that he had forgotten something. With the delegates so hostile and so eager to begin, it was obvious that they had remembered many things even though his own mind was empty. Large beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. I dare not say I have finished, he said. We want you to take time to say everything. We aren't going to hurt you, even though you hurt us. You must know you cannot conceal anything from the people, said delegate spokesman Yang, reassuringly. Another thing, said Manshi. Ch Engwei had a landlord's wife working at his house because his own wife was pregnant. Another militia man and I took the woman to a nearby courtyard and had her there. One night the militia were hungry. We broke into the Western Inn and took some wheat. Another time I took some mutton from the inn without paying for it. This was the poor peasants' inn, but I took things just the same. Once I took a rabbit from Ch Unshi's court and killed and cooked it. You're talking trifles again. Please criticize me one by one. Otherwise I can't remember. Once I passed through Shi Tiai's gate. His daughter-in-law was there, the mad one. She sat naked in the yard, and I shot at her with blank cartridges. She screamed and ran. You prolong your story just to waste our time, said old lady Wang, shaking her fist at him. What about the salt in the storehouse? Asked Lao Su, returning to a point that was most important to the delegates because of the value of the salt and the fact that he denied all knowledge of it. I didn't take any. Do you know who took it? I heard Fu Yuan say that Hung Er and his father went to Yellow Mill to sell sulfur and they also took salt. When I broke in I intended to take something, but someone came and really I got nothing. How many times did you enter the storehouse? Only once. That's only because you were seen once. If you wish to pass the gate, you had better say everything frankly. Otherwise do as you like. The delegates had the impression that on this matter Manshi was lying, but try as they would, they could not get him to change his story. It was already late. People were hungry. The meeting was adjourned until afternoon. During the lunch period, team leader Ho talked to several of the delegates and advised them to investigate the case of Fu Hsu's wife. This woman, who lived in the southwest corner, claimed that Manshi had raped her, but he had never admitted it in the party meetings and had not mentioned it in his public self-criticism. Since the delegates had made clear that they were not going to beat him, Manshi was not as frightened in the afternoon as he had been in the morning, but he was still very much in the position of an animal at bay who dares not advance and can find no path down which to retreat. He began with an apology that sounded as if it had been borrowed from Ch Unshi's final speech. My behavior is just like that of a landlord. I FANSHENed myself and forgot my poor brothers. In the future I will do my best to correct it. How will you correct it? In the future I will throw out all the bad thoughts from my brain. If I still do anything wrong you can all beat me to death. We aren't going to kill anyone, you know that. Well, you can send me to the People's Court, suggested Manshi, countering with next most fearful thing in his ken. What about the rape cases? Asked Yuan Lung, acting on team leader Ho's advice. Of course I forced myself on them. If anyone raped my wife I couldn't stand it, said Manshi. But when they asked him about Fu Hsu's wife, he denied over and over again that he had had any intimate relations with her. I threatened her. If you don't submit I'll arrest you, I said. But she refused and started to go to headquarters, so I was afraid. Why did you come back later? What did you say to her the second time? None of this mama hoo, horse tiger, i.e., confusion of one who can't tell a horse from a tiger. I did not return, stated Manshi flatly. The delegates did not believe him. Every night you went to a different house, so you can't keep them all straight. Can you so easily forget your masterpiece? If a woman promised to sleep with you, she was all right. Otherwise she was an agent. We know everything, so let's hear it. I did not return, said Manshi again. No amount of abuse, heckling, questioning, or prodding could budge him from that position. This angered the whole audience. Even the onlookers outside the window were shouting at him. But Manshi stood his ground, defiant. Let's drop Manshi for the time being, said team leader Ho. Let him think it over. We'll go on to another case. The delegates agreed. Manshi sat down, his head unbowed. He was still outside the gate. 38. Days and nights. If they comrades who adopt an absolute attitude towards the mistakes of others, understand that even mankind, with all its weaknesses, can in the long course of struggle, be steeled, educated, and converted into highly civilized communists, why can they not educate and reform the party members who have joined the party but who still retain to some degree or other the remnants of the ideology of the old society? Lu Xiao Chi. More dramatic than any stage play, the party consolidation meetings inevitably became the center of all village activity. All day long the 33 delegates stood guard at the gate. In the evening they met with their respective sectional groups and reported what had happened. The hundreds of rank-and-file peasants who came to these meetings evaluated each day's events and recommended appropriate action in regard to those communists who had been heard. Then they went on to make accusations and register complaints against those who would be heard on the morrow. All the grievances of 3 tumultuous years came to light. So eager were the peasants to make known their opinions and to hear what happened that dozens continued to gather outside the windows of the meeting hall each day, while that vast majority who, because of the pressure of work, could not be there in person hour after hour, impatiently awaited the delegates' reports each evening. Whereas a few days earlier the work team cadres had to wait for a quorum to show up in the Poor Peasants League groups, and even had to send runners to round up the laggards, now the people were already waiting for them when they arrived to open the meetings. The composition of the groups themselves had also changed. The designation Poor Peasants League was no longer correct because the middle peasants who had been invited to participate in all proceedings were turning up in increasing numbers. From a campaign which began by involving only a few activists among the people, this party purification took on the proportions of a truly mass movement, an evolution which bore out the realism of the Central Committee's prediction. At times it is even necessary to begin the reorganization of the party before the initiative of the masses can be aroused. The party members also met every evening after a full day at the gate. They took up the manner in which each comrade had reviewed his or her past and the reaction of the delegates. In an effort to encourage sincere self-criticism, they went over each person's record point by point and demonstrated that the truth, no matter how terrible or embarrassing, met with better response than evasion. Those who were to appear the next day received special attention, as did those who, like Manshi, had failed to pass. A campaign as intense, as all-pervading as this could hardly have taken place in any but an agrarian community, restricted to grain culture and therefore burdened with a long slack season. In no other private enterprise society could a whole village have taken the time out to carry through such prolonged meetings. The results promised to repay the effort many-fold. The village would never be the same again. If all confrontations at the gate were not as tense as that between the delegates and Manshi, still each added its own peculiar element of conflict to the developing movement. The change in pace and tone thus generated kept all participants alert and sometimes brought them to their feet. After the notorious militiaman had been rejected and dismissed, the teen-aged little mare was asked to take the stand. As the lamb follows the lion, she stood up and trembled from head to foot. Her shaking hands were clearly visible even to those sitting at the back of the hall. When she finally opened her mouth to speak, her voice quavered. "I can't remember my grandfather," she began, evidently quite worried because she could not match Manshi in this respect. "My father was a hired laborer. I was married at 13. I became a leader of the women's small group in the southwest corner, but my attitude was not good. When I remade clothes for the school children, I grafted a collar lining. I must give it up. Xiao Laochang's wife was a foolish woman who sold corn. She stole the corn from her husband. I swore at her and slapped her. That was all. There was a silence in the room. Please, you criticize her first, pleaded Nku, her husband, beside himself with embarrassment. His face flushed red from the collar of his tunic to the roots of his hair. Old Tui Chin struck flint to steel in an effort to light his pipe. We haven't any criticism for her, he said. Other members of the Northwest contingent nodded in agreement. How can we make false criticisms? Asked Old Lady Wang with surprising affability. Whenever we say anything to her, she always smiles and says, I am wrong. So really we can't find fault with her. This in itself seemed like a rather grave fault for a communist, as Chi Yun remarked for my benefit, but the delegates did not seem to find it so and fell silent once again. During the Hide the Grain movement my thoughts were like this, volunteered Little Mare, remembering the discussion in the branch meeting. I will follow the 8th Root Army wherever it goes. I dared not beat the landlords in the struggle because I was afraid that when their forces returned I would be beaten. You are a good but useless cotter, said Hu Shuan-chen, under whose guidance Little Mare had worked in the Women's Association. Ask her what punishment she should receive, suggested a peasant delegate. Advice, said Little Mare. From now on you must do your best to serve the masses, said Tui Chin blowing on the glowing tinder that he had at last managed to set on fire. Before he could light his pipe with it, Little Mare's ordeal was over. It's all done, you pass the gate. We approve you. Many delegates spoke at once, each trying to demonstrate goodwill. Everybody in the room heard Nku's sigh of relief as his gentle, teenaged wife stepped down. If Little Mare passed with ease, the same could not be said for militiaman Zhou Chenglo. This 25-year-old man, cousin to Zhou Chengfu, was neither an ox in strength, like Man Shi, nor one of the tall finely featured sophisticates like Chun Shi, but a plain, energetic man of the soil who was also skilled as a carpenter and mason. He wore a sparkling white towel on his closely shaven head, and his patch-free tunic and trousers were neatly sewn and clean. These were all signs of the affectionate care which he received from a wife and a mother, engaged in a contest for his favor. That the competition between them also had its drawbacks was soon made evident. Chenglo's difficulties before the gate were not due to the fact that his record was particularly bad or his self-criticism poor. He freely admitted having beaten several people, having taken several items from public stores, a knife, an umbrella, a pair of foreign scissors, and having been involved in several illicit affairs of the heart. But no one questioned him about these transgressions. What upset the delegates was a matter that he did not even mention, the way in which he treated his mother. It turned out that his wife had quarreled with and then come to blows with his mother, and that he had sided with his wife. Why did you take your wife's part? Asked Old Lady Wang. My wife fought with my mother because she did not want to share the fine clothes I gave her from the distribution. I gave them all to my wife and forgot my mother who brought me up. I thought, my mother is old. What if she does wear ragged clothes? You had better think it over, Old Lady Wang warned. You don't care if your mother has to sleep on straw. Everything you have you give to your wife. Your mother wept all day in the field. If your wife went out and wept like that, what would you do? I know how you feel. You think your mother is old and useless. You wish she would soon die. I got all my land and house from my uncle, Chenglo replied. And my uncle found a wife for me. So I cared little for my mother. In the future I will be a filial son. Who brought you up anyway? Demanded several voices at once. If your wife told you to throw your mother in the well, you'd do it, said Tai Shan's mother. You say you will correct your conduct. But what about your wife? Will she go tearing up silk clothes rather than give your mother a share? I always obeyed my wife before, But I am a man. Why should I bow down before a woman? In the future I will consider what my wife says, but I will not follow her blindly. I'll treat my mother better than my wife, for it was she who brought me up. We will watch your filial behavior in the future, declared delegate spokesman Yang. Then, mindful that this hardly seemed a matter for official concern, added, we are only helping you to solve your family affairs. This is quite a different thing from corruption. Do you accept our criticism? I am very glad for it, said Chen Lo, but there was certainly no trace of gladness on his face. It was not easy for me to understand at first why the peasants made such an issue of this. When I thought it over, I realized that it was the older women who had mounted the horse, and with millenniums of tradition on their side, no one dared contradict them. They saw in the new equality which gave a daughter-in-law the right to challenge her mother-in-law a threat to the only security they had ever known, filial obedience from their sons and absolute command over their sons' wives. Bought, sold, beaten and oppressed as they had always been, they traditionally had but one chance for power, one opportunity for revenge, one possibility for prestige, and that was as a mother to a grown son, as mistress to a daughter-in-law. Now, it would appear, even this was threatened. Young women no longer obeyed. Sons sided with their wives. Old women might well pass out of life as girl babies came into it, unwanted, neglected, and quickly forgotten when gone. Unable to comprehend the many-sided security which the land reform and the new property laws were bringing in their wake, many older women were fearful lest reforms destroy the one traditional prop, the one long-awaited support of their old age. Old Lady Wang felt this keenly because her only son was soon to marry. She herself had handpicked the girl and had tried to choose a compliant one. But she still feared that new ideas might transform even this young bride. What would happen then? That the party members and village cotters had made many mistakes and committed a number of serious crimes was confirmed by the meetings at the gate. But that these people took all the good things for themselves and let the poor peasants fan an empty shen, as we had been hearing ever since we arrived in the village, proved to be an exaggeration. Another 6 communists passed the gate in the next few days, and none of them had misappropriated anything worth worrying about. One of these was Hu Shuai-chen, suspended head of the Women's Association. We had heard, mostly from old Lady Wang, that Hu was a tyrant, that she oppressed everyone and that she took piles of valuable clothes and ornaments while others got only rags. But when it came time for the women's leader to go before the gate, people had no important grievances against her. In the preparatory meeting held the night before, only Pao Chuan's mother spoke up. She forced our small group to make shoes. 12 of us had to make 6 pairs. It wasn't fair. The handsome widow was quickly silenced. To make shoes was our duty. If she forced you to make more, it was only because she wished to fulfill the quota. It had nothing to do with her private interest. As soon as I open my mouth, you cover it, complained Bokuan's mother. I'll not criticize others again. But no one sympathized with her. Hu Shuai-chen's attitude is very good. She is gentle and modest, said Tai Shan's mother. The others agreed. The secretary of the branch, Hsin Fa, certainly the most important communist in the village, also passed easily. The fact that he had never been a leading cadre in the village administration helped. Everyone seemed to like him and only criticized the fact that he was too easygoing. They called him a Lao Hao Jian, or old good fellow, meaning someone who wanted to get along with everyone and have pleasant relations all around. This was a serious fault for a communist and particularly for the leader of the local branch, but at that moment the peasants had their eyes on more concrete matters and so were lenient with him. How strict the delegates could be where property was concerned was revealed when they got around to Tzayun, the village storekeeper, a man whose popularity was legendary. They forgave him a fairly notorious record as a ladies' man when he said, "I didn't force anybody, they were all willing." Considering his good looks, his charm, and his prestige as a local man with the longest 8th Route Army record, no one had any reason to doubt his word. They criticized him sharply, however, for smashing the big mirror that his brother Fu Yuan lent him for his wedding but would not let him have as part of his share of the fruits. They criticized him even more sharply for bringing home from the front 8 rounds of captured ammunition and then selling them for cash. They made him promise to turn over the proceeds to the government. As a wounded soldier, Tzayuan was entitled to free help in the fields, a privilege which he had taken full advantage of in the past. But by now his wound had healed. He was able to do a man's work. He was, therefore, asked to pay for whatever help he might need in the future. This he also agreed to. The strictness shown by the delegates in the above matters was balanced by their generosity when it came to an expensive quilt which Tzayuan offered to give up because it had not been allocated to him by any committee. They told him to keep the quilt as a token of their gratitude for the services he had rendered in the war. Of those who had so far come before them, only Man Shi was still barred by the delegates from passing the gate. He appeared the second time on April 15, and for the second time he was held over. The intervening period had helped him but little if at all. He continued to deny ever having returned to Fu Hsu's house, insisted that he had not taken the by now famous salt, and also claimed that he knew nothing about a finely woven flour sifting screen made of copper which had also disappeared from the warehouse. No matter how angry the examiners became, no matter how many people shouted at him, he held to his original story. There was something admirable about his stubbornness. I got the impression, this time, that he was telling the truth. Whereas Chun Shi, who had a comparatively good record, had exaggerated his transgressions to please his hearers, Man Shi, whose crimes had really been serious, stuck to the facts and would not bow his head. The only difference between his second hearing and his first was a slight change in the manner with which he denied the accusations. Defiance had given way to dogged insistence, but this made little difference to the delegates. The only man whose record rivaled Man Shi's was Shen Yusheng. Like Man Shi, he failed to pass. The incident which barred his way involved a ridiculously small thing, one piece of steamed bread. The story behind it, however, was complex. One day the mutual aid group to which Yusheng belonged was working on the land of a soldier's family. Yusheng volunteered to go back to the village and bring out lunch for the whole group. The lunch, prepared by the family that owned the land, consisted of steamed bread, not a luxurious food, but still something of a treat since it was made of wheat flour in an area where the staple diet consisted of millet and ground corn. The head of the family, a widow, carefully counted out 3 buns apiece, or 36 in all. When Yusheng returned to the field, the bread was soon devoured, but one member of the group got only 2 pieces. He accused his hoeing partner of having taken his 3rd bun. The latter blamed someone else. The quarrel that ensued so embittered relations among the members of the group that they split up. Since that time these particular peasants had been working as individuals rather than together. As part of his self-criticism, Yusheng made a surprising admission. Halfway to the field I got hungry. I ate 1 bun. I delivered 35 instead of 36. I will pay for it. Instead of welcoming his frankness, the delegates were exasperated by his obtuseness. What good would it do to pay for 1 bun? The damage could not be measured in money. The whole aid group had fallen apart. You must examine your thoughts, said Old Pao. Look at the harm you did. This trifling bun created such hard feeling. What were you thinking of? I stole the bread, repeated Yusheng. I had no purpose in mind. I was just hungry. This was probably the truth, but the delegates refused to believe it. They began to shout at him. Plenty of people get hungry. Tell the truth. Speak what was in your mind. If you don't want to talk, we'll leave your case and go on to someone else, threatened team leader Ho in anger. I ate it, I will pay, Yusheng yelled back, quite angry himself now. Why are you so stupid now, but so cunning when you stole the bread, asked delegate spokesman Yang. He only began to recognize 1 piece of money from another last year, exclaimed old lady Wang in disgust. Now he wants to resist us by keeping silent, just like a dead pig who is not afraid of scalding water. They decided to hold him over until the next day. With the examination of so many persons already successfully completed, the peasant delegates began to feel more and more confident, and so did the party members. The atmosphere in the meeting hall relaxed. There was a growing tendency to laugh when something funny was said, and to enjoy sharp repartee when it was clever. The gulf which existed between the party members and the delegates at the beginning of the campaign gradually disappeared and was replaced by a growing camaraderie between those who had passed the gate and had consequently been restored to full citizenship and the delegates who had allowed them to pass. There was far more humor than anger when Meng Fulu came before the meeting. He was almost twice as old as any other party member and looked it. His broad face was weathered and wrinkled like the skin of a dried persimmon. This man, who had been in charge of education in the branch, said he joined the militia because he thought his brother was going to be attacked as a landlord. My attitude toward the masses was bad, wasn't it? He asked the question in such a quizzical way, as if he needed the assurance of the delegates that he was bad, that everyone burst out laughing. A little later he was asked, "Why did you quarrel with your wife?" "Because I have another woman, only one though," he added, as if this meager number made the affair reasonable. This produced a second wave of laughter. "Ch Unfu's mother's grave is in your field. Whenever you plow you make it smaller," said old Tui Chin. "I wanted more land," admitted Fulu. "Since I am a militiaman I thought I could get away with it. I thought, a grave is not so important." "What did you say when Ch Unfu complained to you?" "I said, ah," said Fulu. "What was your thought?" "I was a militiaman, I had a gun. I thought I could cheat the grave." "How will you settle this matter?" "I will pay it," said Fulu slowly and deliberately. "What?" "The grave," asked Yuen Lung. Everyone laughed once more. Later, as Fulu walked back to his seat, a woman delegate asked him, "Is your heart jumping?" After 8 days of hearings, 4 communists, Manshi, Yuxing, Kunhsin, and the rich peasant's daughter, Chune, were still outside the gate. They all had not only a second but also a third chance to speak, but the delegates either did not like what they said or the way they said it. Actually, Manshi's attitude had continued to improve, but nobody was sure that he really had reformed, and so they thought it better to keep him waiting for a few weeks. As for Yuxing, he proved unable to understand that eating one piece of steamed bread was more than a piece of petty thievery. Chao Chune, who admitted that she had joined the party and had become intimate with several important cadres in order to protect her father's property, wept before the meeting. The delegates understood her tears as an attempt at coercion. They therefore treated her more roughly each time she appeared. What really barred her path was her insistence that she had sold 2 silver bracelets and a fur-lined overcoat during the settling accounts movement only because her husband was sick and the family needed money to buy medicine. In the opinion of the peasants, she was afraid of expropriation at the time and had tried to liquidate her assets. The 4th communist barred by the delegates, the handsome, slightly built Kunhsin, vice-captain of the militia, made the last session lively by admitting that he had tried to rival police captain Wen Te in the number of his mistresses and by denying that he had ever kicked Kaola's wife, Li Hsinai. Old Lady Wang, who had been asked to present this latter grievance, went in person to summon the young mother to the hall. When Li Hsinai came, she held her pretty head high and told in a quiet but firm voice how Kunhsin had come to her house and had asked her to call his sweetheart of the moment over. "When I refused, he kicked me." "No, I didn't," interrupted Kunhsin. "If that were true, I'd go to the people's court myself." "Yes, you did," retorted Hsinai, her voice already choked and her eyes filling with tears. "Her husband joined the army, and she is all alone at home. But you want her to be your servant and help you out with your rascal affairs," said team leader Ho with all the scorn he could muster. "I went there, "But I didn't kick her," replied Kunhsin, weeping now himself. The two young people, rendered speechless by sobs, ended up pointing accusing fingers at each other, as they stood before us. "Even the People's Court can't take in the likes of you," declared old lady Wang, shaking her fist at Kunhsin. 39. A summing up. Party branches in general have some good party members as a rule. The responsibility of the higher party leadership lies in being versed in discovering such good party members and relying on them as the backbone to absorb fresh strength into reorganized party branches, and not discarding or ignoring them. While seriously paying attention to phenomena of impurities within the party, we should at the same time not forget that the total general condition of our party is one of having undergone long-term testing, one of possessing great prestige among the masses, and one of victorious advance. Central Committee Directive. February, 1948. The first phase of the campaign to reorganize and purify the Communist Party branch in Longbao village concluded with the tearful confrontation between Kunhsin and Li Hsinai on April 17, 1948. In the course of the unprecedented hearings, 26 persons had come before the gate. 22 of them had been accepted by the delegates and 4 rejected. On the afternoon of the last day, Comrade Ho Pei gave a brief report in which he summed up the immediate results of the movement. In the process, he cleared up a number of important misconceptions about the local party branch. Ho first took up the question of the class origin of the members as revealed by their life stories. Of the 28 communists in the village branch, including the 2 who were in jail in Lekeng, only one, Chao Chuani, was considered to be of rich peasant origin. There were 7 middle peasants. The other 20 were either poor peasants or village workers. It was, therefore, not true, as had been charged, that the Communist Party branch in Longbao was dominated by landlords or ever had been their tool. He next took up the question of the motives which caused people to join the party. He listed the information brought to light at the gate as follows. While not all of these motives could be classed as admirable, still none of them bespoke an intent to wreck the party or to use it for counter-revolutionary purposes. The third question examined in Ho's report was that of self-enrichment. Detailed information on the economic position of each communist household showed that the party members, with 1 or 2 exceptions, were originally very poor. Before liberation, they and their families had owned, on the average, less than 1/3 of an acre per capita. Several had never owned any land at all. In the course of the settling accounts movement, they FANSHENed pretty thoroughly and received altogether a total of 60 acres of land, 134 sections of housing, large quantities of grain, and many implements, clothes, articles of furniture, and other items. As a group, they had received slightly more per capita than the rest of the villagers. Tzayun and his brother Fuyun were allocated the most grain, more than 30 hundredweight. Manshi came next with 26 hundredweight. As to the other articles, they got about the same number as the rest of the poor peasants, but often received goods of slightly better quality because as cotters or militiamen they had a chance to pick out what they wanted before the crowd got there. Even if the communists had benefited slightly from this practice, it was not true to say that they grossly misappropriated the fruits of the struggle against the landlord class. They certainly could not serve as a source for the FANSHEN of those who were still poor. The crimes and mistakes committed by the party members constituted the fourth question examined by Ho. He classified them under 4 headings: 1. Bad working style, 2. Personal selfishness and corrupt practices, 3. Rascal behavior, loose morals, philandering, 4. Forgetting one's class. The beating cases came under the first heading, but the beatings which had occurred were quite clearly of 2 kinds: those administered in an effort to carry out official assignments and these administered for purely personal reasons. Although no beatings could be condoned, the latter were considered far more reprehensible than the former. Altogether 55 grievances concerning physical assault and corporal punishment were brought up by the delegates. Of these 20 fell in the first category and constituted the cases of bad working style. The other 35 fell in the second category, had nothing to do with work at all, and were therefore considered much more serious. Manshi, of course, was the outstanding example of a rough fellow, but almost all the cases in which he was involved had to do with the performance of his duties as a militiaman, a fact which, to a certain extent, mitigated his guilt. When it came to personal selfishness and corrupt practices, more than 100 grievances were presented, and almost all of them were accepted as true. They included squeeze, illegal seizure, outright theft, and favoritism in the distribution of the fruits. In order to square accounts with the people, the party members promised to swap 1 good acre of land for one of poorer quality and to return to the village office for subsequent distribution the following items. 17 cases of illicit sex relations or rascal behavior were charged. Almost all the men and women comrades had been involved in some sort of extramarital relations, but since buy and sell marriages had been the norm, this type of behavior was almost universal in the village, and only those cases where men forced their attention on women were listed as grievances. Some of these involved out-and-out rape. In regard to others, the situation was not clear, but there appeared to be at least some measure of coercion involved. Because the victims were almost invariably the wives and daughters-in-law of dispossessed landlords and rich peasants, the peasants tended to be lenient in regard to punishment but strict in their demand for reform. Since no form of restitution was possible, apologies and promises of better behavior in the future had to suffice. The fourth heading, forgetting one's class, meant collaboration with landlords, trying to protect landlords, or not attacking landlords during the land reform movement. 11 cases of this nature were brought up during the hearings. These included 6 instances of concealing landlord property, 1 instance of informing a landlord as to what to expect next, 1 instance of harboring a landlord in the home, 1 instance of doing a landlord a favor, 1 instance of sending a landlord a gift, and 1 instance of inactivity when a certain landlord was under attack. From the point of view of the Communist Party, these were considered to be very serious errors, certainly as serious as any of the others. Communists were expected to draw a firm line between themselves and the gentry whom they had vowed to expropriate. Any weakness in this key area was ground for discipline, even severe discipline, but education rather than punishment was favored in most cases. In this respect, the Gate proved to be a very effective school. In regard to punishments, Ho announced that the recommendations of the delegates, the party branch, and the work team would all be forwarded to the higher authorities as soon as possible. He promised that action would be taken by these authorities right away. Ho's report covered what might be called the statistical and the tangible results of the party purification. All the members of the team felt that the intangible results were far more important. They saw the Gate as a turning point in the political FANSHEN of the people. It had already created a new climate of opinion, a new political atmosphere, a new relationship between the Communist Party and the people, and a new relationship between the people and the border region government. These changes were profoundly democratic. They transformed supervision by the people from a slogan into a reality and effectively drew people, whom the land distribution had made equal economically, into activity that enabled them to project this equality into the political sphere. The most important result of the whole campaign was certainly this drawing into meaningful action of hundreds of peasants who, because of various inhibitions and fears, had remained passive throughout the revolutionary years, or had lapsed back into passivity once the big struggle against the landlords had been victoriously concluded. The campaign to purify the party made clear to all participants that the people were sovereign, that they were responsible, and that they could and must decide their own future. Almost equal in importance to the changes wrought by the campaign in the consciousness of the peasants were the changes it wrought in the consciousness of the communists. In the agony of public self-examination, they were forced to face up to their weaknesses, to ask themselves fundamental questions concerning their character and their intentions, and to make important decisions about the future. Under fire for every lapse, every weakness, they began to catch a glimpse of the revolution as the 100-year great task that Chairman Mao had so often called it, rather than a great upheaval impetuously entered into and soon completed. Service to the people assumed new and demanding dimensions. The enthusiasm engendered by the success of the gate was tempered by the realization that not all had gone well. The obvious disproportion between the fanfare of the build-up and the actual findings of the delegates was disturbing. One could hardly help wonder whether truth had been served as impartially as it should have been. Concentration on the weaknesses, errors, and crimes of the party members had completely obscured any merits they might have had, any contribution they might have made to the FANSHEN movement. This followed inevitably from the thesis that the movement itself had been abortive. Yet if this were actually the case, what accounted for the great progressive change that had, in fact, taken place in the village? To ensure the reality of supervision by the people, an atmosphere had been created in which only those who bowed their heads won approval. Those who had the courage to stand up for themselves and deny charges which they believed to be false had not been able to pass the gate. Yet possibly they had served truth better than those who had accepted all accusations, admitted full responsibility for crimes that they shared with others, and agreed to give up property that was perhaps as rightfully theirs as anything that any family held. The disproportion between allegation and fact showed up sharply in this area. Even the new sovereign power felt by many people could hardly be said to be solidly grounded by this one gate. You lie, when te, hunger, and you were still in jail. These were the four cottars whom the people feared most. Without them the gate could hardly be viewed as anything more than a rehearsal. The real test of public criticism as a method of supervision and reform was yet to come. In spite of all these reservations, the members of the work team felt that the gate had, on the whole, been a triumphant success, and so apparently did the people of Longba. The confrontation at the gate concluded at an opportune time. 2 days later, on April 20, 1948, a conference of all the work teams in the 11 basic villages of Loken County convened at the county seat. On April 19, Comrade Ho turned the administration of the village over to the delegates who had so successfully manned the gate and departed for Loken with all the local members of the team. The university contingent, which included Chyun and myself, also departed on that day but did not go directly to the site of the conference. We returned instead to Cow Settlement to be measured for our summer clothes, pick up our monthly millet allowances, and visit old friends. That night, back in my own high-ceilinged room in the mission compound, I lay awake for a long time thinking over the events of the last few days. The power of the revolution to inspire and remold people had stirred me. It seemed to me then that no decent person could fail to be touched by the challenge of the new society, and that this was what gave the movement such confidence and momentum. Sometime after midnight I fell asleep only to be awakened by wild singing, incoherent shouting, and rapid talk. The sounds came from the next room. I thought at first that a party was going on. Then I realized that the uproar was the achievement of one person, probably a drunkard. When he failed to quiet down, I became very angry. I went out into the hall and spoke through the door that adjoined mine. "There are people trying to sleep," I said. The occupant of the room, completely disregarding my words, called out loudly in English, "Come in, come in." I pushed the door open. The room was unlit, but enough moonlight flooded in through the paper on the windows to enable me to distinguish one object from another. On a board bed set against the far wall sat a young student dressed only in a pair of shorts and an undershirt. He never stopped talking, even when I addressed him. Sensing that I was cross, he ignored the fact that he had invited me in and protested what had suddenly become, for him, an unwelcome intrusion. "Do what I like in my own room," he shouted. "If you shut your door, you won't hear me American police coming in here." I slapped him lightly on the side of the face thinking that the shock might jar him to his senses, but he went right on shouting as if nothing had happened. Then I realized that he was sick, that he was suffering from some sort of breakdown, and that I had made a mistake. Not knowing how to mend matters, I retreated quietly to my own room. That proved to be a second mistake. The distraught student began to shout at the top of his voice, "American, American, where are you? American, come back here." Funny, I have forgotten his name, but I know him well. Say, American, if you are not my enemy, come back, come back. Finally he got up and came to my room. I met you in Shilishan. We came on the same truck. I want to be friends, he said. He held out his hand. It was cold as ice. Then he launched into a rambling discourse that began with the startling statement, "You long for your home. That's why you come here. This Catholic mission reminds you of home," and ended with, "I plan to go to medical college, move to Shanghai." I suggested that he had better go to sleep first. He went back to his own room, but he didn't go to sleep. He talked steadily to the four walls until morning. When, at 10 o'clock, Chyun came to tell me that she was ready to go to Lekang, the student was still talking wildly, striding up and down, and pulling at his undershirt. All the little devils attached to the university staff had gathered outside his window and were peering shamelessly at him through holes which they had made in the paper with their thumbs. From them, I learned that the object of their curiosity had joined a work team, had struck a peasant in the village, had been arrested, tied up, and taken to the county seat for questioning. There he had run away. Caught for the second time, he had been brought back to the university where he had friends. As Chyun and I set out over the fields, I asked her for further details about the young man. She said that he was a student from Tsinghua, the National College of Engineering in Peking. He had come to the liberated areas without any real understanding of what the revolution was all about. In the study sessions he met rebuff after rebuff when he refused to face the implications of his landlord origin. On the land reform work team he was sharply criticized by his colleagues for arrogance. Frustrated, lonely, unable to understand or sympathize with the peasants, a nuisance to his comrades and himself, he finally broke down completely. Then he tried to run back to the Kuomintang side. Here was one young cotter whom the land reform had failed to remold. Temporarily, at least, it had crushed him. 40. The Lekang Road. Swiftly the years, beyond recall. Solemn the stillness of this fair morning. I will clothe myself in spring clothing, and visit the slopes of the eastern hill. By the mountain stream a mist hovers. Hovers a moment, then scatters. There comes a wind blowing from the south, that brushes the fields of new corn. Taochin. Bright sunshine flooded the whole valley. A cool breeze caressed the earth. It rippled the winter wheat that shone emerald green on plot after plot. It stirred the young leaves that made feathery wands out of the village aspens. It scattered the blossoms that emblazoned the fruit trees. Everywhere peasants moved on the land spreading manure, sowing millet, planting peas, and hoeing wheat. I hardly noticed these signs of burgeoning spring. The encounter with the mad student still engaged my mind and made me feel depressed. Had his colleagues been too hard on him? Had they tried to remake him too swiftly? Mao said it took 10 years for an intellectual to achieve a truly revolutionary outlook. It could not be done in a few months. So ran my thoughts, but I found it impossible to concentrate on this or to remain depressed for long. The mood of the season would not allow it. The air was too pregnant with new life, the joy of spring after a bitter winter was too exuberant. With every step forward, the countryside around me absorbed more of my attention. Chyun, Professor HSU, and I were on our way to the Land Reform Conference in Lekang. The shortest route to our destination ran over two round ridges of land, fingers of bedrock covered with loess, that thrust out into the flat from the high ground to the west. From the tops of these ridges we looked down on the valleys below, the roofs and courtyards of the hill villages, the threshing floors and straw stacks that ringed them, the rifled grave mounds that scarred the fields, the checkered land broken as it had been for ages passed into 1,000 strips and patches. The endless brown of all the land harkened strangely back to winter. Even the scattered plots of wheat, when seen from above, carried only a thin sheen of green. Between the rows of lusty shoots the bare ground stood out sharply, almost menacingly, as if to demonstrate the fact that life had but a tenuous grip on earth and could hardly aspire to clothe her nakedness for long. From the tops of these ridges we could also see the Taihang Mountains standing stark and naked in the east like a forbidding fortress wall. Absolutely treeless, monotonously bare they were, and yet not barren, for they were clothed with grass right to the top, and now, in the spring of the year, that grass too was turning green. It was as if some giant with a watercolor brush had washed the whole scene with light pigment that shone yellow-green in the sunlight, blue-green in the shadows. Because the young blades of grass did not have to push through heavy layers of last year's growth, but on the contrary showed themselves on slopes winter grazed by thousands of small flocks of sheep, the green shoots changed the tint of the skyline as soon as they burst the ground and thereby demonstrated the overgrazing to which the mountains, in spite of their vastness, were subject. Grazed and overgrazed the mountains were, to the point of serious erosion. At that very moment one could make out the scattered sheep and goats on the flanks and buttresses of the range. With patience, one could even spot the minute figure of an occasional shepherd. The highlands, wild and forbidding as they appeared, were in fact populated with men and animals. In all that great expanse of ravines, cliffs, and sawtooth summits there was hardly any place where the bleating of one stray would not fix at attention the restlessly moving ears of another, hardly any place where a shout from a human throat would not bring an answering shout. What was true in the highlands was multiplied many times over in the lowlands. There, as we walked, we could at all times hear voices, the abrupt commands of peasants guiding donkeys to the proper spot in the fields for unloading their baskets of compost, the cries of shepherds warning their flocks away from the young wheat, the conversations of men hoeing their way down the parallel rows of fields cultivated by mutual aid, the laughter of women out hunting greens for their supper pot. That is what one remembers most vividly about the Chinese countryside, the fact that one is never beyond the radius of human voices, that one is surrounded by people laboring and talking to their animals and to one another. Every square foot of ground shows the mark of labor, even if it be only the herding of sheep. Centuries of human effort have transformed, molded, built up and also to some extent torn down the landscape, and yet, so natural has been this process, so gradual its sculpture, that the works of man appear to be a part of nature. The two are united, bound together, inseparably intertwined. The land without the people cannot be imagined, nor the people without land. On that April day the road to Lekeng was no less populated than the land around it. We met and joined forces with other cotters bound for the county conference. A peasant hurrying to deliver a government message overtook us on a steep grade. We in turn passed a young woman clad in a striped tunic. She carried a full basket on one arm, cradled a week-old baby in the crook of the other, and all the while balanced herself precariously on the back of a minute donkey whose every step was supervised by her proud young husband. No doubt these two were on their way to show their firstborn to his maternal grandmother. On one slope so steep that we had to maintain our balance with our hands, an old man sped upward past us in a cloud of dust, his miraculous ascent facilitated by the fact that he had seized the tail of his heavily laden mule and forced the animal to pull him along by shouting terrible oaths at him from behind. As we approached the county seat, other paths converged on ours until at last they made a road. Peasants driving carts, pushing wheelbarrows, shouldering carrying poles, or simply strolling along as if out for air became too numerous to take special note of. Many of them were engaged in transporting towering stacks of new straw hats. Lekeng County, I learned that day, was famous all over China and even in certain cities of Europe for its straw wares. International conflict and civil war had cut off markets in the last 7 years, but now, with the expansion of the liberated areas, business was picking up again. Young and old alike were returning to the traditional craft, a craft based on the tough long straw of Taihang Mountain wheat and on the nimble fingers of Taihang Mountain people. Our road gradually broadened into a highway that cut straight through the long, strung-out village of Nan Quan, South Portal, and then stopped abruptly at the edge of the moat in front of Lekeng's ancient wall. There, what must once have been a massive and forbidding entrance to a strongly fortified town was now reduced to rubble and ruin. The town dwellers were tearing down not only the gate towers but the walls themselves. Though they had only half accomplished this task, it was obvious that a few months would see the bastions levelled. The salvaged bricks, each of which rivaled a Western concrete block in size, were already reappearing in the scattered new housing that ringed the outskirts of the town. Once inside the dwindling battlements, we found an almost empty plain. One main street lined with a few dozen restaurants and shops, several village-like clusters of adobe walls and courtyards interspersed with lanes and alleys, an extensive yamen compound, that was all. The rest of the huge quadrangle consisted of land that had never been built upon or land that had long since been abandoned. Ruined dwellings showed more clearly in some sections than in others. These were the areas looted by the Japanese during the last years of the Second World War. Desperately short of fuel, the Sun Devils had torn the timbers from whole blocks of houses. The adobe walls thus exposed had rapidly disintegrated under the erosion of wind and rain. The condition of the town did not surprise me. It was typical of hundreds of county towns in North China in the 1930s and 1940s. Their emptiness was the result of a process that had begun long before the Japanese invaders arrived. County towns had been fortresses against rural unrest for so long that the very life had been choked out of them. Unable to enter or leave the walled enclosures freely, the people had come to depend on the sprawling communities outside the gates for trade and handicraft services. They had left the decaying inner cities to officialdom, to the grain warehouses of the gentry, and to the barracks of their mercenary rural guards. We proceeded past rows of dilapidated dwellings and acres of debris to the yamen compound at the center of the area. Much of this also lay in ruins. Not content with despoiling the outlying sections of the town, the Japanese troops had finally gutted even their own headquarters. But while the destruction had been great, the portions of the compound that remained untouched were still extensive. A series of courts within courts, which bespoke past splendor of imperial proportions, still contained many a standing wall, many a tight roof, and many an idol-filled temple. There, amidst piles of rubble and brick-strewn yards, we found the offices of the new county government. All the southernmost courts of the compound had been turned over to the civil administration. To indicate this, a long wooden plank hung beside the front gate. On it were inscribed the characters Lu Cheng Xian Zhenmin Chengfu, People's Government of Luqing County. The northernmost courts had been set aside for the use of the Communist Party. To indicate this, a second plank hung beside a side street entrance. On it were painted the characters Lu Cheng Xian Tang Wei Hui, Luqing County Party Committee. The courts in between housed the county police, the county court, and the chambers of the county judges. Of the many public organizations in Luqing County, only the People's Liberation Army had its headquarters in another part of town. It would be difficult to say which part of this rambling headquarters, the civil administration or the party center, was the busiest. Scores of peasants, merchants, cotters, policemen, soldiers, and townspeople of all descriptions streamed in and out of both gates. If any difference could be noted in these two streams, it was that ordinary citizens in homespun clothes predominated at the front gate, while land reform workers and district party functionaries in cotters' uniforms of machine-made cloth predominated at the side gate. When we arrived at the party headquarters, the whole area was alive with more than its usual quota of bustle and confusion. The county-wide meeting of land reform workers had brought more than 100 cotters in from the countryside. Most of the male participants had found living quarters on the straw-covered floors of a series of small temples that faced each other across a small courtyard. They hung their dispatch cases, towels, and jackets on the colorful clay idols that lined the walls and made themselves at home amidst the gods. The female participants, far fewer in number and most of them students from Northern University, had taken over a large kyang in a temple that faced a separate court. I, as a foreign guest, was given a room to myself. It was in a structure that was removed from the center of activity but was still a part of the same building complex. Each division of the temple row was supposed to house the cotters from one village, but because the team members came from all over the county and many of them knew each other well from guerrilla warfare days, they by no means remained in their assigned quarters. They wandered freely around seeking old friends, greeting them with hearty shouts, and forming constantly shifting groups for discussion and gossip. The meeting had all the atmosphere, excitement, spirit, and warmth of an alumni day, veterans reunion, and political convention all rolled into one. The conference, however, was really a school for the study of the strategy and tactics of the new democratic revolution, a school of class consciousness and of socialist morality. It was a school in which cadres exchanged experiences, extended their knowledge, unified their outlook, and wrestled with their weaknesses, so that they might return to the villages better prepared to guide and teach the communists of the village branches and the people. Although the destiny of the basic villages lay in their hands, although the majority of the peasants looked up to them as seers, the full-time district cadres and the staff members and students from Northern University who made up the work teams were not political geniuses, but only ordinary human beings, products of the old society only partially remolded by their experience with the new. Considering the vast needs of the time, their knowledge was woefully inadequate, their political consciousness limited, and their character development deficient. These educators needed educating certainly as much as did those local communists who had so recently come before the gate. And so a form of gate had been organized for them, the County Land Reform Conference. It differed from the village gate in that there were no direct representatives of the people to give opinions from below. Nevertheless, the cadres heard and judged one another and were guided in an agonizing appraisal of their work by a group of men more advanced and more experienced than themselves. This higher level of educators was made up of the leaders of the county government and of the county organization of the Communist Party. The key figure at this level was Secretary CHN, chairman of the county party committee and chief organizer, leader, and teacher of Lekeng's 2,500 communists. All the myriad problems engendered by land reform found their way to his door. If the movement went well, he deserved much of the credit. If it went awry, he had to assume a large part of the blame. Secretary CHN kept in touch with current developments and exercised leadership over the land reform movement in various ways by frequent, unannounced visits to the basic villages, by weekly written reports sent in by the work team leaders, and by directives issued from time to time as guidelines for the teams. More important than any of these, however, were the county-wide conferences of full-time cadres such as the one we now had joined. At such a conference time was unimportant. Discussion could last a week, 10 days, 2 weeks. The cadres met for as long as was needed to examine all work, study policy, and solve problems of individual attitude and morale. No group could go through such an experience without being shaken down and strengthened. Few individuals could attend such a session without being changed by it. 41. In the Dragon Hall. Now the mallet is lifted to smite the lips of the metal monster. Hear the great bell responding. How mighty her voice, though tongueless. Kaogai. All the little dragons on the high tilted eaves of the green roofs shiver to the tips of their gilded tails under that deep wave of sound, all the porcelain gargoyles tremble on their carven perches, all the 100 little bells of the pagodas quiver with desire to speak. Kaogai. All the green and gold tiles of the temple are vibrating. The wooden goldfish above them are writhing against the sky. Kaogai. What a thunder was that! Laugh Kadayo Hearn. In the heart of the Yamen area a large temple, unharmed by vandalism, stood solid and imposing amidst the ruins. It had been converted into a hall by emptying it of all trappings and idols. Thus stripped down, the building displayed an awe-inspiring symmetry. 2 great beams 25 feet in length and 3 feet thick supported the center of a heavy tiled roof. This roof swept up and out at the 4 corners as if poised for flight, while across its ridgepole 4 enormous dragons in colored tile battled each other for supremacy in the sky. The deep tones of the temple bell summoned the cadres from far and near. Under the fiery dragons, under the spreading roof, under the ancient beams where countless worshippers had once bowed their heads in a grey swirl of incense, the county conference met in plenary session. 2 tables and a brick rostrum constituted the only furnishings in the vast hall. The tables were used by note-taking secretaries, the rostrum by various speakers as they made their reports. On the wall behind the rostrum hung a large portrait of Mao Zedong. Above this, painted in gold on a large red board were 4 characters in Mao's distinctive calligraphy. They said, "Serve the people." Small group discussions followed the mass meetings. They were held wherever the participants found it convenient. Some teams met in their sleeping quarters. The hubbub created by the first 2 or 3 teams to begin a session inevitably drove the others away. Each of the others had to find a quiet spot in the shadow of the big temple or in one of the abandoned ruins behind it, and carry on as best it could, using 1,000-year-old bricks for seats. After dark the longbow team often met in my room, but during the daylight hours we chose as our special preserve a pile of rubble at the base of an old bell tower. On this tower, a ruined brick structure that overlooked the whole temple area, 4 ghostly characters, each one taller than a man, proclaimed a slogan out of the past. It was a slogan so encumbered with irony that it engraved itself on my memory. From top to bottom the characters read Jichun Yongtsai, the Japanese army forever remains. It took 3 full days for the leaders of the various work teams to report to the whole conference on the 6 weeks they had spent in the villages. Their reports lasted 1 hour, 2 hours, even 3 hours. They were rambling, confused, repetitive, yet the assembled cotters listened in absolute silence, intent on catching every word. Those who could write perhaps 50% of the total held their copybooks on their knees and took notes without pause. All found themselves listening to experiences that, while differing in detail from their own, reflected as if in a mirror the essence of what had happened to them. As one team leader followed another, each person present experienced a sense of having his own past reviewed. Chi-Yun and I arrived at the first session a few minutes late. An old man was already speaking from the rostrum. He was the leader of the East Portal team. For 40 years he had worked as a hired laborer before receiving land and a donkey as a result of the settling of accounts. Those years of toil had put a stamp on him that no subsequent experience could erase. He had only to don a new government-issue suit to transform it into a peasant-style outfit. A wide sash wound round his waist and trouser cuffs bound tight to his ankles with strips of cloth gave his modern garb an unmistakably rustic flavor. On his head he wore, not a visor cap, but a towel. When we first set out to find the poor peasants, we made mistakes because our standards were too rigid, the old man said. We thought that the people who lived near the county town would be canny and dishonest, so we trusted very few and opened the door only a crack. That's why the ranks of our league remained lean. When we visited them the peasants didn't want to talk to us. They still remembered the wash the face movement of last year. We had to change our methods. Each of us began to talk about his own past. Soon one of our cotters who had worked in the mines found an old miner among the poor peasants. When we started to talk about the hardships of underground work the old peasant began to speak of his own sorrows. Soon his friends also opened up. Since the speaker had never been to school, he found reading difficult. He had to pause frequently in order to decipher the notes which had been prepared for him by the efforts of his whole team. Finally he pulled an old pair of spectacles from his pocket and fixed them on his nose by means of a string which he tied around the back of his head. That these antique spectacles with their square lenses of ordinary window glass could help him to see more clearly was doubtful, but they did seem to give him confidence and that was reason enough to wear them. In front of the poor peasant delegates the party members were very afraid, he continued. They dared not reject any opinion or speak their minds at all. They just accepted every criticism no matter what, but in their minds they couldn't think it through. We had to explain to them that they had the right to speak their own opinions, that this was an education for them. Later we discovered that some of the delegates were not quite honest themselves. One was there only to take revenge on a party member whom he hated. As he progressed through his report, this old peasant-turned cotter launched into stories that required no notes and soon found that he could hold the audience spellbound. Then he took his glasses off. One of the stories which he told concerned an illiterate like himself, an East Portal party member who had taken more than 60 objects from the public stores. Faced with the necessity of admitting his misappropriations before a gate manned by poor peasants, the man became panicky. What if he couldn't remember everything? He stayed up 5 nights in a row, took out one article after another and drew a picture of it. To these primary reminders he added sketches that would help him recall the motive for the theft. On one piece of paper he first drew a pair of leather shoes. Next to the shoes he drew the outline of a woman. The woman represented his wife. She had always despised him, threatened to leave him, and never made shoes or clothes for him. This, he decided, was because he was bare poor. As soon as he received land and house he tried to relieve domestic tension by bringing home to his wife things which might impress her. All this he easily recalled when he looked at his sketch of her. The confession which he finally made with the aid of such pictures was so detailed and comprehensive that the delegates allowed him to pass the gate without further delay. There was one stipulation, of course. He must return all 60 of the misappropriated items. The captain of the East Portal team told this story to illustrate the sincerity with which many party members approached their self-examination, but the story simultaneously illustrated another facet of the campaign, a facet that emerged more and more clearly as the team reports followed one another. This was the tremendous pressure which had been brought to bear on the party members to make them acknowledge the failure of the FANSHEN movement and concede their part in it. The pressure was so great and carried with it such overtones of revenge that many honest communists felt they had no way out. Attempts at suicide had occurred in village after village. Reports like these demonstrated to the members of the Longbow team that they were not the only ones who had made mistakes, lost their way, traveled a curved road, or failed to find the conditions which they had gone to the village to seek. But this was scant solace in the face of the very sharp criticism which Party Secretary CHN directed at all the land reform cadres and the Longbow team in particular. County Secretary CHN was not the sort of warm-hearted friendly man we expected to meet after our experience with Regional Secretary Wang. He was a lean fellow with a stern jaw and penetrating eyes that looked out from behind dark-rimmed spectacles. An intellectual through and through, he did not easily unbend. Surrounded by that crowd of boisterous, talkative rural cadres, he seemed ill at ease. When anyone wandered in his presentation or talked of trifles, CHN had a way of looking very bored. In the midst of one report he snapped, "Let's stick to the point." He later stopped a speaker in the middle of a sentence with, "Let's hear your own faults, not someone else's." The respect which the cadres nevertheless felt for him stemmed from the intellectual brilliance which he demonstrated every time he rose to speak. His speeches were well ordered, disciplined, and clear, although they could not be called concise. He presented every idea in several complementary ways so that all might understand it and patiently went over ground he had covered twice before so that there would be no doubt as to his meaning. His speeches even demonstrated a flash of humor now and then, but it was a humor that was incidental to what he had to say. He was not one to be funny just to amuse his listeners. For all this the cadres respected him, even admired him, but they found it difficult to get to know him. He was too much the typical commissar of the novel, reserved, iron-willed, hard-working, and self-sacrificing. And what he demanded of himself he also demanded of others. Within an hour after our team arrived in Lekang, Secretary CHN had called Comrade Ho and Little Lee into his headquarters and questioned them about the arrest of Yu Lai, Wen Te, Shi Yu, and Hung Er. He pronounced the arrests a mistake. He pointed out the bad influence which the action had had on the whole region. Somehow a rumor had started that the 4 arrested cadres had been tried before a mass meeting and shot on the spot. More than 100 li, 30 miles, away, peasants were repeating eyewitness accounts of the execution. The effect of these rumors was to confirm the guilt of the 4 men in the popular mind and divert any effort to look more deeply into the case. Yet no firm evidence had come to light that the arrested men were actually responsible, and thus the county police had already decided to release them. Secretary CHN did not stop there. He went on to criticize Ho and Lee for holding the district cadres under house arrest at the accounts examination meeting, for disarming Tien Ming, and for unreasonably attacking and harassing the whole party branch. All of these actions added up to extremism, left extremism, he said. A document that amplified this criticism was assigned as required reading for all the teams. It had been prepared by the 3rd Administrative District of Tahang Subregion. It pointed out that radical left tendencies had caused many teams to seek support only among the poor peasants, to neglect the middle peasants, to ignore and suppress all old cotters, to treat party members as if they were class enemies, and to underestimate the extent of the poor peasants' FANSHEN. Here was a poor peasant point of view elevated to the status of a line that was in opposition to the party's expressed policy. Secretary Chn's broad censure and the critical tone of the sub-regional pamphlet all but destroyed the elan of a team that had maintained morale only with difficulty. What hurt the cotters from Longbao most was the charge that they had unreasonably oppressed the members of the village branch. Up to this point they had felt that their gate, for all its shortcomings, had been a success. They might have been misled by old Shen concerning who were the honest poor peasants, wasted time in an accounts examination meeting, falsely arrested 4 innocent men, wrongly detained 3 others, failed to establish a solid poor peasants league, and mistakenly treated the village as type 3, but all this had to be balanced against the fact that they had succeeded in mobilizing the party members and the people for the purification campaign, that the party members' self-criticism had uncovered real problems and had paved the way for real reforms, and that morale in the village, both inside and outside the branch, had picked up sharply thereafter. Now even these achievements were called into question. 42. When poverty outranked heaven. Men are products of circumstances and upbringing and, therefore changed men are products of other circumstances and changed upbringing, but circumstances are changed precisely by men and, the educator himself must be educated. Karl Marx. When the Longbao cotters gathered on the bricks under the bell tower to review their work, the local men, Ho and Little Li, Han, Liang, Li Wencheng, and Chang Chir were in an angry, bitter mood. If it was wrong to arrest the 4 cotters, then Secretary Chn must share the blame, they thought. After all, the secretary himself had approved the arrests at the time and the county police had ordered team leader Ho to drop everything for an investigation into the crime. As for the district cotters who had been held for questioning about the village accounts, they had not really been arrested. They had only been asked to eat and sleep together for convenience's sake, so that they would be available when needed. Nobody had stood guard over them. They were free to come and go in the village. As these opinions were expressed and debated, the mood of the cotters gradually changed. They began to understand how deeply they had been influenced by an exaggerated reliance on the poor. They laughed as they remembered the first few days in the village, how they had dropped their bedrolls and gone looking for poor peasants while not daring to speak to anyone who looked at all prosperous, and completely ignoring the party that had led the village for 3 years. The image they had in mind of the poor peasant they were looking for was of a man dressed in rags with a torn towel around his head, scratching lice and flea bites. If any peasant said he had FANSHEN they thought he was dishonest. If he had no grievances against the village cotters, they dropped him. Many peasants had obviously seen through this right away. They hid their quilts, their pillows, and their better-looking clothes and dropped wild herbs and chaff into their cooking pots while they waited to see which way the wind would blow. When I arrived in Longbao, said little Chir, still pale from the effects of the assault upon him, the only thing I had in mind was the poor and hired peasant line. I thought that poor peasants were everything. I looked only for poverty. Poverty outranked heaven. As soon as I had some idea of who the poor peasants were, I ordered the old cotters to arrange for me to eat in their homes and especially in the homes of those who had been called agents or were suspected of dishonesty. Right away I met Shen Chuan-te and I believed everything he told me. Now I realize that I was wrong. I looked only at a man's living conditions. I paid no attention to his character. That was mechanical. As they talked, the cotters also began to see how concentration on the poor and avoidance of the communists in the village party branch had been linked. My attitude toward the communists was very severe, said Li Wencheng. I criticized them relentlessly and tried to force them to admit crimes. Otherwise, I thought, they will think I am afraid. But the result was not so good. Many party members were gloomy and their self-criticism was not all honest. As for the accident, I thought, the landlords and rich peasants have all been beaten down. No feudal element would dare commit this crime. It must be the party branch. So I said to the communists, we must uncover this matter and find which one of you is guilty. I thought they were worse than the puppet troops. I attacked Chao Chhuani over and over again. I made her review all her rascal behavior and insisted that she had slipped into the party and seduced important cottars only to protect her family. The other party members joined in the attack. That night Chao Chhuani refused to come to the meeting. She lay on her kayang and wept. Then she tried to hang herself. Fortunately, someone saw her and stopped her, otherwise I would be responsible for her death. This was certainly leftism. Comrade Ho agreed and went even further than the others in his analysis of what had happened. We kept telling them that they were still poor because the cottars had taken all the fruits, he said. But really, how much did they take? And if it were all divided up, what difference would it make? It could still never fill all the holes that remain. Surely the problem must be solved in the future by production. But we kept saying, you have not FANSHEN, you have not FANSHEN, the cottars are bad. So of course the peasants are ready to go after the cottars for whatever can be taken from them, and they are ready to call middle peasants rich peasants so that their property too can be taken. Meanwhile, everyone wants to be a poor peasant so that he can get something. But where is it all going to come from? When the conference convened again in the big temple, the teams all reported on the sectarianism that marred their work. Once again the men and women from Longbao realized that they were not alone. Here, for instance, are a few passages from the report of Chia village. At first we found some poor peasants who could speak well and had many grievances against the cottars. They opposed the cottars blindly, and we relied on them because we thought all the old organizations bad. We were in a big hurry and thought we could understand the whole village within 3 days. We avoided the Communist Party members. We accepted the poor peasants' request and ordered the party members to live and eat together chih takuo fan, eat out of one big pot. But the party members were very upset, and many of them wept. The village chairman's wife swore at her husband. You stupid ass, wasn't being head of the whole village enough? Why did you have to go and join the Communist Party as well? We repeated our work several times over. We visited, explained, and visited again. Many poor peasants got tired of it. So did we. We couldn't find much to do and thought we ought to go and find another village, but when Secretary Chang came and asked for material, facts, and figures, we had very little to give him. From these reports, 2 questions emerged. Where did the poor peasant line originate? Why had they all adopted such extreme measures? At a small group meeting the following day, the local members of the Longbao team all agreed that they got their poor peasant line at the Lu family settlement meeting, the big month-long education conference that preceded the departure of the Lukeng County teams to the basic villages. At the meeting, Secretary Chn himself had set the tone. He had declared that the poor of Lukeng County had not FANSHEN. He had said that any cottars who could not find poor peasants in the villages didn't deserve to eat. He had held the cottars before him responsible for the abortive FANSHEN movement and insisted that they all examine their shortcomings and make public statements of their conclusions. Liang Qihu recalled his own reaction to that meeting. Here was a cotter whose service to the revolution could not be ignored. He had faced the Japanese army as a militiaman at the age of 18. He had led his militia detachment in the battle for Longbao and then had helped liberate Changchi. As head of the police department of the 2nd district, he had ridden herd on the reactionaries and helped to guarantee the FANSHEN of thousands. Yet, said he, when I learned what was expected of us I was very afraid. I worried all the time and wondered if I could pass the gate. I even lost my appetite and grew very pale. I had to look back over the years. Was I active or not? What was my attitude during the land reform? What mistakes had I committed? I finally admitted 4 mistakes. I had protected 2 rich peasants who were neighbors of mine. I had kept in my home property that belonged to a family that everyone believed to be gentry. I had helped to expel from the Peasants' Association a man who criticized us all for taking more than our fair share of the fruits. I had received an acre of land that was not allotted to me by any distribution committee. That was because I was away when the land was parceled out. When I came back there was very little left. I protested and was given an acre by the other cotters. In my heart I thought, all these mistakes are not mine alone. Others were also involved. But it was a sorry business to blame others. I took full responsibility. I asked for punishment and received a warning from the party committee. This warning went on my record. After that I was troubled. I thought, all these things were not done by me alone, but I have taken punishment for all of them. Whenever I fill out a form in the future I must write received punishment. I was very upset. The pressure at the Liu family settlement meeting had been such that many cotters did as Liang had done. And because the record was thus distorted beyond reasonable resemblance to reality, they felt oppressed and despondent. While, on the positive side, the meeting had burned into every heart the seriousness of graft, corruption, influence peddling, nepotism, and maneuvering for personal advantage no matter how small. On the negative side it placed a burden of guilt on the shoulders of the district cotters which they were not able to bear. It now became clear that when these cotters came from the Liu family settlement meeting to the basic villages, they came prepared to examine the village communists as severely as they themselves had been examined. In Longbao, the attack on Little Chir only gave further impetus to this determination. The party members were blamed for the crime as a matter of course. Open discussion of these problems at the county conference did not automatically lead the Longbao team to any solution. In fact, the more they talked about it, the more dejected the cotters became. Comrade Ho, always dour and serious, looked beaten. He held his head in his hands and stared off into space. Little Li, who before had always been ready with a joke and a laugh, adopted the dour mien so characteristic of team leader Ho, while Han, Liang, Little Chir, and Li Wencheng fell silent altogether. They contemplated the rubble around them as if the whole world had collapsed and they themselves were derelicts lost in the ruins. With the peasant members of the group in such a mood, the intellectuals also lapsed into unusual silence. A brilliant 4-hour report by Secretary CHN on the right way to organize work in the villages and in the village party branches only deepened the gloom that hung over the conference. At one point in his report Secretary CHN charged that in 6 weeks of work the Longbao team had done only 2 things, both of them wrong. They had examined the village accounts without result, and they had oppressed the village party branch. When they met that evening in my room, the Longbao cotters quarreled openly for the first time. Little Li blamed Ho for the secretary's unfair criticism. I had all the material, protested Little Li, but when the secretary asked you for facts and figures about the village you told him you didn't have any. You were so busy with the party branch that you didn't even know what we were doing. Yet you tried to answer for everything yourself. Why didn't you speak up then? Snapped Ho. Because you always do what you want, no matter what we say, replied Little Li, glaring at his partner. If Han had not spoken at that moment they might have come to blows. The trouble with our group, said Han, is that we have a beginning but no end. We have a leader but no follow-up. We have a tiger's head but a snake's tail. And so our work doesn't go well. The team had reached an impasse. The low morale of the local cotters had reached a nadir. The time had come for an evaluation on a different level. Up to this point the cotters had been talking about a general line their relations with the peasants, the mistakes made in estimating the situation in the village, whether or not they had treated the branch members too harshly. The question of their internal relations, the question of personal problems and grievances that might stand in the way of their working together had not been touched upon. Yet these questions could become a greater obstacle to effective work than any other. Unless the inner contradictions that plagued the team and its individual members were exposed, there was little chance that the larger contradictions in the world outside them could ever be successfully tackled. Perhaps an extended period of self-examination could clear the air. If each individual could be granted ample time to think through his own problems, make clear his own thoughts and attitudes, his own reservations, his own gripes, he might then be able to formulate, isolate, and finally lay aside the burdens that distracted him and wore down his energies. Secretary Chn and his assistant, Secretary Chang, were aware of this problem. On the very next morning, April 26, 1948, they called all the Cotters to a meeting in the temple and announced a party day. "We call this a party day," said Secretary Chang, then added, "for my benefit and that of several of the university students, but everyone can join whether they are party members or not. What we want to do is to speak out what we have in our minds honestly and sincerely. Even if you try to suppress what is bothering you, it will burst out sooner or later and perhaps influence your work badly." For example, on the Longbao team many workers didn't agree with the leader, but they didn't speak out in the meetings and their morale was low. What started as a problem for 2 or 3 soon influenced others, and very soon the work of the whole team suffered. So now, while we have the opportunity, we will examine ourselves and try to wipe out the gloomy atmosphere that has taken hold of some comrades and some teams. Secretary Chang, a plump man whose cheerful temperament contrasted sharply with that of the austere Chn, went on to analyze some of the hidden problems which the Cotters had not yet discussed in public. He knew these problems well, for the morale of the party was his special sphere of responsibility. Part of this gloom is due to the influence of the purification meetings on the Cotters. Many of you fear examination in your own villages. You are afraid you cannot pass the gate at home. At the same time, the mutual aid teams have refused to help your families. You worry lest your children have nothing to eat. But you ought to know by now that if you make up your minds to be honest, serve the masses sincerely, and acknowledge your mistakes, you can pass the gate. As for problems at home, we can also take steps to solve them. Nobody should worry unduly. Let each speak out frankly now and not complain and gripe in the corners later. The mass meeting broke up. The teams spent the rest of the day in self and mutual criticism. The Longbao Cotters once more sought out their favorite place, the rubble at the base of the bell tower. Thus began a strange, halting meeting that lasted until twilight, broke briefly for a meal of boiled millet and cabbage, and then continued in my room until well after midnight. To dig beneath the surface, to expose what one truly thought about oneself and about others was always difficult, often extremely painful, yet it had become as necessary as breathing. The Cotters talked in subdued tones, approached problems, dropped them, and took them up again, each time probing deeper. Sometimes they succeeded in laying bare the heart of the matter. More often they fell short, but even when they failed they struck closer to the truth than before. The meeting plunged first into a problem that was, in the main, objective and easy to define: the problem of the team members' own livelihood. Secretary Chang's statement about the situation in the Cotters' home villages was confirmed in a most concrete way by Han Chinming. His moon-round face assumed the solemnity of a stone Buddha as he revealed the problems that beset him. To begin with, he was sick, had been sick for several months, with chronic dysentery. Though this sickness did not prevent him from working, it tired him, worried him, and made him far less effective than he aspired to be. Far harder to bear than any sickness, however, was the political attack which had been launched against him by self-appointed poor peasants in his home village. When he took leave for a week in order to overcome his dysentery by resting at home, these peasants immediately started a rumor that he had been fired from his job as a county cotter. They said he had been sent home in disgrace. When a neighbor, a man with whom he had long shared a cow, called on him, the members of this clique took the visitor aside and asked, "Why do you help Han? Are you still trying to flatter the Cotters?" After that his neighbor dared not return to Han's courtyard, sold his share of the cow, and tried to pull out of the mutual aid group to which they both belonged. When Han's mother went to the mutual aid group for help with the spring sewing, a former Japanese puppet reprimanded her. "From now on nobody will help you. If you want anything, you must employ hired labor." The old lady returned home in tears. A few days later Han opened an underground pit to get out the last millet that his family had stored as insurance against the spring hunger. He was accused of digging out grain in order to sell it and thereby avoid confiscation. It was just as if he were a landlord. On top of all this, his taxes went up 10 points. The harassment was so great that Han could not face it. He returned to work in Longbao before he had fully regained his health. As a result, he suffered frequent relapses and often had to stop work in the middle of the day. "I don't understand all this," Han said. "I don't understand why my taxes went up. I know that during the distribution I exchanged 1 acre of poor land for less than an acre of fertile land, and that last year although I got 10 days help with the crops, I wasn't able to return the labor. Yet when I offered to give back the land and pay off the debt with money, the new cotters wouldn't listen to me. Since then I have carried a great weight on my shoulders. I don't think that my debt to the village and my land exchange are such great crimes. Under the guns of the puppet forces I worked hard and risked my life countless times. But now I am treated worse than a landlord." When my mother wept, I felt as if a great knife were turning in my heart. What I want to do is to return to the village, speak out everything, and settle this problem. If it goes on like this, I cannot work. With that Han heaved a deep sigh. At first nobody said anything in reply. What answer could there be? I, for one, was appalled by his story. A wife, a child, and a mother at home, very little left to eat, and nobody willing to plant his crops. Yet he was supposed to work full-time away from home. He was supposed to help other peasants solve their problems. He was supposed to lead them in reforming their own officials. No wonder the morale of the cotters was low. Team leader Ho finally spoke. "It is no use being so depressed," he said, himself the very picture of depression. "Such a mood can only hurt your body. It can certainly never solve any problems. I myself have had such thoughts as yours. I too have been attacked at home. I don't know how my land will be planted. I thought to myself, if I cannot pass the gate at home, still I am better than a landlord. If the masses don't want me as a year-round hired laborer, still I can be a seasonal laborer for my family." But later I realized that this was a pretty sorry attitude for a communist. A distant journey tests the strength of a horse, and a long task proves the character of a man. The only way out is to work hard and serve the people. When I thought about that, the wind drove away the clouds. Those who spoke after Ho had finished all took the same view. They agreed that dishonest peasants in many communities were making things hard for the old cotters. But this was not the policy of the Communist Party. In time all this would be corrected. In the meantime, communists must not waver. They must go on with their work, maintain their faith in the party and the people, and not worry too much about rumors and unjust criticism. But Han was not so easily cheered. It was all very well to counsel steadfastness, but would that put grain in the pot or seeds in the ground? "During the first week here I thought of nothing but my family," he said. "Later I decided anyhow, I am better than a landlord. But even a landlord can get his share, why not I? They are our enemies. Yet we pardon them. Why should I be punished so severely for a small debt owed to the people?" One colleague who offered no advice to Han was little Ch here. When he finally did speak up, it was not to criticize or encourage, it was to tell of his own plight. It turned out that little Ch here was no better off than Han or Ho. The attempt on his life had so damaged him that he lay for 2 weeks in the Lukeng County Hospital. After he recovered sufficiently to walk, he returned home, but his convalescence in the village was far from peaceful. He found that the mutual aid group had thrown his family out. "Better wait and see if he can pass the gate," said his neighbors. The refusal of the mutual aid group to help meant that the family had to hire labor to get its work done. Several dispossessed landlords were available for hire, but the village ordered the family to pay high wages to the village office for the landlord's labor. Now I am puzzled, said little Ch here. How will the government treat the cotters? After the beating I found that my lungs were damaged. The medicine the doctor gave me is very expensive. Who will pay for it? When I asked help from the mutual aid group they said, cotters must serve the masses like good oxen. Why do you ask help from us? My sister-in-law had nothing left to eat. She decided to sell her cart and donkey. But the leader of the poor peasants group said, why are you selling your animal? Do you want to oppose the land reform program? Whenever I go home my aunt and uncle weep and complain to me. I don't know how to console them. Also all our taxes have been raised 10 points. But I haven't grafted anything or tried any rascal tricks. My neighbors are sympathetic. They say, we ought to help him but unfortunately he is a cotter, so what can we do? What could anyone tell Ch here? Simply to have faith, to report his problems to the county leaders, to keep working? This seemed pitifully inadequate. Only in regard to taxes did the discussion answer any of the questions posed by these men. It turned out that their taxes had increased in 1948 because land received the year before had been taxed lightly in order to help the recipients establish themselves as producers. Now all the land, both original holdings and newly acquired plots, were taxed at the same rate. Then why did my taxes go up? Asked Liang. He was an old middle peasant. He had received no land in 1947. Yet his taxes had also been raised in 1948. No one had an answer to that. Perhaps, suggested Chi-yun, it was part of an attack on him as an old cotter. If that were so, it was the only form the attack took. Through an old acquaintance from his home village who was also attending the county conference, Liang had learned that day that all was going well with his family. His father and his wife were both in good health. His wife had borne him a son and the mutual aid group had agreed to prepare his land for spring sowing. Here at least was one cotter who had no serious domestic problems to worry about. His relative peace of mind had shown up in the quality of his work. From the beginning he had been conscientious and steady. The only fault anyone could find with Liang was that he did not speak out enough. He did not make suggestions or criticize his colleagues, but concentrated on his own work and did it well. A second member of the team whose morale had held up through the 6 weeks of work in Longbao was Li Wencheng. The reason for this was not hard to find. Assignment to the Longbao team had brought Li the greatest boon of his life, a wife. In the village he had met, been properly introduced to, and then married the daughter of a FANSHEN widow. His head had been in the clouds ever since. For 10 years he had sought a bride in vain. Now within a few weeks he had his heart's desire. But all this had not helped his work. Ever since you found this girl it has been very hard to find you, said Ho, gently but firmly. You never ask leave. You just disappear. Often, during meetings, your bride can be seen wandering around outside the building trying to catch a glimpse of you. And you seem to be very absent-minded. Now that you have solved the wife problem I think it is time for you to get down to business. All this has influenced your work too much. 43. Unity through struggle. I sent out invitations to summon guests. I collected together all my friends. Loud talk and simple feasting. Discussion of philosophy, investigation of subtleties. Tongues loosened, and minds at one. Hearts refreshed by discharge of emotion. Sui Ch Kung. Died, 273 AD. The human consciousness may be compared to an artichoke. Its tender core is enclosed in layer upon layer of defenses, excuses, rationalizations, approximations. These must be peeled off if one is to discover the true complex of motives driving any individual. Such a process would hardly be possible if an individual's acts, as distinct from his words, did not reveal in a multitude of unconscious ways something of the core of his thought. Even then, With acts serving as guides to motivation, no progress can be made unless the individual is willing to cooperate. What made self-revelation possible for the work team members that day was the deep commitment every one of them had to the success of the land reform movement. They freely examined themselves and their comrades, not for partisan advantage, not for the sake of exposure, not as an exercise in mea culpa, but in order to remove obstacles in the way of more effective work. This was the objective framework around which the unfolding of the subjective attitudes revolved. And this, not coercion, not curiosity, not some narcissistic self-torture, made self and mutual criticism viable and grounded it in necessity. By first taking up some of the objective problems that weighed on the cotters' minds and slowly moving from there to subjective reactions, the party day meeting began to pull the group together. I could feel that this was happening but could not find any decisive reason for it. No major problem had been solved. It seemed as if the mere exposure of trouble had brought about a changed relationship between these people. As they gained insight into the background of each other's weaknesses, they felt a growth of mutual sympathy, of common ground. Still, the most important barrier to trust and cooperation had not been touched. This was the question of the relationship between team leader Ho and the rest of the group. It was not until Ho began to criticize his own outlook and examine his own motives that the incipient change of atmosphere that had begun to penetrate the consciousness of the group crystallized into something new. The discussion came around to Ho obliquely, by way of Li Wencheng's wife. Everyone knew that Li's newfound happiness had distracted him from his work, but only little Li knew that shortly before team leader Ho came to Longbao, his wife had left for her home village alone. According to local custom, a bride that went back to her mother's home unescorted rarely returned. Hence, those who knew Ho best thought his marriage had come to an end. Little Li, as was his wont, brought up the subject in the form of a joke. He asked Ho how he liked being a bachelor. This brought a response far too vigorous to be taken at face value. "We married of our own free will," said Ho. "I told her when she left for home to do as she liked. If she doesn't want to come back, that is all right with me. That doesn't worry me at all." Did this self-assurance cover up her pride, perhaps even a broken heart? It was hard to tell. Ho did not discuss the matter further. He launched instead into an overall appraisal of his own work. Looking intently at his large feet clad in outsized cotton shoes and now propped against a broken brick, he spoke in the slow, deliberate manner that had become his trademark. Clearly it was not easy for so proud a man to reveal what he proposed to talk about. "When I arrived in Longbao, I put everything aside. I was very proud and confident at that time and made light of the job we had to do. I thought that with so many members we would easily fulfill our task. But as soon as we began to work, I ran up against many difficulties. I began to hesitate and worry. I began to realize that this work was more difficult than anything I had ever tried before. Then I went to the other extreme. I feared the dragon in front and the tiger behind. I got timid and dared not fix a plan. I depended on the other members of the group and sometimes followed the people blindly, but the other members of the group kept silent a good deal of the time, and everyone worked on his own. This upset me and made me even more timid. I found I could not draw a proper conclusion at a meeting or make clear and definite decisions to help guide the others. I found I was very green, and I felt the other cotters were much better qualified than myself, since many of them had worked as cotters for 8 years or more. I dared not criticize them even when I found fault. I was unable to sift our good experiences from our bad ones, and before each meeting I found I didn't know where we were going or what to say. We began the meetings blindly and closed them blindly. All this made me sensitive. I thought the vice leader, Little Li, was just standing aside and waiting for me to lose face. I thought he was cracking jokes to show me up. But later I understood his character better. I know now that he was only joking and making fun with everyone. At night I couldn't sleep. I tried to estimate the comrades one by one. Finally I concluded that I myself must be the one to be blamed because I had no ability. So I wanted the authorities to relieve me of my position. I wanted to join the army, or at least ask that another leader be chosen and let me become just an ordinary member. Ever since I heard Secretary Chn's report, I have felt this even more strongly. I have been very depressed. I hope you will all give me a lot of help in the future, but still I wish you would choose another leader. I am very reserved. I don't know how to relax and fool around with others. I was once given the nickname Takong Niu, the Great Ox, because I carry such a long face, such a serious face, and this long face is easily misunderstood. People thought I was angry with them. Of course I am crude and impatient. I wish you would give me more opinions. I was impressed by the frankness of Ho's statement and with the humility which he projected. Ho seemed to take on stature as he made this first attempt at self-analysis. But it was just this humility that the others criticized most sharply. They told Ho that he should not underestimate his own ability. In fact, from the way he worked, it was obvious that he made all important decisions himself and didn't sufficiently trust the rest of the group. "You are too sensitive," said Little Lee. "You lack confidence in others. Instead of criticizing them to their face, you criticize them to the party secretary. I am thinking of that time when you told CHN that we didn't have any material on the village. It made us all so angry. Why didn't you consult with us? Actually, you have a streak of individual heroism. You want to be a hero, therefore any failure is your personal failure. I remember once when we went to the county office to report. The secretary did not take any notes of what we said. You were very unhappy. You said, 'It seems as if we had done nothing, for our report made no impression.' Your criticism was correct. They should have taken notes of our report, but in the back of your mind what you were really thinking was that the authorities would know nothing about our merits. As for your relations with me," Lee continued, "I was afraid you would think I wished to take the spotlight from you, so I always hesitated when I thought we ought to work in some new way. But you thought I was just standing aside to wait for you to lose face." This opinion broke the ice. In its wake, other team members began to say the things they had long suppressed. "You always emphasize your lack of ability," said Chi-Yun. "But in fact you don't trust the rest of us, so you always think of trifling things, you are sensitive beyond reason and don't pay sufficient attention to basic principles. Lying awake at night, thinking things over, that is a very subjective way to make decisions," said another. "It is much better to talk with others and judge from reality. Take the accounts meetings, for instance. Many comrades told you they ought to be stopped. But you neglected their opinions. You were so busy with the branch that you didn't have time to think it over. Your working style is not democratic enough. You are timid about criticizing others, but at the same time you don't like to be criticized either. You think the investigation of our work from above, by the county leaders, is sufficient. But because you work blindly you were always busy, even worn out, but still the results were not so good." Ho's offer to step down and find someone else to lead aroused even more opposition than his self-deprecation. "Such a thought is quite wrong," said Little Lee. "You just want to escape in the face of trouble. A communist should never think like that. Mistakes are unavoidable. The thing to do is to examine and correct them, not run away. If everyone were to talk like you do, who would be the leader?" asked Chur. "That is quite wrong. When we return to the village and begin work again we shall be quite frank with each other, exchange reports frequently and help one another. In that way we can surely overcome our mistakes." Ho did not reject these opinions. Although the criticism was sharp, the other cadres were speaking out, showing concern for his problems and taking on a share of the burden. He felt a sense of relief that at last some communication, some real give and take was developing between him and the rest of the team. He even raised his head a little as he spoke in reply. "Why have I been so sensitive?" he asked. "I think it is because before I came here I was leader of all work in 13 villages and everything went smoothly, but as soon as I came here everything became very hard. I thought, little Lee has more experience than I thought. We divided the work. I took the party branch, and he took the village as a whole. When I asked him about the detention of the Cotters, he said, "Don't worry about it. If it is wrong, I am responsible." And he always laughed as if caring for nothing at all, while I was always earnest and worried all the time. Whenever I brought up a problem, he turned it into a joke. At night when I talked to him he fell asleep. So I thought to myself, if we have made such errors he must also take some blame. If I am to be kicked out of the party, he must be too. So I turned against him, and I thought, if you despise me, I shall never ask you for help. Now I understand how wrong that is. That is a subjective, individual point of view. It has nothing to do with the needs of our work. In the future I shall study problems with the rest of you and read carefully all the reports. Ho paused here, as if he had finished, but then he thought of something else, of the accusation that he had spoken to the party secretary behind their backs, and he went on. I have a very stubborn character. When I disagree with someone I just keep silent 7 or 8 days and never say a word. That's the way it was when I quarreled with my wife. I never said a word to her afterwards. So when I came to Comrade CHN he pried it out of me. It wasn't that I wanted to talk to him, but I came to him for advice and he dug to the root of the matter. It was because I met trouble that I thought of many unreasonable things in the middle of the night. In the future, whenever I have some opinion, I shall speak it out and consult with other comrades. Having said what they thought about Ho, the other Cotters found themselves suddenly free of the bitterness they had felt toward him, and Ho, having heard their opinions and found them reasonable, suddenly felt warm and friendly toward them all. The great ox turned out to be a far more likable human being than anyone had suspected. Right then and there they decided never to hold back their ideas again but to speak out frankly and help each other in the future. If one crucial drag on the work of the team was the friction between the team members and their leader, a second and almost equal drag was the friction between the intellectuals from the university and the uneducated Cotters of local origin. The party meeting did not remove this friction in one session, but some progress was made in the direction of mutual understanding. Before the meeting ended, each of the intellectuals critically examined his or her own work and listened to suggestions from the whole collective. Of the 5 university people on the team, Comrade HSU had made the worst impression and established the worst relationships. Ever since the failure of the accounts examination meeting which he led, he had been morose. He sat through meeting after meeting looking bored. He never took part in any debate unless it touched on his own abortive project. He more often than not ignored the proceedings altogether, sat off in a corner by himself, and read some newspaper or pamphlet. At the Lekeng conference he found the straw in Temple Row distasteful. He was afraid he would catch some disease from the other Cotters and was openly distressed about the lice that invariably sought him out no matter how clean he kept his clothes and his person. No one ever picked lice from his garments with more fastidious repugnance than did Comrade HSU. This professor's real problem was one germane to intellectuals everywhere: how to translate theory into practice. He was like the revolutionary described by Mao Zedong, who held the arrow of Marxism-Leninism in his hand, caressed it and exclaimed ecstatically, "What a fine arrow! What a fine arrow," but never let it fly. HSU himself said, "I have been criticized for swinging first to the right and then to the left. That is true. I had never been in a village before I came to the liberated area. I had some grand ideas. I thought I would collect material for future study. So I brought along many books. But my plan failed. So I became unhappy. My aim in joining this work was to learn something, but suddenly along came the accounts meeting and I was made responsible. I had to do something. Then I became very hesitant about speaking out. I found I couldn't speak the peasants' language at all and I didn't really understand the village. At the same time I was afraid I would be thought proud. While in Jiang's area, I always stayed in a small room and studied. Now I want to break that habit, but I can't break it very quickly. The reaction of the local cotters to this speech was polite. They praised HSU's skill with figures and his familiarity with the writing brush, and added that since his background was so different from their own, it was hard for them to understand him. Remembering how he had questioned landlords for material against cotters, several suggested that his class stand was not firm. He should look into it, they said. Little Lee, who as clerk, editor, and judge had some pretensions to intellectuality himself, spoke more sharply. You started out with a great deal of enthusiasm, but ever since the accounts meeting failed you have been in low spirits. That's because you think you made a bad mistake. The trouble at those meetings was that you did not try to educate the delegates and help them see things clearly. You tried to do everything yourself. When you sensed the least bit of injustice, you became very angry and tried to crush it all by yourself. That's why you were persuaded to go to the landlords for help. The main trouble is that you don't think before you start working. But now if you are timid, and dare not work at all, it will be hard for you to correct anything. Chyun, whose background closely paralleled HSU's and hence was more aware of what was going on in his mind than the others, spoke even more critically. She was of the opinion that he had not revealed his true thoughts. You say you wish to study and learn from village life. But what? We all have to combine concrete work with theoretical study, only that way can we gain real knowledge. But it has been very difficult even to make a suggestion to you. Sometimes you do not even listen, but turn and walk off. I think you have problems that you yourself have not thought through. You don't want to speak them out here. You'd rather avoid criticism. But the right way to learn is to speak frankly and to listen to others. You only work at what interests you. If you continue with such a style and such an attitude, you will only isolate yourself. Cotter HSU listened carefully to all this and took the opinions down in his notebook. Perhaps even he could change if he faced himself honestly. The mere fact that he had made a beginning at self-analysis removed some of the barrier between him and the rest of the cotters. It was an hour after midnight when discussion ended. We had been sitting and talking since 8 in the morning with only a short break for meals. The meeting broke up in silence as all moved off toward their respective sleeping quarters. My own reaction to the party day meeting was one of wonder at the perseverance of these people, especially the stubborn perseverance of the local men. What kept them working under such conditions? Why didn't they give up and go home? Certainly it had nothing to do with money. Right there in the middle of the meeting the county clerk had come round to ask them to sign their monthly vouchers. I knew exactly what each received for his work. This was a bundle of millet tickets sufficient to provide 30 days' food and the cash equivalent of 8 caddies of millet for spending money, 50 cents US. In addition to this, they got 2 summer suits and 1 winter suit a year. That was all. At home on the land they could easily earn more. No, they had no material incentive to be cotters. Nor was their chosen road a path of glory. Only a stubborn devotion to the cause of FANSHEN made sense as a motive. I had never known men who consistently put principle above self-interest as these men appeared to do. I wondered also at the new level of tolerance and understanding attained by the whole group through the method of self and mutual criticism. The method, I began to realize, was something that had to be learned. It did not flow naturally out of the extremely individualistic, face-conscious culture in which the majority of the team members had been reared. To practice self and mutual criticism well, one had to cultivate objectivity in several ways. First, one had to be willing to be objective about oneself. One had to be willing to seek out that kernel of truth in any criticism regardless of the manner in which it was presented. Second, one had to be objective about others. One had to evaluate others from a principled point of view with the object of helping them to overcome their faults and work more effectively. One had to raise others up, not knock them down. In practice, these two considerations meant that one had to pay great attention to one's own motives and methods when criticizing others, while disregarding in the main the motives and methods used by others towards oneself. Above and beyond this, one had to cultivate the courage to voice sincerely held opinions regardless of the views held by others, while at the same time showing a willingness to listen to others and to change one's own opinion when honestly convinced of error. To bow with the wind, to go along with the crowd was an irresponsible attitude that could never lead to anything but trouble for oneself, for the revolutionary movement, and for China. The reverse of this, to be arrogant and unbending, was just as bad. The work team members practiced all these things much more effectively than the communists of Longbao or the rank-and-file delegates who faced them had done before the gate. As I listened, I began to think that the distortions which had marred the gate, the pressures which had caused people to attack the Qatars as if they had been enemies, and the pressures which had caused many Qatars to respond by admitting more than was objectively true, were not something inherent in the method but a consequence of its unskilled application. They were a consequence of the low level of political understanding of most of the participants. As their understanding and experience increased, their objectivity could well increase, and the method thus served more effectively to unite the whole village for the future. 44. When I get my share. In the women of China, the communists possessed, almost ready-made, one of the greatest masses of disinherited human beings the world has ever seen. And because they found the key to the heart of these women, they also found one of the keys to victory over Chiang Kai-shek. Jack Belden. A conference, like a drama, a party, a lecture, or a love affair, is greatly enhanced by a change of pace. Ebb and flow, introversion, and extroversion serve to keep the participants alert. Such a change was provided on April 29 by a special discussion on the problems of women. Switching attention sharply away from internal party affairs, Secretary CHN asked every team to report on the mobilization of the peasant women in their respective villages. Even if you haven't done anything, tell us about that and state the reason why, he said. It was his way of keeping the issue alive. The Qatars knew that they would be asked about women the next time as well, and the chances were, even if they had done very little in the past, they would have more to report in the future. As a matter of fact, most of the team leaders made very good reports. Little Li's account of the work in Longbao did not match up. But that may have been because Li did not give the matter enough thought. Much had actually been done, especially by Chi Yun and Comrade Cao, the other woman Qatar from the university. The right to own land and property in their own name was the key to the liberation of women, according to all the Qatars who reported. On many other questions the women were divided. While the younger women were very concerned about free choice in marriage, older women saw this as a threat to their control over daughters and daughters-in-law. While younger women opposed all family beatings, older women tended to countenance beatings just so long as mothers-in-law administered them. On one issue they all agreed, however. Women should be able to get and keep a share in the land. In Chaochen village, many women said, "When I get my share I'll separate from my husband. Then he won't oppress me anymore." In Jingzhen the work team found a woman whose husband thought her ugly and wanted to divorce her. She was very depressed until she learned that under the draft law she could have her own share of land. Then she cheered up immediately. "If he divorces me, never mind," she said. "I'll get my share and the children will get theirs. We can live a good life without him." Another woman in the same village had already been deserted once. Her second husband was a local Qatar, but he oppressed her. When a member of the team visited her, she wept. "Chairman Mao is all right, but women are still in trouble," she said. "We have no equality. We have to obey our husbands because our life depends on them." After the new law was explained to her, she said, "This is really fine. I can have my own share now." In Yellow Mill, many women had no confidence in their powers. They said, "Our husbands regard us as some sort of dogs who keep the house. We even despise ourselves." But that is because for 1,000 years it has been, the men go to the Xi'an, county, and the women go to the Yuan, courtyard. We were criticized if we even stepped out the door. After we get our share we will be masters of our own fate. Some were afraid that they could not do the field work necessary, but others said, What difference does that make? Women depend on men, but so do men depend on women. What the women do around the home is also labor, and they can swap that for work in the fields. One woman said, always before when we quarreled my husband said, "Get out of my house." Now I can give it right back to him. I can say, "Get out of my house yourself." The more oppressed the woman, the more urgently did she demand her share. The women of K, she said, child brides but no child husbands. If you even speak to another man, you would be suspected. One child bride, sold at the age of 7, told how much she had suffered from her mother-in-law and concluded, "When I get my share I'll never look for a husband again." A husband is a terrible thing. In Hinton one old woman said, "I sold 4 daughters because I had to pay back a landlord debt. I wept the whole night, and the tears burned my eyes. Now I am blind. Poverty forced me to sell my own daughters." Every mother loves her child. Others said, "In the old society no one loved a daughter because you brought them up and they left the house. Many parents drowned their little daughters. In the old society feet were bound with cloth. Small feet were thought to be one of the best qualities of women. But to bind a woman's feet is to tie her body and soul. Small feet are a symbol of the old society." Many stories revealed that liberation had not yet guaranteed free marriage or even the property rights upon which free marriage must be based. In East Portal one woman had been forced to marry a veteran. The cotters said, "This man has fought for us many years. How could we live a peaceful life if it hadn't been for his efforts? We must reward him with a wife." When the woman refused, she was ordered to explain herself at a mass meeting. A second woman there wanted to marry a man from another village, but the local cotters would not give her a permit. Why make things difficult for themselves by further reducing the number of unmarried women? Obviously, a lot of work still had to be done before women could call themselves really free. But from the reports we learned that in every village there were a few women who were starting to play an active role in public affairs. Large numbers had joined the party purification meetings and almost all of them had learned to speak. At the county conference itself the women seemed to me to be far less bashful than the men. It was they who sought me out and asked questions about the world outside China. The women who did this were not, as might have been expected, the intellectuals from the university, but that small handful of local women who had distinguished themselves as district cotters in a movement still overwhelmingly staffed by men. Meal breaks provided the only time available for such spontaneous discussion. Meals were served outdoors in the courtyard where the male cotters were quartered. The southern entrance to this yard consisted of an imposing central gate topped by a heavy tiled roof and flanked by 2 gatehouses, one of which had been temporarily converted into a kitchen. There a vast cauldron of millet was boiled up twice a day over a fire that looked like a blacksmith's furnace. When the millet was ready, about 8 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the cauldron was carried out into the yard by 2 stout men with a carrying pole. The cotters then lined up, each with his own bowl and chopsticks in hand, and proceeded to help themselves. So big was the circumference of the cauldron that 5 or 6 people could easily stand around it and fill their bowls without crowding one another. A second, smaller fire in the gatehouse produced a pot of cabbage. This was placed on the ground some distance away from the millet. After each cotter had filled his bowl with steaming grain he walked over and topped it with cabbage. Then he sought some place to sit or squat and eat. Small knots of friends formed at such times, and discussion flourished until the temple bell sounded the call to return to the conference sessions once again. On the afternoon of the second day of the conference, I found myself the center of one of these mealtime discussion groups. A lively trio of village-born female cotters boldly approached me as I ate. Their spokesman, a young woman with bobbed hair and natural feet, asked me such a stream of questions that the millet in my bowl grew cold before I could get it into my mouth. Do you eat with chopsticks in America? What crops do you raise? Do American women wear pants? Why don't Americans treat all races equally? Such were the questions she asked. The women no sooner began their interview than a number of men, most of whom had been too shy to approach me, also gathered round and added queries of their own. Why does Tulumen, Truman, support old Chang? What does a tractor look like? How big is the American Communist Party? Does it have an army like ours? The temple gong rang long before I had a chance to answer all of these questions. On the next day the discussion continued, and on the next as well, and always it was the women who took the initiative. 45. Unite real friends, attack real enemies. Who are our enemies, and who are our friends? This question is one of primary importance to the revolution. All past revolutionary struggles in China achieved very little, basically because the revolutionaries were unable to unite their real friends to attack their real enemies. A revolutionary party is the guide of the masses, and no revolution ever succeeds when the revolutionary party leads it astray. To make sure that we will not lead our revolution astray but will achieve positive success, we must pay attention to uniting our real friends to attack our real enemies. Mao Zedong, 1946. As the conference progressed toward a conclusion, two questions emerged with increasing frequency: what constituted adequate FANSHEN? And what constituted a correct policy toward middle peasants? The questions were, of course, linked. As long as FANSHEN was taken to mean the achievement of middle peasant status for all the remaining poor, the more prosperous middle peasants sensed a threat to their position. Since the worldly goods required for more FANSHEN could only come from those who still possessed a little surplus, no amount of reassurance concerning the middle peasant's status as allies could allay this group's gnawing fear that its members would be victimized in the future. In his long report of April 24, Secretary CHN flayed all tendencies to ignore and alienate the middle peasants. When Chairman Mao read the Suite report and learned that in one village 27 middle peasants' families had been wrongly expropriated, he said, "This is a most terrible thing. This is more dangerous by far than American imperialism. American imperialism is only a paper tiger, but if 27 middle peasants can be expropriated in one village, what would happen if this spread to the whole nation? This is forcing our friends to join our enemies." Some of our team members even brushed aside the middle peasants when the latter sought them out, continued Secretary CHN. The policy of our party is to depend on the poor peasants, but that doesn't mean that we neglect the middle peasants or that we fail to unite with them. On the contrary, we must make clear to them that they have their political, organizational, and economic rights. The middle peasants can join the Peasants' Association, and their land and property cannot be touched. We even distinguish upper middle peasants from others. Why? In order to protect them, to make sure that nothing is taken from them to fill the poor peasants' needs. If we do get something from them, it can only be with their agreement. Middle peasants are entitled to at least a third of the seats in the village congresses which already exist in many villages and will soon be established in all. They are an important factor in the coalition governments of the counties and the regions. Secretary CHN summed up policy thus: with the poor peasants as a core, we form the Poor and Hired Peasants League. Then with the middle peasants as allies, we form the Peasants' Association. Then with all the other anti-feudal elements in the community as additional allies, we form the Village Congress. Thus we unite our friends and isolate our enemies. This policy is fixed by the character of our revolution at its present stage. The more the enemy is isolated, the quicker can victory be won. If we say that poverty is all and work along a narrow poor peasant line and neglect all our friends, we will only isolate ourselves. Whoever commits the error of isolating himself is guilty of leftism. Whoever does not isolate those who should be isolated is guilty of rightism. This was well put. The cotters understood it. But exposition was no longer enough. What was urgently needed was not another review of the theory but a more adequate definition of middle peasant, a yardstick for determining when a poor peasant had FANSHEN, and a practical method for reconciling the legitimate demands of the poor peasants for more property with the legitimate concern of the middle peasants lest they be attacked. To meet this need, Secretary CHN on April 28, 1948, distributed a new set of class definitions and proposed the addition of a new category to the class standards. The new category was that of new middle peasant. Into this group all those poor peasants who had FANSHEN were henceforth to be placed. By comparing the size of the new middle peasant group with that of the remaining poor peasant group, it would be possible to obtain an accurate picture of what land reform had done for any village. As to the yardstick to be used, this was still vague. The general idea was that a new middle peasant family had to have enough land and other means of production to be self-supporting, i.e., enough to bring it up to the level of the established middle peasants. But there was room for considerable argument over the question of just what level of self-support was meant, for everyone knew that there had always been upper, middle, and lower middle peasants in the villages. All of these were henceforth often called old middle peasants to distinguish them from their newly FANSHEN brothers, the new middle peasants. As for the revised class standards distributed by Secretary CHN, they had been issued by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party only a few weeks before. They replaced all previous declarations on the subject. The main innovation which they introduced was a shift in the line drawn between middle peasants and rich peasants, a shift toward the rich peasant side to the advantage of the middle peasants. Instead of allowing middle peasants only 15% of gross income from exploitation, the new line allowed them up to 25%. The effect of this shift was to enlarge the united front of the people and to isolate as popular enemies only those die-hard elements who could not possibly be mobilized to support a land-to-the-tiller policy. In proposing any basic social change, Secretary CHN explained, revolutionaries had to decide who should be brought together and who isolated, who should be called a friend and who an enemy. The theoretical basis for such a determination rested on a proposition propounded by Marx long ago: it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. This could be restated, although not without danger of oversimplification, as it is not what you think that determines how you make your living, but how you make your living that determines how you think. When applied to any Chinese village, this meant in practice that poor peasants who owned very little and were consequently heavily exploited could be expected to think one way about land reform, while landlords who owned a lot and consequently were able to live by exploiting others could be expected to think another way about the same question. The poor wanted to transform the system. The landlords wanted to maintain it inviolate. Here were two clear-cut extremes. One could predict with relative ease how representatives of these two classes would react to a revolutionary program of land equalization. In practice, however, as the movement developed, not only the extremes but all the groups in the middle were drawn into the struggle on one side or the other. Since the landlords, few as they were, controlled the economy, dominated the state, and had the support of powerful imperialist forces, they could easily buy off certain sections of the population and many individuals in every stratum. Hence, the poor peasants, numerous as they were, must find allies if they were to challenge the system. On whom could they count for support? Basically on all those who worked for a living, suffered from the system, and also wanted a change. Such allies included most of the self-supporting middle peasants who owned their own land, the peddlers who owned their own stocks, the shopkeepers who owned their own shops, the free professionals, doctors, lawyers, teachers, who provided services for fees, even the plain poor people and vagabonds who, unable to find gainful employment, were forced to beg, gamble, or steal for a living. So far the question remained relatively simple. All the above-mentioned people depended on their own labor to live or welcomed the opportunity to do so. They were natural allies in the fight against the landlords. What complicated matters was the existence of large numbers of people with mixed incomes, families that lived partly by labor expended and partly by exploitation, families who planted, hoed, and harvested themselves, but also hired labor, rented out land, or loaned out money. Where did these people fit in? If any and all income from exploitation was to be opposed and all families receiving any income at all from exploitation were to be regarded as enemies of change, then millions of families who earned most of their livelihood by means of hard labor and wanted to transform society must artificially be forced into the enemy camp. If, on the other hand, all people who labored for any portion, however small, of their income were to be regarded as friends, then many heavy exploiters who hated the revolution and feared change must be called allies. No such simple method of differentiation was therefore practical. Obviously neither exploitation alone nor labor alone could determine this question. The line could not be drawn at either end of these overlapping phenomena. It had to be drawn somewhere in between. The question was where? Not exploitation but the proportion of exploitation income in the total income of a family, not labor as such but the proportion of labor income in the total income of a family became the crux of the matter. The principle, how you make your living determines how you think, was held by CHN to be as applicable to mixed incomes as it was to incomes from one source. One could expect the major source of income to play a more important role than the minor source in determining the attitude and behavior of an individual. Countless experiences from everyday life showed that such expectations were indeed borne out by the actual behavior of the people. Those who derived more than half of their income from their own labor tended to identify themselves with working people and consequently to support the revolution. Those who derived more than half of their income from the exploitation of other people's labor tended to identify their interests with those of the exploiters and consequently to ally themselves with the counter-revolution. It therefore made sense to divide that large group of families who had mixed incomes, who both labored and exploited, by drawing a line right down the middle. Those who earned more than half of their income by exploitation were classed as rich peasants and treated as enemies. On the other hand, those who earned half or more of their income by their own labor were classed as middle peasants and treated as friends. It should be stressed here that these standards applied only to rural conditions and only to families engaged in or living off agricultural production. The only kind of unearned or exploitative income that could cause a family to be classed as a landlord or rich peasant was income of a feudal or semi-feudal nature, that is, land rents, interest from usurious loans, or the surplus value extracted from direct labor on the land. All forms of strictly capitalist profit were excluded from this category, as were the capitalists themselves. The object of the land reform was not to destroy what few capitalist sprouts had managed to grow up in the shambles of the feudal economy, but rather to encourage them. Therefore, income derived from the employment of labor in commercial shops, agricultural processing plants, manufacturing enterprises, or even modern factories owned and controlled by Chinese was not included when judging whether or not a person was to be classed as a feudal exploiter or as one of the people. If a rich peasant or a landlord derived part of his income from a cotton gin, a bean pressing plant or a commercial shop, this part was excluded when classifying him. And if it was decided that he was in fact a landlord or rich peasant because of other income, only his agricultural holdings were confiscated, not his commercial or industrial holdings. As a feudal exploiter he was considered to be a backward force, but as a capitalist exploiter he was considered to be a progressive one. His feudal holdings were divided up among the people, but his capitalist holdings were held intact as his private property. Could the political attitude and role of every individual in fact be determined by an analysis of the main source of his or her income? Of course not. There were too many well-known cases of poor peasants who were counter-revolutionary and of landlords who were revolutionary for anyone to expect such a thing. No line, however accurate, could hope to separate people according to their subjective position with 100% accuracy. All that was claimed for the dividing line was that it was the most rational and practical basis for dividing the people from their enemies, and it would prove valid for the vast majority. As for the exceptions, those above the line who were sincere revolutionaries would remain revolutionaries even though they lost their holdings, while those below the line who opposed basic change might well be won for the revolution once they received property and land and saw how life had been improved for all. Having determined precisely where to draw the line, Secretary CHN proceeded to explain how to draw it in the actual process of differentiating the classes. Concrete methods to determine gross income, net income, percentages of exploitation, etc., were demonstrated. To divide middle peasants from rich peasants on the basis of a 1/2 of net income rule was simple enough in certain cases. It was clear, for instance, that if two men worked together to produce a crop and they shared the labor equally, half the crop would be due to the efforts of one and the other half would be due to the efforts of the other. Therefore, a man who employed labor equal to his own derived no more than half his net income from that labor and was clearly a middle peasant. A man who employed more labor than he himself put in must obviously derive more than half his net income from other men's labor and must therefore clearly be a rich peasant. The quickest way, then, to judge the class status of a peasant family was to look at how many men were hired and compare this with the amount of labor put in by the family. If the two forces were equal, the family was, by definition, a middle peasant family. But if the hired labor exceeded the family labor, the family was, by definition, a rich peasant family. This simple rule of thumb was recommended for use whenever possible in judging the class status of the rural population. If the hiring of labor had been the only form of exploitation that existed, nothing more would have been needed than this first rule of thumb. All families could have been judged on the basis of labor hired versus labor expended. But the more affluent families in any Chinese village also derived income from other sources, such as rent and interest. Some method for equating these sums with the profits derived from hiring labor had to be found in order to make comparisons, figure totals, and determine whether more or less than half of any family's net income derived from exploitation. Of course, in those many cases where the labor hired equaled the labor expended by the family, any additional income from rents or loans must be enough to place the family in the rich peasant group. But in the numerous cases where the family contributed more labor to production than it hired from outside, it was necessary to know the actual amount of the net income received from all sources in order to compare the net income derived from exploitation with the net income derived from family labor. The same problem arose in analyzing the income of families who hired no labor at all but received substantial amounts of rent or interest in addition to the crops harvested by their own efforts. Before classifying such families, it was necessary to arrive at actual net income figures. This was very difficult to do. Net income was defined as the amount of money or goods which remained each year after all expenses for seed, fertilizer, land, and labor had been deducted. For the middle peasant working on his own land, this was the gross amount of goods or money which he received for his year's labor minus all costs, including his own living expenses. But few peasant families kept accounts accurate enough to figure net income. The one figure they usually had but were exceedingly reluctant to reveal to anyone, was a figure for gross income, i.e., the total crop harvested. To arrive at a figure for net income, it was necessary to develop another rule of thumb based on average experience. The results of many studies made over the years had shown that under village conditions in China, net income was usually equal to about 1/3 of gross income. That is to say, out of 3 parts of gross income, 1 part represented surplus value or profit, and 2 parts represented capital outlay for wages and fixed expenses such as seed. Using this second rule of thumb, one could easily figure net income once the figure for gross income was known. Take, for example, a family with a gross income from the land of 30 hundredweight of grain. The net income amounted to 10 hundredweight. If in addition to this crop, the family also received up to 10 hundredweight of grain as income from loans, they were still middle peasants. Their net income from exploitation did not exceed their earned net income and therefore amounted to only half of their total net income. Since the net income rule was, at best, an approximation, it was a more common practice to judge directly from gross income. In the example given, the gross income from all sources equaled 40 hundredweight. The most that this family could receive in exploitative income and still be classed as middle peasants was 10 hundredweight. 10 divided by 40 equals 1/4 of the gross. By such figuring, a third rule of thumb was arrived at. This could be called the 1/4 of gross income rule. Any family whose exploitative income did not exceed 1/4 of its gross income was a middle peasant family. If exploitative income exceeded 1/4 of gross income, the family must be classed as rich peasants. Careful study of this last rule of thumb showed that when it was applied to the exploitative income from hired labor it did not work very well. It has already been stated that 2/3 of gross income represented capital expenses and 1/3 represented surplus value, profit, or net income. Imagine now the hypothetical case of a peasant who hires labor equal to his own, and together the two producers create 30 hundredweight of grain. Together they produce a net income equal to 1/3 of the gross. Each of them is responsible for half of this, or 5 hundredweight. The net income from exploitation thus turns out to be 1/6, rather than 1/4 of the gross income. Yet on the basis of labor hired and on the basis of 1/2 of net income, this peasant has already reached the top limit allowed for any middle peasant. To resolve this problem it was the practice, when figuring net income from hired labor, to leave out of the equation the fixed capital expenses and figure only the wages. According to figures from the numerous studies mentioned above, constant capital or fixed expenses in agricultural production in China amounted to 1/4 of the annual outlay, and variable capital, or wage expenses, amounted to 3/4. The variable capital was therefore the main item in the cost of production. By leaving out the constant or fixed capital costs entirely, total expenses could be reduced from 2/3 to only 1/2 of gross income. By this method of figuring, the net income resulting from each of two equal laborers on the land amounted to 1/4 of the gross. Returning to our original example, the net income produced by the two men can now be estimated as equal to 15 hundredweight. Each of them is responsible for half of this, or 7/1/2 hundredweight. This is equal to 1/4 of the gross. Thus we arrive at a figure comparable to the one arrived at when all exploitative income is received in the form of rents or interest payments. By this method, net income, whether derived from hired labor, rent, or interest, could be equated across the board, and the 1/4 of gross income rule could be used in every case as the criterion for determining whether any given family was to be classed with the people or with their oppressors. The shift in the line dividing the middle from the rich peasants was made even more emphatic in the new regulations by other supplementary measures that also tended to enlarge the united front. One of these was a modification of the base period rule. The 3 years prior to the liberation of the village, 1942 to 1945 for Longbao, were taken as the base years, as before, but any family had to have status as an exploiter for the full 3 years in order to be classed as a rich peasant or a landlord. Those who lived the life of a poor peasant or a middle peasant for as little as 12 months prior to liberation were classed as poor peasants or middle peasants even if they had previously been landlords. A third innovation had to do with labor power. The new regulations stipulated that families possessing land and property equal to that of rich peasants but who were lacking in labor power and therefore unable to maintain living standards superior to those of middle peasants, should not be classed as rich peasants if they lived under such conditions for 3 years or more, but as middle peasants, or even as poor peasants, depending on the actual conditions of their life. This rule took the pressure off those rich peasant widows who, because they lacked able-bodied men in the family, were not able to make use of the capital they owned. A fourth innovation had just the opposite effect. It narrowed down the united front by penalizing families with above-average holdings, regardless of whether they rented them out, tilled them with hired labor, or tilled them with family labor. The decision to penalize families with above-average holdings was based on the Marxist theory of rent. As stated in paragraph 8, Chapter 6 of a publication entitled Decisions Concerning the Differentiation of Class Status in the Countryside, 1948. The rent received by the landlord is neither a return for his own labor nor a return on his own investment. It is an entirely feudal exploitation based on land ownership alone. It is created by the whole of the peasant's surplus labor, labor expended beyond that necessary for a minimum standard of living, and a part of the peasant's necessary labor, labor necessary to maintain a minimum standard of living. The landlord is thus a parasite on society who takes no part in production. By his feudal possession, at least in part, of the peasant's own person, this special power of the landlord is reflected in politics by the Kuomintang reactionary clique's denial of civil liberties to the people of the whole nation, he has been the fundamental obstruction to the growth of China's agricultural and industrial productive forces for a long time. That part of the rent referred to as having been created by the whole of the peasants' surplus labor is that part generally known as differential rent, which represents the difference between the crop harvested on any given piece of land and the crop harvested on the poorest land currently under cultivation. That part of the rent referred to as having been created by a part of the peasants' necessary labor is that part known as absolute rent extracted from those who labor by virtue of the fact that land is limited. Those who claimed ownership of the land were in fact monopolists able to levy tribute for the use of it simply because the landless had no alternative. It followed from this that the mere fact of land ownership enabled any owner to extract a certain amount of unearned income from his land, the absolute rent. This income, whether extracted by a poor peasant, a middle peasant, or a rich peasant, was no different in nature from the income of a landlord who did no work at all, and was therefore classed as feudal in character. The regulations issued by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party considered only surplus land held in excess of the per capita average in the community, significant as a source of absolute rent. Thus in Chapter 7 of the above quoted decisions, we find the following: some peasants occupy more land than the average of the village, hence their gross income derives in part from land ownership, which is feudal in character and can be said to be the same as the rent taken by a landlord. The more land they occupy, the more rent income they get. In order to take into account this special form of exploitation, families with above average holdings were subject to supplementary regulations as follows. 1. Any family which holds more than twice the average land held by the middle peasants of the area shall have its rate of exploitation doubled. 2. Any family which holds more than 3 times the amount of land held by the middle peasants shall have its rate of exploitation quadrupled. To double the exploitation rate meant to multiply by 2 the net income received from exploitative sources before calculating whether or not such income exceeded 1/4 of gross income. For example, a family in Longbao with 2 acres per capita, or twice the average land holding, even if it received only 4 out of 30 hundredweight from rent, interest, or the hiring of labor, must be classed as a rich peasant family because that 4 hundredweight had now to be doubled when figuring the rate of exploitation, and the resulting figure, 8, amounted to more than 1/4 of the gross income, 30. To make matters even more complex, other regulations regarding above average holdings had in effect just the reverse of those quoted above. Single people living alone and old couples without labor power were allowed up to twice as much land as others without incurring any penalty in the determination of their class status. For old couples this provided a form of social security. The produce from extra land enabled them to hire whatever work was necessary for crop production and still have enough left over to live themselves. For single people, the extra land filled a similar need. It enabled a man to hire the kind of services like cooking, sewing, and housekeeping ordinarily supplied by a wife. It enabled a woman to hire the labor in the fields ordinarily supplied by a husband. The distinction between middle peasants and rich peasants was by no means the only social division defined with precision in the class standards issued in 1948. There were many paragraphs on landlords, on the difference between landlords and rich peasants, on the difference between managing landlords and ordinary landlords, and on the difference between new type managing landlords and old type managing landlords, on the question of tenants who were also exploiters of labor, on the distinction between new rich peasants and old rich peasants, and many others. But since the most important thing in the spring of that year was to gather into the Popular Alliance all forces that could legitimately be gathered in and to leave out as objects of attack those forces that could not possibly be drawn in, most of the time at the County Land Reform Conference was spent in studying the regulations on the dividing line between middle and rich peasants, and the proper way in which to determine it. This question has been gone into in some detail both because of its intrinsic importance and because such an exposition may give some idea of the extraordinary thoroughness with which the work team Cotters at the county conference studied these questions. They not only examined the theoretical propositions, but they also practiced with hypothetical cases and tested each other until they understood all facets of this aspect of the classification standards and their application. The appearance of new class standards meant that every family in the 11 basic villages had to be classified all over again and, in order to ensure that no mistakes were made, must be classified not only once more, but 3 times, each time at a different level. The county secretary outlined the work to be done as follows. 1. Establish a solid Poor Peasants League. 2. Have the league membership classify the village. 3. Establish a strong Provisional Peasants Association. 4. Have the Provisional Peasants Association membership classify the village again. 5. Elect a village congress. 6. Have the congress classify the village for the 3rd and final time. To the Zupao Kungai, self-report, public appraisal, slogan of the earlier stage, a new phrase was added, San Pang Tingan, 3 times and then decide. After each separate classification, all those families who did not agree to the class in which they were placed had the right of appeal. From the decision of the league they could appeal to the association, once that had been established, and from the decision of the association they could appeal to the village congress, once that had been elected. If the decision of the congress was still not acceptable, the family had the right of appeal to the county government. There all problems of class status were finally to be decided. The decision of the county government was declared to be irreversible. This means, said Secretary CHN, that we must explain, discuss, report, evaluate, classify, post results, explain, discuss, and report again and again. This is very troublesome, very difficult, very time-consuming. But the people do not find it troublesome because it fixes their fate. This is the most important work of the whole movement. He who leads the classification holds the knife in his hand. If you class a middle peasant as a rich peasant, it is as serious as killing him. You push the family into the enemy camp. You violate the policy of uniting with the middle peasants to isolate the enemy. If, on the other hand, you classify a landlord as a middle peasant, you protect a landlord. You clasp a viper to your bosom. You violate the policy of destroying feudalism. The line drawn according to the new standards and delineated with so much care was bound to have disturbing results. It was a foregone conclusion that many families once called rich peasants, perhaps even landlords, would turn out to be nothing more than middle peasants after all. Many Tou Cheng Tui Shang, objects of struggle, who had been expropriated must inevitably be transformed into Tsotoute Chung Nung, wrongly struggled middle peasants. Secretary CHN pointed this out as clearly and emphatically as he could and stated that when such families were found they must not only be reclassed and returned to the big family of the people in the records, they must also be repaid, re-established on the land and converted to their former middle peasant status. In fact, the excesses of the past must be corrected. If the original property taken from them could not be gathered together and returned, then property of equivalent value must be given them. This was a must. It was an obligation that could neither be avoided nor evaded. If anyone in our group thinks that this is too much trouble, Secretary CHN warned, if he doesn't work correctly and patiently, he is working for Chiang Kai-shek. He is isolating himself. He is helping American imperialism. As the necessity to repay the wrongly struggled middle peasants pushed its way into the consciousness of the land reform cadres, their morale was shaken more deeply than ever before. In the first place, it was clear that they themselves and their colleagues were responsible for all such excesses. Had they not been village leaders during the period when the land was divided? In the second place, they did not see where all the land and property was going to come from. Were there not hundreds of families of poor peasants in the basic villages who still had not FANSHEN? To this number must now be added a dozen, perhaps 24 families per village that required repayment. Where was all the patching material to come from? This question, which was in fact a key one, did not emerge as clearly from the 10-day-old conference as its importance warranted. In spite of the emphasis placed by Secretary CHN on the middle peasant question, restitution tended, in the context of the whole conference, to be equated with many other tasks, plowing, planting, and hoeing must not be neglected. A permanent Poor Peasants' League must be organized, the village communists must be helped to assume a leading role once again, those who had not yet passed the gate must be given another chance to do so, apologies must be offered to cottars who had been arrested. Poor peasants who had not yet FANSHEN must take the lead, women must be encouraged. Alongside all these tasks, that of reclassifying and repaying wrongly struggled middle peasants emerged as one single facet of a many-faceted job. To an individual unable to distinguish which tasks were more and which less important, the whole complex of what had to be done appeared confused, even contradictory. If the earlier emphasis had been on the first of Mao's principles, satisfy the demands of the poor and hired peasants, now the second of them, there must be firm unity with the middle peasants, and their interests must not be damaged, had been brought into focus. Since, as has already been pointed out, the two principles embodied a contradiction, the job before the cottars appeared much more difficult than ever before. Few felt confident that they could carry their work to a successful conclusion. In his final speech, Secretary CHN made one last effort to overcome the uncertainty and hesitancy of the cottars. On the crucial question of their own day-to-day livelihood and the livelihood of their families, he first assured them that concrete steps would be taken to guarantee all necessary aid at home to full-time political workers. He blamed the leftist attitude of the cottars leading production work for the hardships thus far encountered. They have absorbed the sectarian spirit of the poor peasant line and despise old cottars, even hate them. This is quite wrong. The county administration has decided to help you, so don't worry. As for those who are sick, don't worry either. Just find the doctor, buy the medicine, and the county office will pay the bills. Secretary CHN then launched into a head-on attack against the lack of communist spirit among the conference participants. Some cottars say, we are treated worse than the landlords' struggle objects. But how can landlords and revolutionary cottars be compared? This outlook is entirely wrong. If you yourself are a landlord and oppose the revolution, then of course you will become an object of struggle. If not, then to compare yourself with such a person means you only look down upon yourself. Of course we have shortcomings in our working methods. Leftism has had a bad influence, but this is only temporary, a shortcoming of our method. This is not our policy. Why should we be discouraged by temporary phenomena? He swept the room with a long glance and looked straight into the eyes of one man after another. I want to ask you a question, he said, warming up for battle. Why do we live in this world? Is it just to eat and sleep and lead a worthless life? That is the landlord and rich peasant point of view. They want to enjoy life, waste food and clothes, and beget children. But a communist works not only for his own life. He has offered everything to the service of his class. If he finds one poor brother still suffering from hunger and cold, he has not done his duty. Anyone who is concerned only with himself lacks the fundamental standards necessary for a party member. Right now several comrades are thinking, life is easier at home. Why not leave this work and go home? But think it over. Who led your FANSHEN? From where did the fruits come? Such thinking is typical of those who have forgotten their class. A good communist, whenever he meets personal difficulties, thinks of others' difficulties. If you haven't understood that during the purification meetings, you should understand it now. If you want to go home, you can go home. But give some thought to your future. Where is the man so benighted he no longer has any political needs? Anyone who has no political demands cannot be said to be fully alive. Even the most abject villager is upset when he cannot join the Poor Peasants' League. But you Communist Party members, have you no political demands? If you give up your duty now and return home, will the people want you back in the league or association? Wouldn't it be reasonable for them to say that you have no desire to serve the masses, hence no reason to join their league? And there is another reason, said CHN, again looking directly from man to man across the whole group. There are those who prefer to work outside in other villages because they fear they cannot pass the gate. But the spirit of the policy is to educate and help you, not to beat you down. Really, even though you work outside, you cannot escape the gate because in the end you must return to your own village. Anyone who would do otherwise is just an opportunist, even worse than the landlord who slips into our ranks to disrupt them. If a communist cannot stand the examination of his own party, how can he stand firm under the blows of the enemy? The purification is a sort of revolution within our own party. It is inevitable that some will be left behind. There are always some who cannot keep up. That cannot be helped. Suppose I buy a ticket and get on the train without giving a thought to my destination, but the train is on its way to Moscow, and when we pass Shanhaikwan and reach Siberia, I suddenly find I don't want to go there. Of course I will try to jump off. It's just the same with someone who joins the party without any desire to serve the masses. When things get tough, he wavers. So you had better examine your aim now and decide whether you want to go to Moscow or New York. So do not complain if the party examines you. It is just for this reason that the party must be purified. If the land reform cadres were communists, they had to go forward and face the difficulties. I could sense, sitting in the midst of the audience in the temple, that his words had made an impression, that his challenge had been taken up. At the same time it was very clear that the basic frustration and confusion remained. The cadres were still unhappy. They did not intend to give up, but neither were they moved to sing as they worked. They were ready to put their heads down and plod like oxen. They were not ready to gallop forward like spirited horses. In the secretary's speech I found part of the answer to the question, why didn't the cadres give up and go home? They didn't give up because the Communist Party held them together. In spite of mistakes and confusion, these men and women had faith in the Communist Party, they had faith in Mao Zedong, and they had faith that Mao and the party would lead them through this period as they had led them through the anti-Japanese war. The party in its turn did not cast them out because they had made mistakes. It asked them to reform, to correct past errors, and it gave them a huge new job to do. It placed more responsibility on their shoulders, not less. Even though they did not see how the future would work out, even though they did not see how their dependents would live through the year, they resolved to prove their mettle in the face of all difficulties. They resolved to carry on with their work. Even as the work team cadres made their way back to their basic villages in Luken County, the county party committee met to sum up and think through all the facts that had been brought to light at the conference. As they laboriously pieced together the information available, they saw a new pattern emerging which must, if confirmed, alter still further the overall estimate of conditions and consequently of the work to be done. The figures on land holding and property distribution brought in by the teams indicated that most of the land and property of the feudal classes had already been divided and that the majority of the poor peasants had already FANSHENed. Even in the worst organized villages of the 5th district most families had enough land. If as many as 30% still needed other essentials, this high proportion was due to special circumstances. The real task therefore was not to launch a new land reform drive but to fill holes here and there, particularly the holes created by illegal expropriation, and to fill them moreover with what was available, rather than to seize more property from families as yet unharmed. And puting k along, patch the holes according to the cloth on hand, was the principle to be followed. If there were not enough goods to make everyone a middle peasant, then there simply were not enough. There was no help for it. Some people would have to be satisfied with less. As this estimate emerged more clearly, the county committee made several important decisions. First, they sent out word that all the villages should be reclassified as Type I communities where the land reform had been successfully carried out. Second, they appropriated BRC $22 million, US $22,000, to be used to repay middle peasants who had been wrongly attacked, announced the appropriation to the teams, and asked for estimates of how much each basic village needed. Third, they reversed the decision concerning aid to full-time cadres families and ordered all team members to plant, hoe, and harvest their own crops by taking leave, when necessary, from public work. The first two decisions considerably eased the task of the work teams. The third, however, almost cancelled out any good done by the other two. When the cotters learned that they would not receive help at home after all, their morale was badly shaken and more people asked for immediate leave than could possibly be spared from the work. Part B. Recapitulation. Only through the people's own struggles and efforts can their emancipation be achieved, maintained, and consolidated. It cannot be bestowed or granted by any outsider. Nor can it be fought for or secured through the efforts of anyone except the people themselves. Hence, an attitude of gratuitously bestowing emancipation on the masses or of fighting in their stead is wrong. Lu Xiao Chi. 46. The natives return. A tiger that has wounded too many men is liable to fall into a mountain ravine. Old proverb. The sharp-tongued old woman, Chou Har's wife, was preparing supper one April evening. The sun had already set, and the light in the sky was fading fast. In the courtyards of Longbao dusk blurred vision even though, in the open fields, one could still see far into the distance. Chou Har's wife, impetuous by nature, fanned the straw fire in her stove a little too vigorously. Her fanning propelled a cloud of cinders and ashes up into her face. One hot ember found its way to her eye. She jumped to her feet and rushed for the door, rubbing her eyes with both hands as she went. She stumbled as she stepped over the sill and dropped her hands just in time to see a figure distinctly resembling Yulai come noiselessly through the courtyard gate. To her moisture-filled eyes it seemed to be floating above the ground. The hair stirred on the back of her head. Cold beads of sweat broke out on the skin up and down her spine. Was she not face to face with a ghost? The figure moved to Yulai's own front door, glided over the sill, and spoke to the girl within. The sound of the voice that boomed across the courtyard convinced Chou Har's wife that this was no ghost, but Yulai himself, returned from jail. Better by far a ghost than that terrible man in the flesh, she thought. A new terror gripped her heart. She began to tremble from head to foot. A veritable deluge of sweat dampened her back. She turned and ran into her own house, crying, Chou Har, Chou Har. Chou Har, startled, sat up on the kayang. Yulai has returned, wailed his wife. I am sweating all over. Feel it? Do you feel it here on my back? Chou Har felt his wife's back and true enough, her tunic was wet clean through. When the white-haired old woman turned again to the stove she found that the millet in the pot was already burned. Chou Har's wife had good reason to be frightened. She had taken advantage of Yulai's absence to exact revenge for the beatings his son had administered to Chou Har in the past. In the process, she had not neglected to skim off a few advantages for herself. On the very day that the four men were taken away to jail she had started to assert herself in the courtyard and to strut like a peacock. She announced to Yulai's daughter that her father would most certainly be executed. When the girl began to weep, the old woman plunged into further lurid predictions concerning the fate of the arch-criminal's family, then feigned sympathy and announced that she would look after his luckless daughter if only the girl would give her something useful in return. Yulai's daughter was so shaken that she wept for the better part of 3 days. In the meantime, Chou Har's wife came and went in Yulai's house as she pleased. She even went up in the loft and rummaged around. When she came down she demanded potatoes for her supper. When Yulai's daughter refused, she swore and spread a rumor that the girl was as vicious as her father. Finally she ordered the bewildered youngster to spin some thread and, when the job was completed, refused to pay for it. Obviously, Chou Har's wife never expected to see Yulai again. When Yulai walked in, the sky fell down. Chou Har's wife decided to go back to her mother's village, thereby putting 30 long li between herself and the vengeful ex-bandit. Her husband was of the same mind, but when they announced their decision to their neighbors, they found little support. If you go back to Chao settlement, said the neighbors, who will prove all the bad things that Yulai has done? All the things that you have spoken of in the past will be buried. Why not wait at least until the work team returns from the county seat? Since Yuli made no move to harm the couple, never even spoke to them, in fact, and since flight had certain obvious disadvantages, they decided to wait. Chou Har's wife was by no means the only villager to be frightened by the unexpected reappearance of the four cotters. The return of the erstwhile prisoners as free men at a time when the work team was away struck the whole village like a thunderbolt. Many peasants who had spoken up boldly in the investigation meetings, even demanding the death sentence for Yuli, now wished that they had remained silent. In conversations over steaming supper bowls they denied that they had ever sought the execution of the four and assured each other that they had really meant something quite different, or had not expressed any opinion at all. Old Shen Chuan-te worried more than most. He lived just around the corner from Yuli and met him face to face on the street the day after the ex-vice chairman of the Peasants' Association came home. Yuli turned his back on Shen and walked away without saying a word. Shen stood there, trembling so violently that he could not light his silver pipe. "I accused the four," he said to several friends afterwards. "I spoke out everything I knew at several meetings. Unfortunately, we have many people who would like to pat the horse's back. Surely the bad ones will soon learn what was said and who said it. I can't help being afraid." Those who had not spoken out at the investigation meetings congratulated themselves. "I'm not afraid of anything," said Pao Chuan's mother. "I never said anything against them publicly. So what if they have returned? Since I have not wronged anyone, why should I be afraid?" Dozens of people began to follow the handsome widow's prudent example. They decided it was better, after all, not to talk too much in public meetings. One of these was Qinming's wife, whose husband had returned from Hungtung about the same time Yuli was released. The brother-in-law sent to find Qinming had talked with him for several days and had assured him that things had really changed in Longbao and that he would be safe there. Two things finally convinced Qinming to come home: the fact that his wife had been elected delegate to the gate and Yuli, Wen-te, Hung-er, and Shiyu were in prison. When he arrived home and found the four bad cotters walking around the village as big as life, his heart skipped a beat. He went straight to his hut and had a long talk with his wife. He persuaded her that her daring activity had been a mistake. From that day onward she never left her courtyard, but busied herself making shoes, sewing clothes, and spinning thread. With her own grievances settled, the work team had not only arranged for her husband to come home but had loaned her an extra acre of land to be used pending the final allocation of plots. She suddenly became a dutiful housewife. She took no interest in meetings, protests, accusations at the gate, elections, or any other public activity. "We have wronged Yuli," she said with a voice full of sarcasm when anyone asked her opinion. "He is obviously an innocent man. Why this man Yuli and his son so frightened people was hard to understand. Somehow they had convinced the villagers, or at least the majority of them, that they were absolutely ruthless and sooner or later would take revenge. This revenge seemed to the villagers as certain as fate. Yuli had once been a bandit, people said; he had killed in cold blood. With his son's help he would do so again unless the people settled with him first, and not by criticism or censure but by force. Method, it turned out, was the crux of the matter. Yuli, his son, and their henchmen had been able to paralyze the village only because physical assault had been ruled out. Education and persuasion, not beating, was the method indicated by the work team, but the peasants had not yet learned to have faith in this method, especially where rotten eggs were concerned. Their principle of operation up until the arrival of the work team, "Don't beat good people, but beat bad people," was one they all understood and knew to be effective. But now the authorities had come out against all beatings, and in the minds of many a suspicion lurked that this principled stand had unprincipled roots. Wasn't this peaceful method favored only in order to prevent bad party members from being beaten to death, to prevent, in other words, their receiving their just deserts? The majority were quite ready to do away with Yuli and his son. They had no fear of corpses. They would even have settled for a thrashing so severe that the two would think twice before ever threatening anyone again. But since the party and the work team insisted that this must be a mental struggle, all militancy collapsed like a goatskin float that has been punctured. Yuli's bearing and manner did nothing to belie these misgivings. After their triumphant return from jail, Hung-er and Shi-yu kept to their houses, but Yuli and Wen-te walked about the village as if nothing had happened. "The county police could do nothing against me," said the latter, frowning ferociously as of old. "They held me for 40 days, but in the end they had to let me go. What makes you think you can beat me down?" Only a handful of persons opposed the general retreat of the population before Yuli's Chi-Kao Chi Yang, spur-flashing, fighting cock strut. Among them were 2 or 3 of the more outspoken delegates chosen to man the gate and several party members who had resumed their political activity after winning the approval of the masses. Together they tried to rally the village for some sort of counter-offensive. Among the communists, the bold ones were Tzayun, the 8th Route Army veteran, and Hsin Fa, the branch secretary. The latter had evidently taken seriously the charges made against him at the gate that he was too much of an old good fellow. He was eager to show his mettle. Among the delegates the boldest of all was old Lady Wang. She reminded people that the 4 released men still had to pass the gate. Even if they are not responsible for the accident, that still doesn't mean they did nothing wrong. We may not have proof that they beat up little Ch here, but we certainly have proof of many other wrong things they did. Since they were under arrest and everyone thought they would never return, many other cotters blamed everything on them. Before the gate they said Hung-er did that, Yuli did this. I think it is a good thing that they came back. Now we can really clear up the facts. As long as they were stuck in jail, that was impossible. Another peasant who seemed to fear nothing was old Tui-chin. He had realized long since that very little in the way of material benefits could result from any re-examination of FANSHEN, but he saw beyond that to the political ferment that was taking place in the village. He summed up the situation in a little rhyme all his own. Tizung xian kai hui chih me, xian tsai kai hui shuo li. For millet alone we spoke before, now it's reason we rally for. He too assured his friends and neighbors that the 4 must still face the people. In his opinion they were no match for the Communist Party and the Provisional Poor Peasants' League. The 4 militants prevailed upon Chun Shi, the acting village head, to call a mass meeting. Their purpose was to reassure the people, solve any problems that had emerged since the departure of the work team, and plan an energetic sowing and hoeing campaign for the weeks ahead. But the meeting did not go well. Many people did not show up. Those who did appear soon began to drift away. The party members who had always worked together to make meetings successful were timid, afraid of criticism, even sorry that they had been so active in the past. They did not try to stop anyone from leaving as they might have done a few months earlier. Thus this first attempt to rally the healthy forces of the community ended in a fiasco. By the time the work team returned from the county conference, morale in the village had dropped to a very low level indeed. When the cotters scattered out through the homes and huts of Longbao's 3 sections, they heard over and over again, "What's the use of speaking out? The old cotters mount the horse as if nothing had happened. Yuli has returned and he is the same as ever. It is better to work hard at production and let those meet who want to meet. We are gloomy because our opinions are no use at all," said old Shen testily when Chiyun and I went to his hut. "We offered such clear proofs, but the police said they were no good. When Te went out and in less time than it takes to smoke 2 pipes we heard little Chir moaning. Surely he must have done it. I can't think it through. Did a star beat Chir down? Maybe the wind did it," said Li Hojian, who had dropped by as soon as he saw Chiyun and me talking to Shen. Over and over again the cotters of the work team had to stress the fact that the gate was still in effect, that those who had not passed it must still go before it, that the 4 from the county jail had yet to be examined, that punishments for those who had passed had still to be decided, and that the movement for democracy in village life was definitely not yet finished. But the many long personal visits and the heart-to-heart talks barely dented the mood of apathy. For every peasant who took heart and began to move, another dropped back into passivity. Li Laosu, the conscientious delegate who had once been exploited by his own brother, summed up the prevailing outlook in a long soliloquy that was interrupted only by an effort to light his pipe. What's the use of all this talking? There are 4 cottars who couldn't pass the gate, but what difference has it made in their lives? They were dishonest and resisted the masses, but they live on as before. They go every day to work in the fields, and it makes no difference at all. And as for the 4 who returned from the county jail, they haven't received any punishment either. Of course, they will take revenge in the future. In the struggle movement, at least we got something for our hard work. In those days, whenever an accusation was proved, a call went out from the tower for the accused to report to the village office and bring his millet with him. But now, he shook his head. It is very hard to POW-CHNYK-10, draw together like an egg. Even though I try to work hard and actively, when I look behind me no one is following me at all. So why shouldn't I be gloomy? The only encouraging phenomenon in the whole village was the condition of the Communist Party branch itself. The morale of the members was somewhat better than it had been. Most of those who had passed the gate were working hard to gain the confidence of the people and had hopes of being able to do so. In the meantime, however, they were far from bold when it came to leading and criticizing. They waited for the rank and file peasants to move first. They dared not speak emphatically about anything for fear it would be said that they were oppressing the people and repeating their errors. Over their heads hung the power of the Poor Peasants' League to refuse them admission, or expel them if they offended anyone. It was a power sufficient to unnerve them. Both Xiao Wen Hsu and his wife had been refused admission to the Poor Peasants' League group in their section of the village. When Hsu was charged with being lazy, his wife, Ho Chya, with encouraging a young bride's defiance of her mother-in-law. When the branch met, Ho Chya wept bitterly. I am a party member but I can't join the league. That is too shameful. Others tried to comfort her with the thought that she need only wait a while. When the people understand that your husband wishes to correct his bad habits and that you are only fighting for equality, they will accept you as members, never fear. Look at Chun Shi, said Hsin Fa, the branch secretary. When he spoke at our last mass meeting, the people supported him. That goes to show that if your opinion is correct, the masses will support you even if you are a Communist Party member, so everyone should work boldly and bravely. Only by hard work can we regain our prestige and the confidence of the people. That's right, added Chen Keyuan, we must try to be good hired laborers for the people. If we now hesitate and waver back and forth and do no work because we are afraid to make mistakes, then it will be so much the worse for us. These brave words served more as a facade to cover up real confusion and despair than to express a deeply held conviction. As Xiao Wen Hsu said, before the purification we never thought much, but now I feel as if I were a person full of scabs, scars, and lumps. In the past others didn't know my faults, but now they are revealed for all to see, and it is hard to go forward. The work team that returned to Longbao from the county conference on May 1, 1948, was not the same as the team that had left the village in April. The change was due to the withdrawal of the intellectuals. They were recalled because the university to which they were attached was about to move. Progress on the battlefront was responsible for this. The previous November, the People's Liberation Army had won a great victory at Shijiakwang, a rail and textile center at the edge of the Hopi Plain. The annihilation of 50,000 nationalist troops in one battle made possible not only the capture of an industrial town but also the linking up of the two great liberated areas in North China, the Shanxi Shahar Hopi area and the Shanxi Hopi Honan Shantung area. Consolidation after the victory also made possible a merger between the two great universities of the liberated areas, Northern University, in the Taihang Mountains, and United University, in the Wutai Mountains. Together they formed North China University and established a campus at Chengting on the plain. In that county town outside Shijiakwang, a mission compound far larger than anything available in the mountains sat abandoned and empty awaiting occupancy. Word of the merger reached Lekeng County late in April. All the personnel of Northern University serving with land reform teams were immediately recalled from the villages. Then, early in May, the entire staff and student body under President Fan's leadership set out on foot for Chengting. The march took several weeks and covered more than 300 miles. Professor HSU, Comrade Cao, and the student Wang all left the Longbao team. In the normal course of events, Chiyun and I would also have had to leave, but I asked special permission to stay on. President Fan not only granted permission for both of us to stay but also left behind a graduate student of the English department to help us. This decision not only relieved Chiyun of a heavy translating burden, but also replenished, at least in part, the strength of a team which had been cut almost in half by the withdrawal of the university contingent. The instructor who stayed behind with us was Si Hung, a landlord's son from North Hupei. Slight of build, sharp-featured, and brilliant, he was an ardent supporter of the revolution. Although cursed with a case of tuberculosis so advanced that he coughed blood whenever he became tired, He plunged into the work in Longbao village with enthusiasm and soon became, like Chiyun, an indispensable member of the team. Not only did he help make up for the withdrawal of the other teachers and students, but he also helped to fill the gap left by those local members of the team who had to take leave, one after the other, to plant, hoe, and harvest their crops at home. First Liang, then Han, then Ho, and little Chir absented themselves for this purpose. The absence of each was keenly felt by those who remained. Their workload was made tolerable only by the fact that the Longbao peasants too were busy with spring planting and could not devote as much time as usual to meetings and discussions. With the advance of spring, the pressure of work on the land became overwhelming. In May the fall planted crops had to be hoed, the early spring crops thinned and weeded, corn, the main crop, had to be planted and, in preparation, all the accumulated night soil of the previous 12 months had to be carted to the fields and spread. In order to accomplish these tasks it was necessary for the men to depart for the fields before dawn each day and stay there until after sunset. They called this Liang Toupugn Yang, both ends sun unseen. When they finally returned home they were exhausted. At the height of the corn planting rush all other tasks were dropped. Even the cotters of the work team went to the fields to help out, and when they returned after dark they fell into bed like everyone else. 47. Both ends sun unseen. On the hands of the people. Callous will never go away. For on their hands they depend. To create the new day. Wang Shiqian. One morning in May I was awakened long before dawn by the sound of ironclad wheels clattering down the street on the far side of the mission compound wall. In courtyards throughout the village, cocks were crowing. I rolled out of bed in the semi-darkness and groped my way to the gate. In front of old lady Wang's privy the middle peasant Li Pianming had already parked his donkey-drawn cart. He and his son were busy scooping black gold from the street-side cistern where it had been fermenting all winter. By the time they had filled the large barrel-like tank that was lashed to the axle of their vehicle, the rest of Pianming's mutual aid group had emerged from the shadows. They rubbed sleep from half-open eyes and hunched their shoulders against the pre-dawn chill. They had come to help old lady Wang plant corn, and so had I. When the old lady came out, vigorous and vocal as ever, we departed for the fields together. Our hostess, tottering along on her bound feet, led the way. When Pianming's cart reached the end of old lady Wang's best plot, Li pulled a sliding board from the tail end of the tank and allowed its liquid burden to pour into a reservoir that had been fashioned for this purpose on the previous day. Two of us then dipped the nauseating soup from this reservoir with the aid of wooden buckets slung on carrying poles and carried it to the far end of the field. There 2 others hurriedly scooped out small hollows in the ground. These hollows, each of which was formed with one blow of the hoe, were spaced some 3 feet apart in rows that were likewise separated by 3 feet. Into each hollow a generous portion of night soil was poured. The hoe wielders then flung some dirt back over it to form a bed for the seed, and old lady Wang herself dropped 3 seeds no more, no less on top of the dirt. To complete the job, the seeds were covered with loose earth and lightly tamped in with foot pressure. The important thing was to surround the seeds with a rich pool of manure without allowing any of it to come into direct contact with the tender shoots and root hairs which these seeds would soon produce. According to local custom, 1 bucket of liquid night soil was enough for only 2 or 3 hills of corn. This meant countless trips back to the reservoir at the end of the plot and required Li Pianming to make at least a dozen trips to the village with his cart. It was hard work, made doubly so by the stench of the liquid we were distributing. Old Lady Wang's field lay due west of Longbao in the center of a wide expanse of flat land. Other groups were planting corn in that area that day, and their voices came clearly across to us on the still hot air. Strips of millet surrounded us on every side. They had been planted some weeks earlier and were already in need of thinning. Wheat, knee-deep and lush, alternated with the millet. Because early spring rains had been ample, the whole countryside seemed to pulse with life. Under the hot noonday sun I even fancied I could see the leaves and stalks grow. Never had the monsoon cycle provided better weather for corn. We worked in almost complete silence for several hours. Li Laosu, a former delegate at the gate, Old Lady Wang and her son Zhen Pao, a genial middle peasant named Kuo Chiung Wang and I. We finally caught up with Li Pianming by emptying the reservoir before he could return with another load. Then we had a chance to sit down at last. Old Lady Wang opened a bundle of steamed bread and I soon found myself chewing this cold fare with a relish I would not have thought possible. The steamed bread made us all so thirsty that we finished off a large pot of boiled water within a few minutes. Our hostess had to send Zhen Pao back to the village for more. As we sat in the field, stinking from the night soil that had slopped onto our clothes and from the sweat that ran from every pore, I was surprised to see how low the mountains appeared from the middle of the flat on that bright day. I had already noticed that on clear evenings they seemed to tower in the sky, completely enclosing the plain on which Longbao and Cao settlement lay. Now the highest peaks appeared to be no more than low hills on the horizon. All too soon Li Pianming's cart came rumbling out, and once more we fell to work. But by this time less than a quarter of our task remained. Before the sun slid halfway down the afternoon sky, we had completed the whole field. That was none too soon for me. I was exhausted. When I got back to the village, I fell asleep on my bed in the parish house before I could take my clothes off. For several days thereafter a certain not-so-delicate reminder of the Wang family lingered on my quilt. As the workload on the land around Longbao increased, so did the load of domestic work in the yards and hovels inside the village. The severe frugality of winter fare no longer sufficed to nourish bodies taxed by heavy labor. Substantial meals of whole grain had to be prepared morning, noon, and night. In order to accomplish this, some women and children scoured the village, the fields, and the hills in the distance for anything that would serve as fuel for their mud stoves, while others pitted themselves against the stone mills scattered throughout various courtyards and corners. All day long they ground out the last remnants of the previous year's crop. Prosperous families put donkeys to work at this task, but the majority possessed no source of power other than the frail limbs of their women and children. It made one wince just to watch them straining to drive the solid stone cylinders round and round on their stone beds. Most of these women had bound feet so small they could be held in the palm of a man's hand. Yet they toiled on these crippled stumps like any roustabout and thrust them against the hard-packed soil that circled the mills as if they were clubs of wood. More than once I joined some poor woman behind the boom that drove the stone and circled with her until Ho's megaphone, from the top of the church tower, announced the beginning of another important gathering. During that period, few peasants found the energy to respond to Ho's call. But backbreaking labor at home, at the stone mills, and in the fields was not in itself sufficient to explain the apathy of the peasants, male and female alike, toward the political work the team was trying to carry out. The spring season had not prevented the vigorous land reform drive in 1946. Hundreds of people had participated with enthusiasm then in spite of the need to plant corn. What was holding them back in 1948? Part of the answer to this question lay in the program proposed by the work team. It was primarily a program of recapitulation first, the organization of the poor peasants into a league, this time an official rather than provisional league, next, the classification of the whole village, this time according to the new standards, and finally, the establishment of a provisional peasants' association made up of the majority of the poor and middle peasants together. Here the wave of recapitulation broke onto higher ground. After all this, the first task of the Peasants' Association turned out to be still further recapitulation, a second gate. To traverse once more this familiar cycle was like leading an expedition over a mountain that had already been explored, a mountain on the far side of which no gold had been discovered but only another mountain. And this under conditions far more trying than had been encountered on the first attempt. Only the most dedicated activists participated of their own accord. To get others to come to any meeting required special pleading. Even then the results were disappointing. Thus, what really held the peasants back was not exhaustion but chih millet-eating thought. From the endless meetings of March and April they had realized no concrete gains, no material goods. Now they were asked to repeat these meetings with even less prospect of material reward. To many shrewd tillers this did not appear to be worthwhile. Better to have a good sleep. Since coercion and beatings were absolutely forbidden, people did just as they pleased. They came out if they wanted to, they stayed home and slept if that suited them better. As Lao Pao, a delegate to the gate, said to his friend Lao Su when the latter dropped by to call him out, "I'm tired. I'm going to bed early. I don't want to go to any meeting. Can anyone arrest me for that?" The work team called this extreme democracy. Extreme democracy slowed progress to a walk but never quite stopped work altogether. In spite of poor attendance, the neighborhood groups of the Poor Peasants League reviewed their membership lists for a second time, added 20 families, dropped 8, most of them households thought to be middle peasant, and then on May 11 elected an official Poor Peasants League committee. The balloting was done with beans and bowls as before. At this stage in the development of village institutions, elections were significant mainly as a sort of litmus test to show the trend of popular thought. As such, this election both encouraged and disturbed the work team cotters. In most sections of the village the poor peasants chose candidates whom the cotters considered to be the most active and reliable leaders. Among them were 8 communists, 4 men and 4 women. The large vote which these communists polled showed that they still enjoyed great prestige. In the southwest section, for instance, bobbed-haired Hu Shuechen won twice as many votes among the women as her nearest competitor, a sign that her popularity was rising day by day. Old Lady Wang, on the other hand, though nominated, failed to be elected. Apparently her neighbors had begun to tire of her single-minded determination to get something out of the movement and her harsh condemnation of all who did not live up to the strict moral standards which she set. These results were encouraging. What disturbed the work team cotters was the big vote won by Shen Chuante among the men of the southwest section. As it turned out, Shen had solicited support from every one of the Catholics who still had a grievance against the revolutionary administration. Men and youths who had never attended any previous meetings showed up to put a bean in his bowl. The women of that section were shocked. Shen has already mounted the horse. He struts around the village as if he owned it, said one. He doesn't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth, said another. In a runoff, where both men and women voted together, the women cast their ballots for Li Laosu. Since the men split their vote, Shen was defeated, but only by a narrow margin. As far as the work team was concerned, Shen had already proven himself to be thoroughly unreliable. The big vote which he received did not speak well for the judgment of the men in his neighborhood, nor did it speak well for the educational program carried on there by the team. When they met to discuss their work that night, the team cotters spent several hours reviewing the weaknesses that had shown up in the southwest section. But no one had a convincing answer to the problem posed by the dissident Catholics, who, it was generally agreed, had taken advantage of the spreading political apathy to win a place in the sun. The frustration felt by the team cotters over Shen's near triumph was offset, at least in part, by a letter which arrived that day in the village office. The letter came from Resistance University, the military training school that had once been housed in the Longbao Mission compound. It read as follows. Lukang County. Longbao Village. To all members of the Peasants Association. From the third group of the Military and Political Training School. Has the land reform been completed? How is the spring sowing coming? Having parted from you for more than 1 year, we still clearly remember the help you fellow countrymen gave us even though you were very busy in production work and in the FANSHEN movement. This help, up until the time that we left, we never rewarded. Now we send you this letter to make our apologies and to express our gratitude for your help. The most shameful thing that we must admit and ask pardon for is that at the time quite a few of our cadres and members of the general department of our school, influenced by landlord and rich peasant thinking, neglected the suffering of the peasants and misappropriated some of your struggle fruits. Now, in the land reform study, every comrade has made a serious and deep examination of this matter. All feel and recognize that such mistakes are extremely grave, in fact inexcusable. Such acts violate the land reform law and those who are responsible should come in person to apologize to you face to face. Due to the pressure of work we cannot come personally, but we are sending back all the things that we have here that belong to you. As for those that have been damaged, we are sending back money instead. These are all the articles that we have found and that we can remember. Probably there are some omissions. We sincerely hope that you will point out those things that we have forgotten and we shall accept your opinion with all our hearts. From now on with your help and advice we shall strengthen the education of our cadres and try to be good servants to the masses, serve them wholeheartedly, take an active part in the present FANSHEN movement, and never violate the people's welfare. With our sincere apologies. Signed with the seal of the Political Department of the Third Group of the Military and Political Training School, April 13, 1948. This letter was read aloud at all the election meetings held that day and made a deep impression on the peasants. It had been delivered by a carter who brought with him all the articles mentioned. These were put in the village warehouse pending the final distribution of property after the establishment of the village congress. There was nothing of great value in the shipment: a roll of white cloth from the church linen closet, a landlord's silk gown, several pairs of shoes, a brass candelabra, a length of rope, an iron hammer. But the fact that the staff and students of Resistance University on their own initiative and without any request from the village, had actually taken the trouble to gather these things together and send them back moved everyone deeply. Their action demonstrated that concrete results could be expected from examinations at the gate, from self and mutual criticism. It also demonstrated that the movement in Longbao was not some isolated phenomenon but part of the great wave of land reform and party consolidation that was sweeping the whole of North China. 48. Class differentiation repeated. We must explain, discuss, report, evaluate, classify, post results, explain, discuss, and report again and again. This is very troublesome, very difficult, very time-consuming. But the people do not find it troublesome because it fixes their fate. This is the most important work of the whole movement. He who leads the classification holds the knife in his hand. Secretary CHN. Lukang County Party Committee. Rain. Rain fell heavily in the middle of May. Each succeeding downpour came as a blessing. Rain blessed the young shoots and the seeds in the ground. It brought moisture enough to ensure lusty growth well into the summer season. Rain blessed the toil-exhausted peasants. It gave them time to rest. Rain also blessed the work team. It provided the cadres with a chance to call meetings and push ahead with the program of FANSHEN which had already been delayed far too long. Nobody went outdoors while the rain was falling because nobody had any protective covering. Very few had even an extra set of clothes to change into should they be caught in a sudden downpour. To get wet in the rain was to court pneumonia, to flirt with death. When the rain stopped, it was still necessary to linger indoors. All shoes were made of cloth. They soaked up water from the wet ground after only a few steps. Rain also turned the structureless soil of the Shangtang Plateau into a quagmire. It was no use trying to hoe, thin, plant, or plow in the mud. Cultivation had to wait until the sun dried everything out. Rain in the morning meant a day of enforced leisure. Rain today meant rest tomorrow, a welcome double holiday. The first time that it rained, Ho climbed the church tower and called on all the poor and middle peasants to gather for an afternoon of study devoted to the new classification standards. This session continued right through the following day and into the evening. The second time it rained, the Poor Peasants' League groups began to classify the families in their respective sections. Later in the week a tremendous downpour so drenched the land that no one could go out for 2 or 3 days in a row. Then these groups had a chance to finish up their work. The apathy which had all but stalled the village since the team returned from the county conference seemed to recede as work on classification began. A few protested that it was all a waste of time, but the mounting interest shown by the majority bore out Secretary Chn's prediction: the people do not find class differentiation troublesome because it fixes their fate. The man-hours spent in study alone were prodigious. Hundreds of people spent dozens of hours in discussion and practice before the actual work of judging their neighbors even began. On the most crucial of all issues, the division between middle peasants and rich peasants, solid progress was made. Some of the peasants soon mastered not only the definitions but also the methods for calculating net income, gross income, percentages of exploitation, and fixed and variable expenses. Kuo Yudza, a middle peasant who had had enough schooling to enable him to read the classification documents, soon found himself acting as teacher to group after group. As a guide in simple cases, Kuo made up and hammered home a formula of his own: Lao Li Piang Lao Li, match labor power against labor power. To make clear the nature of net income, he acted out the role of a middle peasant dividing up his harvest. First he scraped a pile of dust together with his hands and called this his harvest or gross income. He then set a section of the pile aside for seed and fertilizer and pushed another section to the other side for wages and food for the hired man. "This pile, the one I have left, that's the net income," said Kuo triumphantly. His listeners, a group of pipe-smoking peasants who squatted round him in a circle, had little trouble understanding such graphic lessons. Careful preparation made the second classification far more precise and scientific than the first, without detracting in any way from the human interest which any review of the people's life was bound to bring to the surface. As a matter of fact, with their newly acquired knowledge of the principles involved in class analysis, both cotters and peasants were able to probe more deeply than before into every aspect of village affairs. Rules which had seemed dry and difficult when studied in the abstract at the county seat suddenly took on lively new dimensions when they were applied to concrete cases. Since the emphasis was now on repayment, all those families that had ever been attacked as gentry were now studied with particular care. One example will suffice to illustrate the method: the family of Kuo Chung Wang. During the base period there were 9 people in Chung Wang's household. They lived on the produce of 23 acres, 5 of which were rented out. The family had 40 sections of housing, 2 draft animals, 2 carts, and 3 able-bodied men, 2 of whom worked full-time on the land, while the third worked about half the time. When Kuo Chung Wang was attacked as a landlord in 1945, he and his wife ran away. His brother Fu Kai stayed behind only to be beaten to death when he refused to reveal where his buried wealth lay. 6 other members of the family lived on in Longbao with leftover assets approximately equal to the poorest of all the poor peasants. These 6 now claimed that they had always been middle peasants, not landlords. They demanded that their land and property be restored in accordance with the new regulations. On the basis of comparative labor power, Chung Wang's heirs seemed to have a case. They claimed that the elders of the family had never hired more than 40 days of labor a year, exclusive of harvest help, and that therefore the family income from exploitation was a mere fraction of its earned income. When they brought their case to the Southwest group of the League, Stolid Ankyu, husband to the young party member, Little Mare, recalled that he had worked for 3 solid months on Chung Wang's land in 1944. When others confirmed this, the peasants decided to take US labor, rather than the 40 days claimed by the family, as typical of the base years. Then, with Kuo-Yudza's help, the economy of the family was analyzed as follows. This was less than 1/4 of the gross, but Chungwang owned more than twice as much land per capita as the average of the village. Therefore, the income from exploitation had to be doubled. This made it 30 hundredweight or considerably more than the limit allowed. Kuo Chungwang was classed as a rich peasant. The expropriation of his property had not been a mistake. A second important objective of this classification was to determine how many new middle peasants had been created in Longbao and how many poor peasants still remained. To accomplish this required a close look at all those previously classed as poor on the basis of their holdings during the base period. Those who had since received enough in the various struggle movements to support themselves were henceforth to be called new middle peasants. This was a designation which no family welcomed. To be called new middle peasants meant for that family that the revolution was over, that it had received its due. Most families so designated fought hard to reverse the stand of their neighbors and indignantly denied that they had everything necessary for an independent life. But the reality of no more oil intervened against them. Since most of the more prosperous families had already been downgraded, it followed that among the poor there must be some who must be upgraded. With very little property still in the hands of the village administration and little else that could be seized, the definition of FANSHEN itself had to be trimmed. Talk about the need to possess everything necessary for a prosperous middle peasant life gave way to talk about the minimum necessary to support a family on the land. As time went on, even this minimum tended to shrink. The kind of struggle this trend aroused was illustrated in the case of Old Cow, a veteran from the Taiyue region who had retired in Longbao on land allocated by the distribution committee. Because he was single and a veteran, Old Cow had received 4 acres of land. This was much more than the average and more than he could till by himself. He always had to have help from his mutual aid group. But because he had nothing else besides this to his name except one bare room, no animal, no cart, no implements, not even a wife cow, still considered himself a poor peasant. But you have 4 acres of land. Surely you are a new middle peasant, said several. I don't even have a pot to cook in. How can I be called a middle peasant? Cow demanded indignantly. And indeed he did not look very prosperous. His padded clothes were soiled and patched and the towel on his head was almost black from lack of washing. When you were mustered out you got 900 weight of grain. You could have bought a donkey, a plow, and a dozen pots. And the 4 acres of land were heavy with standing wheat when you got them. From that harvest alone you could have saved enough to buy all that you needed. But no, you spent it all on fancy living. If you aren't a new middle peasant, it's your own fault, said acting village head Chunshi. Old Cow was so upset that he couldn't say anything more. He grew red in the face, placed a tobacco-stained thumb against one nostril and blew the contents of the other onto the floor. Then he coughed and mumbled something unintelligible. Obviously, new middle peasant didn't suit him at all. He regarded the term as an insult. Well, what is your opinion? Asked Yuan Lung. If the masses think I am a new middle peasant, then it's not what the masses think. What do you think? I think I have no wife. No one makes clothes for me. I have to buy them. I have nothing but land. I think I am a poor peasant. Well, we don't want you to bear any burden, said Hsi, the interpreter who was representing the work team at the meeting. But after all, what is wrong with calling you a new middle peasant? That's a poor peasant who has FANSHEN. It's no insult. If we call you a new middle peasant, will you carry a burden the rest of your life? You shouldn't, said Hu Shuachen. She was one of those who had already accepted that designation herself and was learning to live with it. What do you say, Old Cow? Well, I haven't any burden. It's all right with me, said the sad-faced veteran. But as he said it he blew his nose again and averted his eyes from those who had done him such an injury. He was obviously still upset, and so were many others who had been classed in the same way. Their indignation was only exceeded by those few who had formerly been classed as poor but were now upgraded to old middle peasant and consequently considered to have always possessed sufficient property to maintain independent life. However, nothing they said caused their neighbors to relent. There simply was no oil. When every family in the village had been reclassified, a master list was drawn up. It was posted on the brick wall of the church compound so that it could be read by anyone who came along the main street. The list was so long that it was impossible to read while standing in one spot. A poor peasant who started deciphering the names at the southern end, where the landlords and rich peasants were listed, had to walk northward more than 30 paces before he found his own name among the propertyless. Certain families at the upper end of the scale who had lived in fear of attack or had already been expropriated were overjoyed when they saw how far down on the list they stood. Li Pao Yu, the nervous merchant with the date orchard and the licentious wife, found himself listed as a plain middle peasant. He strode up and down the main street, chest out, eyes shining, and told everyone who would listen, they tried to class me as a rich peasant or even a landlord. But now, in spite of all their tricks, I am a middle peasant. Indeed, who cares what class they put me in? They can call me anything they like. The facts are plain. Wang Shennan, the man whose brother had been beaten to death when 2,000 silver dollars were found buried in his yard, looked wide-eyed at his name in the middle peasant section. Then he returned home as if drunk and immediately went out to plow a piece of land on the hill that he had not set foot on for 4 long years. Whether they repay me or not doesn't matter. I'm well enough off as it is. I'm a middle peasant and I don't care what happens, he told his old mother. Chao Chioani, the party member whose in-laws had previously been classed as rich, also found herself listed with the middle peasants. She appeared on the street for the first time since her rejection at the gate and walked its full length with her head up. Other peasants were not so pleased. They were the ones who had been upgraded. Without exception they all objected. Chung Lai's wife complained bitterly that she had not yet acquired a draft animal or a cart or even one small share in either of these two prerequisites for new middle peasant status. Wang Shuaishen resented being called an old middle peasant because others had received gratis everything that he had received in a lifetime of toil. My wife and I slaved in the fields for 10 years with our backs bared to the sun. If I had known we would end up being called old middle peasants, I would have stayed home. I would have sat on the Kayang and done nothing, he said. Li Hojian, the leader of the Catholic clique, and Chang Huan Chao, the blacksmith, were among those raised from new to old middle peasant status. This was not due to any extraordinary holdings of capital or land but to the fact that they were both craftsmen. Hojian was a skilled carpenter, and Huan Chao, though he lacked skill, was the only blacksmith in the village. In judging their class, the peasants added their earnings from carpentry and blacksmithing to their earnings from the land and came up with old middle peasant status for both. When Huan Chao pleaded a shortage of land, they told him, if you till the land you can't beat the iron, and if you beat the iron you can't till the land. Both men were incensed by the decision. Hojian reacted with sarcasm. Of course I am happy to be a middle peasant. As I drove my cart over the hill today it seemed as if I were flying, he said. Huan Chao became sullen. He did not show up for work at the cooperative carpentry shop the next morning. When the carpenters sent one of their members around to find out what was wrong, he growled, just because of this iron pounding they call me a middle peasant. Yet my cart, my house, and a third of my land I got only during the distribution. I won't pound iron anymore. Anybody who thinks it's so easy better try it himself. The work team and the Poor Peasants League Committee had to take into account not only the opinions of those who objected to the class they had landed in but also the opinions of those who disagreed with the way others were classed. Beneath the official list on the wall a suggestion box was placed. In it many notes were found. One of them read: Old Lady Wang, Li Tiongjian, Chn Chunfu, Kuo Fengzi, Lu Kenti I Poor Peasants. We disagree. land, tools, draft animals enough. This note was from the northern group. When old lady Wang heard about this, her mouth began to twitch. She already felt that her neighbors were ganging up on her. This was the last straw. Not only had they failed to elect her to the Poor Peasants League Committee, not only had Li Pianming asked a heavy price in return for the use of his donkey and cart in the cornfield, but also the mother of her son Zhenpao's bride-to-be had suddenly announced that her daughter no longer wanted to marry. Behind this most grievous blow she knew was an effort to extract more money for the match. The bride's brother, it seemed, had recently died. His family now wanted old lady Wang not only to find a dead girl that could be buried alongside him, not only to pay half the expenses of the posthumous wedding ceremony, but also to buy a coffin for the dead girl and pay half the expenses of the dead pair's funeral. Only then would they allow the dead man's sister to marry Zhenpao. The price was far too high. Old lady Wang wanted to call the whole thing off. But delay could spell even greater trouble. With only 3 in her household, people could argue, just as those in the northern group were doing, that old lady Wang had property enough. Old lady Wang stopped team leader Ho in the street and shouted at him so that all her neighbors could not help but hear, "I lack land, tools, housing, and labor power. I received nothing in the whole movement. Yet they want to call me a middle peasant." "Don't worry," said Ho, trying to calm her. "It has not been decided yet. There are still 2 rounds of classification to come." "Do I have a right to say anything?" asked old lady Wang, trembling with rage. "Of course. If you have an idea, speak it out," said Ho. "As if anything on earth or beneath it could stop you." "Don't worry about it," he added, putting a restraining hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry about it? Don't worry about it? How should I not worry about it? Anybody can see that there is no hope of getting anything. We'll solve it some way." "How? Is anyone going to give me a house? Where are they going to get it from? The holes are many, the patches are few. I don't think I'll go to any more meetings. It's no use. But we'll solve it, I tell you. If the masses work together, they can solve anything," said Ho patiently. Old lady Wang did not wait to hear him out. She turned abruptly on her crippled feet and hastened back into her courtyard, cursing under her breath. 49. It is too slow. Certain young cotters often complain that this place is no good and that place is no better, that this kind of work is no good and that kind of work is no good either. All the while they are looking for some kind of ideal place and work so as to enable them to smoothly change the world. However, such places and such work do not exist except in their wishful thinking. Lu Xiao Chi. Despite real or imagined shortcomings, the class list, as posted, served as a basis for the next step, the formation of a Provisional Peasants' Association. This Provisional Association was finally established on May 28, 1948, after several days of discussion, a review of the qualifications of all poor and middle peasant families, and another round of elections, this time with written ballots. The minority who could write wrote their own. The majority, who could not read or write, went to certain mutually acceptable ballot writers and told them for whom they wanted to vote. Most of the Poor Peasants League Committee were elected as officers of the Provisional Peasants Association. To this corps was added a representative complement of middle peasants that included several from each section of the village. The final roster of elected officers represented the poor peasants, the new middle peasants, and the old middle peasants in almost equal proportions. This was as it should be, people said. A great mass meeting was held to celebrate the establishment of the Provisional Peasants Association, but somehow it proved anticlimactic. These organizational steps, since they no longer served as way stations on the road to an all-out struggle against a still dominant gentry with wealth to hand over, were transformed into a shadow play, a form of rehearsal in reverse, a demonstration of the way in which things should have been organized long before. Consequently, they lacked vitality. The response of the people was more apathetic than ever. Morale continued to drop and every day brought more problems. Wherever Chyun, Si Hung, and I went, people came with their woes great and small and asked for help. On June 2, we went to eat at the home of a peasant named Lidza. The family was weeping. Lidza's newborn child was dying, and Lidza's mother could not get off the kayang. The child had been born into a wash basin on the floor 3 days before. Because the child's mother was dumb, she could not describe her condition to anyone. When she felt the baby coming in the middle of the night, she climbed from the kayang alone. Her mother-in-law awoke just as the baby dropped into the basin used by Lidza to wash his feet. The old woman jumped up, retrieved the thrashing infant, and held it all bloody to her naked body. As she did so, she ordered her son to fetch the midwife. It took more time than is needed to eat a meal for Lidza to return with the midwife. Throughout that long wait his mother, shivering with cold, clutched the baby to her stomach and tried to keep it warm without ripping the umbilical cord that still bound it to the placenta inside its mother. To relieve tension on the cord she had to stoop far forward. The midwife, when she finally arrived, cut the child's cord with a pair of rusty scissors. By that time the distraught old woman was locked in a jackknife position and could not straighten her back. Her son had to lift her bodily onto the kayang. There she lay immobile with her eyes staring at her blood-stained knees. They did not wash the baby for 3 days. They carefully buried the placenta vertically in the ground outside the door in such a way that the end of the cord protruded as far out of the earth as the matching end of it protruded from the baby's navel. But in spite of these precautions against the 6-day wind, navel ill, the child fell ill. When Chyun and I came to the house the baby was gasping for breath and wailing piteously. Lidza's mother told us between sobs that he had not slept since the sun set the night before. She begged Chyun to save him, but Chyun knew that it was already too late. The rusty scissors, gruesome symbol of the old society, had doomed the newborn infant as soon as they touched the cord. Lidza himself had recently quarreled with a neighbor named Shiyu. The two families had dissolved a bean curd manufacturing cooperative without settling all their accounts. Now Shiyu threatened to hang himself in front of Lidza's door unless the latter paid what he owed, and Lidza's mother begged Chyun to intervene. Until tempers cooled there was little that Chi could do about this either. We left the household stunned. On the same day, Pao Chyun's mother accused the stubborn cuckold, Chinchu, of outrageous wage demands for planting her corn. Criticized for quarreling over so minute a matter, Chinchu took out his frustration on his wife and started beating her again. Meanwhile, Pao Chyun's mother fell ill. Since she didn't have enough millet to buy herbs at the medicine shop, she walked out to the long-abandoned temple of the god of health, scraped up some dust and ate it. When team leader Ho criticized this superstitious act from the top of the church tower through his megaphone, a god board appeared in front of the temple. The following words were scratched on it. Heaven fear not, earth fear not. Ho Pao Pei also fear not. The god board set tongues wagging and families quarreling throughout the village. When the committee of the Peasants' Association met a few days later to consider which families needed relief grain, its members were shocked by the length of the list they finally drew up. As if this were not problem enough, the Southwest section reported 4 babies born in as many days and 4 more on the way. That means we need 8 additional acres, said a spokesman. Where can they all be found? Speaking of lacks, old cow lacks a wife, said Little Mare. And Hungzhou lacks a finger, said Huan Chao, the blacksmith. There are some lacks we just can't do anything about. Frustration in the face of needs everywhere without the wherewithal to satisfy them caused even the most steadfast members of the work team to lose heart. One day Little Li came to Hsi with an inflamed eye. Hsi told him he should see a doctor. Little Li said doctors in China were no good. In fact, he said, nothing in China was any good. He wanted to leave China and go to the South Seas. He wanted to leave Asia and go to the Soviet Union. If not that, then he wanted to leave the countryside and go to the city, leave Lekang and go to Taiyuan. I am discouraged, said Little. 10 years ago when I began to work as a coder, people said, when the Japanese are defeated, then the revolution will succeed. But the Japanese surrendered and war continued. Now 10 years have passed. It is too slow. Where is the industry we dreamed about? All these incidents were straws in the wind. They indicated a social squall arising. Some problems, like the tetanus that was killing Liza's baby, flowed naturally out of the terrible poverty of the past and tended to strengthen in the peasants a burning desire for change, a categorical demand for another way of life. But the problems that sprang from the new life itself were more elusive, more subjective. In a period of discouragement such as this, they tended to raise doubts as to goals, direction, and method. They eroded the optimistic spirit and mutual trust that had accomplished such miracles in the past, and in the wounds opened up by this erosion, ugly sprouts of individualism continued to sink roots and grow. This was an atmosphere that played into the hands of the four who had returned from jail. Individualism was a phenomenon which they well knew how to exploit. Nursing a grudge at having been falsely arrested, very much aware that the whole village wished them ill, and actually frightened by it, they concentrated on enhancing as much as possible their reputation for audacity and ruthlessness. Yulai did this by a particularly outrageous act. He went to a village warehouse that had formerly been under his supervision and removed from it a valuable log. The log had been confiscated from a peasant hitherto regarded as rich. Its owner had fled the village under attack and all his property had been turned over to the Peasants' Association for safekeeping. Now Yulai claimed that the log was his in lieu of wages still owed him by the refugee. Without asking anyone's permission, he took it. By this act he served notice on the whole community that he considered himself more than a match for the lot of them. A man capable of doing that is capable of doing anything, people said. It was not a very auspicious reaction for a village that must soon man a gate to examine Yulai's record and the record of each member of his clique. 50. Who dares man the second gate? Every comrade should help the masses to organize themselves step by step and on a voluntary basis to unfold gradually struggles that are necessary and permissible under the external and internal conditions obtaining at a particular time and place. Whatever we do, authoritarianism is always erroneous because, as a result of our impetuosity, it makes us go beyond the degree of the masses awakening and violates the principle of voluntary action on the part of the masses. Mao Zedong, 1945. Dear Secretary Chang, we have met with great difficulty in carrying out the second round of party purification in our village. Now we send you this report to let you know of the situation and our discussion and wait for your instructions. After Wang Yulai, Wang Wentie, Li Heng and Wang Shiyu returned from the county jail, their attitude was very bad. The Chin, air and smoke, atmosphere they created made the villagers afraid. They threatened the masses, saying, "We were arrested by the county for more than 40 days, but the county police could do nothing to us. What can you do?" They said this on the street, and at the same time they asked who had criticized them and who had accused them. At the meeting of the branch their attitude was also bad. They resisted all criticism from others. All this, together with their past record, has made the masses afraid. The members of the work team have done their best to explain to the people, but no one dares say anything. The people remain silent and say nothing. Some of the villagers say, "We have opinions, we hate them, but we dare not speak out." Some say, "I would rather die than criticize them." Most serious of all is the fact that most of the party members in the branch have the same feeling and dare not criticize them. Though the work team members visited the people and backed them up and gave them strength and called meetings of the active leaders, still the villagers did not believe us. They thought all that the work team could do was to speak beautiful words. In our opinion, after a study of the real situation, we think this is not just a common anti-coder opinion. The real fact is that the behavior of these men has been too bad, especially the air and smoke they breathed after their return from the county jail and the threats they made. This is not blind opposition to coders on the part of the masses, so we must solve this problem. If we cannot solve this problem, not only the purification work will fail, but also the masses will misunderstand the whole policy of purification and the future consolidation of the party will be undermined. So we suggest the following action. 1. Announce to the people that these men are officially removed from their posts right now. Why? Because of their present action and their words since their return and their intention to harm the work of purification. 2. According to the request of the people, the Peasants' Association wants to receive a part of the fruits which the Communist Party members promised to give up, these fruits to be kept by the association until the future filling holes movement takes place. We wait your answer. Chopped. Ho Pao Pei, Leader. Li Sung Lin, Assistant Leader. Longbao Work Team. This letter, which was carried to Lekeng by Comrade Ho Pao Pei, was a painful admission of failure on the part of the work team cadres. Inability to arouse the peasants to challenge Yu Lai and his clique had already caused a split among them. Si Hung and Chi Yun, responsible now for the whole southwest section of the village where most of the clique's victims lived, were demanding some sort of decisive action. Though feeling against the four was strongest in this section, so was fear of retaliation. It effectively checkmated all the education and persuasion that the two cadres from the university had been able to apply. C and Chi felt that a breakthrough must be made from above, preferably by some tangible evidence of support for the rank and file. The handing over of goods illegally acquired by the cadres and the dismissal rather than the suspension of Yu Lai, Wen Te, Hung Er, and Shi Yu would constitute such evidence. Team leader Ho disagreed strongly. He was not as worried as C and Chi about the lack of public opposition to the four bad cadres. He felt that more routine mobilization work would eventually move the people to speak out. At the same time he was reluctant to put excessive pressure on former activists and communists. He felt that the unwarranted arrest of the four had only added fuel to their defiance. Heavy blows such as summary dismissal and the surrender of property on order, at a time when nothing had been settled according to the due process outlined in the draft agrarian law, could only fan the flames and lead to worse difficulties later. The problem was to correct past mistakes and save all the cadres for future work. The team members argued bitterly over this question. C and Chi accused Ho of shielding the bad cadres. They thought he had a pedestrian, mechanical approach to what was rapidly becoming a very serious crisis. Between themselves they even called him a right opportunist. Ho, on his part, accused C and Chi of anxious heart sickness, impetuosity. He felt that they wanted to oppress the four cadres unreasonably. Privately, he considered them to be leftists. The other members of the work team were undecided at first. Little Li, the assistant team leader, finally tipped the balance. He sided with C and Chi, took the lead in attacking Ho's position, and carried the rest of the local men with him. As a result, on June 3, Comrade Ho carried the letter, the contents of which he opposed, 10 long miles over ridge and plain to the county seat and personally delivered it to Secretary Chang. Ho came back in the afternoon more depressed in spirit than when he left. Secretary Chang had agreed to let some of the fruits be handed over, but he had called the proposal to remove the cadres from their posts adventurous. If the work team in Longbao could not deal with the four men, then the two who were party members must be sent to Lekeng with a letter detailing their crimes. Secretary Chang would talk with them himself. It's not enough to say that the people are afraid. You have to find out why, said the secretary to Ho. This reply angered everyone. Adventurist, snorted Little Li. I knew he'd say that before you told us. And what's the use of sending the two party members to Lekeng? If the secretary fails to solve the problem and, in the end, sends the two men back, we will be in a much worse state than ever before. Well, said Ho, let us really search out the people's opinions. Let us ask them why they are afraid. And as for the party members, let us tell them that communists are not afraid of death itself. For the sake of the party we have risked our lives many times. Why should we be afraid of a few individuals? These bold words upset the other team members further. "You can't use empty rhetoric on party members," said the interpreter Si Hung. "Just telling them they must not fear is no good. They must be helped to understand and think it through." "Everyone knows the phrases," said Little Lee, so exasperated that he pulled off his cap and threw it on the floor. "That can solve nothing. If we beat them over the head with the glorious spirit of party members, the result will be very bad. We've got to discuss according to the real facts and find a method." In the end Ho made a concrete suggestion. "Let's call a meeting of the Provisional Peasants Association groups, a branch meeting, and a meeting of those who have not passed the gate. Let's see if we can't get some opinions from people and find some way out. If we get nowhere, tomorrow morning I'll go back to Lekang. But I can't go back without another try, because if Secretary Chang asks me again what is the matter and I say the people are afraid, it will be no use at all." The 3 meetings held that evening produced some positive results, and a good night's sleep calmed frayed nerves. In the morning team leader Ho had another good suggestion. "Tackling these men is like eating a bowl of hot soup," he said. "Whoever tries to swallow such a bowl down in one mouthful will surely scald himself to death. But if you sip it bit by bit from around the edge you can swallow it all in the end. Therefore I say we should set up the second gate right away, but we should leave Yu Lai, Wen Te, Hung Er, and Shi Yu to the last. We'll start with the easy ones, first those who have already passed, then those who have not yet passed, and finally those who have never been faced." Since no one had a better idea, the whole team agreed with this plan. That very afternoon the second gate began. This time there were no delegates. Instead, all the members of the Peasants' Association, some 90% of the population, met outdoors behind the church on the grounds of the old orphanage. There only a zigzag slit trench, left over from the days when the compound had been the headquarters of Resistance University and its administration feared bombings, prevented the huge crowd from filling the space from wall to wall. Chen Kayuan, chairman of the Old Peasants Association and Chun Shi, acting village head, led off with very short statements about their work since the last gate. Vigorous discussion then arose among the numerous KTSAO groups that had formed spontaneously among the crowd. When the voices died down, group after group reported that they had no opinions and were in favor of passing the 2 a second time. Tzayun, the storekeeper, Tien Shi, the militiaman, and Hu Shue Chen, suspended leader of the Women's Association, all passed in the same manner. After that, instead of asking each communist to make a statement, Little Lee simply read off the names, and the people voted to pass or not to pass as they saw fit. What began as orderly voting soon broke down into mass shouting. When Lee read off a name, the people shouted, "Tung Yi, Tiong Yi, agree, agree." "This is no good at all," said Little Lee, raising his voice to a roar in order to be heard above the noise of the gathering. "If anyone disagrees, they have no chance to speak. We had better vote in a more orderly way." But just at this moment Chun Shi's mother stepped backward and fell into the slit trench. Everyone rushed forward to see what had happened. As 2 men pulled the unfortunate woman out, several bystanders broke into uproarious uncontrolled laughter which soon spread to the whole crowd. Even Chun Shi's mother, once she got over the shock of her fall, began to laugh. After that it was hard to take anything seriously. The reading of the names continued and so did the voting, but confusion grew apace. Many people could not even hear what was being voted on. When those whose record was about to be considered raised their hands to say something, only those people standing next to them heard even a syllable. This so amused those who could not hear that they laughed again, and everyone looked around to see who else might have fallen into the gaping trench that divided the crowd. The whole procedure was a formality. Unprepared to tackle the real problem at hand, the whole village was backtracking through well-known territory and no one took the maneuver seriously. The meeting inevitably degenerated into a farce, yet farcical as it was, it had great positive value. The laughter eased the tension in the public mind and brought the divergent groups closer together. The poor and middle peasants had not often met as a body, and in the past there had been fear and friction between them. This afternoon they rubbed shoulders with an ease and familiarity that could only arise between people who were learning to trust one another. The informality of the proceedings, in its own ridiculous way, united people more than a whole series of more earnest gatherings. In spite of themselves, the peasants became more conscious of their strength than ever before. To fear the revenge of several discredited cottars seemed a little preposterous to anyone who stood out in that warm afternoon sun and watched his fellow villagers milling about, laughing, and shouting for all the world as if they believed themselves to be the true masters of their fate. In the afternoon the crowd had time to consider only those who had already passed the gate in April. By the time the last of these had been approved, the women were already drifting off to make supper. The meeting had to be adjourned until evening. At that time a much reduced gathering took up the 4 men who had failed to pass the first gate. This was a more serious matter and the peasants acted accordingly. Manshi, Kunhsin, Yuxing, and Chune had all prepared many days for this second chance. They were determined to win approval. Manshi considered it a matter of life and death. Rejection at the first gate had shaken them deeply and all but destroyed Manshi. He had lain on his kayang and wept for several days, and when he finally stopped crying, he was still too ashamed to walk about on the street. "Why did you weep so much after the first gate?" other party members had asked as they helped him to prepare for the second round. "Because I could find no way out. I prepared in the branch for so many days, but when I got before the delegates they were like a brick wall." "And why did you stay at home after that and never go out in the daytime?" "Because when I spoke to people, they did not answer me. They despised me because I could not pass the gate. Whenever they saw me coming they just turned away. So I just stayed home." "You had better speak about your future. Have you made up your mind to pass? How will you correct your bad attitude?" "I can correct every habit of mine except eating," replied the muscle-bound militiaman in despair. He was ready for any sacrifice, but he was not at all sure that a change on his part would solve the problem. To his listeners, however, his sincere words sounded facetious. "If you give such an answer to the masses, you will not pass this time either," said Hinton. "We must analyze the opinions of others. Those things that we cannot accept, we must explain. We must reform our attitude and let people see it clearly." When, after this sort of preparation, Manshi finally came before the members of the Provisional Peasants' Association, he detailed every past transgression patiently, but still denied having raped Fu Hsu's wife and disclaimed any knowledge of the missing salt. This time the people believed him. A few tried to harass him about beatings that he frankly admitted, but one after another their opinions were rejected by the majority as indecisive. In every case Manshi had gone wrong trying to carry out orders. That his methods were crude they all agreed, but that his intent was evil they would not allow. Manshi promised that he would never act brutally again. "I know I have hurt many people," he said. "But if you decide to pass me, I will be grateful. And if you want me to work for you in the future, I will do my best. The only thing I cannot stop is eating." The peasants did not consider this remark facetious at all, quite the opposite. "That's very well spoken," said Yang Yuso. "If you had had such an attitude before you could have passed easily." They approved him. Manshi's face lit up with joy. As he walked back through the crowd, many people slapped him on the back and wished him well. "Do your best in the future," they called out. It was clear that Manshi was regarded with warmth and affection by most of his neighbors. Strong as he was, brave as he was, and terrible as he could be in action, he was no tyrant but only a simple fellow who wanted very much to do the right thing, to win the approval of his peers, and to enjoy the friendship and support of all his fellow countrymen. Ideas of avenging the criticism he had received never entered his head. The woman communist Chao Chune passed even more quickly. Now that she had been classed as a middle peasant, all the grievances against her seemed to appear less venal. She was not a class enemy boring from within, but a self-centered ally trying to shield her family from an unjustified attack. Viewed in this new light, her actions appeared quite ordinary. There was no reason not to pass her. Kunhsin and Yuxing were not so lucky. Kunhsin could not explain the loss of the sifter screen that had disappeared while he was on guard duty and lost his temper when they pressed him about it. Yuxing still misunderstood the damage he had done by eating one piece of steamed bread. The Provisional Peasants Association membership unanimously decided to hold both these party members over until after the establishment of the village congress. Then a final gate could dispose of the whole question. No one disagreed with old Tuichin when he said, "It is not proper for us to be in any hurry. If there are difficulties we can leave them to the Congress. With the gate, as with the classification, we have 3 rounds. Our policy is not to wrong anyone but to let each speak all his opinions. Perhaps there are some who think that we spend too much time on this, but since it is such hard work we should expect to spend a lot of time." Then he repeated his favorite proverb. "For millet alone we spoke before. Now it's reason we rally for." These apparently inconclusive events, though not decisive in themselves, changed the whole trend of village affairs. Passing the gate for the second time made the communists realize that in spite of all gripes and grumbles, the people really did support them. It gave them new heart. As a result, the branch meeting that was held the next day got underway with vigor and spirit. Before it was over, many party members had followed the lead of Tzayun and Hsin in daring to voice grievances before the new gate. It did not take long for the changed situation inside the party branch to influence the whole Provisional Peasants Association. When the association groups were later called together to register complaints against the 4, ideas came as thick and fast as the chaff that falls from a winnowing fan. The stalemate had at last been broken, but only insofar as evidence was concerned. No rank-and-file peasant had yet agreed to take the lead in voicing charges in public. Since a few bold party members could not possibly substitute for the action of the people themselves, it was necessary to mobilize still further among the sectional groups of the association. 51. A young bride leads the way. In all sections of the masses there are generally to be found the relatively active elements, the intermediate elements, and the backward elements. In the initial stages the active elements are usually in the minority, while the intermediate elements and the backward elements make up the broad masses. In accordance with the mass line, attention must be paid to the majority, that is, the intermediate and backward elements, otherwise the advanced section will become isolated, and nothing can be done satisfactorily. Liu Xiao-Chi, 1945. June 5 dawned hot and humid. A haze that blurred but by no means obscured the sun hung over the village and veiled the gaunt hills on both its flanks. This haze was a product of the approaching summer solstice. Over the Shangtang Plateau the concentrated summer sunlight heated up a land surface sodden with rain and converted the air into an invisible blotter that sucked up water in superb defiance of the law of gravity. Suck as it would, the air could not dry out the land in a few hours. 1,000 puddles still lay on the roads, and countless particles of clay still clung together as gumbo in the fields. In spite of this, the able-bodied men of Longbao were out hoeing. They had to be. If they waited any longer the weeds would smother the young corn. Just before the sun reached its scorching zenith, Comrade Ho's voice boomed out from the top of the church tower, "Women's meeting today. As soon as you finish eating, come to the churchyard. Women of the Peasants' Association, come to the meeting." When I heard Ho's call I jumped up from the bed where I lay dozing, delighted at the prospect of any action that could divert attention from the insufferable heat. By the time I reached the street the women were already streaming out of their homes in all the lanes, yards, and back alleys of the settlement. They converged on the church grounds by way of the main street and the gate of the district office. It was the biggest turnout of women the village had ever seen. The older ones minced along on their bound feet as if on stilts. Girls with single braids down their backs to signify that they were not yet married, chased each other through the crowd. Young brides whose hair had only been bound up in a bun for a year or two, sought each other out and held hands as they walked along. They obviously longed to skip and dance as their little sisters were doing, but a strong sense of propriety caused them to maintain instead a demure and dignified gait and content themselves with mischievous side glances at the few male bystanders who loitered in the open gates along the route. Inside the mission grounds, Hu Shuai-chen stood on the stone steps of a small outbuilding, welcomed the women, and explained why she had summoned them. Xianyi has agreed to accuse her husband and her father-in-law before the gate, said the leader of the Women's Association, but she is afraid to return to their house to live. She will speak if she is granted a divorce. For this she wants our backing. With that, Shuai-chen beckoned Xianyi to join her on the steps. Standing side by side, the two women posed a striking contrast. Shuai-chen was clad in a frayed black tunic that had suffered many fierce poundings at the edge of the village pond. The bobbed hair that hung straight down on both sides of her face accentuated the masculinity of her features. The long nose, the square jaw, the jutting chin were all set in an expression of the utmost seriousness, as if their possessor bore on her shoulders all the cares of a sorely troubled people and had long since forgotten, if indeed she had ever known, frivolity, joy, or even laughter. Xianyi, on her part, exhibited the quintessence of youthful femininity: slight of build, breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a new tunic of bright-colored flowered cloth. It fitted very tightly at the shoulders and then belled out toward the waist, but not so abruptly as to obscure the firm figure underneath. A pair of baggy slacks concealed her legs, but her feet, which were so small it was hard to believe they had never been bound, were set off in a pair of red embroidered slippers, perfect for a lady's boudoir but out of place on the street. Xianyi's lovely face, radiant as a snow apple in high bloom, revealed not the slightest sign of suffering but only a childlike freshness, an innocence of spirit that seemed to belie all that she had gone through. Without any urging, Xianyi began to relate the story of her life. Her voice was high-pitched but steady and clear. Even before the famine year, my parents could not maintain the family. I don't know how much they got from Yulai, but 3 different people acted as go-betweens and we received grain and money in return for my engagement to Wen Te. During the famine year my father had to go to Taiyuan. There was nothing to eat at home and mother was afraid that I would die of starvation. So she sent me to Yulai's home though I was only 10. I lived a hard life there. I went to the fields every day to find herbs in order to stay alive. They ate millet while I drank the water. They beat me often. Later, when the famine was over, my father came and I went back to live with my parents. But when I was 14, Yulai demanded that I return and get married. I wanted to wait until I was 16, but they threatened us. They said our lives were in their hands and accused us of being agents for Chiang Kai-shek. I was afraid and did as they wished. After the marriage I was not allowed out of the house. I never dared join a meeting although I often wished to go. Once Yulai locked the gate and Wen Te locked the door so that no one could come in. Then they whipped me, both of them, with a mule whip. Hu Shuai-chen heard me screaming and went to the district office for help. If it hadn't been for her, I would have died that night. A few months ago my mother fell sick, but I didn't dare return home to see her. My husband said, "If you return home, I will divorce you." But my uncle came many times to call me. Finally I took a quilt and escaped to my father's home, and now I dare not return to my husband's family. I have made up my mind to divorce him because if I return, then I shall be killed surely. If I cannot divorce him, then I shall commit suicide. She said this firmly, coldly, as one would announce a business decision. Yet there was not the slightest doubt that she meant it. Her poise before the group, her self-assurance, struck me as extraordinary. She was only 17, but she spoke and acted like a mature woman twice her age. No smiles, no coquetry, no hesitation, not even any visible emotion. What came across to the crowd was a hard, all but desperate determination. In the village, Chou Har's story that Xianyi had been beaten so cruelly because she refused to submit to her father-in-law's advances was widely believed. Whatever the truth, the events that took place behind those locked doors had burned such hatred into Xian's heart that she no longer cared what happened. All the men of the work team who heard her speak were deeply moved by Xian that day. If Yulai and Wen-Te were men of iron, here surely was a girl of steel. It was obvious that in the slip of a girl the pair had met their match. Xian was fighting for her life, for her right to live as a free person. One look at her clear black eyes was enough to suggest that when the battle was truly joined she would give no quarter. If the work team cotters could have granted Xian a divorce, they would have done so without any public spectacle. But the question was not that simple. The attitude of all the villagers had to be taken into account. Divorce had never before been sanctioned in Longbao. In all the centuries that the land had been settled, no woman had ever had the approval of the community in leaving her husband. It could be taken for granted that the overwhelming majority of the men would oppose such a step. Many of the older women, especially those in conflict with their daughters-in-law, could also be expected to oppose it. Xian could count only on that small core of progressive young women who rallied around Hu Shuechen in the Women's Association. If a divorce was to be granted, a much wider section of the female population had to be mobilized, and so the women of the whole village had been called together. When Xian finished speaking, Hu Shuechen asked the women a question. How shall we solve this great problem? The oppression which she suffered is the oppression of us all. In their small groups the women discussed the problem, quietly at first and then with mounting vigor. Finally they began to report, group by group, to the whole meeting. Most of them favored divorce. A few suggested separation. Xian, they thought, should remain in her father's home. Unexpectedly, the wife of a peasant named Fen Le took a contrary position. She declared that as far as she could see the young husband and his reluctant bride got along well. I can't accept that, said Xian, stepping forward to interrupt before the woman could finish speaking. If we got on so well, why did he beat me? Does this show that we got on so well? But Fen Le's wife was not so easily deterred. Beatings, she said. What husband doesn't beat his wife? That proves nothing. The fact is that they FANSHEN very well and they helped her family FANSHEN too. Both households benefited as anyone can see. I have often seen her smiling. This statement met with protest. You are trying to shield Yulai, shouted several women. They both benefited. I'd change places with her any day, said Fen Le's wife, defiant. Just because your husband beats you. Hu Shuechen quieted the storm by raising her hand. Let me say a few words. The girl knows her own condition. I live in the same courtyard. According to what I have seen, she is oppressed and suffers a great deal. Of course she does not weep all day long. If it were so, they'd beat her for it. She must pretend to be happy and go about with a smiling face, but the tears are rolling down her heart just the same. Staying with her parents is no solution. She wants a divorce. 2 or 3 groups agree to this. What do the rest of you say? A great chorus of women shouted their agreement. Fen Le's wife, clearly outvoted, said no more. Then we will write a letter to the county government and present our advice, said Hu Shuechen. Before she had a chance to formulate what this advice would be, a commotion broke out at the back of the court. Old Lady Wang had arrived. She was breathing hard. Sweat dripped from her forehead and long wisps of hair which had broken loose from the knot at the back of her neck blew about her face. But she was grinning broadly. She held by the hand an attractive young woman, Ki Pao's daughter-in-law. On her own initiative, Old Lady Wang had walked all the way to Horse Square to find her. If Xian could accuse Wen-Te, then Ki Pao's daughter-in-law could accuse Hung Er. Let her up front. Let her through, shouted the women at the back. They opened a passage for the pair across the packed church grounds to the speaker's stand. As the middle peasant's daughter-in-law mounted the steps, Old Lady Wang jumped up beside her, as pleased and proud as if the new witness had been the issue of her own womb. With a voice that was barely audible, the shy young woman told how militia captain Hung Er had arranged for his mistress to sleep in her home. Then, by threatening to launch an attack against her parents in Horse Square, he had prevailed upon her also to accept him as a lover. This tale temporarily diverted attention from Yulai and Wen-Te to Hung Er. It aroused a flood of memories concerning the militia captain's rascal affairs. Incident followed incident as the women vied with each other in recalling salacious tidbits of past history. As they talked, they forgot their fear of the bad cotters altogether and began to accuse them of many kinds of injustice. Enough charges were recorded in Little Lee's book to last the Provisional Peasants' Association several days before the gate. As the meeting closed, Chou Har's wife made one last accusation. Wen-Te, when he heard the megaphone calling us to this meeting, said to his father, "Oh ho! Listen to that. They're calling the dogs." When they heard this, many women spat on the ground. Dozens called Wen-Te a turtle's egg and worse. There was no doubt that the women were ready to do battle. If the gate had started then and there, the four bad cotters would not have had a chance. This mass meeting, the result of mobilization work done by Chi-Yun, inspired Hsi Hung to do some groundwork of his own among the men. On that same day, Hsi learned that Jian's cousin, He Xiao, was visiting in Longbao. He Xiao was the youth who had accused Jian's father, Shi Li, of being a Kuomintang agent. It was well known, however, that he had done so only after having been severely beaten by Wen-Te, then a village policeman. Under the circumstances, the accusation could hardly be considered voluntary. If the boy could be persuaded to tell the truth, neither Wen-Te nor Yulai could escape from the corner. Xianyi took Hsi Hung to the house where her cousin was staying. They found him hiding on the Kayang. As soon as the door was clear, he tried to run away, but Hsi caught him by the collar of his new machine-made tunic and began to question him. Since He Xiao was small for his age, Hsi had no trouble holding him, but no amount of questioning brought results. He Xiao denied that he had ever been beaten by anyone in Longbao. Finally, Hsi let go of his collar and tried a new approach. He asked the boy what kind of a man his uncle was. "Shi Li is a good man," said He Xiao. "An honest man. He treats everybody well, so of course he treated me quite well too. Too bad his good deeds are only on the surface," said Hsi, holding his face expressionless. "Perhaps he makes a very good impression, but after all he is an agent, so he must be a very bad man." "Who said he is an agent?" exclaimed the boy, stepping back as if in recoil from a slap on the face. "A few people in this village say so," said Hsi Hung coolly, "and Wen-Te says so too." At this the boy began to swear. "Wen-Te's mother's cunt stinks. His words are drivel. Why swear at Wen-Te? He never harmed you." "Now you are lying," said He Xiao. "You know very well that Wen-Te beat me, and just a few minutes ago you wanted me to accuse him of it. But now you are saying he did nothing to me. But it was you who said nobody in Longbao ever beat you." He Xiao recoiled again as he realized the box he was in. He sat down and remained sitting in stunned silence. "Since he really beat you," said Hsi, taking full advantage of the break, "why should you deny it?" "Because I am afraid he will beat me again." "Why be afraid?" asked Hsi. "Many people are going to accuse Wen-Te tomorrow. It is time to reckon accounts with the bad cotters. And so it is time for you too. Since you are not native here, you have nothing to fear anyway. You can go back to Huaquan and they can't do anything to you. Look at Jianyi. She is not afraid. Why not stand up and fight beside her? Who is stronger? You are much stronger, yet you are afraid and she is not. That means she is brave. But it also means that the people here are on top, and the bad cotters no longer ride the crest of the wave." Hsi saw that He Xiao was weakening. He continued his offensive. He stressed the obligation which the nephew had to clear his uncle's name. Soon the boy broke down and began to weep. In the end he cursed Wen-Te and vowed to take revenge. If I don't stand up and accuse him tomorrow, I cannot be called a human being, said the teenaged visitor between sobs. By such efforts as this, Si Hung managed to mobilize several men, all of whom promised to back up Xianyi if she once began the struggle. The most militant among them was old Chou Har, who swore he had never forgiven Wen Te for the beating received at his hands. Behind Chou Har stood Yuan Lung, Shen Chuan Te, and the village treasurer, Qin Hung. All of them vowed to speak out the next day. 52. The gate in the church. In exposing errors and criticizing defects, our whole purpose is the same as the doctor's in treating a case, namely, to cure the patient but not to kill him. Any person who has committed errors is welcome to treatment until he is cured and becomes a good comrade, so long as he does not conceal his malady for fear of taking medicine or persist in his errors until he becomes incorrigible but honestly and sincerely wishes to be cured and made better. You cannot cure him by subjecting him to hearty abuse or giving him a sound thrashing. In treating cases of ideological or political illness, we should never resort to violence, but should adopt the attitude of treating the illness in order to save the man, which alone is the correct and effective method. Mao Zedong, 1942. I did not sleep well that night. Chi-Yun and Si Hung had both worried so much about the impending confrontation that they had succeeded in communicating to me their deep anxiety. I was half afraid to see the morning come lest the work team and the villagers prove to be unprepared for the crisis it was sure to bring. Though I woke at the first cock crow, Si Hung was already up. He had gone to see his big guns Xianyi, He Xiao, Chou Har, and old lady Wang. If they dared speak out, others must surely follow and the meeting would be a success. If they faltered at the last minute there would be no one to step into the breach, and Wen Te would face down a cowed and silent crowd. I was sipping a bowl of hot millet porridge in the cookhouse behind the district office when Si Hung came back. He had made his rounds and seemed well pleased. Old lady Wang was in the best of spirits. The coming conflict filled her with energy and anticipation. Xianyi had not backed down 1 inch. He Xiao was morose but said he would speak if Si stood behind him. Chou Har was rambling around like a sleepwalker and repeating an old saying that Si himself had taught him, those who are loyal are not afraid to die. Because showers were anticipated, the meeting had to be held indoors. The only building in Longbao large enough for such a gathering was the great hall of the church. This hall was usually locked. It was used as a storage bin for the public grain. Now all that remained of last year's grain had been piled around the altar at the east end of the building. This left the nave free for a popular assembly. Inside the church, the huge pile of millet, reaching 10 or 12 feet in height, lapped halfway up the windows behind the cross. It made an impressive backdrop for the events to come. The people, as they streamed indoors, were dwarfed by this mountain of their own creation. Lying there in golden majesty, the millet expressed, perhaps better than any other symbol could, the power of the revolution. Only collective action could possibly have produced that incredible mountain of yellow seed, and only collective action could possibly straighten out the men who were to come before the people that day. By the time the meeting got underway, the nave of the church was filled to capacity. The villagers had apparently realized how important to their future lives the decisions of that gathering would be. Almost the entire population, old and young, had come. One of the last to enter the huge doors was Xianyi. The pallor caused by a sleepless night only enhanced her beauty. Gracefully, she seated herself near the aisle that had been left between the door and the chairman's table at the center of the hall. But Yulai was brazen enough, even then, to try to frighten her. As soon as he saw his daughter-in-law, he walked back and sat down in front of her. Xianyi immediately jumped up and moved through the crowd to the side wall. She had not been there long when Yulai's daughter sidled close to her. Was this part of a plan of harassment worked out by her in-laws? Xianyi evidently thought it was. She got up again and pushed her way to the center of the crowd. There she was at last completely surrounded by other people, and neither Yulai nor any other member of his family made any move to follow her. The proceedings began with the placing of the non-party Cotter San Ching, suspended clerk of the village office, on the stand. As the people warmed to the task of questioning him, Ho switched them to Hung Er, suspended captain of the militia. Hung Er soon found himself in trouble. He had to admit that it was he who took the now famous salt and that it was he who had blamed the theft on Manshi. When Manshi heard this, he jumped to his feet and denounced Hung Er so boldly that he inspired a dozen others to speak out. Thereafter the denunciations came so fast that Hung Er found it impossible to handle them. He was asked to wait until all the people had spoken before making his reply. The members of the work team exchanged triumphant glances. The meeting was going better than they had hoped. I could see Yu Lai well from where I sat. He had not expected anything like this. The mounting spirit of the people brought sweat to his partly bald head and his glance shifted nervously from one section of the crowd to the other. Intrigued by Yu Lai's obvious dismay, I turned to scrutinize Wen Te, the son. He sat near the chairman's table waiting his turn. Apparently unmoved, he surveyed the crowd with a confident air and smiled at the various friends he spotted as if this were some sort of celebration. Nothing in his pleasant face or relaxed manner suggested that he could possibly share any responsibility for all the fear and agitation that had stirred the village for so many weeks, or that he himself would soon face the ordeal that Hung Er was at the moment undergoing. The man has nerve, I thought. I wonder if he knows something that no one else knows. Events proved that Wen Te had no such knowledge. By the time the meeting got around to him, a subtle change in the crowd's attitude had produced a more sober response from the day's star witness. The peasants had refused to pass Hung Er. Then they had adjourned for lunch and assembled once again. For this second session their numbers had not thinned out as might have been expected. On the contrary, peasants packed the church in greater numbers than before, a sign that the afternoon could well be tougher than the morning. When Wen Te stood up to talk, his right hand played nervously with the cloth fasteners of his homespun tunic and all the color in his cheeks drained away. Instead of staring calmly at the crowd as he had done all morning, he looked at the floor and found it hard to choose his words. Even Manshi had made a better speech before the gate than Wen Te made now. I don't want to tell my whole history. I will begin with my work. When I was public security officer I beat Cle and called him an agent. This was because he talked sour grapes with Fan Lu. Now I understand that I was wrong. I should have made an explanation. Wen Te spoke a few sentences, stopped, looked around, cast a hurried glance at the floor, spoke a few more words, and hesitated. He was quite tall and very lean, leaner than any of the other cotters who now faced him. The cords on his neck stood out like ropes. I lost my temper and beat Chin Chu because he bothered me so much about his wife. Once in the middle of the night he got me up to scold his wife. I hit him, and I gave Chou Har a thrashing because of some trifling gossip. Now I know that that was wrong. I beat other old men. Why didn't I beat my own father? Chou Har stood up when Wen Te spoke his name. He was trembling with rage and shouted at the top of his cracked voice, "What did you beat me for? What evil haven't you done?" But the people standing around the old man stopped him. "Let Wen Te talk," they said. "Let him finish. I beat Xie because he protected Chao Cheng in the struggle. Once Hung Er called me to transport public grain, and I took several boards from the warehouse. Nothing more. That's all I can remember. As for the rascal affairs, I am guilty. I thought, if others can get away with it, I can too." That ended his self-report. He sat down. As soon as Wen Te finished, old Chou Har stood up again and started walking through the tangled mass of people toward the table. As he walked he pulled up his sleeves and cursed the man he hated, "Turtle's egg, donkey's penis, your mother's foul cunt." Before anyone could stop him, he strode to the spot where Wen Te sat on the floor, pointed a long quivering finger straight into the young man's face, and shouted with all the fury that was in him, "You beat me. You almost killed me. I lay sick for weeks. And when you beat me you said, if I beat you to death I don't care. Chou took another half-step forward, raised his fist and made ready to strike. A score of men in the back of the church rose to their feet. They began to move forward as if by command. Across the floor other men stood. Every person in the crowd strained to see the action in the center. An ominous silence pervaded the whole vast space as 1,000 eyes concentrated on Chou's long hands. Wen Te, crouched and ready to spring, stared up at them also. If Chou hit out, as he certainly intended to do, Wen Te would die in the next few minutes, for such was the feeling of hatred for him and his father that no power on earth could stop those peasants once Chou galvanized them into action. The members of the work team stood as if hypnotized. It was one of those moments when time stands still and every word and gesture is reduced to slow motion. A catastrophe was spontaneously being generated. I felt it, and the members of the work team felt it too. But no one moved. Tell me, who are the dogs? Who are the dogs? Said Chou in a hoarse whisper. At this Wen Te sprang erect. I never said that. I never called anyone a dog. His face was chalk white. With a quick jerking movement Chou reached out both hands toward Wen Te's throat. A cry rang out. Make him stand back. It was Chiyun. She ran forward and flung her arms down between the two men. Someone else was it. Si Hung, pulled Chou back a foot or two. Then Little Li and Chang Chir pushed him on into the crowd. He stood there looking helplessly at his cheated hands. They were still moving as if to throttle the wind in a human throat. He raised his eyes to meet Comrade Ho's and his eyes asked, Why? Why have you stopped me? Those men in the crowd who had stepped forward drew back a little. With a shudder Chou recovered control of himself. His arms dropped to his sides. He began to speak and suddenly felt the weight of his years crushing him. All his joints began to loosen, the muscles of his careworn face sagged, and the words came stumbling from his toothless mouth. I risk my life to accuse this man, he said. If I should be murdered in some nameless place I only want to warn you beforehand. I put myself under your protection. All my life I have never beaten others or... He could say no more. Slowly he went back to his seat. Even before Chou sat down, Xianyi rose to her feet. As she walked to the center of the hall Wen Te looked at her with disbelief. It was as if he were observing a spirit risen from the dead. Xianyi told her story very bravely. He Xiao made his accusations just as he had promised, and many other peasants, following the lead of these two young people, spoke out without equivocation. But Wen Te did not bow his head. Quite the opposite. As the meeting progressed and he realized that he was not going to be beaten, he regained his composure and finally his arrogance. He ended up not only rejecting all the criticisms made against him but also turning the charges against those who had made them. When Shen Wen Te asked him who beat Little Chir, Wen Te said that Shen ought to know the answer himself. When Hu Shuachen asked him if he had beaten his wife, Wen Te answered proudly, Yes, I beat her. I beat her once because she stayed out so late that we got no supper. I beat her a second time because she flirted with another man in the cornfield. Of course, for a man to beat his wife is wrong, but I had good reason. This last reply was more than Little Li could stand. He climbed up on the table where everybody could see him and denounced Wen Te bitterly, passionately, as a man who could not possibly continue to be a communist. But the object of his scorn did not even seem to hear him. When the work team members got back to the district office they found Hung Er waiting for them. The suspended militia captain had a hangdog look on his face. All the defiance was drained out of him. He asked for a copy of the opinions that had been spoken against him, saying that he wanted to study them and answer each one in detail at the next meeting. Hung Er had reached that critical point in his own education where defiance gave way to despair. It was a point at which most people had to arrive before they could begin the painful process of reform. The task before the work team was to bring Wen Te to the same threshold, to break down his defenses, and to make him see himself as others saw him. Only then could the difficult process of remolding his outlook begin. The public meeting, successful though it had been in overcoming the people's fears, had not yet conquered the suspended police captain. The only effective method for putting further pressure on him was to mobilize the people of Longbao more thoroughly. Up to that point, of the scores who had suffered at the hands of the father and son pair, only 20 or 30 had spoken out. This was not enough. With a man as proud and determined as Wen Te, only a united community could prevail. By calling a mass meeting from which Wen Te and Yulai were barred, the work team encouraged several dozen others to find their voices. When on the evening of June 9, Wen Te again appeared before the gate, the sheet of paper recording the charges against him was 5 feet long. The most damaging of these charges had to do with the agent's caps that he and his father had fastened on all who opposed their will. As these were presented, one after the other, Wen Te did not have time to regain his composure. Old Tui Chin, the bachelor peasant from the northern group, interrogated him like a district attorney before a court of law. How old was your wife when you married her? 15. How then did you get a license at the district office? I ordered her to say that she was 16. You demanded the immediate return of all the money and grain your father paid for her. No, I didn't do that, but I did force her to say she was 16. How? Wen Te hesitated. He threatened her parents. That's what she says. What do you say? Cried old lady Wang. Wen Te said, I don't know what to say. I am afraid. I have forgotten what happened. His composure was draining fast. We won't beat you. Why should your heart jump? Asked Yuan Lung. You are so brave at doing things, why be so afraid to talk about them? Asked Hu Shuanshan derisively, her lips curled in a sneer. I forget everything. Please, you criticize me, muttered Wen Te. The opinions of the masses pile up like a mountain, said old Tui Chin. He says he has forgotten, but how can he forget the affairs of his own family? We have tried our best to win him from the wrong path, but he doesn't understand at all, so we ought to kick him out of the party and send him to the county court for further action. Wen Te, what do you think of those suggestions? Asked Little Li. I agree, said Wen Te. I think it is right. I have nothing to say. Then Qianyi spoke up. Both Tui Chin and Little Li had ignored the most important point. Do you grant me a divorce right away? I'll never agree to that to the last day of my life, said Wen Te. The very idea seemed to send him into a sort of frenzy. He threw himself down and began to hit his head against the floor so hard that the sound of his skull knocking brick could be heard throughout the church. Never, he cried with each blow. Never, never. Why not? Tell me the reason why not, demanded Qianyi. Though I beat you before, still I can correct that. I'll never do it again. I can correct that, said Wen Te from the floor. He had stopped beating his head, but he did not get up. How can I believe you? Asked Qianyi. What if you beat me to death? If I do that, then I should be punished with death, replied Wen Te. But even if you paid for her life with yours, that would be no bargain for her, said old lady Wang. Let the girl state why she wants a divorce, demanded Yuan Lung. No, let Wen Te state why he wants to keep her, said Tai Shan's mother. But Wen Te could give no reason. He only made the statement, I'll take an oath before the people. If you return home, I will never beat you. That's enough, said Chen Keyuan, who, as head of the Provisional Peasants Association, had chaired the whole meeting. I think we should decide what to do with him. He forced an underage girl to marry him, he oppressed and beat many people for trifling reasons, he falsely called many people reactionary agents. I say send him to the People's Court. Is that right or not? Right, right, shouted the crowd. That's the best thing that could happen. This time, after the meeting was over, Wen Te sought out the Cotters in the district office as Hung Er had a few days before. He was on the verge of tears. I prepared thoroughly for 2 whole days, but as soon as I stood up I got completely confused. I want to be honest. I want to speak it all out, but I can't. I am afraid the masses will jump on me in the street and then turn around and say that I attacked them. What shall I do? The masses are kind, said Chi-Yun. They wouldn't do anything of the kind. Only a twisted brain like yours would think of such a thing. Yulai, who had followed Wen Te in, shook his head in disgust at his son. I coached him for several days, but this son of a bitch is so stupid he forgot everything when he got before the people. But it has nothing to do with coaching, said Little Li, throwing up his hands. He need only speak out his behavior. According to him he is not skillful at self-criticism. But the question arises, how come he is so skillful at oppressing people? If he insists on defying the people he will only punish himself. My style and my attitude were too bad in the past, admitted Wen Te. But I beat the landlords bravely. Are they the only ones you beat? Well, no, I beat others too. Yes, you beat your wife and your father-in-law, who is like a second father to you. Can you call him a landlord? No, said Wen Te, mournfully. Since the meeting had voted to send Wen Te to the People's Court, and neither Little Li nor Chi-Yun showed the least inclination to sympathize with Wen Te, Yulai thought his son was already under arrest. He assumed that the youth would immediately be led off to Lekeng to await trial. Not wanting to be caught unprepared, Yulai asked if he should go home and find a quilt for the prisoner to take along with him to jail. He was surprised when Little Li dismissed both of them and told them to go home. The worried father and distraught son had no sooner stepped outside the door than Yulai returned alone. He took Little Li aside and, in a low tone, engaged him in a very serious conversation. It turned out that what concerned him most was the divorce. Both he and Wen Te considered a divorce to be out of the question. In the last few days, whenever the subject came up, we both stopped thinking. For us it is too awful to think about, said Yulai, pulling nervously at Little Li's tunic. Little Li listened attentively but promised nothing. Yulai, uneasy but by no means repentant, departed once again. The next day, June 10, brought Yulai before the gate. If ever a man strode the political stage with a tiger's head only to depart like a snake's tail, Yulai was that man. His final performance, his day in court, proved to be less than an anticlimax, it was a farce. In facing down Wen Te, the son, the people had lost their fear of Yulai, the father, and Yulai in turn, when confronted by a united community, lost all his bluster. His threats and boasts evaporated like a puddle on a sun-scorched field. What remained was an evasive man with watery eyes whose every tactical twist and turn was anticipated by his accusers. The people responded with contempt, locked the gate, and told him he would have to wait for the People's Congress. That afternoon, when the gate adjourned for the 3rd time, Wen Te and Yulai came together to the work team. This time Wen Te wept in earnest. Clearly, he no longer knew what to do or which way to turn. His father, as stubborn in defeat as he had been in victory, still hoped that clever words and demagogy could pull them both through the crisis. He cursed his son for a stupid ass as he had done before. But it was obvious to the latter that wit and maneuver had outlived their usefulness. Only sincerity counted now. Both men must face up to their past. What made Wen Te weep was his fear that it was already too late. Would he not be punished anyway? Was not the divorce a foregone conclusion? Could any words or acts on his part head off catastrophe now? As Wen Te wept and Yulai cursed, Secretary Liu, a sub-regional leader whom none of us had met before, walked in. He had come to check on progress in Longbao's land reform just as Secretary Wang had done several weeks earlier. When he saw Wen Te in tears he asked him, with great kindness, to sit down and tell his side of the story. I know I am doomed, sobbed Wente. If I go to the people's court, I will be shot. And if I am kicked out of the party, it will be as bad as if I were shot. Whether I confess or not, there is no way out for me. So I had better be silent and await my fate. Gently but firmly Secretary Lu disagreed. You can still decide your own fate, he said. It is up to you. The party secretary then told Wente about many cotters whom he personally knew who had done worse deeds than Longbao's police officer but who had determined to face them honestly, had turned over a new leaf, and had then been accepted once again as leaders by the people. As for your marriage, if the girl insists on leaving you, she has that right. We can't do much about that. But, if you reform, in a year or so you can certainly find another wife, said Lu. The tears gradually dried on Wente's cheeks as he listened. He promised Secretary Lu that he would speak with a different attitude before the next gate and went home calm and thoughtful. As soon as he had gone, Secretary Lu called the members of the work team together and warned them, as they had so often been warned before, against leftism in the treatment of cotters. In a number of places party members have been so oppressed they have committed suicide, he said. This is a great loss to the party and to the people. We have to show everyone a way out. It is not enough to cure the disease. We must save the patient. And besides, many of these men, especially the younger ones who are in the deepest kind of trouble, are often the most brilliant, fearless, and creative sons of the people. Reformed, they are a most valuable asset. They often prove to be stronger and wiser than those who have not made mistakes. A long discussion followed. The cotters decided that Wente could be re-educated, but that his father's attitude stood in his way. If only the young man could be separated from his father for a while, he might well straighten out his own life and even win back his wife. But where could he go and what could he do away from home? Secretary Lu suggested a solution. A school had been established by the Communist Party for just such cotters as Wente. It had already opened its doors in Changchi and was taking in students from all over the Taihang mountain area who could not pass the gate in their home communities. Removed from the temptations and tensions of their native environment, given plenty of time to think and study, encouraged by sympathetic teachers who tried to widen mental horizons, and aided by association with other men whose problems were similar to their own, many hardcore delinquents had found it possible to assess themselves objectively and to choose a new path. Secretary Lu suggested that both Wente and Hung Er be sent to the school and that all other decisions affecting their lives, what punishment they should receive, whether or not a divorce should be granted, should await the outcome of the education they received there. Liu's suggestion challenged the work team's whole approach to the problem of the bad cotters. Belatedly, Chi-Yun and Si-Hung realized that in their anxiety to arouse the people and overcome the awe in which Yulai and his son were held, they had ignored the possibility of reforming the men. They had attempted to crush the people's new oppressors, not remake them. In working thus they had distorted the essence of the purification movement, and had followed in the wake of those impetuous poor peasants who demanded only revenge for past injuries and who had no vision of the potential of leaders who had temporarily gone astray. Now, for the first time, Chi-Yun and Si were asked to look at Wente in the light of his future worth. As soon as they did, they both became enthusiastic about helping him. An important factor in making this shift possible was, of course, the fact that the battle had already been won. Wente had met his match in the aroused peasants of Longbao. The myth of the man of iron whose revenge must be forever feared was difficult to maintain in the face of this badly frightened young penitent, distraught, weeping, and begging for help. Team leader Ho, who had all along opposed crushing the spirit of the men, who had all along wanted to give them a fair chance and who had been attacked by the rest of the team as one who had leaned over backwards to aid them, did not say, "I told you so." He simply used whatever time he had available to talk with Wente and prepare him for the problems he would meet at the training school. Little Li alone remained unconvinced that such bad cotters should be treated so leniently. Even if they reformed, he thought, they should be severely punished for their past crimes. At the very least, Wen Te should be expelled from the party. If such men as he could remain communists, what was the campaign all about? The final result of the second gate, organized and manned by the Peasants' Association, was to pass all 4 of the party members who had failed earlier and to approve 5 of the 7 non-party cadres who had come up for criticism for the first time. Only Yulai, Wen Te, and Hung Er remained beyond the pale. Further action on these cases could only be taken by the People's Congress, a governing body which had yet to be elected. In the meantime, application was made to the higher authorities to enroll Wen Te and Hung Er in the special school for rejected cadres. But no matter what happened, some villagers were always ready to misinterpret the decisions of the party and the government. As soon as word of the school got out, a rumor began that the 2 party members had been promoted. Repeated explanations by the work team cadres failed to lay this small broadcast low. Apparently only time and the return of the re-educated men could clear the matter up once and for all. Ironically, Wen Te did not believe what he was told about the school either. He thought he was being sent to some sort of a prison and said that he would not fill out the application to go there until a satisfactory explanation was given for the fact that Jianyi had identified the towel used in gagging little Chir as one belonging to his household. Thus he mounted the offensive again, and only much patient explanation finally persuaded him to yield. 53. Upgrading. There is just one criterion for determining class standing. It is based on the different relationships of the people to the means of production, for this determines every kind of class difference. The possession or lack of the means of production, the quantity of the means of production owned, how these are utilized, and, moreover, all the various kinds of different productive relationships between the exploiter and the exploited, these, then, constitute the only criteria for determining class standing. Genpai Shi. On June 12, the sectional groups of the Peasants' Association met to classify the village once more. This time there was no need to review the status of every family. Only those families about whom some question had been raised were placed on the list for consideration. By the evening of June 14, all such cases had been considered by the small groups. A mass meeting was therefore called for the purpose of making a final review. It was held outdoors on the grounds of the mission compound. All the peasants were tired after long hours spent hoeing corn and weeding millet. As a result, only a minority of the association members showed up. Under the brilliant light of a waning moon, those who did come were very active, however. They finished off all remaining problems with gusto, a little too much gusto, it seemed, for they dispatched some very difficult cases rather quickly and left those concerned with an impression that inadequate attention had been paid to their complaints. Old Lady Wang, who had for days resisted all attempts made by the Southwest group to call her a new middle peasant, was immediately classed in just that category by the Northern and Eastern groups. To be thus classed meant the collapse of all her plans for some good land close to the village, and for a few additional sections of housing for her son and his bride. She strode to the center of the meeting and protested vigorously. Her argument was that she had inherited all the land she had received since liberation from her brother-in-law, and that she had bought the donkey she now owned with borrowed money. None of her wealth was due to the land reform. Could this be called a FANSHEN? To prove that she had not FANSHENed, she talked louder, faster, and more sarcastically than she had ever talked before, but the people listened unmoved. When she finally realized that no word of hers could turn the tide, she lapsed into silence, moved back to the center of her own group, and finally, with an oath, picked up her stool and stomped off homeward in a very surly mood indeed. If old Lady Wang had only stayed long enough to witness what happened to others like herself, she might well have taken a more philosophical view of her defeat. As it turned out, the upgrading of this old woman was only the beginning of a run on the poor peasant status of dozens of her neighbors in the Southwest section. Because the other sectional groups of the association had used strict standards of poverty in their preliminary work, they were quite perturbed when they saw who had been classed as poor in the Southwest. They made Yuan Lung read the list through twice and then slashed it without mercy. Shen Chuan Te, Yuan Lung himself, Kuo Wanyue, and many others were forthwith promoted to the rank of new middle peasant. The leaders of the upgrading movement were Hsin Fa, party branch secretary, and Yang Yuso, the man who had served as spokesman for the delegates at the first gate. These two squatted beside a kerosene lantern set at one edge of the crowd and by its light perused the lists. Having been classed as new middle peasants themselves, they didn't want to see any other family get by with a poor peasant designation if its material condition in any way matched their own. Since draft animals, carts, and farm implements were obviously in short supply, they ignored these things as FANSHEN requirements and based their arguments on the possession of land and housing alone. 2 single men with 1.5 acres apiece were summarily upgraded. A peasant named Chang Ian was not only plucked from the poor peasant group, but was pushed all the way up into the old middle peasant level on the grounds that he had for years possessed enough land for self-support. A ripple of humor enlivened the meeting when the Southwest group turned the tables on the upgraders by finding a man in the northern section who should have been called a new middle peasant. They based their argument on the half-donkey which he owned but which his neighbors had ignored. Caught in an oversight, Hsin Fa and Yang Yuso apologized for having forgotten the donkey and promptly reclassified the family in a higher bracket. Someone remarked that the man now owned 2 half-donkeys. The original donkey, a female, had foaled a few days earlier, and half the foal belonged to each owner. Whether 2 half-donkeys equaled a whole donkey became the subject of some comic debate. Not all the changes made that night were upward ones. Li Hojin, the carpenter, and Huan Chao, the blacksmith, won a determined fight to be called new rather than old middle peasants. Tian Shi, the militiaman, who had also been called an old middle peasant, disagreed so violently and won such support in his section of the village that the meeting finally voted to accept his view. As the evening wore on, the proceedings grew more and more boisterous. Although the peasants from each of the 3 sectional groups had started their discussions sitting separately, as the moon sailed higher into the sky they somehow intermingled until it was hard to tell exactly what was being discussed by which group. Many people on the fringes of the crowd, unable to follow the trend at all, gradually lapsed into inactivity or fell to gossiping about personal problems. Toward midnight everyone became so eager to go home to bed that a number of decisions on very complicated cases carried almost without debate. Little wonder that some of those whose class was fixed that night felt bruised. But, as Little Lee pointed out, it didn't matter very much. There was still a 3rd classification coming up and all those who disagreed could still ask for a review. Part 6. Drastic Reappraisal. Because of the distinctive peculiarities in China's social and historical development and her backwardness in science, it is a unique and difficult task to apply Marxism systematically to China and to transform it from its European form into Chinese form, in other words, to solve the various problems of the contemporary Chinese revolution from the standpoint of Marxism and with the Marxist method. Many of these problems have never been solved or raised by the world's Marxists, for here in China the main section of the masses are not workers but peasants, and the fight is directed against foreign imperialist oppression and medieval survivals, and not against domestic capitalism. Liu Xiao-Chi, 1945. 54. On the eve of victory. All comrades in the party should understand that the enemy is now completely isolated. But his isolation is not tantamount to our victory. If we make mistakes in policy, we shall still be unable to win victory. To put it concretely, we shall fail if we make, or do not correct, mistakes of principle with regard to any of the 5 policies on the war, party consolidation, land reform, industry and commerce, and the suppression of counter-revolution. Mao Zedong. Several times in the late spring of 1948 the peasants of Longbao awoke to find the main thoroughfare of their village clogged with soldiers. The soldiers filed in so quietly that few people even heard them arrive. They rested a while, refreshed themselves with boiled water and then moved on, walking, not marching, toward their destination. These troops bore no outward sign of formidable fighting prowess. Their uniforms, made of homespun cotton and colored with a yellow-brown dye that bleached quickly under the sun, seemed more like the costumes hastily issued to a company of stage warriors than the garb of a victorious army. The same makeshift quality characterized the hand grenade slings that hung at the men's hips, the long sleeves stuffed with millet that crossed their shoulders, the ammunition belts that circled their waists, the packs on their backs, and the puttees that bound their trousers to their legs. All these accoutrements were of faded, hand-woven cloth. The People's Liberation Army, it appeared, was a cotton cloth army. Even the soldiers' feet shuffled across the mountains in cloth shoes. The only non-cotton items of equipment which these troops possessed were the rifles in their hands, the millet bowls that dangled from their belts, and the straw hats o' their heads. The latter, with their wide, floppy brims, lent a touch of holiday gaiety to outfits that, even without them, seemed incompatible with serious fighting. When the soldiers moved off, the hats hanging over their packs made them look from behind like a bevy of poker chips bobbing across the landscape. If, at first sight, this equipment seemed simple, even shoddy, a moment's reflection indicated that it was nevertheless practical. By such means a soldier could carry on his back everything he needed for daily living or prolonged fighting, whether he stayed with his comrades or found himself cut off and alone. With the exception of his rifle, which often came from the other side of the world and weighed almost as much as everything else he carried put together, he could be re-equipped in every detail in any county town in China's vast hinterland. The same could never be said for the American-supplied legions of Chiang Kai-shek. Even the fatigue caps issued to certain nationalist units came from the mills of New England and the lofts of New York. But equipment alone never created a fighter. One had to look more closely in order to discover the qualities that made these men so much more than a match for the well-armed nationalist forces whom they were advancing to engage. These soldiers of the People's Liberation Army came from the same stock as the conscripts herded to the front by Chiang. Many of them actually were former nationalist troops captured in battle and recruited at subsequent speak bitterness meetings. But instead of the morose stares and scowls so common in the ranks of the counter-revolution, these men, many of them hardly more than boys, were cheerful and full of spirit. At the same time they were quiet and well disciplined. This discipline did not show itself in the form of obeisance to rank or position, but rather in the mature way the soldiers behaved. They treated the village people with respect. They did not block traffic, they refused to accept anything but water. Those few who played games to while the time away enjoyed themselves without disturbing the serenity of the life around them. The soldiers were carefree yet dignified, fun-loving but not raucous, friendly but not condescending. These attitudes reflected something inside them, an inner integrity, a sense of collective pride, a confident and purposeful spirit. All this could never be imposed by command but was the result of revolutionary commitment strengthened by education. That spring the army had gone through an intensified educational campaign that paralleled in many ways the movement for party consolidation and democracy in the villages. The campaign included mass meetings for airing grievances against the old society and the San Cha or Three Checks. In the course of the latter, all soldiers and all officers had mutually examined themselves in regard to class origin, performance of duty, and will to fight. They had also studied land reform policies, policies in regard to commerce and industry, and the overall goals of the new democratic revolution. Officers had taught soldiers, soldiers had taught officers, and soldiers had taught one another. The campaign had resulted in unprecedented unity throughout the army, a high level of political consciousness, and surging morale. We were witnessing the results. What struck me about the troops that I saw in Longbao was their confidence. They were, after all, moving up to the front. Another 2 days on the road would bring them to the Taiyuan plain, where a long and bitter battle to liberate the provincial capital was already underway. In less than a week they would be under fire, perhaps even engaged in a frontal assault on fixed positions. Soon some of them would surely be dead. But they showed no trace of anxiety, hesitation, or doubt. They seemed to take for granted the justice of their cause and its ultimate triumph. They were approaching the front with eagerness. These boys in uniform, resting by the village pond and polishing their rifles until the barrels reflected the full brilliance of the morning sun, revealed in their eager faces something of the excitement of impending victory, an excitement which served as an antidote to those other faces of the war which Long Bao knew so well, the pain in the eyes of a wounded man as he waited in front of Tzayun's store for stretcher bearers to carry him further along the road toward home, the tears coursing down the cheeks of Li Hao's widowed mother as Chiyun read her the letter that announced the death of her only son at the front, the eerie all-night keening of two women prostrate beside a coffin that had been brought home by mule cart from a battle fought more than 12 months before. June 1948 marked the end of 2 full years of all-out civil conflict. No military analyst in the liberated areas doubted that Chiang Kai-shek was already doomed. Throughout the region, in articles and speeches, cadre after cadre emphasized the same basic idea: our 20-year war for the future of China has reached its final stage. The last few months have seen a qualitative change. Not only can Chiang Kai-shek no longer expand the territory under his control, but he cannot even defend what he now holds. Any place that we really want to take we can now take. The basis for this optimism was to be found in the figures for men killed and captured and arms taken in the 24 months that had elapsed since July 1946, when Chiang tore up the truce agreement negotiated under the direction of General Marshall and launched his all-out attack on the revolutionary bases in the northern half of China. In these months Chiang had lost a total of 2,640,000 men who were killed, wounded, or captured. In the same period the People's Liberation Army had added 1,600,000 regular and irregular troops to its forces. By means of frantic conscription Chiang had maintained his total strength at more than 3,500,000 men, but the enormous and growing casualty list coupled with massive defections cut the very heart out of his effective armies at a time when the communist-led forces, by mustering volunteers at home and absorbing huge blocks of prisoners at the front, were approaching numerical parity. Many a minor battle in many an obscure place made this fact clear. There was, for instance, the siege of Linfen. This ancient fortified town lying due west of Longbao was less than 3 days' foot journey away. It was one of the key outposts in the defense of Taiyuan. Units of the People's Liberation Army laid siege to Linfen in April. The tough old warrior Yan Shishan, still in control of a formidable nationalist army in the heart of Shanxi, made a decision to defend the town to the end. Over and over again he called on Chiang Kai-shek for reinforcements. If Linfen falls, General Yan wailed, Taiyuan cannot but be next. But Chiang could not spare any reinforcements. No armies came to Yan's rescue. The siege of Linfen continued. In desperation the nationalist radio called on the Linfen garrison to come out fighting even if it meant death for all. The officers in charge of the defense ordered their troops to use poison gas. But try as they would, they could not break out. Linfen fell early in May, and every man in the garrison was captured. In distant Manchuria, the Kuomintang forces holding the key rail junction of Zipingkai surrendered early in March. The city of Changchun was thus cut off. The nationalist radio, despairing of the future, suddenly announced that Changchun had no strategic importance and that its loss would make no difference to the government in Nanking. Thus they laid the groundwork for retreating from a city that had once been the capital of puppet Manchukuo, and was still the Kuomintang administrative center for the whole northeast. In Shantung the revolutionary armies under General Chny kept the Shenzhen-Pukao railway closed and prepared to surround the capital, Xinan. Wang Yaowu, leading Chiang commander in the province and governor of one of China's most populous and wealthy areas, complained, "I have only 50,000 men. How can I hope to stand against a liberation army 250,000 strong?" It is typical of the nationalists, in the defense of an area or a city, to dig in or retire within the city walls, and there fight to the end, hoping for relief which never comes because it cannot be spared from elsewhere, wrote General David Barr of the United States Advisory Group. But all his efforts to impose other tactics failed miserably. In the face of a universally hostile population, the nationalist forces had no choice but to dig in and await their fate. Generalissimo Chiang talked publicly of one thing and one thing only, and that was American aid. The only argument he could think of to encourage his hard-pressed forces was, "More arms are coming." Each time one of his generals lost a battle, Chiang turned on his American advisors and complained that their succor had been too little and too late. The American officers, he remonstrated, trained his men too slowly. But the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army understood the truth embodied in Mao Zedong's famous phrase, "Imperialism and all reactionaries are paper tigers." They laughed about the American supplies that poured in day after day to shore up Jiang's rotting front. They knew that sooner or later all that hardware would fall into their own hands. To sum up the situation, they even coined a cocky new slogan, "America is our arsenal and Chiang Kai-shek is our quartermaster." In every major engagement they captured thousands of rounds of ammunition, mountain guns, machine guns, trucks, bazookas, and even tanks. Every bullet, every rifle, every gun captured was tabulated as before on village walls in the rear areas. And, as the running record of weapons taken and armies annihilated mounted swiftly, so too did confidence mount. The Chinese Communist Party estimated 3 possible forms of aid to Chiang and discounted them all. American leaders could dispatch their own armies directly against the liberated areas in a desperate effort to save the situation. But to do this they would need at least 2 million men. Even then they could not hope to wrest permanent control of the area from the Chinese people, for there was no reason to suppose that Americans could succeed where the Japanese had failed. In addition, American leaders had to consider the protest that open intervention was sure to engender from their own people and from other countries and the many domestic and international problems it would inevitably create. In the absence of direct intervention, America could send more advisory personnel. But there were already thousands of military advisors with Chiang Kai-shek's troops. Their efforts had availed them nothing in the past. Sending more people could hardly change the situation. The third way to help Chiang was to redouble his supplies. But if the supplies already sent had not enabled him to win, how could more supplies change the situation? The weapons and materials available to him already outstripped the manpower he could tap and train. So, as the leaders of the liberated areas and the People's Liberation Army saw it, militarily Chiang was already finished. It was only a matter of time. Chiang was bankrupt militarily, they said, because he had isolated himself politically. His dictatorial rule, his reliance on military means to subdue the country, and his surrender of basic Chinese rights to American business in return for massive military assistance made it impossible for the moderates to support him. Unable to win to his side the only important third force group in the country, the Democratic League, he ordered it dissolved on October 27, 1947. But no sooner did he slay this liberal dragon than it sprang up hydra-headed. On January 1, 1948, many democratic elements within the Kuomintang met in Hong Kong to establish the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee. On January 5, several Democratic League leaders re-established the leading body of their outlawed league. At about the same time the China Democratic National Construction Association, an organization of liberal business and commercial people, announcing a more radical program than it had ever previously supported, stepped up its activities. In 1948 Chiang Kai-shek's policies also brought him into increasingly fierce conflict with the students and professors of China's colleges and universities. As the students expanded their agitation for peace and against American intervention, Chiang opposed them with increasingly oppressive measures. Hundreds of agents invaded classrooms and dormitories across the nation. They posed as students but actually devoted their energies to spying and informing. During the night, wrote one student of North China College, Gestapo students inspect dormitories with pistols in their pockets. Anyone can be arrested for being impolite or hated by these students. If we hold a debating meeting to discuss technical problems, we are closely watched by the Gestapo students. If we speak one word of criticism, we are reported and our names put on the blacklist. Several thousand students and 230 professors and lecturers were dismissed from various colleges in 1947. In numerous instances armed squads raided campuses, beat up male and female students alike, wounded hundreds and arrested thousands. In May, 1947, a co-ed was killed in an attack on the Shanghai Law College. In October, the murder of Yu Tse-san, a student at Zhejiang University, became a cause célèbre that led to nationwide demonstrations. By May 1948, when it became clear that Chiang had acquiesced in the American plan to rearm Japan, student protests reached an all-time high. Across the nation, several 100,000 college and middle school students demonstrated in the streets, and everywhere they met hoses, clubs, and rifles in the hands of Jiang's troops and police. Chiang crushed the mounting protests of industrial workers with the same brand of extreme violence. One of the worst incidents occurred in Shanghai on February 2, 1948. On that day, 3 workers were killed and 60 wounded in an open clash between the strikers of the Shen Hsin Textile Mill No. 9 and Kuomintang troops and police. This came to be known far and wide as the Shen Hsin massacre. Jiang's legal response to the nationwide unrest caused by his own betrayal of national interests was to set up special criminal courts in which Democrats, liberals, and persons merely suspected of harboring unpatriotic thoughts were prosecuted wholesale. But the assembly line convictions handed down by these courts, like the shooting down of strikers, the police raids on campuses, and the banning of all middle-of-the-road political parties, only aroused more determined resistance and isolated Chiang and the Kuomintang more than ever. There was only one possible development that could save Chiang from complete rout. That was the dissolution of the revolution from within. Historically, the status quo in China had been saved from revolutionary overthrow time and time again by excesses, sectarian blunders, naivete, and disunity in the ranks of her rebels. Popular forces on the verge of victory had isolated themselves in 1864, in 1900, in 1911, and again in 1927. Chiang hoped and prayed that history would repeat itself. While he talked publicly of more dollars and bullets from Washington, privately he based his plans on the internal disruption of the liberation areas. His Secret Service, financed and trained by the American Navy under the SACO, Sino-American Cooperative Organization, agreement, worked hard to organize a revolt of 100,000 people in the communist-led rear. The political basis for this revolt was to be the dissatisfaction among the middle groups in the countryside, resulting from adventurist and leftist mistakes made by the communists and the poor peasant activists whom they inspired and led. At this crucial moment, when the pace of the war was accelerating hour by hour, when a victory great or small was reported from one front or another almost daily, when the confidence of the People's Liberation Army commanders, of the rank-and-file troops, and of the cadres in the rear was approaching its zenith, at just such a moment mistakes were easy to make, very easy to ignore, and therefore capable of being aggravated to lethal proportions. The danger was great that revolutionary cadres, flushed with victory, would wave fine points of policy, ride roughshod, because they had the power to do so, over the interests of this or that small sector of the people, and thus erode the very cement of the new social order before it had a chance to set. This road to disaster was paved with temptation. But if Chiang had learned something from history, so too had China's revolutionaries. Mao and his colleagues at the helm of the Chinese Communist Party had diligently studied the failures of the past. They had gone as far back as Li Zicheng, 1630, and even beyond. They recognized full well the pitfalls that followed on the heels of victory, and therefore in the spring of 1948 made a careful check on all revolutionary policies and the manner in which they were being carried out in every border region. Particular importance was attached to the land reform, and Mao himself, while en route with his Central Committee headquarters to a new base in Hopi, stopped long enough in northeast Shanxi to make a personal investigation of the peasant situation there. Mao summed up his findings on April 1, 1948. He did so in a speech that was delivered to a conference of rural cadres gathered from various parts of northwest Shanxi and Suiwen, where land reform work had advanced further than in the Taihang. Mao characterized the land reform efforts in the Shanxi-Suiwen border region as successful, but pointed out that success became possible only after the correction of serious errors. These errors were, 1. Erroneously placing in the landlord or rich peasant category many laboring people who did not engage, or engaged only slightly, in exploitation. 2. The indiscriminate use of violence against landlord and rich peasant families, sweep the floor out the door confiscations, and a one-sided emphasis on unearthing landlords' hidden wealth. 3. Serious encroachments on commerce and industry, particularly the commerce and industry owned by landlords and rich peasants. All of these errors together constituted a left deviation of dangerous proportions. Behind this left deviation, Mao said, lay notions of absolute equalitarian, the demand on the part of the landless and land-poor peasants for absolutely equal division of all land and property. We support the peasants' demand for equal distribution of land, said Mao, in order to help arouse the broad masses of peasants speedily to abolish the system of land ownership by the feudal landlord class, but we do not advocate absolute equalitarian. Whoever advocates absolute equalitarian is wrong. Such thinking is reactionary, backward, and retrogressive in nature. We must criticize it. Explaining why absolute equalitarian was a mistaken concept, Mao restated the basic content of the Chinese Revolution at that stage of its history as being a revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism waged by the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. He also restated the general line of the Communist Party in regard to the work of agrarian reform, to rely on the poor peasants, unite with the middle peasants, abolish the system of feudal exploitation step by step and in a discriminating way, and develop agricultural production. The target of the land reform, Mao stressed, is only and must be the system of feudal exploitation by the landlord class and by the old-type rich peasants, and there should be no encroachment either upon the national bourgeoisie or upon the industrial and commercial enterprises run by landlords and rich peasants. In particular, care must be taken not to encroach upon the interests of the middle peasants, independent craftsmen, professionals, and new rich peasants, all of whom engage in little or no exploitation. And then he came to the crux of the question. The development of agricultural production is the immediate aim of the land reform. Only by wiping out the feudal system can the conditions for such development be created. In every area, as soon as feudalism is wiped out and the land reform is completed, the party and the democratic government must put forward the task of restoring and developing agricultural production, transfer all available forces in the countryside to this task, organize cooperation and mutual aid, improve agricultural technique, promote seed selection, and build irrigation works, all to ensure increased production. The abolition of the feudal system and the development of agricultural production will lay the foundation for the development of industrial production and the transformation of an agricultural country into an industrial one. This is the ultimate goal of the new democratic revolution. Not abstract justice, not absolute equality, but the development of production, the industrial transformation of the country. This was the goal of the revolution, for only thus could real problems of livelihood be solved. 55. We tried to be God. Policy is the starting point of all the practical actions of a revolutionary party and manifests itself in the process and the end result of that party's actions. A revolutionary party is carrying out a policy whenever it takes any action. If it is not carrying out a correct policy, it is carrying out a wrong policy. If it is not carrying out a given policy consciously, it is doing so blindly. Mao Zedong. February, 1948. Mao's Shenxi Suiwen speech, as it came to be called, was published in the People's Daily early in June 1948. It had a decisive effect on the whole land reform movement in North China. During the previous fall and winter, the extensive ideological preparations made for carrying out the draft agrarian law had all emphasized the harm done by right opportunist tendencies, by half-hearted measures, by compromise with the gentry, by fear of head-on conflict and all-out war. They were based on estimates that the land reform had been less than thoroughgoing. They called on all cadres to take a clear stand on the side of the poor and hired peasants and urged a complete rooting out of the feudal system on the assumption that this had not yet been accomplished. All through the spring season, partial corrections had been made in these early estimates. On the basis of careful reclassification, whole villages once thought to be Class 3 had been upgraded, party branches suspected of infiltration by class enemies had been declared sound, and expropriated middle peasants had been promised repayment, but still the emphasis had remained on the FANSHEN of the poor and hard. Here at last was a major speech warning of the opposite extreme, warning against leftism as a dominant trend, a general line, a whole system of thought. As soon as these ideas appeared in print, high-level conferences were called in every border region to consider their implications. The party leaders of Lukang County, Secretaries CHN and Chang, went eastward to attend a gathering of cadres at the sub-regional level where evaluation and discussion lasted for several days. As soon as the local men returned home, they made a spot survey of actual conditions in Lukang County, called in the team leaders from all the basic villages for individual talks, listened to the parallel problems that these men faced in village after village, and decided that there was indeed something radically wrong with the way in which they were leading the county. They immediately sent out a call for a second county conference. On June 17, CHIUN and I joined the rest of the Longbao work team as they trekked for the second time to Lukang County town. Only team leader Ho was missing from the group. He had taken home leave to tend his crops. The second conference was almost twice the size of its predecessor. Not only had all cadres from the basic villages been called, but also all full-time cadres from the ordinary, or production villages. Once the cadres were seated before him in the great temple at party headquarters, Secretary CHN wasted no time in preliminary remarks. He adjusted his spectacles, picked up his notes, waited a few seconds for his audience to quiet down, and then plunged right to the heart of the matter. We have called this meeting as a turning point in our work. I want you to pay close attention because many wrong ideas have been shared by all of us and many wrong actions have been taken. All those who were literate sat with pens poised, ready to record what was to come, while the illiterate majority looked straight at Secretary CHN, intent on catching his every word and noting his every gesture. Actual conditions in this county are quite different from the estimate that we made at the Lu family settlement meeting last February, announced CHN. Then we thought the land reform in our county was far from complete. After intensive surveys in 11 basic villages, we now know that this estimate was wrong. The feudal system in our county has already been fundamentally abolished. The poor peasants have, in the main, FANSHEN. These words created a stir in the room. People spoke to each other in excited whispers. I told you that 3 weeks ago. The peasants all say there is no oil. Well, why didn't we see it before? The commotion was so great that Secretary CHN had to interrupt his speech. When the cadres finally noticed his disapproving glance, they held their tongues and he continued, quoting facts and figures. In the whole of Lukang County there are 120,000 people farming 100,000 acres of land. The average holding is approximately 4/5 of an acre per person. The FANSHEN poor peasants already hold just under an acre per person, the middle peasants slightly less, while the landlords and rich peasants, having been expropriated, hold only 1/6 of an acre apiece. In Tungguya village, after the third classification, it was found that only 4 families lacked land. In Chia village the whole population was short only 3 acres. 3 families of landlords and rich peasants have not been completely expropriated, but these 3 families between them hold but 2 acres of surplus land. Such figures prove that the land reform work in Lukang County has already been all but completely fulfilled. That is not to say that there is no problem of land, Secretary CHN continued. On the contrary, there are still many problems in regard to land holding, but most of them are just the opposite in nature from what we estimated in the past. Many heads bent forward as ears strained to catch exactly what he meant by this. The attack has been overdone. Many middle peasants have been injured economically and many commercial and business establishments have been harmed. When it comes to rich peasants and landlords, sweep the floor out the door tactics have been used. But families cannot be driven from house and home forever. Neither can commerce and industry thrive when private business is attacked. Yet in Lekeng and in South Portal, outside the gate, there remain only 3 or 4 private businesses. A shop owner in Yellow Mill has been forced to surrender his house. This case is not exceptional. We have neglected Article 16 of the draft agrarian law. And what does Article 16 say? It says, in places where the land has already been distributed before the promulgation of the law, and provided that the peasants do not demand redistribution, the land need not be redistributed. Is not our county exactly such a place? Asked the secretary, looking from cotter to cotter in the audience. Everywhere he looked, heads nodded in agreement. Having summarized the situation in regard to the land, Secretary CHN turned his attention to the condition within the village party branches. In the past, the county committee had estimated that the class composition of the party branches was not pure. At the Liu family settlement meeting, CHN himself had reported that 40% of the communists in the county were landlords or rich peasants. Now, with the results of the party purification movement in 11 basic villages available, it was obvious that although the branches had many shortcomings, poor class composition was not one of them. To support this conclusion, Secretary CHN pointed out that in the party branches of the basic villages not one landlord or rich peasant had been found. The Longbao team thought they had found one rich peasant, the woman Comrade Chao Chuani, but according to the new class standards she was only a middle peasant. On the basis of class origin, the party branches had proven to be sound and solid. Consolidation, not the wholesale reorganization that had been envisioned in February, was what the party needed, said CHN. The teams should cure the disease and save the patient with a policy of criticism and education. Love, protect, educate, remold and unite, these should be the 5 basic principles used in dealing with communists and cotters. Judging by the pattern of land distribution and by the class composition of the village party branches, it was obvious that previous estimates of the situation in Lekeng County had been wrong, and these estimates had led to much trouble and confusion. Why had such erroneous estimates been made? What made such big mistakes possible? Secretary CHN suggested that the judgment of the cotters had been colored by a faulty outlook that expressed itself in 2 main ways: as an ultra-poor peasant line and as absolute equalitarian. The ultra-poor peasant line said, in effect, that the poor peasants and hired laborers should conquer the country and rule the country. Base everything on the interests of the poor peasants, carry out the demands of the poor peasants. Such notions had penetrated every field of work. Yet, said Secretary CHN, even to speak of such a line is wrong, unreal. A communist can have none but a proletarian line, the class line of the working class, and that class line is, depend on the poor peasants, unite with the middle peasants, and join up with all anti-feudal elements to eradicate the feudal system. That is the whole of it. No one part can be omitted. This statement determines the line, the policy, and the tactics of the land reform movement. Wherever the land reform movement has been completed and the majority of the peasants have already become middle peasants, then the main task becomes production, and it is absurd to rely in the main on the poor peasants, for by that time the majority of the peasants are no longer poor peasants but have become new middle peasants. Land reform policy cannot be applied mechanically to post-land reform conditions. Chiu nudged me. That's just what we have been doing, she said. Now that CHN spelled it out, it seemed obvious to me too. Absolute equalitarian is also basically wrong, said the secretary. It is because the cotters judge their work from an equalitarian point of view that they end up thinking the land reform has not been completed. As soon as this point of view is disregarded, it is easy to see that the work of land division has not only been completed, but that it has been carried too far. With the same objective conditions, with the same set of facts, 2 different conclusions can be arrived at because we start with 2 different points of view. The hills that loom so high in the evening appear to be low mounds at noon. Because many of us had the wrong point of view in the past, many middle peasants and many new middle peasants became uneasy, and unhealthy tendencies appeared. In Longbao poor peasants knelt in the dust to find medicine and prayed to mud gods for cures. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Chairman Mao Zedong all oppose absolute equalitarian, said Secretary CHN emphatically. At Yetao in December, Secretary Po said, under present conditions we can never have such a thing. Even if we were to push it through today, in the future 1,000 happenings in the village would reverse the situation. What if today we gave every peasant an exactly equal share? This peasant gets sick and spends his money, that man neglects his crops, this peasant's wife gives birth to a baby, that man is lazy, this man works hard. Can equality continue? Only under communism, when the land belongs to the country as a whole, and abundance is the order of the day, can equality be realized. The best we can do now is to use what patching material we have for holes. We cannot go out looking for material to fill all the holes that exist, for to do that would mean to injure the middle peasants and destroy their prosperity. In the light of these facts, said Secretary CHN, our point of view toward FANSHEN and the abolition of feudalism has not been correct. Our goal is to abolish the system, to do away with the landlords as a class. We oppose the feudal system primarily because it hinders production. But, under the influence of wrong ideas, we have taken as our standard for successful struggle the wrong thing, namely sweep the floor out the door, and we have applied it to individuals, not to the class. Our standard for judging FANSHEN was also wrong. We took absolute equality as our banner. We did not look to the further interests of the people and of the revolution. We tried only to be charitable. We wanted to give everyone what they needed. We tried to be God. The last phrase initiated a second great commotion in the room. Sitting in the midst of the audience, Chyun and I could hear remarks coming from all sides. We tried to do the impossible. No wonder it was hard to get the peasants to meet. The people saw through it right away. Some of the comments indicated relief. So that's what's the matter. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't figure it out. Others showed a measure of disgust, even annoyance. Well, who led the way, I'd like to know. Our policy changes every few days. Who knows where we are going? We are like a mouse in a box. As a result of these movements, CHN said, the landlords and rich peasants were treated much too harshly. Many prosperous families were wiped out altogether or driven away. Worst of all, the middle peasants were badly frightened. Some offered to give up land because they were afraid. Others made contact with counter-revolutionaries. The left tendency has been with us so long that many peasants and cotters sincerely believe that left is better than right. They resent doing things according to policy and believe that this limits them, clips their wings, so to speak. And even though we have suffered this serious tendency for a long time, we have not examined it thoroughly, not to mention wiping it out. Instead, we have created a theory to justify it and have built a whole system of thought, the poor peasant line, around it. It is time to correct this and do away with it altogether. The secretary then attacked the idea that left was better than right. In reality, both left and right are wrong. To carry on work based on the real situation is neither left nor right and is the only correct way. History has proved to us that whenever victory draws near, it is easy to commit leftist, adventurist mistakes. And now victory is drawing near. We no longer treat Chiang Kai-shek by washing his face to expose him. Our slogan is to kick him down. Now everyone knows that victory will be ours within 3 to 5 years. Now is exactly the time to be made dizzy by success and to commit the mistake of left adventurism. Once we get over the idea that left is better than right, what practical steps should be taken to correct past errors, asks CHN. That is relatively easy. Our work during the next period must be to repay all middle peasants wrongly expropriated, to return all commercial and industrial property to its original owners, to resettle landlord and rich peasant families wrongly driven from their homes. Only in this way can the people of every village be set at ease and the foundation laid for high morale in production. The revival and development of production, that is our main work from now on. Having covered the main question before the conference, Secretary CHN wound up his morning-long talk with a survey of some minor problems. He discussed the recruiting drive, the problem of aid to soldiers' families, the question of rear service, and finally what was closest to the hearts of the district cadres themselves, the problem of community aid to full-time political workers. Whereas only a few weeks earlier word had come down that the cadres would have to solve their own home production problems, now Secretary CHN announced a new policy that completely reversed this. From now on, aid to cadres' families is to be the same as aid to soldiers' families, he said. The directive has already been sent to the villages. All administrative units have been asked to put it into effect immediately. This last announcement was greeted with excited cheers. Secretary CHN could not have said anything better calculated to set the cadres at ease and raise their morale. By itself, however, this promise of aid was not enough to overcome the shock of the political analysis which had been presented that day. 56. Who is to blame? Within the revolutionary ranks, it is necessary to make a clear distinction between right and wrong, between achievements and shortcomings, and to make clear which of the two is primary and which is secondary. For instance, do the achievements amount to 30% or 70% of the whole? It will not do either to understate or to overstate. It would be entirely wrong to describe work in which the achievements are primary as work in which the mistakes are primary. Mao Zedong. Secretary CHN's speech jarred all the cadres loose from their familiar ideological moorings and set them to examining and questioning on a scale hitherto unknown. Never had these rubble-strewn yards and temples turned dormitories seen such dedicated, concerted debate and argument. The work teams first met where they would, then they met together with the other teams and production cadres from their respective districts in assigned courtyards. Finally they met en masse in the great central hall where the dragons fighting each other across the ridgepole aptly symbolized the mental struggle going on below. Such meetings, alternating in the order described, continued for several days. None questioned the basic conclusions stated by Secretary CHN. As soon as he reported that the feudal land system had basically been abolished and that the FANSHEN of the poor and hired peasants had virtually been completed, everyone recognized the fact. The cadres' months of investigation, study, and mass mobilization in the 11 basic villages left no room for doubt on that score. There simply were no great accumulations of wealth left, whether in the hands of landlords, rich peasants, corrupt cadres, or public institutions, nor was there any significant treasure stashed away in secret kyangs, grave mounds, or any other place. All of these prospective sources had been pursued to the end and each had proved a mirage. Team after team reported that most local gentry had been expropriated and that land holdings had already been distributed among the former landless and land poor. Secretary CHN's second conclusion that expropriation had gone too far was not questioned either. The painstaking classification proceedings had demonstrated that many families of landlord and rich peasant status had been cleaned out completely. In too many cases family heads had been killed. Dependents had either run away or else stayed on to face extreme poverty and discrimination. Worse still, the classification revealed that many middle peasants had been similarly treated. No one who had taken part in the investigation of the preceding months could doubt that serious excesses marred the land reform movement in Lukang County and that they must be rectified. As for the party branches, not only did they not contain a single member of landlord or rich peasant origin, but they also turned out to be composed primarily of the least selfish and the most forward-looking people in the villages. This had been demonstrated by the day-to-day work. A report on this question by the team leader from Chin village was typical. When I first got there, I treated the 5 big cadres as oppressors. But they turned out to be the most honest and active people. Though they had made serious mistakes, they were willing to examine their pasts and have now corrected their outlook and behavior. The more I work with them, the more respect I have for them. These conclusions might well have lifted a heavy burden from the minds and hearts of all those who attended the conference. They demonstrated, after all, that the main problem of the agrarian revolution had been solved. But at first this tremendous news was overshadowed in the Cotters' consciousness by the fact that they had all gone so far astray in attacking non-existent problems and imaginary enemies. The argument and soul-searching that went on in the county seat after Secretary Chn's speech flowed from a sense of shock at having lost the way, astonishment at the harm that had been done, and confusion as to where the blame lay. How could it have happened? In the face of mountains of evidence, how could the party have so misjudged the true situation? How could it have set off on the wrong road to begin with and then continued to march down it for so long? That such a serious mistake was possible, that it had been made by county leaders, and even border region leaders, that the newspaper of the Central Committee had backed it up, had itself promoted the poor peasant line, this shook the confidence of the district Cotters. Up to that point, from all that they had seen and learned in the course of years of hard fighting and organizing, the Communist Party under Mao's leadership seemed infallible, or nearly so. Out of the disaster of the anti-Japanese war and throughout the early post-war years, the party had led them from victory to victory. They had come to depend upon it like children on their mother. The sudden realization that their approach had been misdirected left them temporarily helpless. If the party itself could get lost, as it seemed to have done, what was there to cling to? Chn's report unleashed a veritable river of pent-up grievances and complaints. At first the Cotters tended to blame everyone but themselves. Many participants attacked the peasants. They were backward, they were selfish, they asked only how much millet was in it for them. Even those who had already FANSHEN hid their quilts and pretended to be poor. After the suspension of the old Cotters they put on their democracy caps. They did exactly as they pleased. They refused to come to meetings, they even refused rear service, and neither the work team Cotters nor anybody else had the power to discipline them. It was this, they argued, that had led the Cotters into left policies. If you aren't left there is no way out, said little Chr with an air of gloomy certainty. In order to complete our work we have to violate policy. Others blamed all the trouble on the county leaders and on the Liu family settlement meeting where these leaders had prepared the district men ideologically for the campaign. At Liu family settlement the county secretaries had made a wrong estimate and then developed it into a system of thought. It is true, said a team worker from Yellow Mill, that we learned many valuable lessons at Liu family settlement. One of them was that graft and corruption cannot be tolerated. None of us will ever misappropriate anything again. That lesson we learned very well, but the spirit of oppression against party members we also learned there. Whenever anyone said anything in self-defense, the rest stood up and said, "What is your thought? What is your thought? Was this our fault?" I say we cannot bear the whole burden on our backs. The higher Cotters must take responsibility for such mistakes, said the team leader from Kaishu. They must be brave enough to listen to criticism from below. Little Lee, now the acting leader of the Longbao team, exchanged sharp words with the genial Assistant County Secretary Chang when the latter came to discuss Longbao in detail with Lee's group. Chang tried to demonstrate the sectarian trend of the Cotters' work by bringing up the way in which they had handled the gate. The extremism that had driven certain comrades to the verge of suicide before the first gate had only been compounded at the second, he said. Little Lee disagreed emphatically. Why couldn't Wen Te pass the gate then? Asked Chang. He wouldn't talk, said Little Lee with feeling. Why wouldn't he talk? Because he was arrested and held in the county jail and felt he had been wronged. That was our mistake, not his, said Secretary Chang. We should not treat him harshly on that account. How can you say that? Interrupted Chi Yun, chiming in on Lee's side. He did many bad things. He himself had a wrong attitude. Just as Secretary Chn said, the Communist Party is not pure, particularly in working style, and this must be corrected. If we deny the need to correct and educate Wen Te, then we deny that the party makes mistakes. We were very patient with him, exclaimed Little Lee. The masses met all day to help him, but he didn't want to speak frankly. After the meeting we talked to him for hours and asked the people to be patient and meet with him again. but it was all no good at all. You must remember that when Te did not get all the education that the others received, said Chang. They had a whole month of preparation while he was in jail. Also, we here in the county were not clear when we set him free. At that time we still thought that the attack on Little Chir was inspired by the Communist Party in Longbao, and so when Te was afraid, he thought responsibility might still be placed on his shoulders.